In the 18th year since arriving in this land, Aaron finally recalled his identity as a transmigrator. His situation was somewhat precarious. He had no endearing younger sister awakening as a child of slaughter, nor did an emperor enthroned upon a golden toilet appear to acknowledge him as a son, nor had he encountered a coven of persecuted witches in need of rescue. Worse still, with only mediocre talent, he faced the grim reality of being the last of his lineage. If only he could embrace a vocation that allowed him to summon creatures with cards. Fortunately, fate had not forsaken him entirely. Four benevolent and amiable deities had elected him as their champion. Thus, his ambition shifted towards donning the crown of chaos and engaging in a game of cards alongside his four esteemed brethren. Chapter 1. An Improbable Messiah. Rumble, rumble. The familiar sound of axles turning filled the air as the radiant spring sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, stubbornly illuminating the ground. The dirt road, flanked by the forest, was strewn with decaying leaves, producing an unpleasant sound. Occasionally, a wheel would strike a small stone, causing the entire rickety carriage to respond with enthusiasm, bouncing up and down. The aged wooden structure seemed increasingly unstable, each jolt bringing it closer to the brink of disintegration. The air was imbued with the fragrance of verdant grass, mingled with the scent of soil and foliage. A gentle breeze, as soft as silk, caressed the skin of the carriage's occupant, instilling a sense of tranquility. Ugh! The man lying in the carriage arched his back with force, resembling a patient afflicted with tetanus, convulsing uncontrollably. His muscles tensed and contorted as his head and feet pressed against the flimsy wooden boards, causing the carriage's frame to groan in protest. Amidst his daze, Aaron faintly discerned voices. Damn it, it was just killing a person, wasn't it? Why is the Viscount acting like this? I don't see any injuries on him. Could he have tetanus? Impossible. Tetanus doesn't manifest on the same day. Aaron, are you all right? Wake up. A somewhat feeble hand shook his shoulder. Aaron, the young man lying in the carriage yearned to open his eyes, but the overwhelming sensation of release, coupled with the tingling and itching currents coursing through his body, rendered him incapable of anything other than convulsive movements. Aaron, yes, that's my name. My name is Aaron Salian, and I just killed a bandit. It's the first time I've ever taken a life. His mind reeling, the young man realized that he had covered his head with his hands, his body contorted in the shape of shrimp. Wait, that first time? The young man's handsome features twisted in a grimace. The voices around him assumed he was in pain, but only Aaron knew that he had been consumed by an intense feeling of euphoria. The pleasure of killing. This was his first experience of bloodshed. Aaron had always believed that he would be repulsed by the sight of blood, that it would fill him with disgust. However, the opposite was true. When the bandit's blood splattered onto his face, he was overcome with an unimaginable sense of gratification. This intense pleasure had caused him to faint on the spot. His companions, assuming that the young nobleman was simply overwhelmed by the sight of blood for the first time, didn't pay much attention and placed him in the carriage to continue their journey. Aaron's body continued to convulse. He awkwardly arched his abdomen upwards 3 or 4 times before the overwhelming sensation gradually subsided. The young man attempted to open his eyes, but the harsh sunlight forced him to squint. Yes, it's spring. The scenery on either side confirmed that spring was rapidly approaching. He lay in the carriage, clad in heavy chainmail, with a purple robe draped over the armor. A gash in the robe served as a testament to the recent skirmish. The bandit's blade had left a mark on his chainmail, while his sword had left a gaping wound on the bandit's neck. The IT was strange, now that he thought about it. 5 bandits, armed with 3 swords and a bow, might be enough to deal with ordinary woodcutters and hunters. But where did they get the confidence to confront 3 adventurers? Aaron opened his mouth, but found himself unable to speak for the moment, so he remained silent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of the axles grew clearer as his hearing returned. The normally irritating noise now sounded almost melodious. In the bright spring of May, the vibrant sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on Aaron's face. The gentle forest breeze and the receding scenery of the broadleaf forest unfolded before his eyes. The carriage wheels rolled slowly along the leaf-strewn dirt path, and the carriage swayed rhythmically. If it weren't for the lingering smell of blood in his nostrils, Aaron would have closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. But someone denied him the chance. "You're finally awake, my Lord Viscount." By Tempest, I know it's your first time seeing blood, but if you faint at the sight of it, how will you ever become a knight? A voice nagged incessantly, laced with a hint of sarcasm, but also genuine concern. Aaron opened his eyes again, his mind still in disarray. Something was trapped within him, bound by his flesh, soul, and will. It was powerful, indestructible, but restrained. It roared and raged, each movement inflicting immense pain on the young Viscount. He was forced to stand his ground, his forehead furrowed with veins, his jaw clenched. A horde of screaming demonic faces pressed close, barely an inch from his face, threatening to engulf his soul in a chaotic tide that was an indescribably terrifying presence, writhing and contorting, carrying with it an insatiable hunger and madness. Aaron couldn't understand why killing a single bandit would trigger such a phenomenon, but his mind was flooded with a sense of perverse pleasure, so intense that something within him was on the verge of shattering. Where am I? Aaron's mind commanded his body to rise, but his body refused. He merely twitched a few times. What happened? Sitting next to Aaron was a young man in his early 20s, clad in a dark brown robe with a golden pompadour. He had a long, thin nose and narrow eyes. Hicks, a mage apprentice from the Battlemage Academy. Aaron slowly recognized him as a scoundrel who had been Aaron's playmate for several years. His family had moved away, and when they met again 10 years later, this scoundrel had become a Battlemage apprentice. Now he was a cut above the rest. But that roguishness in his bones hadn't changed. His smile still had that scoundrel's flavor. Aaron really wanted to slap him in the face. Zero-ring trick mage hand. Aaron couldn't help but recall that his friend was exactly this age, and he had to use mage hand hundreds of times a day. If it could be solved with mage hand, he would never lift a finger. Black bottom ale, a kingdom specialty, a cheap brew at 2 silver coins per gallon, about 4.5 liters. Aaron preferred his family's MN water and ginned, I didn't lose my memory. Hicks, you scoundrel. If you dare to say a word about this, you're dead. Aaron rolled his eyes. If you don't want to drink, have an apple. The driver, who was driving the carriage, said as he threw an apple from the front seat, I don't know why you city folks don't like to drink. My son often steals my wine. I need to stay alert at all times. That's what a caster should do. Hicks raised his head. You wouldn't understand. Almost everyone in the kingdom loved apples, especially the poor. Fruit was a natural sweetener, and apples were one of the more common ones. Raw apples, cooked apples, green cooking apples, applesauce, apple juice, apple cider, apple pie, and all sorts of apple desserts made up a unique apple culture. It is said that the Lady of Fire also has a special fondness for apples. Voke, a burly coachman in his early 30s, bore 2 prominent scars on his face, lending him a particularly menacing air. He deliberately donned a suit of armor, slightly too large for his frame, complete with oversized pauldrons emblazoned with a ravenous wolf and a 2-handed greatsword slung across his back. All for show, Volk's deliberately unrefined appearance stood in stark contrast to the fastidiously elegant Aaron and Hicks. He cultivated the image of a barbaric northerner, prone to explosive outbursts, a facade that had deterred many a foe. In truth, Volk was a warrior of meager skill, or he would not have remained a mere coachman after over a decade in service. Aaron knew the greatsword was hollow, weighing no more than 5 pounds. The brigands, intimidated by Volk's frantic display with the weapon, had apparently failed to notice that in his hands, it was less effective than a cook's fire poker. Aaron, resigned, closed his eyes. I declined at my lord. If you want partake of the apple, perhaps Hicks would care for one. Volk tossed another apple from the driver's seat. Thud. This time, the apple landed perilously close to Aaron's head. Honestly, such fine apples wasted. I adore them. This very bag is from the Late Star Township Orchard's 2 gold coins for a small bag. Volk rambled on. By Timora, may she punish these unappreciative souls. With that, Volk devoured the apple with gusto. Aaron and Hicks exchanged weary glances and closed their eyes. Volk was a panentheist, paying homage to any deity, though mostly in word alone. He invoked whichever god suited his needs, offering a token tribute. This was common practice in the realm. It mattered little, so long as one believed in the existence of gods, lest they be condemned to the wall of the faithless in the afterlife. Since the cataclysmic upheaval that had swept across the multiverse 2 years prior, few still clung to the eccentric notion that gods do not exist. 2 years ago, with sufficient coin, one could even meet a living, genuine deity in the great northern city. and converse with her. Aaron attempted to rise, discovering he could slowly regain control of his body. He clenched his fists, focusing his strength in his wrists, and sensation returned to his legs. As Aaron concentrated all his attention on his physical form, he heard a whistling sound from ahead, followed by the impact of a heavy object upon his person. Heavier than an apple, certainly. Aaron groaned, his temper flaring. "Voke!" Aaron roared. "I told you, I don't want an apple." The terrified whinnies of horses filled the air, along with a piercing shriek. A streak of light grazed Aaron's brow, the searing pain instantly tightening his features. A wet sensation spread across his chest. Aaron glanced down, and a chilling dread enveloped him. His eyes narrowed to pinpricks. It was not an apple that lay upon his chest. It was Volk's severed head. Volk's face, still contorted in a mask of shock and disbelief, remained frozen in a macabre tableau. His mouth gaped open, the remnants of apple mingling with the stench of his breath and fresh blood, assaulting Aaron's face. Before Aaron could react, the carriage beneath him exploded with a deafening roar. A bolt of lightning had struck the vehicle, and Aaron felt an immense force against his back. His body was flung skyward with the exploding carriage, like a discarded rag doll amidst the debris. Aaron cried out in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. The searing pain in his back confirmed his landing. Despite the brutal impact, the young Viscount will prove surprisingly resilient. Years of training compelled him to reach for his sword, while his eyes desperately sought to assess the situation. Beneath the canopy of trees, a band of goblins, led by several hobgoblins, advanced rapidly. An ogre and an earth goblin shaman accompanied them. Aaron surmised that the shaman had cast a spell. Ferocious wargs had already pounced upon the hapless horses, devouring them. Volk's corpse, too, had become a gruesome feast. Aaron gripped his sword. It offered no real security, but at least it fostered the illusion of resistance. "Flee! Aaron, flee!" Boom! Hicks's voice echoed from the other side. The apprentice mage yelled towards Aaron, "Go! They'll hold him back." With that, Hicks began chanting his first incantation. Web. A mass of viscous webbing materialized, ensnaring the advancing horde. Aaron noticed Hicks was injured. His casting was labored, far slower than usual. To make matters worse, the spells the apprentice mage had prepared for the day were ill-suited for this particular encounter. "What are you waiting for? Run, Aaron!" Hicks's web would not restrain the orcs for long. The hulking ogre had already broken free. "Damn it, move! Move!" Aaron urged himself desperately. His mind was a blank slate, yet he strained with all his might to move his body. His thoughts were haunted by the image of Volk's massive head falling onto his chest, the dead eyes still wide with surprise and pain. Something was roaring, raging, quaking, throbbing in unison with Aaron's heart, the ichor of pain and ecstasy surging from his heart to his organs, and then to his entire body. Finally, it burst forth to his mind. Something shattered. Aaron's mouth fell open, his eyes widened. A rush of familiar memories flooded his consciousness as the thing broke, a torrent of forgotten knowledge. I remembered that I am not from this world, that I am a transmigrator. Because of an accident, I transmigrated to this world. But that's not the beginning. In the process of transmigration, I met God, the real gods. And there are 4.4 true deities, very kind, very amiable. They appreciate me very much. They just found a brand new universe that has not been patronized by them. The 4 deities were very excited. After a brief discussion, they decided to give me a great power, each as their representative. Endless depravity and enjoyment, infinite decay and rebirth, infinite knowledge and change. And that powerful, all-destroying power, everything went smoothly, and Aaron had no ability or qualifications to resist. Until the light of the supernova explosion swallowed everything. The entire space was pulled into a straight line. All the energy and madness were expelled. The etheric unliving melted and disappeared, and a supreme being descended here. The feeling was wonderful. This deity did not appear in any form, but when he descended, all the scenery scattered like broken glass, and the world composed of matter spread out like silk. He appeared in front of the 4 deities as if he did not exist, but he was everywhere. He is in all things, that he weaves the kingdom, and naturally does not allow other beings to desecrate it. Outer gods, you have violated the rules. The stars lit up, and his pole star light faced the endless power of the 4 deities. Aaron witnessed with his own eyes the defeat of the four deities at his hands. Yet this was not a battle of overwhelming disparity in power. Should the four deities choose to unite against their adversary, they might indeed have a chance to claim victory, or, at the very least, achieve a stalemate. However, as Aaron had long comprehended, such an occurrence was utterly improbable. They might momentarily reach a consensus, but they would never truly unite. The four deities were compelled to retreat, yet their powers remained entrenched in this realm, their wills driven away, while the representative they appointed continued to endure. This individual was Aaron. A memory surged forth. Aaron. Hicks's voice reverberated once more, the apprentice mage's cries strained with urgency. Hurry. The charge of the bear goblin interrupted the apprentice's desperate shouts. The ogre's colossal hammer hurtled towards Aaron, and the feeble Viscount barely managed to deflect it with his sword. The searing pain in his wrist elicited a muffled groan as he staggered back several paces, the weight of a heavy boot pressing down upon his chest. Thud. The long sword clattered to the ground. Ugh! A massive hand seized his hair, yanking his head upwards, and the ogre's thick, simple voice boomed. Lord Mepham? What should Gulk do? From the forest emerged a figure cloaked in black robes, slender fingers extending from the sleeves as he fervently proclaimed, "Bring him to me. Ogre, you have performed admirably. I shall reward you with an abundance of meat, an immense quantity of meat. Gulk wants meat. Gulk desires an abundance of meat." The ogre grasped Aaron by the hair, hoisting him from the ground and dragging him along. "Son of Baal, you are to be offered to the supreme lord of the Black Sun." The figure in black declared joyfully, "It is your honor." "What did you say?" The ogre lifted Aaron's head. "What does the human wish to convey?" In Aaron's eyes, purple energy surged forth, and an octagram insignia materialized from the violet radiance. I could see that moment. The divine power erupted. There are always mortals who dare to confront the eternal radiance of authority. Chapter 2. The moment of life and death. A powerful grip seized his hair, and the sword fell a short distance away amidst the forest. The feeble mutterings of this human were of little consequence to the ogre, who was solely preoccupied with pondering how much sustenance he could procure in exchange for this human from his master. The alterations in Aaron did not attract the ogre and Apos' attention. The creature merely mumbled a couple of phrases before continuing to drag Aaron by his hair towards the exit. Ogres are inherently powerful, yet possess minimal intelligence. Often classified among the giants, the majority belong to the chaotic evil alignment, driven solely by the desire to satiate their hunger. To this end, they are willing to wreak havoc and destruction without a second thought, as long as their stomachs demand food. Among the remaining ogres, some are categorized as neutral evil. These ogres may serve as mercenaries or subordinates, provided their hunger is appeased. However, their contracts are notoriously unreliable, as they may suddenly alter the terms due to hunger or switch allegiances for a better offer. Thus, the opportunity is singular. There is but one chance to gamble. "Hey, big guy," Aaron gasped, mustering all his strength to lift his head. "How much meat will he give you?" Indeed, the mere mention of meat held a peculiar enchantment for the dim-witted ogres. Ghoul and Apos. Kay immediately raised his chin in delight. Lord Mepham will give Ghoul and Apos Kay plenty of meat, enough for him to feast until summer. Mepham, so this is the name of the sorcerer, Aaron and Amp. Apos' mind raced to gather information. The Lord of the Black Sun, son of Baal. The sorcerer, the earth gnomes and bear gnomes, and the ogre before him. The Lord of the Black Sun Sharkey, son of Baal, the Lord of Murder. A torrent of fragmented memories, both from his past life and this one, surged through the young Viscount and Apos' mind, rapidly organizing into coherence. He suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a meticulously orchestrated ambush. The brigands had only been testing the waters, and his performance had evidently led them to misinterpret his identity. They believed him to be the son of Baal. "I am not the son of Baal. I am the son of chaos." Aaron gritted his teeth, realizing with bitter clarity that this calamity was both unexpected and yet entirely foreseeable. "Hey, big guy, would you be satisfied with enough meat to last until summer?" The diminutive human spoke with a disdainful tone. "Release me, and I shall promise you enough meat to last until autumn." "Meat? More meat?" The ogre hesitated. "But Lord Mepham will punish Ghoul and Apos. Kay, I am not your enemy. I am your friend." The small human, a friend, not an enemy? Yes, a friend, more meat. An enemy, less meat. The ogre and Apos' hostility swiftly diminished, revealing his internal conflict. The enchantment took hold. The ogre's massive hand finally relinquished its grip on Aaron's hair, and the Viscount fell heavily to the ground. The impact jarring his innards and causing his wrists and knees to emit sharp cracks. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. A cruel and triumphant smile emerged on Aaron and Ampos' face, revealing his wicked glee. One of the divine powers conferred by the four deities has just unlocked its seal. He comprehends the reason behind his recollection of traversing realms and the awakening of his divine abilities. It is due to the overwhelming mental stimuli, the first rush of taking a life, the visceral shock of witnessing the decapitated head of folk. The near brush with death. This fresh and extreme exhilaration is precisely what that deity relishes. Following this cascade of stimuli, a spell suddenly emerged in Aaron and Ampos' mind, a second-tier enchantment designed to beguile mortals. There was no need for study or comprehension. This incantation flowed through him instinctively, as natural as breathing. With the enchantment successfully cast, the ogre found itself ensnared in confusion, granting Aaron a fleeting moment to breathe. He quickly shifted his gaze to a nearby muddy path winding through the forest. There, four identical figures of Hicks were engaged in combat with the sorcerer. The bear goblins and earth goblins unleashed bolts from their crossbows, yet their projectiles merely passed through the sorcerer and Ampos' form. The razor-sharp fangs of the wargs bit through Hicks and Ampos' illusory images, striking nothing but air. Aaron immediately recognized the spell at play, the second-tier illusion spell, Mirror Image. This enchantment is a favorite among many mages, capable of conjuring several phantasms to safeguard the caster from close combat, a realm in which they are less adept. Hicks laughed mockingly at the enemy and Ampos' accuracy, reciting his incantation as three magical missiles erupted from his fingertips, each of the three phantoms mimicking his every gesture, rendering it impossible to discern the true caster. The cloaked figure scoffed disdainfully, deeming it childish. A spell struck Hicks, momentarily paralyzing the apprentice mage. The three phantoms dissipated, the magical missiles vanished, and a flying javelin pierced the apprentice's chest. Instantly, Hicks' robe was saturated with a dark crimson hue, and he let out a pained scream before being overwhelmed by a warg, his body torn asunder by its sharp fangs, splattering red, white, yellow, and black tissues across the ground. The experience was akin to being doused with a bucket of icy water on a sweltering day, and Aaron, who had just felt a surge of pride, was plunged into despair. He faced an adversary he could not currently contend with, although not a spellcaster himself. He recognized the spell, the third tier dispel magic, capable of instantly nullifying spells of third tier and below. The opposing caster was evidently a second-tier elite, while he was merely a fledgling first-tier apprentice, freshly awakened, his body marred with bruises and internal bleeding, not to mention the dozen or so orcs surrounding his foe. This was not a battle he could hope to win. Aaron shouted inwardly at his own pride, urging himself to awaken from this folly. He understood that the former Aaron Salian had possessed a stubborn spirit, one who would have defiantly chosen a glorious demise for the sake of Comir. He had always harbored a death wish, but while the old Aaron might have acted thus, the new Aaron would not engage in such foolishness. Only one path remained. Aaron delved into the memories of his recent awakening, seeking a useful spell. He found it. Aaron unsheathed the dagger from his waist, and, with a deliberate motion, carved a deep gash into his palm, addressing his ogre companion with utmost sincerity. "My friend, I must mark you. Otherwise, my family may not recognize you, and they will not offer you meat. Now, hurry, Gulk is famished." The ogre nodded, the enchantment still exerting its influence. Moments later, "Gulk? What are you doing? Bring that spawn of ball before me. Do you not crave flesh?" The figure in the black robe had shifted his attention to the motionless ogre. The ogre stood frozen in place. "Gulk?" As the figure in black observed Gulk slowly turn, preparing to reprimand him, he immediately noticed the fresh blood-painted symbol upon the ogre and Ampos' abdomen. This emblem, unlike any the black-robed figure had encountered before, appeared to be a fusion of male and female symbols, emanating an aura of arcane power. The figure promptly gestured for the orcs to retreat. "My lord Mepham." "Gulk is very hot," the ogre muttered in a daze. "Gulk and Ampos' belly burns. Gulk is about to grow larger. Step back." A sense of foreboding washed over the black-robed figure. Growing larger. With the ogre's final roar, it swelled like a balloon. Grotesque lumps of flesh erupted from its surface, enveloping its face in layers of flesh. The ogre and Ampos' features gradually distorted as it expanded, its hands vanishing, replaced by two massive tentacles that writhed powerfully in the air. "Eat flesh. Eat flesh." The 2-meter-tall ogre transformed into a 3-meter-high mass of flesh, roaring as it charged forward, each step sending tremors through the ground. Its ravenous fury became a weapon. In a single leap, its tentacles seized a bear goblin, lifting it off the ground and biting off half its face, voraciously chewing the bloody morsel, organs, and bones. Juices erupting between its teeth. What is this? What on earth is happening? Another bite, and the bear goblin and Appos' head was severed. The mass of flesh roared and hurled the headless corpse aside, bounding forward with an oppressive presence. Plans had changed. I am the chaotic beast. A wave of weakness from blood loss gradually overwhelmed his senses, yet Aaron dared not halt his escape. Frantically, he fled. Gauging his location in the king's forest by the position of the sun, and barreled in a determined direction, he used his blood to inscribe a magic circle, expending all his mana into the formation, inducing his ogre brother's physical mutation into a mindless chaotic egg, indiscriminately attacking all edible beings. This was the only solution that came to Aaron and Appos' frantic mind. This transformative magic was a unique bloodline sorcery requiring a copious amount of blood. The lower the intelligence of the target, the better, allowing it to submit to the markings and succumb to the madness instigated by the impulse of the emblem. Currently, Aaron is exceedingly feeble, indeed quite fragile. Were it not for the ogre and Appos' remarkably low intelligence and its propensity to be governed by insatiable hunger, his spell would stand little chance of success. He is uncertain how long the ogre can restrain that malevolent sorcerer, but it is unlikely to be for an extended period. Once transformed into a chaotic egg, the ogre will indiscriminately assault everyone in its vicinity until it exhausts all its energy and succumbs to death. Clad in heavy chainmail, his speed is severely compromised. After merely a few minutes of running, the exhausted Aaron is already drenched in sweat. However, he understands that this is no time to pause. He must exert every ounce of his strength to continue. Withered branches and fallen leaves brush against the Viscount and Appos' handsome visage, and his heavy footsteps sink slightly into the forest floor's decaying matter. The once warm and comforting sunlight has become irksome, and pain lingers in his palms. He reflects on his lack of physical conditioning. Aaron, you always believed your father was overly demanding, allowing yourself to be distracted and lazy. Do you now comprehend the rationale behind his insistence? The young Viscount chastises himself, with the awakened persona reproaching the one that had not yet evolved. After another 10 minutes of frantic exertion, Aaron truly feels his stamina waning. The scenery before him begins to blur, and every injury he bears sends waves of soreness and fatigue through his body. His feet feel as though they are treading upon cotton, rendering him powerless. The refreshing spring breeze merely numbs his senses. As he attempts to navigate over a large tree, his foot becomes ensnared in its roots and unable to control his body. Aaron tumbles headlong to the ground. Subsequently, he loses consciousness. In that fleeting moment of oblivion, a sense of helplessness and sorrow envelopes his thoughts. In this predicament, awakening has proven more burdensome than beneficial. What shall I do? What awaits my future? Darkness engulfs him. Meanwhile, approximately 2 kilometers away in the forest, 2 dire wolves, a bear goblin, and the mangled corpse of a goblin lie strewn upon the ground. The once formidable chaotic egg now resembles a deflated balloon. Layers of flesh and engorged tumors collapsed, barely retaining the semblance of the ogre Gulk and Appos' former self. However, this ogre has diminished in size by more than threefold. Its body riddled with wounds that signify it can no longer endure. The robed figure releases his grip, exhaling wearily. In confronting this resilient, mutated mass of flesh, he has sacrificed 4 subordinates and invoked a spell. The 3rd-tier spell, Desire of Hadar, derives from his former master. Its effect is to open a connection to a realm shrouded in darkness, teeming with unspeakable horrors, centered on a point within casting range. It engenders an area devoid of light, inflicting direct harm upon the entities within. The chaotic egg was drawn into this realm, and in its frenzied state, Gulk was evidently unable to instinctively escape, ultimately succumbing to the relentless assault of freezing and acidic damage, coupled with the previous dispelling of a 3rd-tier spell. The dark-robed figure and Appos' magical reserves are now severely depleted. Sir, what shall we do? Should we pursue that son of Baal? The Earth Giant is evidently dissatisfied with the outcome of the skirmish. The distinction between goblins and Earth Giants is merely a matter of nomenclature. Yet the gulf between them is immeasurable. Goblins are a tribe of exceedingly weak, chaotic evil creatures, whereas Earth Giants possess a physique stronger than that of humans, embodying a strict order and militaristic demeanor indicative of lawfully evil beings. No, We should hastily depart in search of a place to rest. The cloaked figure exhaled deeply, his tone tinged with regret and a hint of sorrow. Did you see? That young son of Baal is a member of the Purple Dragon Knights. We failed to apprehend him just now, and it is highly likely that we will be sought after. Obeisance to the Purple Dragon Knights, the battle mages. The 3 stone pillars that uphold this nation. We can still track him down. He is gravely injured and cannot flee far. Indeed, he cannot run far. But the temples of the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Matron are also in close proximity. The cloaked figure retorted sharply. And let us not forget the followers of the Lady of Luck and those damned druids. We cannot afford to take such risks. This is all for the Supreme Dark Sun Lord. The Earth Giant fell silent. Strange. The cloaked figure paused, his voice gradually laced with uncertainty. Is the son of Baal truly concealed among the Purple Dragon Knights? Previous intelligence indicated he resembled more closely the god of tyranny. Never mind. Retreat. Chapter 3. The Silver Madonna. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Aaron finally awakened from the depths of darkness. Before even opening his eyes, the young Viscount was immediately struck by a profound sensation of restraint. He jolted upright, only to discover that he was lying within an open-air structure, bound tightly to a rudimentary wooden bed by several thick ropes. Alas, have I been captured once more? The Viscount struggled vigorously, but the ropes, thicker than his thumb, held him fast, clearly the work of a seasoned captor. The yellow-brown cords constricted around his body with unyielding strength, and in his weakened state, he found himself utterly powerless. After a few futile attempts to break free, he soon relinquished hope. Moreover, Aaron could faintly perceive that being bound in such a manner was an entirely novel and stimulating experience, reigniting a flicker of excitement within his mind. The thrill. Oh, the thrill. This exhilaration sustained his consciousness as he cast his gaze about the vicinity. The structure was expansive, with towering white stone walls rising majestically amidst the forest. The ground, paved with stone slabs, was interspersed with lush, fragrant grass sprouting through the crevices. Sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy above, dancing gently with the spring breeze. Not far from his line of sight stood a colossal jade statue, arms outstretched, backed by a circle of sculptures symbolizing the moon's phases, proudly dominating the open-air edifice. The statue depicted a stunning woman, her long, graceful legs and slender figure suggesting an age akin to that of a human in her early 20s. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adorned with a fringe that framed her flawless face, where a pair of captivating emerald eyes gazed mournfully into the distance. Exhaling deeply, Aaron felt the tension in his body dissipate. I am safe for now. This was the open altar of the Silver Madonna, if his memory served him correctly. He was in the town of Chunhai, the sole location in the entire kingdom housing such a grand open-air altar dedicated to the Silver Madonna. It was all right now, at least for the moment. Aaron closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips in the wake of his narrow escape. While the decapitated Voke had been a mere adherent, Aaron, now awakened to the memories of his previous life, found it difficult to define his current faith. Yet there was no denying that the Salian family to which he belonged was a lineage of devout worshippers. Although the Salian family occasionally contributed to the altars of other deities, they had steadfastly adhered to the belief in the Silver Madonna for generations. Their home contained a small shrine dedicated to her, and the entire family participated in weekly worship whenever possible. Aaron made it a point to visit this grand open-air altar in Chunhai at least twice a year, sometimes thrice. Here, at least, Aaron felt assured of his safety. He began to contemplate his situation. Aaron had witnessed various forms of transmigration, some through leaps from heights, others through tragic demises, and still others by chance selections. The myriad methods of crossing realms were peculiar, yet he had never encountered one quite like this. He had crossed over while standing in line. In the fleeting moment when the staff member thrust the cotton swab toward his throat, he transcended. In his former life, he was merely an ordinary departmental clerk, hailing from a modest background, with parents who were typical grassroots civil servants. Though not wealthy, they were certainly not impoverished. Upon graduation, he entered the system, embarking on a life that was as mundane as it was predictable: standard working hours, a steadfast commitment to his tasks, and a resolute dismissal of matters that did not concern him. In his leisure time, Aaron was a man of myriad interests. Consequently, he was well aware of the 4 deities in question, having been an ardent fan of hammers in his previous existence, possessing a considerable collection of chess pieces and figurines. However, the exorbitant costs associated with his passion had weighed heavily upon him. Reflecting on this, Aaron found himself at a crossroads of emotions, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. His profound love for hammers, immersed in games and discussions about their lore, and indulging in playful banter did not imply a genuine desire to immerse himself in the hammer world. Fortuitously, the realm to which Aaron had been transported was not the hammer world. Based on his prior recollections and the cryptic utterances of the hooded figure regarding the supreme dark sun, the son of Baal, it was evident that this world was not that of hammers, but rather the renowned Forgotten Realms. This was indeed a stroke of fortune, yet therein lay a dilemma. In contrast to his comprehensive understanding of the hammer world, Aaron and Appos' knowledge of the Forgotten Realms was rather scant. His sole insight stemmed from a few illustrious figures and a plethora of internet novels steeped in a particular Chinese creativity, works such as Baldur and Appos' Gate, Elminster, Charnel, and Karsus. Alongside numerous fanfictions like Elminster in October, Elminster in Somalia, Elminster at Verdun, and Elminster at Old Trafford, he possessed but a modicum of the foresight characteristic of a transcended individual. Aaron pursed his lips, opting to console himself with an optimistic perspective. Not having been reborn as a commoner in the underbelly of the Nest City was a victory in itself. As he continued to ponder his predicament, he overheard several voices outside engaging in discussion about him, 2 youthful women and several mature ladies, by the sound of it. This was not unexpected for the Church of the Silver Mother. The Silver Mother, also known as Lady Silvermoon, Maiden of the Moon, Lady of the White Night. And the guide is a deity named Surin, also translated as Surin, one of the 2 primordial goddesses of the realm. Her followers are predominantly women, especially adult females. The church venerates various feminine symbols and even human milk as sacred. This benevolent goddess imposes few demands upon her devotees, generously welcoming all who wish to worship her. Rarely does she impose strict expectations upon her followers, who generally believe that she bestows freedom as her divine gift and blessing to mortals. Her teachings advocate equality among all beings, promote mutual love, foster unity among believers, respect for life, and provide assistance to those in need, essentially embodying the primordial essence of the majority of religions and philosophies that Aaron had encountered in his previous life. Aaron promptly shut his eyes, for a measure of vigilance was still essential. What had become of his lordship, the Viscount Salian? A mature, maternal voice spoke gently. It seems he has been enchanted. His previous frenzy was truly frightening. Well, it is remarkable that our Lord Viscount managed to escape the grasp of a mental spell. A boisterous, rough-voiced woman laughed nonchalantly. I originally thought this lad was of little merit, yet he possesses such capabilities. Quite impressive indeed. Thankfully, Ashar and I happened to pass by and rescued him. The sound of the mountain spring was calm and unperturbed. He should not perish in such a manner. It is unjust for him and his family. Indeed, we all know he is the last of the Salients. The mature maternal voice agreed. Let us see how he fares. Eleanor, Ashar. Bound to the bed, Aaron had gathered sufficient information. They recognized who they were. They were all old acquaintances. He had been rescued by Eleanor and Ashar. He had previously succumbed to madness and was subdued, hence his confinement here, regarded as a patient by the priest of the Silver Mother Church. As for the cause of his madness, Aaron was acutely aware. He understood profoundly. Why, after being blessed by 4 deities, did he retain no memory and instead grow up in an ordinary noble family, living until the age of 18? The answer is simple. The blessings of the 4 deities are not something mortals can bear lightly. The power is overwhelmingly potent, far beyond what a mere mortal can withstand from such formidable divine entities. The former Aaron could not control this power, akin to asking a small pony to transport an entire freight train and Appos' worth of cargo, or utilizing an i9 CPU to operate the Tiana 2 supercomputer, or relying on a coal-powered vessel for interstellar travel. It is simply unfeasible. The human body possesses a self-protective mechanism to shield Aaron's fragile form. These formidable powers were subconsciously sealed away to prevent his body from collapsing. This created a paradox. To wield the immense powers of the 4 deities, one must possess great strength. To attain such strength, one must activate the divine powers of the 4 deities. From birth until now, at 18, Aaron had lived as an ordinary person due to this self-protective mechanism. He may have never had the opportunity to break free from this cyclical paradox until the recent skirmish. His first act of killing the severed head of Volker confronted him with the fear and thrill of death, finally awakening one of the deities and Appos' powers within him. The human body, under extreme emotional duress, unleashed a torrent of energy that shattered the seals, leading to his awakening. This particular deity had a penchant for excitement. It is no wonder that in an anime Aaron had once viewed, a diminutive, adorable creature sought to combat the universe's entropy through human emotional energy to avert thermal death. Emotional energy manifests swiftly and dissipates just as quickly, which is why he might succumb to madness unconsciously. This too serves as a protective mechanism. After contemplating this, light and heavy footsteps approached Aaron's bedside. "Awake now, Lord Salian." A coarse hand slammed down upon Aaron and Appos' shoulder. A deep voice resonating like a tuba in his ear. "Wake up." Aaron felt as if his head had been struck by cannon fire, stars dancing before his eyes. He feigned awakening, staring vacantly at the two figures standing beside his bed. The woman shaking him was a formidable presence, tall and muscular, her sinewy arms resembling hefty loaves of black bread. Beneath her massive shoulder plates hung two shaggy shawls, and rough leather gloves rested upon his shoulders, fitting snugly against her robust, curvaceous breastplate, marked by the scars of blades and clubs. Thick war paint adorned her face. Though backlit, Aaron could discern her features: sun-kissed skin, a broad, flat nose, a low bridge, and full, protruding lips. He recognized her. Asha, the savage warrior, a brutal, muscle-bound woman devoted to the Silver Mother, sullen. "Hey, Sir Salian, wake up." Asha continued to shake him, but another young woman interjected quickly. "Easy there, Asha. You'll shake his head off." Aaron then turned his gaze to the second woman. She was a young maiden, likely of similar age, her form strikingly graceful in contrast to the barbarian. Clad in a pristine white robe embroidered with silver floral patterns, her silhouette was elegantly accentuated. Her golden hair was meticulously styled into a fresh, short cut, with a long ponytail cascading down her back, secured by a simple hairband. Beneath her robe, hints of silver armor and blue lining were visible, and an angelic wing pendant adorned her neck. This maiden possessed a delicate, oval face, though marred slightly by a mask bearing the insignia of the Silver Mother, leaving only her soft, cherry-red lips exposed. Aaron recognized her as well. Eleanor Dineful, a priestess of the Silver Mother's church, known as the Sea Flower, with whom he had interacted on several occasions. Upon seeing Sir Salian's confused gaze, the priestess paused. "Are you awake? Do you remember who you are?" It seemed he remembered, yet also did not. Aaron feigned confusion. At least his basic awareness remained intact. The priestess extended a finger before Aaron and Appos' eyes. "Now. Repeat after me. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Quicker. 1, 1, 4, 5, 1, 4, A surge of memories flooded his mind, and Aaron shouted in response. "It appears you're all right." Noting his alertness, the priestess, as previously gentle concern, dissipated. "If you're fine, then rise. Asha, untie him." "All right," the barbarian replied, promptly taking action. "Eleanor, are you not welcoming this patient?" Aaron, aware of his slight indiscretion, quickly forced a smile. The Church of the Silver Mother ought to treat everyone fairly. "Indeed, I understand," she replied. The ropes binding Aaron were loosened, yet he remained seated. "I truly require some sustenance. I am on the brink of starvation, my lady." The nearby barbarian woman, Asha, shot him a fierce glance, prompting Aaron to hastily add, "Two ladies." She detested being perceived as anything less than a woman. Conversely, the half-elf priestess beside her abhorred being regarded merely as a beautiful woman, which is why she perpetually donned a mask. Aaron spoke no falsehood. Hunger gnawed at him. It is well known that humans are driven by three primal desires: the craving for food, the thirst for reputation, and the need for sleep. The priestess swiftly procured the classic adventurer and Appos' trifecta: salted jerky, dark bread, and bland, sour ale. "This is all we have," she informed him. Aaron remained silent, devouring the provisions voraciously. Having filled his belly, he did not hesitate. "I wish to request an audience with the esteemed high priestess of the altar. Please escort me to her. I seek the aid of the great silver matron," he articulated with deliberate clarity. The energy derived from his extreme emotions was gradually dissipating. If this continued, his body would soon unravel, and the sealed powers of the four deities would erupt, leading to his own annihilation. He must devise a means of self-rescue. Follow me. Chapter 4. The art of miracles. As one of the two ancient origin goddesses of the realm, the faith of the Silver Mother is widespread across the continent. Despite the ongoing eternal war stemming from their origins, which has led to the Silver Mother losing much of her divine authority in her struggle against her twin sister, the Lady of Night, resulting in a significant decline in her power, she once sought refuge with other deities and became a subordinate god. Nonetheless, her influence remains undiminished. Her followers, while neither the strongest nor the most numerous, wield considerable impact within the kingdom. Aaron followed closely behind the priestess, his steps unsteady and his physical condition poor. The large open-air altar in Shahai Town serves as the center of worship for the Silver Mother-esque church in this nation. Upon exiting the infirmary, Aaron encountered a greater number of people, beneath the bright sky, amidst the dense foliage, and beside the clear pond. The Silver Mother-esque holy knights and priests were attending to several injured beastkin adventurers. One adventurer, adorned with fluffy cat ears and rounded cat-like paws, was cradling her head as she received treatment from a female knight. Beast-eared girl. Aaron couldn't help but glance a few extra times. How adorable. The beastification disease is a terrifying contagion in the kingdom, one that gradually transforms its victims into beastkin, driven by insatiable hunger and a thirst for blood. With almost no hope of cure, the only salvation lies in the Silver Mother-esque grace. Both benevolent and neutral beastkin generally revere this deity, while the malevolent ones are often followers of the hunting god Mara. The guiding priestess noticed Aaron's distraction, slowing her pace and addressing him sternly. "What are you thinking?" "Huh?" Aaron was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the priestess had misinterpreted his gaze. "Am I that terrible? You used to never spare them a second glance," the priestess remarked, turning to face him. Her silver-trimmed robe danced in the air with her movement, and the swish of her thick ponytail brought forth a waft of chicory fragrance. "They are not welcomed by humans. They are deemed cursed, are they not?" "Your words hold truth," Aaron nodded slightly, shifting his gaze to the guards near the altar's entrance. "I was merely pondering what true justice entails. These beastkin you are treating are indeed beastkin. And it was beastkin who once wrought countless calamities upon the kingdom and the realm. I should resent them, yet I find them rather endearing." This illustrates that humanity is an emotional species, quick to judge based on appearances. Furthermore, it suggests that even a noble such as yourself can grow after witnessing life and death, the priestess observed, her eyes, concealed by her mask, fixed intently on him. Aaron felt an uncanny blend of familiarity and strangeness emanating from her. "Isn't it the half-elves who are most concerned with appearances?" Aaron retorted. "The laws of Sussurel permit entry into the city as long as certain conditions are met. Yet I've seen half-elves congregating, rejecting those who are unattractive or of shorter stature. They are half-elves, and I am Eleanor." The young priestess appeared as if pricked by a needle, her demeanor shifting to one tinged with irritation as she remarked, "Do not conflate me with them. Indeed, you are not a half-elf. You are Eleanor," Aaron replied calmly. "And I am Aaron, a human, and a viscount no less. Am I not? I apologize. It seems I have been somewhat prejudiced." A faint blush tinged the priestess and Apos' cheeks at Aaron and Apos' words, her delicate, rosy complexion flushed with embarrassment, and her tone softened gradually. "I offer you my apologies." "I accept," Aaron replied, not wishing to engage in further debate. He merely yearned to hasten their progress, lest the ogre Grulk become his grim fate. Doubt flickered in Eleanor and Apos' mind. Among the clergy and paladins, there circulated a jest that the last Viscount Salion's greatest virtue was his lack of vices, and his greatest vice was his lack of virtues. Eleanor had once held this belief until today. "You saved my life, Miss Eleanor. You are my benefactor, and it is I who ought to express my gratitude." Aaron stated earnestly, "I swear by the Silver Mother that I shall repay this debt of life. If saving a life is merely a means to seek recompense, then what distinguishes us from the cunning adherents of the Lady of the Night?" Eleanor shook her head. "True kindness should not be predicated upon the expectation of reward. If you seek compensation for your acts of salvation, perhaps the Silver Mother is not suited to you." Was this truly Aaron Salion? The priestess could not help but scrutinize him again. It seemed she had misjudged him before. He was a man of profound depth, far more complex than he first appeared. Reflecting on his lineage, she let out a soft sigh. Neither spoke further. Aaron and Apos' attention turned to the altar before them. Solon was a goddess of chaotic good. Unlike deities of order, she imposed few demands upon her sanctuaries. Her temples could be as simple as a few stones marking a boundary in a wild landscape with a silver crescent shrine at the center. Or they could be magnificent halls of grandeur. She cared not. Only a shimmering pond and a garden reflecting the goddess and Apos' luminescence under the moonlight were deemed indispensable. As Aaron gradually stepped into the core of the open-air altar, he sensed the divine power of the Silver Mother suffusing every corner of the sacred space. By day, the surfaces of the structures here were enveloped in a layer of moonlight and Apos' radiance. Upon closer inspection, waves of silvery light ebbed and flowed along the temple walls, which bore carvings depicting the ongoing struggle between the Silver Mother and the Lady of the Night, a conflict that had persisted since its inception. The bustling throng predominantly comprises women, ranging from youthful maidens of merely 7 or 8 years to venerable crones with silvered hair. Unlike other deities who demand a uniformity of attire, the Church of the Silver Mother imposes few restrictions on dress. Here, one may encounter noble women adorned in opulent garments, their bodies and hands bedecked with precious jewels and crowned with floral diadems, alongside humble matrons clad in simple brown linen robes, their brows glistening with sweat as they carry water basins. Eleanor led Aaron to the heart of the temple, where a 6-meter-tall statue of the Silver Mother, cradling a silver moon in her hands, stood sentinel, her sorrowful countenance gazing down upon all beings. The priestess instructed Aaron to wait there while she entered to make her report. Aaron remained still, refraining from any movement. In this realm, temples are perilous sanctuaries, often serving as fortresses and refuges. Here, the divine power of the gods is embedded in altars, sculptures, sacred relics, tomes, and murals. As long as this divine energy endures, the sanctity of the place remains unassailable. Thus, during numerous sieges, temples frequently become the final battleground. He sensed the moonlight taking notice of him, the flowing luminescence gathering around his form. Salian, what brings you to seek the aid of the Great Silver Mother? A lady garbed in luxurious silk emerged from the temple. Her figure voluptuous, her attire resplendent, adorned with an array of jewels, pearls embedded in her cuffs and collar, and high-heeled doeskin boots that accentuated her grace. Silver chains swayed gently with her movements, her gown embroidered with motifs of grapevines and moons, while her long hair was intricately arranged beneath an exquisite lunar crown. It was her low-cut gown that particularly captivated Aaron's attention. Her child, at least 1.5 years old, perhaps? She was the chief priestess of this open altar, Lady Silver Star. Unable to resist, Aaron stole another glance, clearing his throat to adopt a tone of humility. Indeed, I find myself in dire straits and must implore the grace of the Silver Mother. Only she can save me. Lady Silver Star and Apos' expression shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes shimmering with moonlight as she scrutinized Aaron. Not even the art of resurrection can assist you? As a master-level priestess, a prospective legend, she possessed the power to heal even the most grievous of wounds. If she so desired, not only could she restore a body to wholeness, but she could also recreate life from the remnants of a head, provided the essence still lingered. I am uncertain. I have fallen victim to a spell that has wreaked catastrophic havoc upon my body and soul. Aaron earnestly beseeched. The energy of this spell still resides within me. Lady Silver Star and Apos' astonishment deepened as her eyes widened, her fair visage registering disbelief. And you are still alive? Aaron, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded. I too do not understand how I have survived. I was struck by the spell unleashed by the former master of that sorcerer. Indeed, there are circumstances under which resurrection proves ineffective, namely when the afflicted bears a lingering curse or negative energies such as persistent magic that cannot be dispelled. In such cases, resurrection may restore the physical form, yet the adverse effects shall persist. You are indeed a remarkably resilient boy, the last of the Salian lineage. Lady Silver Star and Apos' astonishment had yet to dissipate. She had never encountered such a phenomenon. The sustained curse, imbued with malevolent energy, consisted of high-tier spells and divine incantations. Had she been afflicted by them, her chances of survival would have been exceedingly slim. Yet, this young viscount, possessing only the strength of a mere apprentice, had not only survived but was also able to move and speak. Oh, Holy Mother of Silver, this is nothing short of a miracle. The young priestess standing beside her was equally taken aback. Her lips parted in disbelief, though she ultimately refrained from speaking. She trusted that the great Holy Mother of Silver would render a just decision. The words Lady Silverstar had intended to voice faltered on the edge of her lips as she reached out, resting her hand upon Aaron's head. The sacred moonlight enveloping the kneeling youth. Indeed, there was a malevolent force within you, gnawing at your essence. Yet, she hesitated to take further action, remaining silent in that moment. Father, if the deities do not dwell among mortals, why then do they require temples? Oh, foolish child. The temple serves as a venue for the gods to engage with mankind. This just poignantly illustrates the relationship between mortals and the divine, along with the role of the temple within that dynamic. The resurrection spell, a 7th-tier divine incantation, was currently the most formidable spell that Lady Silverstar could wield. Its casting would exact a considerable toll on her, leaving her weakened for an extended period. Should the resurrection spell fail to heal the youth before her, she would be left with no alternative but to invoke the 9th-tier miracle spell using the divine power stored within the open sanctuary. Seeking the aid of the Holy Mother of Silver, Surin, This would necessitate the expenditure of divine energy accumulated over decades, even centuries. A sacrifice of all her efforts since assuming the role of high priestess. Such costs are nearly beyond monetary measure. Aaron spoke with unwavering determination, fully aware of his predicament. Noticing Lady Silverstar and Apos' lingering hesitation, he gritted his teeth and continued. In addition, I possess some heirlooms left by my parents, antiques, mementos, weapons, jewelry. Please allow me some time to liquidate them. I shall repay you. His complexion paled. He inhaled deeply and added, the Salian family has revered the Holy Mother of Silver for generations, tracing back to our ancestor, Ludolf, with a legacy spanning 7 centuries. The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable. When faced with sudden calamity, we can only accept our lot. Aaron appeared somewhat disheartened as he spread his hands, preparing to rise. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. It seems I must seek fortune elsewhere. Is this truly the end? Follow me. Lady Silverstar beckoned him to accompany her. The casting of the miracle spell necessitated extensive preparation, and whether the Holy Mother of Silver would extend her assistance remained contingent upon her will. I can only wish you good fortune, the last of the Salian lineage. Ah, yes. Aaron initially nodded in despair, but then his countenance transformed, revealing an uncontainable joy. This was the opportunity he had fought for, the singular chance to alter his fate. In the secret chamber of the altar, Aaron disrobed completely, sitting cross-legged at the very center. As the Lady of the Silver Stars chanted, the murals adorning the chamber walls shimmered with a radiant silver moonlight. The statues of 4 goddesses simultaneously illuminated, appearing as if they had come to life beneath the flowing lunar glow. They refracted pure moonlight, converging from 4 directions upon Aaron and Apos' form. He felt a chilling yet soothing sensation rise within him, as though he had entered a surreal realm, overwhelmed by a rich aroma reminiscent of milk. He opened his arms wide, signaling his innocence of any malevolence. And existence accepted him. He ascended steadily until the moon loomed close, ultimately alighting upon its surface. Beneath the moonlight, amid 2 sacred white trees, stood a statuesque figure, a moonlit beauty. Welcome, my child, she said, facing Aaron with outstretched arms. Too long. Translucent silver sleeves cascaded gracefully to the ground in response to her movements, and a maternal radiance enveloped her, soft as flowing water. I have heard you seek my assistance. My child, have you encountered a dilemma? Speak to me, and I shall help you find a resolution. Chapter 5. Extraordinary Charisma. The Silver Maiden, also known as the Lady of the Silver Moon, stands as one of the 2 most ancient deities in the annals of the realm and Apos' history. Following the creation of the celestial domain by the god of gods, Ao, who fashioned the crystalline barriers to isolate the combustible elements of the outer cosmos, the Silver Maiden and her sister emerged from the primordial void. Thus, the Silver Maiden and the Lady of Night became the most venerable deities beneath the god of gods. Ao, once sharing all divine responsibilities. The Silver Maiden symbolized the first ray of light in the universe, while the Lady of Night embodied the primordial darkness. However, this act incited the wrath of the Lady of Night. Unlike her light-loving sister, the younger sibling yearned for eternal darkness and absolute silence. Her cherished environment disrupted by her sister and Apos' actions. Consequently, she began to assail her sister, igniting the eternal conflict that endures to this day. As the last of the Salian who revered the Silver Maiden through generations, Aaron had memorized this tale. Having recited it weekly from his infancy to adulthood, he had no reason to forget. Yet, the version he learned lacked the presence of the god of gods, Ao. It was only after the monumental upheaval 2 years prior that the mortals within the realm came to realize that there existed a deity above deities. Though Aaron now possessed only a fragmented understanding of the Forsaken Realm, he had encountered the struggles between the divine sisters in web literature a staggering 919 times, leaving no room for ignorance regarding the cataclysm of the saints. This notion profoundly impacted the young Aaron. Following the Great Disaster, the Silver Maiden manifested numerous times during the calamity, walking among mortals, fighting alongside them for the tranquility and stability of the realm, thereby leaving behind a legacy of glorious deeds. In gratitude for her contributions, many places began to renew their faith in her, allowing her divine power to restore to a moderate level, thus enabling her to part ways amicably with the Lady of Flames and regain her independence. Reflecting on these narratives, Aaron and Apos' gaze settled upon the 2 sacred white trees, standing amidst a silvery garden, illuminated by the moonlight, focusing on the figure of the moonlit beauty. Her form appeared hazy. At times, in Aaron and Apos' eyes, she was a graceful maiden with delicate features, alabaster skin, and clad in a flowing gossamer gown, her long, snowy hair and bangs framing a flawless visage adorned with captivating emerald eyes. At other moments, she transformed into a small girl with ebony hair and eyes, draped in a gown as transparent as moonlight, gazing at Aaron with a curious expression, asking, "What are you doing, big brother?" Seemingly aware that such a manifestation was unsuitable. The moonlit beauty and Apos' appearance began to crystallize. Before Aaron stood a mature woman, approximately 27 or 28 years old. Her long, moonlit hair cascaded naturally from the back of her head, while a portion framed her smooth, fair face on the left. She wore no makeup, her long, silvery lashes fluttered softly, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her crystalline, nurturing eyes radiated maternal warmth, complemented by a petite nose and plump, rosy lips that glistened with freshness. At that moment, she stood gracefully in the garden, beneath the treetops bathed in moonlight, resembling a serene landscape painting. The delicate, pale blue velvet gown billowed majestically, creating a miraculous silhouette, while a string of white pearls adorned her slender neck. Below, her long, elegant legs, enveloped in the romantic fabric reminiscent of a serene azure sky, shimmered under the moonlight with a radiant glow. At this moment, her beautiful legs intertwined, bare feet gently gracing the garden floor, with dainty toes gleaming like white jade, and gracefully arched ankles exuding an indescribable tranquility. She was the Silver Lady, revered by the Salian family of Aaron since the era of their ancestor, Ludolf, a deity worshipped for 7 centuries, one of the oldest in the realm. This was her manifestation as the Lady of the Silver Moon. When Aaron was ushered into the garden, the desperate nobleman immediately knelt, bowing his head. "My lord, your spirit is resilient, Salian, my child. Not every soul can gaze directly upon the divine." The Silver Lady and Apos' voice was imbued with maternal warmth, her words nourishing Aaron and Apos' weary and waning spirit like a clear spring, guiding him as moonlight does a lost traveler in the dark forest. Her soothing tone compelled Aaron to relax, alleviating his tension significantly. "I am aware of your parents and Apos' plight. I am sorry I could do nothing for Manuel and Elizabeth at that time. There is no need for you to bear any responsibility for my parents, my lord. They served the realm nobly, and I take pride in their sacrifice." Aaron gently shook his head, striving to maintain a composed expression, embodying a pious believer marked by quiet strength and sorrow. Nevertheless, the fact that the Silver Lady remembered his parents and could even utter their names brought him a measure of solace. This matter could not be blamed on her from any perspective. At the time of his parents' and Apos' demise, the Silver Lady was tending to her establishment in Waterdeep. Indeed, prior to the tumultuous years, she had whimsically relinquished much of her divine power to walk among mortals in a saintly guise, opening a modest tavern and inn in Waterdeep, savoring the simplicity of mortal existence. This opportunity was seized by her sister, the Lady of Night, who masqueraded as the genuine Silver Lady before Aaron. During the chaotic years, when the connection to the divine realm was severed, the goddess, disoriented and on the verge of mental collapse upon encountering her own likeness, was captured and nearly brainwashed into becoming the chosen of her sister. Fortunately, a band of adventurers, legends, rescued her, and the restored sister vanquished her sibling, casting her into the spire of Waterdeep. This tale spread widely, regarded as yet another monumental victory of the Silver Lady over the Lady of Night. Waterdeep became her sacred sanctuary, where each year, devotees gathered under the guidance of the High Priest of Moonlight to partake in grand celebrations, reenacting the dramatic spectacle of how the Silver Lady vanquished the Lady of Night with her hammer. Aaron remained silent, kneeling in reverence, awaiting the divine judgment. The goddess seemed to be deep in thought. After a pause of several seconds, she finally noticed that Aaron was still kneeling. A hint of gentleness flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Rise," she commanded. "I am aware of your circumstances. That sorcerer is a servant of Shar, tasked with capturing the scions of Bane and Baal to eradicate the influence of the 3 death gods entirely." Indeed, it was Shar. Aaron and Apos' gaze sharpened as he stood up, nodding in acknowledgement. "Yes, my lady. The sorcerer named Mepham once told me, and Apos, scion of Baal. I shall offer you to the supreme dark Sunday and Apos, but you are not the scion of Baal." The goddess smiled softly, her clear eyes reflecting Aaron and Apos' visage. Both Baal and Bane foresaw their potential downfall, and thus sent many avatars to leave numerous offspring throughout the realm. Although I cannot ascertain your true nature, you are certainly not Baal and Apos, scion. I have watched your parents grow, and you are all my children. Yes, my lady sees all, Aaron replied, though his heart raced with uncertainty. Had the goddess uncovered something? Shar and Amp, Apos, current power surpassed even that of the ancient god of death in its prime. Let the divine remain divine, and the mortal remain mortal. My lady, this is a grudge between Mepham and me. I shall settle this score with him. What I seek, what I desperately need, is the eradication of the negative energy within me. My lady, this is a humble request from your servant. Aaron spoke with urgency. I am willing to pay any price for this, whatever it may be. Please trust in my sincerity, my lady. I can bind myself in a contract. I would sacrifice everything for this. I promise to construct the most magnificent temple in the heart of the kingdom in your honor. I will fight for you, ensuring that the followers of the Lady of Night understand who truly reigns in the heavens. His words flowed in a fervent rush, each promise spilling forth like a barrage. This was the crucial moment, his sole opportunity, and he could not afford to let it slip away. He felt the waning of his emotions, the energy that sustained him gradually depleting. The deity and Amp, Apos, power was receding. The dark energy, awakened by his first act of murder. His initial experience of witnessing a comrade and Amp, Apos, death, and the thrill of standing on the precipice of life and death, was fading. The moment it closed would signify his demise. He understood the immense strength of those four deities, was aware of his own potential, and knew he could achieve this. He could make promises and would pay nearly any cost. He yearned for survival. If all else failed, he could feign allegiance and repent later. At that moment, the nobleman was akin to a drowning man, willing to sacrifice anything in his desperation. He was on the verge of death. Enough. Lady Silvermoon raised her voice slightly, causing Aaron to look up in astonishment. He noticed her delicate willow-shaped eyebrows furrowed tightly together, and beneath her originally fair neck, a hint of crimson blossomed. Her elegantly crossed moon-white legs were rigid, while her fair and tender insteps glistened under a veil of translucent moonlight. The five exposed pearly toes gently tapped the ground, beckoning him forth. Was the goddess upset? A sense of trepidation gripped Aaron, and he dared not delay. He lowered his gaze and followed her bare feet as they traversed the moonlit garden, too anxious to appreciate the beauty surrounding him. A subtle fragrance reminiscent of cream seemed to emanate from Lady Silvermoon, who remained silent throughout their journey. The two arrived at the edge of a small pond, where she extended her hands toward the sky. Under her guidance, the moonlight transformed into lunar fire, a milky, luminous viscous fluid flowing from her hands into the pond. Step in, she commanded. Without hesitation, Aaron waded into the pond, the warm waters gradually enveloping him, mingling with the lunar fire. Sleepiness soon overtook him. A final inquiry floated into his ears, her dulcet voice resonating. Is it truly, as you claim, the remnants of that sorcerer's former dominion that has left this negative energy within you? Panic surged through Aaron, a chill racing from his core to the crown of his head as his mind scrambled for an explanation. I merely wished for you to understand that all gifts bestowed by fate bear a hidden price. This is not a gift, my lord. It is a curse. I had no choice. The power of the divine was formidable. As more and more lunar fire infused the pond, Aaron's body began to undergo a transformation. His youthful skin grew wrinkled and aged, discolored spots appearing until it was utterly decrepit. In the span of just an hour, he experienced the full cycle of life, from youth to maturity, from maturity to middle age, and from middle age to the frailty of old age. Ultimately, his body decayed completely. Yet this was not the end. Within the decaying form lay the seeds of rebirth. Much like a great serpent shedding its skin, thick layers of his exterior cracked open. Rising from the moonfire-imbued pond, Aaron instinctively spread his arms and roared. It felt as if a weary office worker, after an exhausting week, finally secured 3 days of respite and collapsed into an indulgent slumber, awakening revitalized. The long-standing fatigue and weakness that had plagued him dissipated entirely. The rejuvenated youth emerged from the pond, appearing even more handsome. His striking eyes and elegantly shaped brows exuded an extraordinary aura, while his chiseled features were flawless. His bright, deep blue eyes sparkled like gemstones, captivating all who gazed upon them. His lips, subtly glistening, drew forth an alluring curve, radiating an irresistible charm. Aaron and Apos' appearance had not undergone significant alterations. He merely appeared more relaxed than before. Yet, it is precisely this subtle transformation that reveals how a young man and Amp, Apos' beauty can transition from the mundane to the extraordinary with the slightest change. When he turned around, even the pale-faced Lady Silvermoon was momentarily taken aback. An extraordinary charm? Chapter 6, Colorful Sin? Get out. In the open-air sanctuary of Chunhai Town, within the confines of a hidden chamber, Aaron Salian opened his eyes. The warm, gentle moonlight that surrounded him gradually faded, and the mural of the Silver Mother on the walls lost its luster. The overwhelming fatigue and weakness that had lingered after his near-fatal encounter dissipated, and all his hidden injuries, including the scars from childhood falls, were restored by the grace of the Silver Mother. Aaron felt rejuvenated, enveloped in a nurturing warmth that radiated throughout his being. A surge of heat rose from his heart, spreading across his face, leaving him flushed. Unsure of how to articulate this sensation, a tumult of shame, inferiority, and gratitude coursed through him. He slapped his face in disbelief, wishing he could vanish into the earth. He had survived. He had successfully sought the aid of the Silver Mother Church, and Lady Silverstar had performed the 9-ring miracle on him. He had encountered the Silver Mother in her true form and received her blessings, utilizing divine power to heal his wounds. Now, endowed with enhanced divine strength, he possessed a body and soul capable of sustaining the powers of a deity. Having attained his desires, Aaron was prepared to pay the requisite price. Emerging from the pool, he stood with hands at his sides, awaiting the menu presented by Lady Silvermoon Surin. To his astonishment, despite the immense expenditure of divine power required for the miracle, the pale-faced Surin did not demand anything from him, nor did she utter a single admonitory word. She simply smiled and informed him that he was free to leave. Aaron, who had been ready to sign a contract of servitude, was left dumbfounded. As a noble, he was acutely aware of the cost of divine magic, a 7th-tier regeneration spell, if cast by a master cleric from a lawful good deity, would typically require at least 1,000 gold lion coins, and that was a super-friendly price. If performed by a cleric from a lawful neutral or neutral good alignment, the cost would rise by at least 50. In dire circumstances, clerics from other alignments not only frequently charged over 100 more but often imposed additional conditions. However, such clerics tended to be more lenient. For instance, evil clerics typically cared little about the identity or motives of their clients, as long as the payment was sufficient. The Silver Mother Church had expended a monumental amount of resources to save Aaron, depleting decades or even centuries of accumulated wealth. Likewise, Surin had sacrificed a significant amount of divine power, her pallor betraying the toll it had taken. How much would this cost? The thought made Aaron's scalp tingle with apprehension. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire in his previous life, he naturally carried the hallmark pragmatism of his culture. He understood that the church needed substantial wealth to sustain itself. No one could survive solely on altruism. To gain, one must lose. To reap, one must sow. He was prepared and firmly believed that, endowed with the powers of 4 formidable deities, he had the capability to repay this exorbitant price. However, the illustrious Lady of the Silver Moon, having evidently expended a considerable amount of divine power, desired nothing in return. This peculiar approach left Aaron, a soul from another realm, utterly perplexed. Thus, he ventured to inquire, "May I offer you any assistance, my lord?" "I require nothing from you, last of the Salian. Simply be yourself," she replied. "But I feel compelled to repay you for your benevolence. I owe it to you and your faithful followers for my contributions," Aaron insisted. "Do you truly believe I wish to gain anything from you, my child?" The goddess and Apos, delicate, pale visage bore a gentle smile. "For I have already received the most wondrous treasure in this world, a healthy and whole you. That is the best gratitude you could offer me, my child. You are too mercenary. Do you think that everything in existence has a corresponding price? Love is priceless, my child, for you and for me as well." Aaron fell silent. Throughout his past and present life, he had grown accustomed to the notion of equivalent exchange, each party taking what it needed. He comprehended the goddess and Apos' intent. How many youthful souls, brimming with ideals of grand sacrifice, had grown to become the very embodiment of that which they once despised? How many fervent young paladins, rallying cries against evil, found themselves weathered and weary in middle age? If you truly wish to express your gratitude, do not dwell on this matter. Instead, seek to save and aid those who genuinely require assistance. He felt a profound sense of inadequacy. From the outset, he had been fixated on discussions of wealth, contributions, and his family and Apos' illustrious legacy. He was like a drowning man, desperately clinging to a rope, fearful of rejection, incessantly making promises. Convinced of a bright future where nothing was beyond barter, he possessed the means to pay, for he was the bearer of the 4 divine powers. Yet, what if the other party had never intended to ask anything of him in the first place? A burning sensation enveloped his face, and he felt ashamed of his own narrowness in contrast to the lady and amp, Oppos, S nobility, her selflessness juxtaposed with his own selfishness. He was at a loss on how to face the Lady of the Silver Star, who had bestowed upon him miraculous powers, or the goddess depicted in the mural, who selflessly healed him. An insidious and twisted thought crept into his mind, an unmentionable and vile notion. A distorted voice urged him, "This is a debt you cannot repay. Use your weapon against her. Since you cannot repay her, this will surely bring both you and her the greatest experience and utmost pleasure." Oh, how exhilarating! How thrilling! He marveled at the corruption and malice festering deep within his soul, his expression shifting unpredictably. Ultimately, he calmed himself, rising slowly. Sinful desires? Depart from me. As his demeanor gradually returned to normal, an extraordinary aura enveloped the Viscount, his azure eyes resembling the vast, clear sky, radiating a captivating allure. He shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Superlative charm. When Aaron emerged from the chamber, the transformation that had taken place within him immediately caught the attention of Lady Silverstar, Miss Priestess, and the formidable muscle-bound woman who had just completed her tasks. For Lady Silverstar, who had watched Aaron grow up, her affection for him was palpable, and she felt a deep sorrow for his parents and Oppos' plight. Thus, she always regarded him with the tender gaze of an elder towards a younger. However, upon his appearance, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him for the first time. How had he suddenly become so captivating? Especially those cerulean blue eyes, reminiscent of the deep cosmos over the starfall sea, which seemed to draw one in with just a single glance. Oh, bless Silver Mother, such extraordinary allure. Equally astonished was Miss Priestess, who stood nearby, her mask concealing her expression but failing to hide her surprise. What on earth has happened to this lad? How has he become so enchanting? The barbarian woman, Asha, gazed at Aaron's impressive height of 6 feet, his sleek figure, and a visage both familiar and foreign. Unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Did he receive a kiss from the succubus queen?" "Silence, Asha." Miss Priestess and Oppos, as tone shifted noticeably. "Are you questioning the judgment of our Lord?" "I am not. I merely observed that he appeared rather unremarkable before, but now he seems significantly more impressive." The muscle-bound woman pounded her fist into her sleeve, waving her hands in excitement. If only he were a bit stronger. Aaron heard her words but chose to disregard them as he approached Lady Silverstar. Kneeling before her, he spoke earnestly, "I am eternally grateful, Lady Silverstar. In the future, should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Lady Silverstar nodded in response. She felt weakened. The toll of the miraculous spell had been immense, and she needed a prolonged period of rest to gradually recover. The church could not thrive merely on love. Aaron and Oppos' unique status might one day enable him to be of service. He then knelt before the statue of the Silver Mother, uttering not a word. Perhaps Lady Silverstar did not seek repayment, but Aaron had resolved to repay the goddess for her benevolence. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain in return. How much more so for a goddess whose grace was akin to a rebirth? Mepharm, right? Shirak, right? Just wait. I will ensure that you pay for your blood debts in kind. Aaron silently clenched his fists. Perfect. Eleanor is also heading to Suzzer. Why not accompany her? It would be nice to have company on the journey. Miss Priestess immediately shifted her gaze to Lady Silverstar. "Eleanor, come here. I have something to discuss with you." Following the High Priestess inside, Aaron seized the opportunity to organize his belongings. Inside the chainmail was a complete set of noble leather attire, along with a travel bundle. The provisions and water flask had been discarded, leaving only 25 gold-lined coins and various items such as ink bottles, quills, and white paper neatly resting in the bundle, alongside a rolled-up document. "In the name of Obasier, I hereby confer upon Aaron Salian the title of Viscount of the Kingdom." As Alicel Obasier gazed at this name, a vision of a tall, commanding beauty with golden hair and crimson eyes surfaced in Aaron and Oppos' mind. This document serves as a noble identification, granting Aaron unfettered passage within the kingdom and allowing him to sidestep troubles in many locales across the central continent and the Sword Bay region. Securing the noble proof, Aaron's attention shifted to the golden ring adorning his index finger. This was the cherished red Conrad ring of the Salian family, now passed into his possession. A magical artifact. It enabled the instantaneous sacrifice of a certain quantity of blood, converting it into arcane energy at remarkable speed. This energy would last for approximately 1 minute before dissipating, with the ring permitting only 2 uses per day. For the erstwhile Aaron, this was a nearly useless treasure, as he was not a spellcaster. However, circumstances had changed. The power of the corrupted had been successfully unlocked under the dominion of Lady Silent of the Silver Moon, and now chaotic energy coursed through his veins. Esteemed Lady Asha, I am about to embark on a journey. May I request your assistance? Aaron inquired, having readied his pack, addressing the curious barbarian woman nearby. What is it? The barbarian instinctively sought to decline, having always looked down upon nobles who preferred to command rather than take action themselves. Yet, for reasons unknown. Upon meeting Aaron and Appos, distant azure gaze, her refusal faltered. This young man had weathered great adversity, fortunate to survive. Would it be unkind to dismiss his request without consideration? Here are 20 golden lion coins. I lost my weapon earlier and now require one, be it a sword, hammer, or knife. You are familiar with the area. Could you procure one for me? I will need it shortly. Aaron earnestly implored. That's no trouble at all. You've come to the right person. Wait here while I fetch you a sword, the barbarian woman replied confidently as she accepted the coins and set off. The charm had succeeded. A satisfied smile spread across Aaron's face. A first-tier spell, charm person. The most unfortunate aspect was that once the charm wore off, the target would realize they had been enchanted. Even those of a lawful good alignment would harbor negative impressions, while those of an evil disposition might retaliate or devise revenge. Yet, as the bearer of the corrupted and Appos' power, Aaron could cast the charm spell an infinite number of times without cost, and most significantly, his enchantments would remain undetected after the fact. This was merely the initial manifestation of the corrupted and Appos' abilities. More powers awaited his discovery and exploration. Aaron understood the urgency. The powers of the 4 chaos gods were both a blessing and a curse. With the strength of Goddess Silent, he had temporarily suppressed the curse. But this did not grant him the luxury of relaxation. The 4 chaos gods could come calling at any moment, potentially a millennium hence. It is also possible that it will be tomorrow. Aaron is uncertain about when they will make their appearance. All he can do is strive to grow stronger. At present, he feels exceedingly feeble. After 18 aimless years, he has only attained the strength of a mere apprentice. In the stories he has read in his past life, protagonists often gained renown by the age of 12 or 13, achieving legendary status by 18. Similarly, the recent events have validated a vague suspicion that lingers in Aaron's mind. The powers of the 4 divine beings cannot be wielded by mortals. They require divine intervention for mere suppression, and even that is only a temporary measure, as they ultimately belong to others. If Aaron wishes to truly harness the chaotic powers of the 4 divine beings for himself, he has but one choice: to ascend to divinity. Moreover, this must be achieved through the chaotic divine office. Chapter 7. A desire to have been born 20 years earlier. In the realm, the abilities of a being are generally encapsulated in 6 categories: strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, perception, and charisma. These foundational attributes directly dictate what a being is capable of accomplishing. The first 4 attributes are self-explanatory, while the latter 2 require a bit more elaboration. In a domain adorned with deities, faith, magic, and various supernatural elements, a heightened perception allows one to sense concealed presences, facilitating access to more potent forces and fostering communication with divine entities or beings from other planes. Hence, professions such as priests, druids, and monks, who serve deities or dedicate themselves to particular doctrines, necessitate elevated perceptual acuity. Lady Sylvestar grasped Eleanor's petite hand, ensconced in white leather gloves. As they stood behind a stone wall, she cast a glance at Aaron, who was seated outside, meticulously arranging his weaponry, while conversing with the barbarian woman, Asha. Did you notice? Notice what? Eleanor, a half-elf who harbored a dislike for physical contact, inquired with evident confusion. It is peculiar. Asha typically looks down upon those of noble birth. It is the charm spell. Lady Sylvestar replied in a hushed tone, an intrigued expression gracing her mature and voluptuous visage. He has employed charm, perhaps unconsciously. The priestess furrowed her golden brows in contemplation. Aaron had unabashedly showcased his predicament, sought assistance with an offer, and upon recognizing the futility of his endeavor, shifted his approach to appeal to camaraderie. He then, under the guise of departing, adopted a strategic retreat, accepting favors without indulging in the insincerity typical of many nobles who make grandiose promises they cannot fulfill. He possessed a lucid understanding of his current capabilities and resources, thus simply indicated that he could be approached should future needs arise. This is the hallmark of a truly noble individual. What is even more intriguing is that Aaron now radiated charisma, his cerulean eyes reminiscent of an expansive, cloudless sky, deep and unfathomable. A mere glance could evoke an uncontrollable desire to behold him longer, as if one's soul were ascending into the heavens, lost amidst the thin ether. Contemplating this, the priestess and amp, Apos, as complexion, as delicate as sheep-fat jade, flushed faintly with a rosy hue. Even with most of her beauty concealed beneath a mask, she remained stunningly captivating. How had he suddenly become so alluring? Was the blessing of the Silver Mother truly that formidable? Wait. The astute priestess quickly deduced. Extraordinary charisma. He has become a sorcerer. Lady Silverstar nodded slowly. That is the power of charisma. Charisma, perhaps the most perplexing of the 6 attributes, embodies a duality of beauty and personal magnetism. What constitutes beauty? Once, there was a robust peasant in Russia, striking in appearance, with eyes that burned like fire. Timid souls fled at his sight. Yet the women of Moscow flaunted their allure in his presence. He spoke of the scriptures with a fervor surpassing that of seasoned clergy, embodying yet another form of a teacher, as women longed for his guidance. Putin, the lover of the queen, is but a simpleton. What constitutes charisma? A short, unremarkable, and slightly balding rotund figure stands before thousands of soldiers poised to confront him, arms outstretched. 5th Legion, I am your emperor. If you wish to slay your sovereign, then fire away. Beyond mere appearance and charisma, the essence of this attribute lies significantly in its affability, which encompasses but is not limited to leadership, negotiation skills, persuasive deception, intimidation capabilities, and an allure towards the laws of the world and elements of nature. When a person possesses considerable charm, barring innate prejudice or hatred, it is exceedingly difficult for most beings to harbor animosity towards them. Those with extraordinary charisma may even frolic in the lair of a dragon, which, instead of attacking, might bestow upon them a gift upon their departure. Individuals with even greater charm can possess a remarkable affinity for the natural and cosmic laws. The transcendent charm exhibited by Aaron has surpassed the limits of humanity. Lady Silverstar approached this matter with caution. Indeed, mortal attributes have their limits. This is a fundamental law governing the world's operation. To transcend these boundaries, one must seek assistance from external forces, such as divine powers or certain entities from outer realms. Without such assistance, it is inconceivable for mortals to awaken extraordinary charisma solely through their own efforts. Dragon-veined sorcerers? Eleanor grew increasingly wary. That is not the case. Dragon-veined sorcerers do not possess extraordinary charisma either. Lady Silverstar narrowed her eyes. He cannot possibly be the chosen one. I have watched him grow. He is a touched one, a favorite of our Lord. Eleanor, I have a task for you. Lady Silverstar wearily rubbed her temples, desperately in need of rest. Listen to me. Aaron did not wait long. At this point, the effect of the enchantment had dissipated. Yet the female barbarian Asha remained oblivious to the fact that she had been charmed by this 18-year-old youth. She merely sensed that the boy had indeed changed somewhat after receiving Lady Silvermoon's favor. After procuring a standard longsword and a small bundle of travel essentials, a fire starter, and a water flask, with Aaron's gold, the female barbarian found herself wishing to converse with him further. However, being somewhat clumsy with words and usually boisterous, Asha struggled to find a topic. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, she retreated to a nearby corner, grasping 2 large iron weights, each weighing at least 200 pounds, and commenced her physical training. Hey ha, hey ha. For some unknown reason, the female barbarian shouted particularly loudly, feeling unusually invigorated, as if a surge of energy had coursed through her body, invigorating her spirit. Aaron, having gathered his belongings, glanced at the female barbarian with her back turned, then at the 2 hefty iron weights in her hands, which appeared like mere toys to her. He could not help but feel a sense of humility. To Aaron's eyes, those 2 weights gradually morphed into his own likeness. His entire suit of armor, along with weaponry, barely weighed 200 pounds. He recalled the occurrence of a homicide in Scissor, where a savage woman had quarreled with her husband. Both parties were at fault, yet the intellectual capacity of the savage was generally low, rendering her unable to match her husband in argument. Gradually, words failed her, and in a fit of rage, she seized her incessantly chattering husband by the nape and lifted him up, releasing him from the rooftop. Suddenly, the world fell silent, and she emerged victorious in their dispute. This is a fantastical realm. This is true feminism. As a second-tier elite, she needed only to close the distance. With a single blow, she could obliterate Aaron's brain. He swallowed hard, shaking his head repeatedly, feeling utterly intimidated. The young priestess was of modest height, around 1.62 to 1.63 meters, significantly shorter than the towering savage woman beside her, who stood at 1.80 meters. Nevertheless, her figure was exquisitely proportioned, embodying the archetype of a ballet dancer, elegant yet graceful. Beneath her robe, she wore finely crafted priestly armor, complemented by a white shirt lining, ensuring that she was thoroughly covered, revealing not a hint of flesh. A hefty tome hung from her belt, adorned with the emblem of the Silver Mother, while in her other hand, she wielded a standard church warhammer known as the Hand of the Moon. Indeed, it was a warhammer. After being inundated with images from Japanese fantasy and various suggestive artworks, one might develop a stereotype of priests as delicate, easily toppled beings, clad in pristine and somewhat risque robes that leave little to the imagination, relegated to cowering behind a meat shield while casting healing spells. Yet, this was far from the truth. However, it was also not the case that a priestess must invariably don the appearance of a heavily armored warrior. The attire of most priests is contingent upon the deity they serve and their area of expertise. For instance, the priests of the Lady of Fire often adorn themselves in lightweight robes and low-cut gowns, relishing in displaying their physiques, while the priests of the Triune of Justice typically don white helmets and armor. Meanwhile, the priests of the God of Thieves are clad in fitted leather and cloaks, resembling vagabonds. Aaron noticed that the priestess had donned a fresh pair of deerskin boots, the graceful curve of her calves prompting him to steal a second glance. However, the length of her robe and armored skirt concealed much of her figure, and the collar of her priestly garb was meticulously tied in a bow. "I am prepared. Shall we set forth now?" Her gaze possessed a formidable allure. As the two departed from the open altar, the priestess realized her instincts had not deceived her. Regardless of whether they were beast folk, commoners, clergy, or guards, all eyes gravitated toward Aaron upon his arrival, lingering on him until he vanished from sight. Once the pair had left the altar, the savage woman, Asha, set down her heavy iron weights. "What is the matter, Asha? Continue your training." A robust paladin chuckled. "I'm done. I don't wish to train any longer." Chihai Town, located in the heart of the kingdom, lies adjacent to the shores of the twin-legged Dragon Lake. It is the ancestral home of the noble families of Dragonthorn and Thunderblade, both of which wield considerable influence in Chihai Town. They effectively monopolize the trade and handicrafts of the town, subjecting all civilians entering or exiting to rigorous scrutiny, particularly among the scions of the Dragonthorn family. Adorned in opulent garments, they meticulously scrutinized each suspicious individual at the city gate. Concurrently, a swift toll lane had been established, allowing passage for a mere 5 golden lion coins, resulting in a bustling scene at the entrance. Adventurers, merchants, citizens coming and going, farmers, and artisans jostled together, enveloped in a stench composed of sweat, saliva, body odor, and the acrid scents of fish and meat. Amidst the squabbling, a full barrel of fish was overturned by the guards, who brandished their long spears in search of contraband, while others, at the behest of the Dragonthorn scions, meticulously examined every traveler's belongings and vehicles. The chaos was palpable. "Miss Eleanor, it would be prudent to stay close to me," Aaron remarked casually. "Lord Salian, I do not require your protection. No one dares to trouble the Silver Matron and Amp, Oppos, servant in Silent Sea Town." Eleanor retorted, her brow furrowed, discomfort by the overwhelming stench, and further vexed by Aaron and Oppos' seemingly inappropriate gesture. Had he taken her for some frail damsel in need of safeguarding? "It is you who are under my protection, Lady Eleanor." Aaron replied with a smile, gently grasping the sleeve of her garment. "I merely suggest that you draw nearer, so as to avoid the unpleasant odor." "Why would proximity to you mitigate the stench?" Eleanor was momentarily perplexed, yet the truth was that when Aaron stood beside her, the foul aroma dissipated almost instantaneously. She caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance emanating from him, a harmonious blend of citrus and lemon, laced with a barely perceptible hint of rosemary. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and her irritation faded away. Could this be a characteristic of his extraordinary charm? The man before her exuded an enigmatic aura, leaving her uncertain of whether he embodied good or evil. Nevertheless, she resolved to fulfill Lady Sylvestar and Amp, Oppos' commission. The half-elf sought to rationalize her proximity to him. After all, she was tasked with monitoring her escort, and being a tad closer seemed inconsequential. She genuinely despised foul odors and filth. "May you not disappoint the Silver Matron, Aaron of Salian. Should you fail her, neither she nor I shall offer you forgiveness. I shall wield my warhammer to enact righteous retribution upon you." Aaron sensed a gaze upon him. His very being radiated a fragrance that dispelled all unpleasant odors, a unique power of his vivid essence. The Prince of Delight had always abhorred the acrid scents of fear, blood, copper, and molten rock. The stench of decay was particularly intolerable. This minor ability allowed him to eradicate all foul smells in his vicinity, replacing them with a gentle aroma. It was amusing how he often found himself distracted by such trivialities, Aaron mused. No wonder he was constantly under the thumb of the other three deities. Yet, his focus was not on that matter at present, but rather on the elegantly attired nobility of the Dragonthorn family gathered at the city gate. In recent years, the Dragonthorn family has garnered unparalleled prestige within the kingdom, nearly resurrecting the family's most illustrious glory. Just 2 years prior, a member of the Dragonthorn family achieved divine status. Vander Dragonthorn, one of the founders of the Harpist Alliance, now revered as the god of art and reptiles, became a legendary bard who, in tumultuous times, earned the favor of Lady Luck and the acknowledgement of the god of gods, Ao, by vanquishing the corrupt deity Moando. Consequently, the Dragonthorn family ascended to become one of the most influential families in the realm. Alas, it is too late for me. The very thought of this pierced Aaron's heart, rendering him breathless. The vast majority of web literature he had perused featured protagonists embarking on their journeys before the cataclysm of the saints, meticulously orchestrating their strategies to seize every opportunity and ultimately slaying those deities who had fallen from grace due to the turmoil, either by decapitation or by subjugating them as mere hounds. Yet, when it came to his own fate, how had he missed the chance? He wished he could have been born 20 years earlier to fairly establish order alongside Asmotheels. But that seems somewhat amiss. He is a child of chaos. While Asmotheels is the lord of the 9 hells, an embodiment of lawful evil, distinctly unlike himself. Perhaps a different thought? He wished he could have been born 20 years earlier to fairly establish order alongside Demogorgon. Chapter 8. Beware, Traveler. The descendants of the Dragonstinger family almost universally inherit the odious traits of their deity, Vander Dragonstinger, extreme pride, arrogance, and a disdain for all. However, they also embody his virtues, compassion for the weak, enmity towards the strong, opposition to tyranny, and an insatiable yearning for freedom, akin to the necessity of breath. They are not inclined to trouble Aaron, a lowly yet noble local of Comer. As for the priestess, the situation is even simpler. Vander Dragonstinger established his divine realm within the Moongate, while the Silver Mother, Lady Selûne, reigns as its mistress. Thus, in a strict sense, only the feeble power of Vander Dragonstinger brings him closer to Selûne, rendering him a lowly ally at best. The two soon secured passage. This journey was not particularly perilous, for they traversed the kingdom's grand thoroughfare, carrying minimal provisions. Apart from sturdy leather boots, thick cloaks, a water flask, a small amount of food, and a couple of clean garments, they had prepared little else. The kingdom's thoroughfare boasted a well-designed system of waypoints, ensuring that within a day's journey, there would always be an offering rest and various services, alleviating Aaron and Eleanor and Apos as concerns about running out of supplies. 3 hours after departing from the town of Chahai, Aaron and Eleanor arrived at a gentle slope where the dense birch forest swayed in the breeze and wildflowers bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with the essence of life. Aaron casually severed a branch from a tree, deftly using his standard long sword to trim away the excess twigs, fashioning a sturdy walking stick. With a smile, the nobleman offered the hiking staff to the priestess. "Miss Eleanor, I believe you could use this." "Thank you, but I do not require it." After 3 hours of trekking, the priestess had begun to perspire slightly, and she declined Aaron's gift, gesturing for him to keep it. "I recall that pilgrims often carry such staffs, do they not?" Not dissuaded by Eleanor's refusal, Aaron twirled the stick with a few playful motions. "And aren't you feeling a bit warm?" Eleanor was bundled up tightly, and he genuinely felt she might be uncomfortable. "I am accustomed to it. Apos, as merely a slight warmth, hardly summer," Eleanor replied, shaking her head. After a moment Apos, as hesitation, the priestess cautioned, "Do not let your guard down too much. While the mountain paths of Comer are indeed safer than the forest trails of Comanso, it does not imply that encounters with danger are absent. You are aware, after all, that you were touched by our Lord and bear the last of the Salian bloodline. If you were to perish, I have already perished." Aaron drove the staff into the ground with force, scattering a spray of dirt and grass seeds. "Do you not feel it as well?" "I am utterly transformed from my former self." The priestess halted, intrigued by Aaron's declaration. "Is it true that the chasm between life and death can instigate such profound change?" "It is," Aaron sighed, nodding before shaking his head. "Yet, I advise against attempting it. It is not a pleasant experience. I believe it may be beneficial for all nobles to partake in such experiences. This would undoubtedly render the world a more splendid place." The young priestess reached into her satchel and produced a small flask. This is wine, crafted by my own hands. Would you care to sample it? Oh, it is your own brew, Lady Eleanor? I must certainly taste it. Aaron and Amp, Oppos, as every gesture exuded an air of refined elegance, a stark contrast to his former self. Indeed, to savor a vintage crafted by your own hands is no trivial pursuit. I have heard of nobles offering substantial sums for the Amp, Oppos, wine of the sunken sea, and Amp, Oppos. Yet none have succeeded. That is merely a strategy, the priestess remarked, placing the glass bottle into Aaron and Oppos' hands, her melodious voice tinged with a hint of pride. People are perpetually drawn to rare treasures and vanity. A touch of promotion invariably yields favorable outcomes. Yet promotion cannot alter the essence of reality. I venture to guess that the truth remains. The wine brewed by Miss Eleanor must be a delightful vintage. Aaron gently swirled the bottle, listening to the liquid's gentle ripples, and smiled. May I reserve Miss Eleanor's exquisite brew for this evening? There have been far too many instances where drinking during travel has led to misfortune. With a deft flick of his fingers, he tucked the bottle into his pack. The nobleman took the lead, leaving the priestess with a graceful silhouette. You need not attempt to probe me, Miss Eleanor. Have I not stated that I am no longer the person I once was? Upon realizing her thoughts had been unveiled, a blush adorned the priestess's cheeks as she hastily followed, exclaiming, I did not mean to test you. I speak earnestly. Were it not for the favor of our Lord, I would suspect you had been possessed by some entity. One must inevitably grow. Noticing the priestess had caught up, Aaron inquired, what impression do you hold of the person I was? A mediocre soul, she replied thoughtfully. You were one who only spoke conventional words and engaged in standard affairs. Before me, you were perpetually flushed, led by your elders to greet me. Yet you never dared to discuss anything beyond the weather or the card games in taverns. Veins throbbed upon Aaron's forehead. How could I respond? Surely, I cannot confess that my blushing and reticence stemmed from my secret affection for you. Eleanor Dineful, the graceful and noble half-elf, remains an enigma. Her origins and lineage shrouded in mystery, as she never divulges her background, enveloping her life in intrigue. What is known is that approximately a decade ago, the half-elf maiden emerged in Camille, her exquisite beauty captivating all. She became known as the Flower of the Sunken Sea. Aaron cannot recall whether she joined the Silver Mother Church before or after her rise to fame, but it is certain that since her renown, Miss Eleanor has been inseparably linked with Sullen. Of course, the most notorious tale involves a noble scion who, smitten by her beauty, sought to win her heart by bribing gang members for a heroic rescue. Who knows that the half-elf maiden wielded the moon and Amp, Oppos, as hand warhammer at the tender age of 14 or 15, striking down a gang of ruffians and splattering their brains across the alley? In the aftermath, a noble scion reported her for intentional murder. However, due to the intervention of the Silver Mother Church and the diligent investigation of the Purple Dragon Knights, the truth was revealed, and she faced no repercussions for her actions as a minor. Following this incident, no one dared to pursue her further. It was precisely after this event that she began to don a mask, unwilling to reveal her true visage, much to the dismay of the public, leading to a gradual decline in her popularity as the noble suitors around her dispersed. Aaron recalled that within the noble circles of Cicero, there were whispers mocking the priestess for possessing resources yet failing to utilize them effectively. Yet, perhaps this was precisely what she desired. Beauty can serve as a resource at times, and at others, it can become a burden. Are there only those who speak conventionally and act conventionally? Aaron mused. Let us depart. We shall find lodging at the Kalen Inn tonight. The adventurer knocked on his own door, proclaiming himself a traveler seeking shelter. His family readily acquiesced. Much like before. Yet, in the dead of night, a dagger pierced the traveler and Amp, Oppos' chest. Oh, tomorrow above, thank you for granting us this unexpected fortune. Alas, he was my brother. Oh, heavens, he was my son. Adventurers must remember, wealth should remain concealed, and human nature must never be overestimated. In the realm of fables, traversing the wilderness on foot is the most common form of adventure. Adventurers typically wander by foot to explore every corner of the kingdom, seeking out dragon lairs, the ruins of elven civilizations hidden within forests, and dwarven treasure troves deep within mountains, and some even endeavor to locate the ancient giants and Amp, Oppos, highland fortresses, or the lost demiplanes. Affluent adventurers often possess mounts. Nobles prefer riding trained horses, which are specially conditioned for carrying both riders and cargo. The next tier consists of sturdy riding horses, strong and enduring enough for mountainous terrain. Then there are hybrid draft horses, which are often unruly and unreliable, lacking in stamina. Additionally, there exists a breed of small ponies specifically for female riders, known as ponies. As far as Aaron knew, it was quite fashionable and susurral for noble women to ride side-saddle on these ponies while navigating the city. However, the carrying capacity of these ponies is limited to delicate and precious noble maidens. Aaron discreetly cast a glance at the fully armed priestess, her robe trailing to the ground, complete with sturdy armor and a finely crafted holy book and large warhammer at her waist. Indeed, such a figure could not be accommodated by a pony. Aaron fancied his gaze to be subtle, yet the perceptive priestess could not have missed it. Almost simultaneously, she sensed Aaron and Apos' scrutiny. That man is most likely thinking ill. Her intuition warned her. Look again, and Apos, I'll strike you. Fortunately, Aaron merely glanced before averting his gaze. Apart from riding mounts, carts, ox-drawn vehicles, and donkey carts constitute significant elements of wilderness travel. However, contrary to the luxurious carriages envisioned by modern individuals, most two-wheeled and four-wheeled vehicles within the kingdom are ill-suited for traversing the outdoors, primarily due to the deplorable condition of the roads. On the rugged mountain paths, the jarring bumps often result in injuries to passengers, a frequent occurrence. Generally speaking, horseback riding is the swifter mode of travel, with carriages unable to keep pace. Instances of masterful drivers managing to outdistance a troop of elite cavalry with a donkey cart are exceedingly rare. The enchanted carriages crafted by wizards, on the other hand, provide a level of comfort akin to a mobile inn, yet that belongs to an entirely different realm. As the two individuals ventured further from the coastal town of Shanghai, the road began to narrow, shrinking from its original width of several meters to a mere 4 or 5. The landscape transitioned from expansive farmland and dense villages to thick forests, obscured paths, and the occasional dilapidated signpost. Late? What is there to be late for? No, nothing at all. Aaron quickly shook his head. Every time he contemplated this matter, a pang of sorrow coursed through him. I am late. Do not entertain such thoughts. The unnamed bard, a close ally of our Lord, has a strong bond with you. Being a touch-bearer, even the proud Dragon's Pike family would not dare to act against you. The young priestess explained patiently. Well said, but why then do you conceal your face? Aaron retorted bluntly. You. The priestess found herself momentarily speechless by Aaron and Apos' remark, caught between anger and the acknowledgement of her own faults. How infuriating. I truly feel the urge to strike you. The priestess clenched her jaw, her lips, full and cherry-like, tightening with frustration. Oh, Silver Mother, please understand your humble servant. This wretch is insufferable. Were he not your touch-bearer, I would certainly teach him a lesson. As they turned a corner, the forest ahead grew denser, bathed in the warm embrace of spring, life flourishing abundantly around them. Suddenly, the priestess's expression shifted, and she swiftly grasped the war hammer at her waist. The mountain breeze carries a whiff of blood. Goblins are nearby. Sir Salian, prepare for battle. Very well. Though Aaron's senses were not as acute as Eleanor's, his reactions were swift, guided by muscle memory as he unsheathed his sword and adjusted his stance. Keeping pace with the priestess, they navigated through the dense foliage, encountering a collapsed cart. The horse was nowhere to be seen, one wheel detached, and the cart tipped over. Scattered arrows littered the ground, and faint traces of blood could still be discerned amidst the grass and bushes. Goblins. Aaron knelt, brushing his hand over the grass to catch the scent of blood, quickly deducing, did goblins attack this caravan? It appears so, but not quite, the priestess noted, examining the footprints in the earth. Look, there are only a few goblin tracks here. Only a few? The gravity of the situation dawned on Aaron. Goblins, werewolves, and gnolls. These are the notorious trifecta of beginner and Apos' foes within the kingdom. These three races share three common characteristics. They are prolific, easy to sustain, and adept at guerrilla tactics. They are creatures that cannot be completely eradicated, possessing a remarkably short growth cycle and an astonishingly resilient life force. They can thrive on meat or even roots. As long as a few survive, they can restore their numbers to tribal scale within a year. If completely exterminated, other tribes will surely migrate from elsewhere. Their lineage is seemingly endless. However, goblins differ from gnolls or kobolds in that they are extremely timid beings. A lone goblin, without a numerical advantage of 5 or 10-fold, will not initiate an attack against humans. Aaron and Eleanor observed only a few goblin footprints. This situation is amiss. It indicates that the goblins have a leader, and it is unlikely to be a mere goblin. The most probable candidates are either bear goblins or great goblins. Aaron shifted his gaze to the wagon's compartment. Though the canvas of the covered wagon was tattered, there appeared to be something within, discernible through the interplay of light and shadow. He cautiously extended his sword to lift the curtain. Simultaneously, a call echoed from deep within the forest. "Beware, travelers." Chapter 9. The adventure group of Ferrara. Upon hearing the piercing scream, the responses of Aaron and Eleanor diverged remarkably. Years of ingrained muscle memory compelled Aaron to instinctively assume a defensive stance. He stood upright, feet apart, with his left foot forward and right foot back. His long sword raised in a poised position, the blade pointed skyward. His right hand clasped the hilt firmly, thumb pressed against the guard, ensuring he could swiftly channel his strength to counter any threat. Yet, in an unusual departure from the conventional techniques of a standard purple dragon knight, Aaron and Ampos' left hand did not grip the lower part of the sword. Instead, it rested at the meeting point of his right hand and the hilt, fingers slightly splayed. This was indeed an unconventional defensive posture for a knight. A few paces away, the reaction of the priestess was even swifter than Aaron's. The moment she heard the roar, she raised her warhammer with one hand, while the other swiftly unfastened her heavy divine tome at her waist. As she opened the book, the silvery crescent emblazoned on its pages shimmered in response to her movements, signaling that a divine spell was ready. Twilight flame. The moonlight arced through the air, striking the card and erupting in a dazzling display, simultaneously enveloping Aaron in a protective ring of twilight. Aaron's eyes widened in astonishment. Eleanor Dyneful was a remarkably rare priestess of the Twilight domain. However, he had no time to ponder further, as the curtain was drawn aside. A towering creature, approximately 2 meters tall, charged forward, a bear goblin. A familiar figure surfaced in Aaron and Ampos' mind, reminiscent of a basketball star from his past life, known colloquially as Brow King. Bear goblins, a variant of goblinoid creatures, are chaotic evil beings. Unlike their more orderly cousins, the earth goblins, bear goblins are driven solely by instinct, hunting and pillaging without thought. They are robust and powerful, favoring weapons like spiked clubs and morning stars, always poised to deliver devastating blows to their foes. Though they share the goblin name, bear goblins are almost an entirely different species. They sport pointed ears, massive tusks capable of severing a leg in one bite, and their muscular forms are covered in thick fur. Their yellow eyes, shadowed beneath prominent brows, gleam with an insatiable hunger for fresh prey and worthy adversaries. Yet, the most formidable aspect of bear goblins lies not in their brute strength but in their cunning. Unlike their earth goblin counterparts, who adhere to military discipline and tactical engagement, bear goblins possess a lower intellect but are notably shrewd, often favoring ambush tactics. A bear goblin and Ampos' surprise attack can easily send an unsuspecting, fully armored knight crashing into the earth, after which it will relish the spoils of its hard-earned feast. Many novice adventurers have met their demise in such encounters, as flashy tricks, years of sword training, and the refined skills of noble duels pale in comparison to the lethal swing of a bear goblin and Ampos' weapon. The bear goblin had evidently been ravenous for an extended period. It burst forth from behind the vehicle and Ampos' curtain, wielding a club, and charged directly at Alan with a ferocious swing. The spiked mace sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind and a piercing friction sound that arrived in an instant. Such formidable strength. Alan's pupils constricted as he swiftly slid backward, narrowly evading the strike. Meanwhile, a violet magic had already taken shape in his palm. Whip of colorful sin. 3 elongated whips, adorned with barbs, lashed out from Alan's left hand, striking the bear goblin squarely in the face. In the blink of an eye, the creature and Ampos' visage was marred, and torrents of blood erupted from its features, splattering all over Alan. The bear goblin, a being not particularly sensitive to pain, appeared to be in visible agony from the whip's impact, astonishing Eleanor and the forest and Ampos' onlookers alike. This momentary hesitation cost it the prime opportunity to attack Alan, who skillfully retreated beyond the reach of the bear goblin and Ampos' assault, even managing to sever a strip of flesh from its face with his sword. As the whips dissipated, Alan continued his incantation, a pink flame coalescing in his palm. Strange pink flame. The peculiar rosy fire shot forth, tracing a twisted trajectory through the air, and struck the bear goblin and Ampos' body head-on. The colossal beast writhed in agony, rolling on the grass. No one understood the nature of this pink flame, yet all could perceive its malevolent essence. The bear goblin, though merely touched by it and not burned, seemed to endure excruciating torment. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was no ordinary flame. It had transformed into sprite-like entities that clung to the bear goblin, clawing and biting until the creature managed to crush them underfoot. At this juncture, the forest stirred with activity. Several cloaked figures emerged from behind the towering trees, accompanied by the whistling sound of arrows. However, their assault had arrived too late. By the grace of the Silver Mother, the priestess's attack drew near. One hand held an open book, its pages glowing with the twilight flames of the Silver Mother's emblem, while the other brandished a warhammer, its head aglow with gathered moonlight. With 2 swift strides, she leaped into the air, soaring 3 meters high, and brought the warhammer crashing down upon the bear goblin's skull. "Bravo, Miss Eleanor," Alan exclaimed, observing as the bear goblin's cranium was shattered, a gaping hole left in its wake. He rose from the ground, dusting off the dirt and grass seeds from his clothes, giving the priestess a thumbs up and smiling. "Do you always subdue others with a hammer?" The priestess, somewhat repulsed, brushed off her robe, now splattered with various fluids. Her expression remained grave as she fixed a piercing gaze on Alan. "What was that?" "What was what?" Alan feigned ignorance. "That purple whip. What was it?" "That is the blessing of the Silver Mother," Alan replied promptly. The priestess faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. "And what about that pink flame?" "The sacred flame of the Silver Mother can only manifest in hues of silver, blue, and white. She does not relent. It is the grace of the Silver Mother." Aaron is profoundly earnest. "You." The priestess, her face drained of color in fury, clenched her small hand, encased in an iron gauntlet, around the warhammer known as the Hand of the Moon. "Is that the power of the Silver Mother?" "Nonsense. Even a fool can discern that it is not the essence of the Silver Mother, whose strength is always gentle and true. How could it possibly exude the sinister aura that Aaron has unleashed?" Yet, Aaron is a touchbearer. He has journeyed to the divine realm of Suruin and stood before the deity in person. A true believer would never question the deity and Apos, as well. Since Aaron claims it is so, the priestess must accept it until Suruin himself denies it. Such is the logic of the clergy. Even when aware of the dubious source of Aaron and Apos' power, Eleanor, in her fervent devotion, would not pursue the matter further. Having anticipated this, Aaron subtly smiled at the priestess and Apos' discomfort and turmoil. "That is not merely your god, it is my god as well. Friends in the forest, may you emerge?" Aaron gestured to the priestess, indicating that their discussion would continue later. The young noble then addressed the figures that had emerged from the woods. "Greetings, esteemed noble. I apologize for startling you. We are the adventurers of Ferrara. I am Ferrara, and this is my aide, Montreux." A tall, lean mercenary clad in tattered leather armor, sporting a scruffy beard, stepped forward from the forest alongside several similarly attired companions. His cautious black eyes first assessed Aaron, whose worn cloak unmistakably bore the emblem of a purple dragon, and thought to himself, "What a handsome young man." Then his gaze shifted to the priestess, whose mask was adorned with the holy symbol of the Silver Mother. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, he introduced a shorter, equally disheveled man behind him. "This is Montreux, my partner." "Greetings, Mr. Ferrara, Mr. Montreux. Were you attacked in the forest?" Aaron observed that both Ferrara, with long hair, and Montreux, with short hair, possessed hair as unkempt as weeds. "Goblins." "Indeed." The tall mercenary nodded vigorously, pointing to a bite mark on his leather armor. "Behold, noble sir, this is from a goblin." "Great tempers above, noble lord. We are a group of merchants from Zambia, transporting sausages and beer, and we unfortunately encountered a band of bear goblins. As you can see, we were attacked." "Attacked?" Aaron noted that this group numbered at least a dozen, armed with 7 or 8 swords and 3 powerful crossbows. "Indeed, noble lord, we are fortunate you arrived, otherwise we would have been at a loss on how to deal with that bear goblin." Ferrara eagerly approached, producing a vial of salve from his bosom. "Noble lord, are you injured?" "I have ointment. I am Aaron Salian, the Viscount Salian, and she is Eleanor, the priestess of the Silver Mother." Aaron waved away Ferrara and Apos' ointment, nonchalantly snapping his fingers, causing delicate pink flames to burst forth at his fingertips. "As you can see, I am a sorcerer." The mercenaries around him looked on in astonishment as the pink flames danced from Aaron and Apos' fingers, their previously semicircular formation quietly retreating. "We rarely encounter sorcerers in Comer." "I had assumed you were a battle mage," Ferrara remarked, exchanging glances with Montreux. "It is not often one meets a solitary nobleman in the wild." "This nobleman is quite amiable. There is no need for concern. Would you care to accompany us?" Ferrara exclaimed with delight, the lanky mercenary leader clenching his fist in excitement. "You are a spellcaster. We would certainly relish traveling alongside a spellcaster. As it happens, we are also headed to Susserl." To be candid, my Lord Viscount, we are not merchants, but mercenaries, seeking any work we can find in Cicero. I hear that His Highness the Regent has recently been recruiting adventurers. This could be our opportunity. No, you are merchants, bona fide merchants, Aaron replied with a smile, wagging a finger before Ferrara. However, everything must be conducted according to protocol. I can assure you that I will handle the other matters. The mercenary leader and amp, Oppos, S expression shifted from astonishment to shock, then to a sigh of relief as he nodded. Of course, my Lord Viscount, we are exceedingly grateful. If everything proceeds as you say, we shall gladly offer you a 2/10 share of our goods. Then it is settled? It is settled. The journey thereafter became significantly simpler. Ferrara and Amp, Oppos, S-band consisted of 18 individuals, among whom 16 were warriors, 1 barbarian, and 1 rogue, with not a single ranger in sight. The evident lack of spellcasters in such a party was palpable. Ferrara commanded the rogue to lead the barbarian and 3 warriors ahead to scout the path, while the remaining mules and carts were readied for Aaron and Eleanor to take their seats. Aaron declined, and the mercenaries paid no mind, loading the scant sausages and 2 barrels of ale onto the mule cart as they set off. The mountainous region of Comir was fraught with peril, populated by numerous goblin and kobold tribes lurking in the forests, and even more ancient beasts and mysterious cults operating in the shadows. Recently, it was rumored that the Scattered Talon would summon an Orcish army from the north, and the Dragon Witch cult was active within the King's forest. The wilds of the kingdom were always teeming with danger, yet they also brimmed with opportunity. However, compared to other regions of the kingdom, Comir appeared relatively safe. The mountain paths and forest trails were merely difficult to traverse, with ample patrols present. Every few hours, large roadside inns provided travelers with easily accessible shelter. The journey proceeded without further incident. Ferrara's armed contingent was indeed formidable, easily dispatching occasional wild dogs without the need for arrows. Indeed, arrows are not a trifling commodity. Aaron was profoundly struck by a scene from a film he had watched in his previous life, titled Braveheart, where a particular battle involving King Edward left an indelible impression on him. The clash of 2 armies, the elite knights of England arrayed against the Scottish Highlanders, was a spectacle to behold. When the vice-commander inquired whether the longbowmen should take the front to engage the enemy, King Edward decisively declined, stating that arrows were precious and should not be squandered. Instead, he ordered the Irish to advance first. This led to an unspoken equation. The lives of the Irish were worth less than the arrows of the longbowmen. Eleanor observed this exchange, and the Reverend Lady quietly approached Aaron, whispering in his ear, "These individuals do not quite resemble merchants." "No, they are indeed merchants," Aaron replied with a mysterious smile. Leaning into Cher, "I shall explain in detail once we reach the inn. This is not the appropriate moment." "I understand," Eleanor said, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson as Aaron nudged her. The man exuded a fragrant aroma, a delightful blend of citrus, lemon, and rosemary that only intensified her curiosity. At the very least, she mused, she would not have to endure unpleasant odors while monitoring him. The Reverend Lady gently pushed Aaron aside, indicating her understanding. Yet her gaze remained cautiously fixed on Ferrara and his cohort of merchants. She held reservations about them, and had it not been for Aaron and Oppos' insistence, she would have been unlikely to agree to accompany them. However, Aaron always had his reasons. It was the will of the Silver Madonna. "I shall expose you in due time." The Reverend Lady clenched her teeth in frustration. Aaron discreetly noted her agitation, reflecting that employing the Suluan tactic on her was quite effective. Yet, he needed to devise a strategy to win her over, otherwise her watchful presence would hinder many of his future endeavors. How then could he turn the Reverend Lady into an ally? Perhaps engaging in a deeper conversation would be a prudent start. Resolutely, Aaron chose to ignore the Reverend Lady for the moment. He instructed Ferrara and his companions to leave behind 2 wolves, and then uttered a string of words not of this world. He did not need to comprehend. He merely needed to activate the latent power coursing through his veins. 3 vividly colored darts, formed from a magical energy field, shot forth from Aaron and Oppos' palm, instantly obliterating the heads of the 2 wolves. Indeed, the hues of Aaron and Oppos' magic were always peculiar, starkly contrasting with the conventional colors of magical projectiles. "My lord, impressive," the mercenary leader exclaimed, immediately captivated. Ferrara, naturally assuming that this noble sorcerer intended to demonstrate his magical prowess, shifted his gaze to Aaron and Oppos' face, only to be met with a countenance darkened by ominous intensity. The mercenary leader finally relinquished any feelings of disdain he had harbored. Ferrara had encountered numerous nobles from the Moon's Sea, Zambia, Comer, the Valley, and Waterdeep, most of whom shared a common trait. Their emotions were as volatile as the tides, unpredictable and uncontrollable. Engaging with such nobility required utmost caution, especially considering he was an enigma of a sorcerer. "What troubles you, my lord?" the mercenary leader inquired cautiously. At this moment, a cloud had lifted from Aaron and Apos' face, revealing a radiant smile once more. "It and Apos' nothing. Let us proceed. We must hurry to reach the Kalen Inn before nightfall. I can hardly wait to savor their stewed lamb and buttered cheese." "Very well, my lord." Chapter 10. The guardian of Heim. The Kalen Inn stands solitary in the wilderness of Comer, a magnificent edifice resembling a castle with its 5 towering stories. Beyond the main structure, the inn is fortified by a 3-meter-high wall, accompanied by 2 ancillary buildings, a modest blacksmith shop, a stable, a livestock pen, and a sizable reservoir, all indicating that it was designed to withstand prolonged sieges. Most inns in the wilds of the realm possess some fortification features. Aaron recognizes the proprietor of Kalen Inn, a half-elf named Tamachia, who is nearly 70 years old, a prime age for a half-elf, with an elongated face and well-defined features. He often stands behind the bar, listening intently to the tales of travelers. Tamachia embodies the chaotic good alignment. He operates the inn with a free-spirited approach, amassing considerable wealth from his ventures. He also dabbles in lending, albeit rarely to capricious foreign adventurers, as he harbors a deep disdain for extending credit. It is nearly impossible to secure a line of credit at his establishment. However, the benevolent half-elf offers free sustenance if adventurers find themselves devoid of funds. A simple request at the bar will yield a hearty mug of barley ale, 2 hard pieces of dark bread, and a slice of salted meat. The food is complimentary, as long as patrons share their local experiences with the proprietor. In Comer, many large outdoor inns are run by half-elves or elves for a reason. The region was once part of a diverse elven empire. As humanity rose to prominence, the elves chose to withdraw, leaving the land for human cultivation and teaching them magic and crafts. Just as the United States owes a debt to Native Americans, the people of Comer cannot deny the elves and Apos' contributions to the kingdom, a fact even the most ardent proponents of Comer nationalism cannot refute. The inn is guarded by a formidable contingent of 20 to 30 men, alongside several sentinels of the guardian god Heim, who stand vigilant at their posts. The iron gate is adorned with the sacred emblem of Heim. The presence of this emblem signifies that all disputes and animosities must be resolved outside the iron gate. Should any weapons or magic be drawn within, the guardians are justified in their lethal response to any troublemakers. The wayward wanderers and barbarians, having traversed the dusk-lit path, have arrived at the entrance of Kalen Inn. The distant stone structure glows as if gilded by the setting sun, with wisps of smoke rising, creating a picturesque tableau reminiscent of a medieval painting. As the iron gate approaches, Ferrara gestures for the mercenaries to halt momentarily, then steps forward to address Aaron. "My lord, we have arrived." "Then let us enter. What are we waiting for?" Aaron replies with a semblance of a smile. "Ah, my lord, jesting. We are not locals of Comer, unfamiliar with the customs and regulations here. Please, enlighten us, and we shall comply." Ferrara humbly bent down and said, "Well, in that case, I shall proceed." Aaron nodded slowly, adjusting his robe and collar under the condescending gaze of the priestess, and strode confidently toward the several Heim guards stationed by the iron gate. Outside the hotel's surrounding walls stood a notice board. In light of recent developments, the regent of the kingdom of Comer, Princess Alice Celobisur, decreed the following. 1. All individuals entering Comer must register with the officials of the border garrison. 2. Foreign currency may only be used in designated locations. Please exchange your currency for the Comer Golden Lion at your earliest convenience. 3. Adventurers must obtain a permit before undertaking any group activities. 4. All weapons must be stored peacefully. The only individuals exempt from this rule are members of licensed adventurer groups and mercenary companies who can provide proof of employment. 5. It is forbidden to harm cats. 6. Bow to the royal family and local nobility. 7. The Purple Dragon Knights reserve the right to search you upon request. 8. Hunting on private property is strictly prohibited. Halt. The Heim guards had been observing the group of unwelcome visitors for quite some time, hands resting on their sword hilts. Vigilant against Ferrara and his entourage, only restrained by the mercenaries not stepping into their designated area. Upon seeing Aaron approach, they immediately gestured for him to stop. Please present your identification and permits. Aaron nodded, retrieving his noble identification document from his pocket. Ah, it is His Excellency, the Viscount Salian. Welcome. The Heim guards glanced at the document and immediately saluted. Our duty, please forgive us. Ferrara quickly urged the mercenaries to pass through. Wait. The guards halted Ferrara's small movements. Your Excellency, are these mercenaries your hires? Yes, they are my hired guards, Aaron replied calmly. Do you possess a permit or proof of employment? The Heim guards pressed on. A bearded armored warrior leaning on his spear while gripping the hilt of his sword. This is the regulation. You require proof of employment? Apologies, Your Excellency. We do not intend to trouble you, but rules are rules, and everyone must abide by them. If you need proof of employment, I can write one for you right now, Aaron remarked, pulling out a pen and ink from his pack, a faint smile gracing his lips. I recall that only the Purple Dragon Knights possess such authority. This struck the Heim guards as a gap in their knowledge. As sentinels, these guardians of the deity of protection were entitled to request identification and permits from visiting adventurers. However, as a local noble of Comer, Aaron merely needed to present his identification and had the authority to issue permits. Or rather, he embodied a living, breathing permit. As a guardian, the followers of Heim had no authority to demand anything from Aaron, especially not a special permit written by him. Such power belonged solely to the Order of the Purple Dragon. This paradox often manifested among the Heim guards, as several of them exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to make the decision to release anyone. Please, Your Excellency, allow us to consult with the innkeeper to clarify the situation and seek his fair judgment. The Heim guards entered, while Miss Priestess slowly approached Aaron, her tone dripping with disdain. They always behave this way. The Heim guards? The guardians of the guardian god are akin to their deity, their minds filled only with granite. They adhere strictly to orders. Whether tasked with protecting the cities in from wild beasts or suppressing the vulnerable, driving out the few benevolent beast folk from their homes, they execute commands without question, akin to emotionless puppets, willingly playing the role of marionettes. Eleanor evidently held a very poor opinion of the guardian goddess followers. They are not even worthy of being called alive. Were it not for the foolish decisions of the guardian god during these tumultuous years, the Lady of Magic would not have fallen. Nor would countless families have been devastated by disaster. The guardian god must bear at least 50% of the responsibility for that calamity. Eleanor continued. I can scarcely fathom how these followers of the guardian god can stand here with such pompous arrogance, shamelessly pretending as if nothing has happened. It is utterly revolting. Aaron remained silent, aware of the gravity of the situation. The once mighty guardian Godheim wielded considerable influence throughout much of the realm. As a primordial protector, an ever-vigilant sentinel, Heim adhered to the commands of the supreme deity Ao, safeguarding and monitoring the entire nation. He exhibited an extreme degree of orderliness, executing tasks thoroughly and without mercy. Save for when the subject was a child, Heim had a fondness for youngsters, and it was only in the presence of minors that the guardian god would contemplate leniency. The Church of Heim had once been regarded as the shield of civilization, renowned for producing exceptional guardians, and the populace trusted them as the most reliable protectors. Most benevolent deities maintained amicable relations with Heim until the cataclysm of the saints. This ultimately led to the downfall of the second-generation goddess of magic, inciting the wrath of the benevolent deities, who turned a blind eye to the multitude of disasters afflicting the realm, revealing their true nature before mortals: obedience to orders, adherence to duty, indifferent to notions of good and evil. Their souls were colder than stone. Thus, following the conclusion of the cataclysm of the saints, both mortals and deities alike expressed their disdain for the guardian god and Apos' actions. Regardless of the Church of Heim and Apos' attempts to mend their reputation, it was an undeniable fact that Heim and Apos' influence in the realm had significantly waned. Aaron mused that it was difficult to ascribe fault to Heim, as he had merely fulfilled his orders with fidelity. It was the second-generation goddess of magic who sought to exploit loopholes and take shortcuts, ultimately leading to her own demise. However, the original intention of the goddess of magic was to swiftly bring an end to this calamity and to reveal the truth of this catastrophe to Ao. She tirelessly advocated for the safety of mortals. In stark contrast, Heim's indifference appeared utterly deplorable. Eleanor, a devout follower of the Silver Mother, found it difficult not to harbor feelings of animosity toward the god of guardians, as the Silver Mother Sulin and the goddess of magic were steadfast allies. Miss Eleanor, I believe your words hold some merit, yet, at the very least, you can stand here and criticize the guardian Heim without fear of reprisal. Am I not correct? Aaron sighed. If the roles were reversed, would you be able to do the same? The priestess was momentarily taken aback. Is that you, His Excellency? The Viscount Salient, a middle-aged half-elf, escorted by several guards, hurried toward Aaron. He grasped Aaron and Apos' hands with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Come now, let me hold your hands. Has it only been a few years, and you've grown so much?" This was evidently Tama, Chia, and Aaron found himself at a loss in the face of the half-elf innkeeper's exuberance. "Ah, I am an old friend of your father, and I share your sorrow regarding their affairs. However, let us not dwell on the past. Come, step inside, and allow me to introduce you to everyone." The half-elf innkeeper took hold of one of Aaron's hands while a human woman, unclear whether she was his second or third wife, grasped the other, ushering him into the inn. The last Salient, under the watchful gaze of all, along the faint light of the setting sun. Aaron was led into the inn by the crowd. "Please, come in, everyone." Since the innkeeper had made such a display, the guards had no reason to impede their entry. He was perpetually welcomed everywhere, and the priestess felt a twinge of envy as she observed Aaron and Apos' retreating figure, surrounded by admirers. Once, she had been that favored darling, the center of attention, and the half-elf maiden had relished it, until one fateful day when she was attacked. And she realized that the admiration surrounding her stemmed not from her merits but solely from her beauty. This realization brought her profound disappointment, leading her to don a mask ever since. Indeed, after she began wearing the mask, those who once flocked to her gradually departed, leaving her feeling even more desolate. Eleanor despised being perceived merely as a beauty rather than an accomplished priestess. The Ferrara mercenary corps hurriedly loaded their goods into the city walls. Upon seeing the weary wanderer, drenched in sweat, Eleanor could not help but inquire, "Have you been waiting here for long?" "Not for too long, my lady. We merely lingered here for a moment before sensing your arrival," replied the diminutive wanderer with a cheeky grin, deliberately making a silly face as he jested. "I could smell you from quite a distance, lady. It's rather pungent." A biting wind, sharp as steel, swept across the dimly lit night, overwhelming the small wanderer with an oppressive aura that sent him tumbling to the ground. "Madam?" The diminutive wanderer was thoroughly alarmed as he observed the tremors coursing through the body of the priestess, particularly in her hands. She was emotionally stirred yet striving to maintain composure. "If you wish to avoid death, do not approach me." Moments later, the priestess slowly turned away, her hand brushing against her robe, now smeared with the brain matter of a bear goblin, her brow furrowed in distaste. "The scent, you ask? Indeed. I have long traversed the path stained with blood, cleaving through all in the name of Sauron, in pursuit of the primordial radiance. I am neither human nor elf, belonging to no one. Should I lose my faith again, I shall possess nothing at all. Yet, at the very least," Eleanor tightened her grip on the war hammer at her waist, clutching the small pendant at her chest as if it were a lifeline. "I am far too feeble now, utterly unworthy of saving others. Oh, great and supreme Silver Mother, what am I to do?" As the priestess departed, the mercenary leader Ferrara exchanged a glance with his lieutenant Montoro, signaling the wanderer to find refuge elsewhere. "What do you think?" Montoro whispered. "Shall we continue?" "No. Let us complete this task properly," Ferrara cautioned, casting a wary glare at his subordinate. "I have come to believe that encountering His Excellency the Viscount is a blessing from Tamora. Once this task is concluded, we must pay homage at the Tamora Temple in Sussurl, expressing our gratitude for her favor. If all goes well, this is a certainty." Montoro wholeheartedly agreed, acknowledging their extraordinary fortune. "If all proceeds smoothly, we might even collaborate with His Excellency in the future, enhancing our endeavors in Zambia. Do you sense it? The Viscount and Apos' magic, along with his allure, is somewhat peculiar. What manner of noble requires a priestess to accompany him?" Chapter 11. Greenwood and Apos, as favored in the realm. Inns hold an exceptionally unique position. In nearly every medieval or high fantasy narrative, protagonists frequently find themselves seated within the warm ambience of an inn, where they encounter a myriad of individuals and engage in diverse affairs. With hearty ale, bread, and roasted meats, they satiate their hunger before resting for the night to prepare for their next journey. Often, it is within these very establishments that heroes recruit companions, rather than at the Adventurers and Apos Guild. Is there a flaw in their reasoning? Not at all. The true rationale lies in the fact that inns, or taverns, provide a more suitable environment for the recruitment of allies. The innkeeper possesses a robust network of connections, far more reliable than that of the Adventurers Guild, enabling them to identify appropriate companions and offer necessary endorsements. Moreover, grand establishments like the Carlin Inn transcend the conventional definition of an inn. The innkeeper, Tamachia, oversees a fortress with 3-meter-high walls, serving not only as an inn and tavern, but also as a goods station, forming a vital part of a trusted supply chain. Acting as both a merchant and a part-time notary, the innkeeper also offers custodial services akin to those of a bank. The inn serves as a trading hub, particularly for large caravan inns in remote areas, where merchants frequently conduct various transactions. It also acts as a relay station, where royal couriers pause for respite and patrolling soldiers take a moment to recover. Furthermore, inns are crucial venues for social interaction within the realm. Here, individuals engage in conversation, share their experiences, and exchange viewpoints, making them hotbeds of culture and politics. Secret societies often convene in inns, baths, and similar locales. This has been true throughout history, from the medieval era to modern times, when the German language resonates within the tavern. Occasionally, these societies are benevolent, as exemplified by the esteemed priests of the martyr deity Ilmet, who frequently appear in inns, soliciting funds from the wealthy while providing necessary aid and divine assistance to the impoverished. Conversely, some groups lean towards clandestine endeavors, such as malevolent priests striving to appease their deities, often at the cost of inciting chaos. In summary, the status of innkeepers who manage large establishments within the realm is remarkably significant. They are often charismatic and influential figures, akin to local celebrities, representing the elite class of the city, serving as powerful allies to local nobility or, at the very least, esteemed retainers. They also fulfill roles as guarantors and notaries, in addition to acting as transaction brokers. Thus, when Tamachia, the half-elf innkeeper, drapes an arm around Aaron to introduce him to the guests in the inn's lobby, Aaron feels compelled to honor this gesture. Pushing open the door of the inn, Aaron stepped into an expansive lobby adorned with approximately 12 to 15 long tables. At least 30 patrons were gathered, partaking in dinner, among whom were 3 elves, seemingly from the sunlit realm of Komenzer. This race, known for their haughty demeanor, cast curious glances at the radiant Aaron, marveling at the presence of handsome individuals among humans, albeit a rarity. Candles and oil lamps flickered to life within the hall, and Aaron was taken aback by the lofty ceiling, accentuated by an exquisite crystal chandelier. The air was thick with the aroma of ale and food, mingled with the unpleasant sense of decaying wood and human waste, a complex melange of perspiration, urine, and halitosis. The innkeeper had attempted to mask these odors with rose petals and lavender, yet even the perceptive priestess could not suppress a frown. At that moment, Salian stood beneath the chandelier, greeting the assembled guests. Dragons soar over Comer, and steeds gallop through the birchwoods. I, Aaron Salian, son of Manuel, extend a warm welcome to you all. Comer welcomes you. His extraordinary charisma quickly captivated most present, and as he wished everyone an enjoyable evening, a scattered applause erupted across the long wooden tables. Outside, darkness had fully descended, and the minstrel, whose performance had been interrupted by Aaron and Apos' arrival, resumed playing the tambura and oud, recounting the famed epic, The Affair of the Archmage Elminster and Queen Sibel. Elminster, a legendary sorcerer known throughout the realm, was a chosen of the second-generation goddess of magic and the bearer of the silver fire. Even someone like Aaron, with only a cursory understanding of the realm, gleaned knowledge of Elminster's renown from various adaptations of the lore. While the bard was supposed to narrate the epic tales of Elminster's victories during tumultuous times, his focus was rather on the sorcerer and Apos' romantic liaison with Queen Sibel, detailing the use of various potions and the giant transformation that proved Elminster and Apos' enduring prowess. The minstrel even made suggestive gestures, eliciting raucous applause from the audience. Aaron chuckled helplessly, joining in the applause, genuinely intrigued by the famed figure. His prior knowledge of the Forgotten Realms was limited, aside from the well-known deities and the tumultuous years chronicled by nearly every author. He was only aware of 2 names from the official lore, the Drow Ranger Drist and the sage Elminster of Shadowdale, with Drist appearing infrequently in the narratives, seemingly less favored by authors. Regarding Elminster, the esteemed sage of Shadowvale, opinions within the web literature are markedly polarized. Some authors extol Elminster as a magnificent sage, a peaceful guardian, and an extraordinary mage, asserting that he played a pivotal role in numerous significant events, likening him to a Gandalf in a white robe within the realm. Conversely, other authors disparage him, labeling Elminster as a cowardly, ineffectual waste of potential. Despite having received the love and power of the goddess of magic, he has taken little action, and as one of the foremost wizards in the kingdom, he seldom intervenes personally as he ages, preferring to delegate and instruct novices to face peril. This great sage typically sequesters himself within his wizard and Apos' tower in Shadowvale, indulging in tobacco, fine wines, and the prolonged lifespan bestowed by the goddess's divine essence. Aaron yearned to hear the tales of Ilminster, rather than the frivolities surrounding his persona. Ignoring the priestess's formidable aura of do not approach, he pulled her to a secluded corner of the hall, maintaining a constant smile. She harbored a desire to strike him, intensely so. "You all seem to relish this, do you not?" The priestess, evidently in a foul mood due to prior events, conveyed her displeasure even through her mask, which Aaron keenly sensed. Not far off, Ferrara, Montrose, and others appeared to be in high spirits, boisterously clamoring for the bard to describe the preferences of Queen Imbue in terms of postures. Gold coins bearing the visage of the late King Aeson IV were tossed onto the stage one after another, much to the bard and Apos' delight. Otherwise, Aaron gestured for the attendant to approach for ordering. The dashing and handsome Viscount Salian, his eyes gleaming with a purplish-gray light, inquired with a smile. "Are you truly expecting the bard to expound upon the sage and imp, Apos' governance, his magic, or how he navigates the intricate power dynamics, balancing good and evil through the harpist and imp, Apos' alliance? Do they comprehend such matters? Even if they do, are they inclined to listen?" The priestess fell silent, pressing her lovely cherry lips together in reluctant agreement, her gaze drifting toward the bard who had garnered resounding applause and generous tips. "I understand. He must eat. He must live." Over 80% of the populace within the kingdom remains illiterate, with the highest literacy rates found in the Deepwater City and Silvermoon City of the Northern Lords Alliance, where barely over 40% can read. The remaining populace is largely illiterate, rendering complex concepts, esoteric magic, and intricate power struggles beyond their comprehension and interest. A brief mention suffices. Aaron refrained from elaborating further, handing the menu presented by the attendant to Eleanor. "Feel free to choose whatever you desire. It is of no concern." "Are you certain?" the priestess queried, taking the menu, her eyes immediately drawn to the first item on the recommended list. Premium jam gingerbread, imported from the Dragon Empire. 1 ounce for 2 gold lion coins. In the kingdom, bread is categorized into 8 grades, with the notoriously hard, dry, and unpalatable black bread not even qualifying as the lowest tier of sustenance. The finest bread is crafted from rich dough, using meticulously selected pure wheat flour for fermentation, enhanced with spices and butter, yielding a fluffy and delectable royal bread, characterized by its sweet and delicate flavor. As the degree of flour refinement increases, the quality of the bread diminishes in succession. The lesser the wheat flour, the more bran and barley flour it contains, resulting in bread that is progressively harder and darker, culminating in the well-known dark bread. However, dark bread is not the worst. Beneath barley lies rye, and beneath rye are buckwheat and oats. Even more inferior are the shadowy loaves crafted from peas, ferns, soil, sawdust, and acorns ground into flour, representing the true nadir of sustenance. Upon this realization, Miss Pastor and Amp, Apos' gaze upon Aaron shifted. He was perceived as an adversary. "Aaron, you mustn't," and Amp, Apos, look at me that way. With a raised eyebrow, Aaron replied, "I recall that the most prestigious cheese in the kingdom, known as Death Cheese, is produced by the Silver Mother-S monks in the marshlands bordering Zambia and Comer. It is indeed exorbitantly priced. 5 golden lion coins scarcely suffice for a morsel. In my childhood, I could only afford a tiny piece during the feast of the Silver Mother. The substantial profits from Amp, Apos, Death Cheese and Amp, Apos, serve as a vital source of income for the Silver Mother Church and Amp, Apos' branch in Comer." Miss Pastor found herself momentarily speechless, her frustration manifesting as she scrawled aimlessly on the menu before retorting coldly, "Are you not afraid I might order indiscriminately? I recall someone admitting at the altar of our Lord that you can scarcely afford the miracles. Why pretend to be affluent here? You are quite right. Yet this journey serves a purpose." Aaron interlocked his fingers, a cunning gleam in his eyes. "My meal expenses can be charged, and the royal treasury will reimburse me thereafter. Oh, Silver Mother above, I wish to strike him now, right this moment." The menu was flung onto the table, and Miss Pastor's demeanor shifted. "Never mind. I shall order my own. Miss Eleanor, your funds did not come from the winds of the goddess of the wind. We must learn to allocate our limited resources judiciously." Aaron replied kindly, "Consider it a modest token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance." A robust constitution and ample nourishment will enable us to better serve the esteemed Silver Mother. Everything is for the glory of the Silver Mother. Partake, Miss Eleanor, for it is our duty. Miss Pastor realized that she had been rendered speechless more times today than in the entirety of the previous year. She understood that Aaron was employing rhetorical finesse, yet she could find no counter-argument. She even recognized he was assisting her in finding an excuse. "Let us eat," she sighed, weary. The waiter soon presented 2 nightly standard meals: roasted lamb with onions, a hearty stew of beans, leeks, bacon, corn, and rabbit, soft and delectable buttered bread, 2 large mugs of honey mead, and spiced pear pudding with cinnamon and cloves. Once the meal commenced, silence enveloped them, save for the melodies of the minstrel, the laughter of the hall and Oppos, patrons, and the footsteps of the waitstaff. Unbeknownst to Miss Pastor, Aaron concealed the mirth from his countenance, though he had harbored suspicions before. Today and Oppos' encounter had clarified several matters regarding his own circumstances. He cannot enhance his power through slaughter. Many individuals, upon their traversal, find themselves endowed with abilities akin to that of a child of slaughter, allowing them to gain strength through relentless killing. However, Aaron is not among them. For the sin of lust abhors combat and detests bloodshed. The Prince of Pleasure regards murder as a base and tiresome experience. Thus, unless it offers Aaron a fresh encounter or a sense of imminent peril, killing holds no significance for him. So, how can Aaron elevate his strength? Today's encounter has illuminated the issue. When Aaron dispatched those wolfhounds with his magical projectiles, he perceived no increase in power. Yet when Ferrara and others gazed upon him with admiration, he felt himself absorb a modicum of chaotic energy. As the bard recounted the legendary epic of Elminster upon the stage, an unsettling stir arose within Aaron, not from him, but from the sin of lust and Oppos' power dwelling within. This sensation of being renowned in the world is something the sin of lust relishes. It craves fame, desires its tales to be recounted far and wide, yearns to showcase its illustrious exploits, and wishes for its legend to be spoken of in every corner of the realm. The sin of lust desires Aaron to become the brightest star in the kingdom, much like Elminster. It demands that Aaron achieve great acclaim and renown. Only thus can he amplify his strength and unlock further powers of lust. This stands in stark contrast to Aaron and Oppos' original plan of maintaining a steady development before emerging to engage in greater battles. Yet, does Aaron possess a choice? He finds himself bereft of options. He understands that wielding chaotic power demands a price. That the essence of chaos is akin to a lethal poison, a thirst-quenching toxin that acts slowly. He must drink it nonetheless. This is a race against time. He must either successfully ascend to divinity and absorb the powers of the 4 gods before they come for him, or face his own annihilation. Consequently, while he had previously refrained from extensive interaction with the priestess, upon encountering Ferrara, he began to tease the priestess intermittently, inciting her annoyance, anger, and exasperation. The thrill of this provocation is something the sin of lust adores. It fears not your tears or laughter, but rather your indifference. Moreover, the priestess is indeed quite endearing. Aaron mused, reflecting that she is undoubtedly sent by the Silver Holy Church to monitor him. If their relationship remained strained, he would find himself hindered in all endeavors. Conversely, if he could win her over, his pursuits would be facilitated considerably. He has already breached the priestess and Oppos' emotional defenses, and the next step of his plan unfolds. Desire to know for long, to crave knowledge, only the sacred and cunning, do not be ensnared. As Aaron contemplated his grand design, a shift occurred within the inn and Oppos' lobby. Seizing the moment while the bard took a respite, a young man clad in a gray robe, adorned with a string of tooth pendants, leapt onto the stage. Raising his fists and addressing the assembly, "People of Comer, glorious people of Comer, heed my words. Today, I stand before you to issue a heartfelt warning and earnest counsel. Our nation is losing its cohesion. The despicable Alice Sel, the regent princess of Suzor, is stripping away our freedoms, robbing us of our pride, and undermining the dignity that rightfully belongs to us, the chameleons. We are not the slaves of the royal family. We are free." Before the young man could finish his impassioned plea, 2 fully armed guards suddenly appeared, forcefully pinning him to the floor and gagging him with a rag. "Blade of the Queen, sir, please accompany us. You have no right to do this." The young man was swiftly rendered unconscious by a blow from one of the Queen and Oppos' enforcers, and was dragged away. Aaron smirked slightly. Is German truly being spoken within this tavern? However, this was not the conclusion. A distinctly higher-ranking bureaucrat, adorned in lavish military attire, emerged from the inner hall and approached Aaron. "A pleasure to meet you, Blade of the Queen, Captain Hendry. Lord Aaron Salian, regarding your current assignment. We have received an anonymous tip-off alleging that you may have colluded with the Dark Sun and certain extraterritorial entities. Bearing suspicion of your involvement in the demise of the battle mage apprentice Hicks and patrol leader Volker." Chapter 12. Shadows from Sissel, the captain of the Queen and Amp, Oppos, S. Blade. A tall man with striking red hair and a prominent goatee approached Aaron with purposeful strides, his luxurious military uniform enhancing his commanding presence. He pulled out a chair and seated himself, fixing his intense gaze upon Aaron. "Aaron Salian, son of the late Manuel Salian. Your father once served as the Grand Knight of the Purple Dragon Order, a true hero of the realm. He met his demise in the Great Calamity at the gates of Typhanton. In recognition of his loyalty and valor, His Majesty, King Ison IV, granted permission for the Salian family to inherit their title of Viscount for one additional generation. Thus, you stand as the last of the Salians, barring unforeseen circumstances. The legacy of your name and title concludes with you." Beside them, the priestess's expression shifted, her earlier amusement at Aaron's predicament evaporating. She had anticipated witnessing his downfall. Yet she was taken aback by the captain's immediate suspicion of Aaron's alleged collusion with Prince Henry to betray his comrades. This was inconceivable, despite their brief acquaintance. The priestess could sense that Aaron was not capable of such treachery, especially considering he had received the miraculous blessings of Lady Silverstar and had even stood before the revered Silver Mother, Surin. "Mr. Hendry, are you mistaken?" Eleanor nearly rose to confront the captain and Oppos' intentions, but Aaron gestured for her to remain silent. He scrutinized the imposing Hendry, contemplating the circumstances. The Queen's Blade was a notorious espionage organization within Commer, founded by the legendary warrior known as the Purple Dragon, King Ison IV. The legendary king was crowned in the year 1336 of the Valley calendar, and under his reign, Commer reached unprecedented heights of prosperity. The entire kingdom flourished under his leadership. Buoyed by the wisdom of the legendary Royal Archmage Vingard Heist, they triumphed over the invading nomadic empire of Khan Yaman, with King Ison IV himself slaying the Khan upon the battlefield. However, as a formidable ruler, King Ison IV naturally centralized power. In the name of Queen Filfarel, he established the covert organization known as the Queen and Oppos, S. Blade, tasked with monitoring the actions of both nobility and commoners, imposing stringent control over the populace. Consequently, the Queen's Blade became synonymous with fear, evoking dread throughout the streets. Nobles and citizens alike voiced their vehement opposition, yet the king's towering prestige and strength quelled their protests. Months prior, this great king and legendary warrior perished in a cataclysmic battle against an ancient dragon, leaving his youngest daughter, Alicel, as regent to continue governing the realm. Aaron had anticipated being summoned for questioning, given the mission and Oppos' failure and the deaths of two comrades, but he had not expected the Queen and Oppos' Blade to arrive so swiftly. Now it seemed that the threat was not only lurking within the king and Oppos' forest, but also deeply entrenched within the kingdom itself, permeating the ranks of the knightly order. And at the very heart of the realm, Sissel. Inquiries swiftly commenced at the dining table, with Hendry posing questions and Aaron providing answers. "As you mentioned, your encounter with the sorcerer was due to negligence, as they were evidently well prepared, correct?" "Indeed, they appeared to have made extensive preparations. However, I do not believe we acted carelessly. The adversary was a second-tier elite sorcerer, accompanied by a party consisting of earth elementals, bear goblins, ogres, and goblin wolf riders. Do you believe you should bear the primary responsibility for this assault?" "I was merely following orders to investigate. Were the deaths of apprentice Hicks and Volker related to your successful escape?" "Hicks urged me to flee swiftly, sacrificing his life to cover my escape. Volker perished at the onset of the attack. The battle commenced only after his demise." "Could you elucidate how you managed to escape from such a formidable enemy configuration?" "I was guided by the Silver Mother, whose whispers directed me to safety." "Do you have any evidence?" "Indeed." Aaron gestured towards the priestess, indicating it was her turn to perform. "Ah, this man, once again invoking our Lord as a shield." The priestess's forehead throbbed with veins, compelled to recount how she fortuitously encountered the unconscious Aaron, transporting him to the Silver Mother's altar in the town of Shanghai, where she performed a miracle, briefly detailing how Surin utilized divine power to heal Aaron and Oppos' spiritual wounds. The church and Oppos' intervention and the priestess and Ampos' testimony rendered many of his leading questions unaskable. You lack sorceress blood. How do you possess sorceress abilities? I am uncertain, but I believe it to be a blessing from the Silver Mother. Did you intentionally flee towards the altar or in the direction of the clergy, knowing they could attest to your claims? I did not contemplate such matters at the time, but I heard the whispers of the Silver Mother, guiding me to flee in that direction. It was her directive. Is your newfound ability to cast spells related to the sorcerer you pursued or their hidden master? I believe it is a mark of the Silver Mother and Ampos' favor and unrelated to the Dark Sun, the sorcerer, or his master. Lord Salian. Consistently attributing matters to deities is an irresponsible stance. I am merely stating the facts. After Hendry posed several more questions, ultimately finding no breakthrough, he set aside his quill. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Salian. I shall submit our entire dialogue to Her Highness Princess Alice for her judgment. Upon concluding, the captain of the Queen and Ampos' blade produced a large golden key from his possession. I apologize for interrupting your evening meal. In accordance with the regulations of Her Highness, we will cover your accommodation costs. Please feel free to enjoy all the services offered by Tamara, the proprietor here. May I deplete Tamara's entire cellar tonight? Aaron accepted the grand key, feeling its weight, and Kuden and Ampos' helped but chuckle. A sweet, double room. The captain of the Queen and Ampos' blade patted Aaron on the shoulder, winking with an expression that spoke volumes to any man. Do not forget your brothers once the deed is done. Aaron immediately understood, returning the ambiguous smile. As unspoken words hung between them, it seemed the rumors circulating among the world were misguided. The Queen's blade was not so detestable after all. Henry Higginson, was it? I shall remember your name. After finishing dinner, Aaron exchanged pleasantries with Ferrara and the others, agreeing to set off at 9 o'clock the following morning. He took the hand of the young priestess and led her upstairs, saying, Come, let us retire for the night. Who wants to retire with you? What are you doing? Eleanor protested, her sleeve gripped by Aaron, struggling with irritation. I will not share a room with you. Sure, the members of the Queen and Ampos' blade are likely not far off. I am considering our safety, Aaron whispered, drawing closer. The pleasant scent emanating from him dispelled the musty dampness of the inn. The large golden key twirled in Aaron and Ampos' hand as he continued, The noble suite offers complimentary hot baths, and you may indulge for as long as you wish. At this, Eleanor and Ampos' resistance noticeably weakened. In the kingdom, enjoying a hot bath was no simple task. Without advanced boiler technology, one had to expend considerable fuel and time to heat water. Moreover, in such a spacious room, it was unsafe for me to be alone, Miss Eleanor. I require your protection, desperately. Finally, Aaron adopted a pleading demeanor. His hands clasped together. Without you, I truly do not know what I would do. Even with such words, Eleanor hesitated, casting a wary, distrustful gaze at Aaron. Still exhibiting some reluctance, but we are unmarried individuals. Sharing a room is inappropriate. We are not mere unmarried individuals. We are humble servants of the Silver Lady, beloved friends, brothers in spirit, and closest companions. Aaron and Ampos' persuasive words flowed seamlessly. Noticing Eleanor and Ampos' lingering hesitation, he boldly asserted, Furthermore, Miss Eleanor lacks confidence in her own abilities. Do you truly believe that a second-tier elite priestess could be overpowered by a mere first-tier apprentice sorcerer like myself? At this remark, Eleanor's demeanor shifted. Very well. She acquiesced softly. The Queen and Ampos' blade will not overlook any opportunity. You are a favorite of our Lord and require protection. Success in seduction. Aaron mentally gave himself a thumbs up. The kingdom's charming arts were ineffective, but the allure of desire proved potent. Unlocking the door to the third-floor room with the large key, Aaron surveyed the furnishings within. In the expansive wilderness, the quintessential lodging for travelers is the large communal dormitory, where a long row can accommodate 20 to 30 individuals. For instance, the group from Ferrara opted for such a dormitory, costing merely a single silver coin for the night. Above that option are the farmer and Ampos' rooms, featuring 2 beds and a bucket of water in the corner, priced at 2 silver coins. The merchant and Ampos' quarters offer additional comforts, including beds, tables, chairs, a coat rack, and even windows. The noble suite, slightly more opulent, boasts a private bathroom, a living room with a sofa and long table, carpets, and a separate bedroom. Demanding 5 golden lion coins for a night and Ampos' stay, Henry had indeed saved Aaron a considerable sum, the lordly Viscount was initially in possession of 25 golden lion coins. However, he had spent 20 of them procuring a set of weapons from a female barbarian at the open-air altar in Chinchai town, leaving him with scant resources. As for the young priestess, her funds surely did not exceed 10 golden lion coins, and Aaron speculated they might be less than 5, given her frugal lifestyle, which did not suggest an abundance of wealth. The two entered the room and settled on the sofa, where Aaron called for a servant to arrange for hot water for bathing, casually asking, "Shall you bathe first or shall I?" "I shall go first," Eleanor replied, sitting somewhat stiffly on the sofa with her legs together. She observed as Aaron effortlessly removed his robe and chainmail, revealing the shirt beneath, loosening the collar buttons, and reclining comfortably on the sofa, seemingly unaware of her presence. The young priestess could not help but swallow nervously. She pondered that the gaze of the Silver Virgin was indeed astute. This man was rather. "I am pleased that you managed to restrain your temper and did not fall into the trap set by that group from Ferrara," Aaron remarked with a gentle smile, exuding an air of tranquility. "Had you acted within the walls of the Kalen Inn, matters would have indeed become rather troublesome." The priestess was taken aback, suddenly realizing. "Did you hear that?" "Yes, I heard," Aaron replied, gesturing to his temple, his gaze shining brightly in the dimly lit room illuminated only by flickering candles, reminiscent of a boundless azure sky. "Do you believe that Wanderer acted without intent?" "No, he provoked you deliberately. From the outset, I suspected that group harbored ill intentions." The priestess, now shedding her long robe and hanging it on the coat rack, expressed her displeasure. "Why did you choose to invite them on this journey?" "Indeed, I recognized their dubious nature from the very beginning. A mercenary band of 18, with 16 being warriors, is peculiar enough. Moreover, despite their evident strength, Ferrara and Montreux being second-tier elite adventurers, with the remaining 15 being apprentice-level adventurers, why would they rest in such a desolate place amidst a mere bear and a few goblins? How could they be so thoroughly defeated and have their supplies pilfered?" Aaron interlocked his fingers over his abdomen, smiling as he continued, "This situation defies logic. Given their resources and capabilities, they should have reached the Kalen Inn without incident. Your assertion indeed raises a question. Are they not intending to venture towards Susserl?" Eleanor pondered deeply. "No, they do intend to go to Susserl," Aaron countered, shaking his head. "Think again. If they had no intention of heading to Susserl, they would have had no reason to linger in the wilderness, nor would they have rejoiced so exuberantly at my suggestion to accompany them." The young priestess contemplated for a moment, and then a terrifying realization dawned upon her. "You mean, they are smugglers?" "Precisely," Aaron exclaimed, snapping his fingers in delight. "It appears that we have inadvertently stumbled into their trap. They are a band of smugglers from Zambia, who coincidentally encountered the decree of Her Highness Princess Alice Sel, mandating the necessity of identification and employment verification. This predicament has severely complicated their masquerade as a mercenary group, as the Princess and Appos' orders are exceedingly stringent, and they were unable to procure an adventure license on short notice. Therefore, this group set a trap in the wilderness, hoping to ensnare unsuspecting travelers to obtain a license. However, they did not anticipate that their visitors would be a noble and a priestess. This unusual pairing presents a rather complex challenge for them. I discerned this and, while they hesitated, I proactively offered to accompany them and lend a hand. As a Viscount and a member of the Order of the Purple Dragon, I possess the authority to issue them an adventure license. I became their lifeline, akin to a piece of driftwood encountered by a drowning soul in despair. They had no reason to forsake this opportunity for survival. "Ah, so that is the case," Eleanor exclaimed, enlightenment gracing her features. Yet, a new question soon emerged in the mind of the young priestess. "But if that is so, what about the Wanderer? Because you are an unpredictable variable." Aaron replied with a gentle smile. "Although priests may not be paladins, many possess a stubborn disposition." The priestess, initially reluctant, clenched her hands tightly before gazing at Aaron with renewed scrutiny. "This individual is not to be underestimated. You may not fully grasp why I chose to assist them." Aaron reclined into the sofa, closing his eyes. "If I do not aid them, their desperation may drive them to commit reckless acts, resulting in 1, 2, or even numerous fatalities in the wilderness, ultimately forcing them into the roles of robbers and bandits. The power of lust is not as calculated, logical, or conspiratorial as that of deceit. However, it possesses an understanding of human nature. Why? Because I know you, Miss Eleanor. We have known each other for many years. You are a devout priestess serving the Silver Mother, and you would not allow her reputation to be tarnished by your actions. Aaron winked at the priestess. Thus, while you may feel anger, you would refrain from resorting to violence. The test posed by Ferrara is destined to fail. The young priestess stood frozen in place. Does he truly understand me so well? Aaron remained silent, granting her a moment to digest his words. The allure had taken effect. Well, I have conveyed my thoughts clearly. So why are you still wearing a mask? Aaron feigned discontent, remarking, It seems you have never truly regarded me as a friend. The pastor and Apos' daughter nodded slightly, her fingers weaving through her hair. Well, it and amp. Apos. Not as if you haven and amp. Apos. Seen it before. Instantly, Aaron and amp. Apos' attention shifted to Eleanor. The main event of the evening was about to unfold. Chapter 13. I shall encase you within the statue. The Viscount was somewhat eager. As the pastor and amp. Apos' lady had mentioned, they had met in their childhood, during a time when she did not don a mask, and they had crossed paths on numerous occasions. The previous Aaron Salian had been utterly embarrassing. Upon seeing the beautiful pastor's lady, he had always appeared as though he were frozen in a stupor. How frustrating it was to have been so foolish. Yet, he reassured himself that he was no longer the person he once was. Aaron swallowed hard, fixing his gaze upon the pastor and amp. Apos' lady as she began to remove her mask. As she unveiled herself, an exquisite sight unfolded before him, leaving him momentarily spellbound. Eleanor? As she revealed her face, let her golden hair cascade elegantly behind her. Beneath her dainty, half-elf ears adorned with shimmering crescent silver earrings. Her bangs delicately framed her flawless brow. Strands of golden hair fell gracefully, accentuating her porcelain skin, which radiated a divine allure. Her visage exuded both ethereal purity and classical beauty, while her blue crystal eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, suggesting a myriad of emotions with just a glance. The enchanting aura surrounding her bore the sanctity of moonlight, emphasizing her untainted essence. Her soft, cherry blossom lips resembled a plum blossom standing proud in the snow, inciting reverence in any man who beheld her, quelling any impure thoughts. Though her stature was not exceptionally tall, standing at 1 meter 63, she possessed a remarkably balanced and elongated form. She wore a gown of crystal frost and diamond white, which was both austere and delicate, exposing her neck and collarbone, which glistened like agar, adorned with purple bellflower accents. The subtle, enchanting fragrance that enveloped her added to her intoxicating allure, creating an irresistible charm. Her ballet-like figure accentuated her graceful curves, transforming her silhouette into an exquisite masterpiece. The fitted gown embraced her slender waist, highlighting her rounded, well-defined hips, accentuating the feminine allure of her figure. Her long, snow-white legs flowed seamlessly, completely bare after the removal of her boots and stockings, revealing a smooth, unblemished complexion that radiated health and elegance. The sight of her bare feet was mesmerizing, as they perfectly complemented the graceful lines of her form. The pastor and amp. Apos' lady soon exchanged her shoes for the hotel slippers, her feet smooth and delicate, with dainty toes peeking out, creating an enchanting spectacle in the dim candlelight. Her slender ankles resembled polished pillars of jade, further enhancing her beauty. Indeed, the pastor and amp. Apos' lady was a breathtaking beauty. Aaron marveled internally, having anticipated her loveliness. Yet he was unprepared for such splendor. Stop staring, he admonished himself silently. Indeed, even in the confines of privacy, Eleanor felt an undeniable sense of shame upon removing her mask. She let out a frustrated exclamation, her delicate, bare feet instinctively retreating as she thought, If you look at me again, I shall strike. Beautiful things are meant to be savored, after all. Aaron felt a sudden dryness in his throat and swallowed hard, striving to restore a semblance of normalcy to his expression. Miss Eleanor, although you may have heard this countless times, I must say, you are truly stunning. Your beauty resembles the brightest star in the night sky. You wretched man, just knowing it suffices, there is no need to voice it. The young priestess waved her war hammer at Aaron. Strangely, despite her wearing a lined dress, under Aaron's gaze, she felt as though she were unclothed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, compelling her to scold him and demand he leave. Yet, upon reflection, she realized this was indeed his room, and she had reluctantly accepted his invitation to stay. Is the scent truly overwhelming? Involuntarily, the priestess uttered a perplexing remark almost before she comprehended her own words. As she felt the weight of Aaron's penetrating stare, how could it be? Aaron rose naturally, taking her priestly robe from her hands, which bore the remnants of bare goblin brain matter, blood, and bodily fluids. The Viscount chuckled softly beside the blushing priestess, leaning in to whisper, Fear not. As long as you are with me, I assure you, you shall remain fragrant. That will suffice. Eleanor appeared quite pleased with Aaron and Apos' demeanor, her exquisite features softening slightly. Carry on with your business. Do not mind me, but do take care of your own safety, my lord. Rest assured, this is a tavern. Any dispute should be resolved beyond the city walls, unless a bar brawl ensues. Aaron chuckled, jangling the keys in his hand as he closed the door behind him. Once the door shut, Aaron and Apos' smile vanished. The Viscount traversed the cold, damp stone floors of the three-story inn, the solid ground echoing beneath his steps. Tamachaya was a shrewd innkeeper, intentionally designing the flooring in such a manner. Aaron, however, had no need for a bath, as when awakened to the powers of lust, he possessed a domain that automatically repelled all dust, foul odors, and impurities. Unless subjected to sustained magical effects or injury, Aaron remained impeccably clean. He assessed his current situation. Following the recent exchanges, he could confidently deduce that the priestess could not possibly be the one to betray him. After all, as a devout follower of the Silver Virgin, how could Eleanor harbor ill intentions towards Aaron? Through these interactions, he had successfully dismantled Eleanor and Apos' previous preconceived notions of him, establishing an image of a wise, kind, and charming young man. From this, it could be concluded that while Eleanor undoubtedly appreciated him, she certainly did not harbor any aversion towards him. So, from where did the threat arise? Aaron narrowed his eyes. The Dark Sun Prince, Shirkeh, is indeed on the hunt for the Divine Sun. Though it is unfortunate that Shirkeh and Apos' followers regard him, a child of chaos, as the Divine Sun, Aaron cannot help but comprehend the extraordinary allure that he possesses, which surpasses even that of the Divine Sun himself. The essence of extraordinary attributes is inherently divine. Mortals once categorized human attributes for comparative analysis, using the average value of a typical mortal as a benchmark, resulting in a normal distribution skewed towards both extremes. The higher or lower the attributes, the rarer they are, serving as a testament to one and Apos' strength. Among mortals, humans are relatively captivating beings, thus their range predominantly resides on the right side of the normal distribution, indicating a higher average among mortals. For instance, if a mortal possesses exceedingly low charm, even if they were to parade flamboyantly down the street, they would scarcely attract attention. In the eyes of the average person, the scenario would be akin to witnessing an unsightly mass moving along the pavement, prompting a call for sanitation. Of course, this represents an extreme case. Generally, as long as one is a humanoid, their charm cannot be excessively low. Should an individual and Apos' charm fail to reach the median value, despite their eloquence and logical discourse, interlocutors are likely to remain skeptical and even disdainful. Various societies, such as those of elves and half-elves, may even prohibit the entry of those deemed excessively unattractive into their communities. Occasionally, one may encounter exceptional individuals, or legendary mortals of supreme prowess, whose charisma is unparalleled, able to captivate attention and garner divine notice with every action they undertake. Yet, even their charm does not exceed the limits established for mortals. Mortal attributes have their bounds. Even beings graced with divine power, such as the second-generation goddess of magic and Apos' chosen ones mentioned by the bard, or the legendary sorceress Queen Sinbu, Alasia Silverhand, one of the North's seven sisters, who possesses the divine silver fire of the goddess of magic, are assessed by Candlekeep scholars to epitomize the pinnacle of mortal allure. However, Aaron and Apos' charm undeniably transcends the mortal threshold, surpassing mere physical attractiveness. It is a manifestation of divine power. This is the essence of extraordinary allure. Beyond the limits of mortals lies the realm of the divine, characterized by exponential enhancement. For instance, legendary barbarians can merge with the primal force of wildness to exceed mortal limitations, achieving physical prowess beyond that of the average human. The standard for mortal physicality is exemplified by trolls, beings capable of regenerating severed limbs and even reattaching decapitated heads with a certain probability. A legendary barbarian with extraordinary physicality can bathe in magma and persist in the vacuum of space for several hours. I am not the divine sun, for I am even more extraordinary. Muses a child of chaos who has recently unlocked the powers of debauchery. The threat posed by the Dark Sun Prince Shirkeh is indeed palpable. Aaron understands that he must eventually avenge the death of Hicks. Yet, why do adverse conditions also arise within Comer? Comer stands as a paragon of monarchical power on the continent. He himself is a genuine and unblemished noble born of Comer. His parents sacrificed their lives for the nation during the cataclysm of the saints. Logically, it is quite natural for a dictatorial princess to harbor disdain for a languid nobleman like him, who, for the time being, has not demonstrated any personal merit. Previously, Aaron had proven to be mediocre in every regard. Thus, it is perplexing that she would send emissaries to scrutinize him. Suspecting him of treasonous collusion with the followers of the Dark Sun, fortunately, Aaron had prepared well in advance. He had secured the endorsement of the Silver Mother Sullen, obtained Miss Eleanor and Apos' testimony, and rehearsed his responses. In his heart, he felt profound gratitude for the assistance of the goddess Sullen, vowing to repay her in the future. No, it could not be the agents of the Prince of the Dark Sun. The Dark Sun Prince is a new deity, while Comer is the domain of the benevolent and lawful gods. The Dark Sun Prince lacks the means to infiltrate this realm in such a brief span of 2 years. There must be another faction that has also taken notice of him. But where else could he go? Cicero is already the safest haven, where his family, friends, and the network established by his parents remain, along with the annual stipend of 800 golden lions and a residence near the royal palace. At this moment, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and the hotel lobby was not as lively as before, for a few members of the Queen's Blades sat ominously in a corner, watching the crowd with ill intent. Oh, it is the last Salian. Upon seeing Aaron descend, Ferrara, the mercenary captain, exclaimed, "Why aren't you accompanying the beauties? What brings you down to mingle with us foul men? This is no place for you. I too would relish the company of a beauty. But it seems I am not quite welcome. I was turned away," Aaron replied with a smile, twirling a large key around his finger. He comfortably took a seat beside Ferrara. "What's this, Mr. Ferrara? The atmosphere feels rather tense. I'll have a gin, please." Ferrara rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, while another mercenary leader, Montreux, indignantly remarked, "It's those obesier lackeys in the corner." "Hey!" Ferrara shot Montreux a glare, and Montreux quickly realized his error, falling silent. "Those ruffians just came to inspect our adventure licenses. We've explained numerous times that we are an adventure group hired by you. Yet they insisted on their inspection unless we were willing to pay a and Apos, special toll and Apos, of 10 gold coins." Ferrara then elucidated to Aaron, given their demeanor. "They will not relent without that payment. Thankfully, you have arrived. Lord Salian, how long does your kingdom intend to maintain this state? Must you truly force everyone into a position where they cannot conduct business or accept mercenary tasks?" Montreux, evidently still seething, added, "As a noble viscount of the kingdom, do you not possess the ability to counsel them? They even scrutinize me indiscriminately. What do you expect me to do?" Aaron replied with a wry smile as he accepted the gin from the waiter, taking a small sip. The liquid was colorless and transparent, with an oddly fragrant aroma and a delightful, refreshing taste. Aaron instinctively directed his gaze towards the bar. The innkeeper, Tamachia, flashed a smile at him from behind the counter, mouthing the words, "It's on me," before raising her glass in a gesture of camaraderie. Aaron reciprocated, lifting his own glass. He increasingly perceived the advantages that extraordinary charm bestowed upon him. "Oh, this key, your grace. I have yet to stay in a noble suite at Comer," he remarked. Ferrara and Apos' eyes sparkled as he observed the key dangling from Aaron and Apos' index finger. "I have heard that while nobles may seem to earn far less than adventurers like us, they possess a wallet that requires no expenditure. When they require funds, they never need to spend their own money. Can you enlighten us? Is it truly so?" Aaron replied with a mysterious smile, "You come from Zambia. Surely you have experienced something similar?" Don and Apos, tell me you are unaware. "Oh, I understand. Ha ha ha. Come, let us toast, your grace. It is truly delightful to be in your company." Ferrara laughed heartily. The mercenaries joined in the revelry compared to other nobles. Aaron exuded a remarkably comforting aura, prompting them to unburden their thoughts effortlessly. "Well, it hardly concerns us. We mercenaries are preoccupied with how to obtain adventure permits, amassing enough coin to appease those wretched city folk, toiling for our livelihoods. One job at a time. Who thinks about tomorrow or the day after?" Ferrara chuckled, giving Aaron a friendly pat on the shoulder. "If all goes well tomorrow, your grace, we have a special gift in store for you." "Oh, is that so?" "I eagerly anticipated," Aaron replied, not declining the offer. It was indeed his rightful share, and he would not shy away from it. Or rather, if he were to refuse, that would truly be a matter of concern. Thoughts of the morrow and the day after lingered in his mind as Aaron raised his glass, silently contemplating. Then, tilting his head back, he drained the contents in one go. Just as the heavy wooden door creaked open a fraction, a piercing scream shattered the air. "Ah, Aaron Salian, you are to be entombed within the statue. Chapter 14. You need a magical minute before Aaron appeared a flustered and furious priestess. Enveloped in a thick bath towel, her expression was a tumult of shock and anger, and her sapphire-like, crystalline eyes seemed ready to unleash flames. Almost instinctively, she reached for a cup of water on the table and hurled it towards Aaron. The cup, infused with her ire, sliced through the air with a sharp sound. And by sheer force, it was evident that the priestess possessed strength far exceeding Aaron's. Aaron, unfazed, calmly caught the cup, causing the water within to drench his remarkable visage and chest. He turned to close the door behind him and naturally approached Eleanor. What on earth does she intend to do? With each step Aaron took closer, Eleanor retreated, her expression betraying her rising panic. I am truly going to strike you. Even if you are a favorite of Surin, I shall bring judgment upon you in the name of the Silver Holy Mother. The priestess's hand had already grasped her warhammer. Surprisingly, however, Aaron merely brushed past her. We are neither spouses nor lovers, and certainly not intimate. You did not change your attire in the bathroom yet choose to blame me. What logic is this? Aaron declared, his gaze unwavering. Let me be clear. I, too, abhor women who disrobe without regard for the setting. Initially relieved, the priestess and Amp, Apos, exquisite features began to flush a deep shade of crimson at Aaron and Amp, Apos, words. This man, audaciously turning the tables on her, as though he were the aggrieved party. Moreover, upon further contemplation, she realized he had a point. The priestess's countenance oscillated between shades of green and white. She attempted to retort but found herself at a loss for words, merely fixing Aaron with a fiery glare. Aaron, however, remained unperturbed. He lifted 2 buckets of hot water and said, You should change your clothes first. I believe you require a moment of solitude. And I also wish to take a bath. We can converse upon my return. You must not engage in any peculiar activities. Eleanor thought, panic rising. I have yet to drain my bathwater. She was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to warn him or remain silent. Observing Eleanor and Apos' conflicted expression, Aaron deduced her thoughts, causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly. I am not Durant, ignoring Eleanor. He took his clean undergarments into the bathroom and poured the 2 buckets of hot water into the now cooling bath, indulging in a refreshing soak. Once he finished and dressed, the priestess appeared to have regained her composure. At this moment, Eleanor reclined upon a plush sofa, the minister and Apos' daughter adorned in a delicate spring rain-hued chiffon gown that clung to her elongated, graceful figure. The flowing dress cascaded down to her knees, revealing only her slender, smooth legs intertwined beneath. The exquisite proportions of her golden limbs showcased the allure of her legs and feet in all their glory. Despite her lack of stockings, her crystalline legs remained astonishingly beautiful, illuminated by the dim candlelight, causing Aaron to struggle to avert his gaze from her fair skin. Her dainty, pink feet nestled within a pair of pastel slippers, the 5 perfectly aligned toes gently swaying within, revealing her rounded, smooth heels, a vision of sensuality. Even Aaron, with his soul steeped in carnal desires, couldn't help but entertain a thought. Such stunningly proportioned legs would indeed be a pity not to adorn in white stockings. As a traveler from another realm, Aaron Salian harbored a well-concealed secret, known to scarcely anyone. He was a fervent aficionado of stockings. Yet, he was acutely aware that the stockings of the 2-dimensional world differed significantly from their 3-dimensional counterparts. In reality, he had encountered but a handful of adults who wore white stockings beautifully, leaving a profound sense of regret within him. The standards for white stockings concerning leg shape, foot form, and skin tone were exceedingly high. Any slight mismatch rendered them unappealing. The minister's daughter was so perfect, she would undoubtedly look exquisite in white stockings. Aaron resolutely vowed to find an opportunity to persuade Eleanor to don a pair for his viewing pleasure. However, the dilemma arose, where to procure such stockings. In the kingdom, stockings did exist, yet their availability was exceedingly scarce. The most classic stockings were crafted from the high-quality silk produced by the great spiders of the dark domain ruled by the Spider Queen, Rose, renowned throughout the realm. Most stockings were imported from the city of mages in the shadowy region. Although Queen Rose was often portrayed as a villain in the stories Aaron had read, she had her merits. The more luxurious stockings were spun from the magical fur of unicorns, blessed by the unicorn goddess, Laery. These represented the finest quality, soft, elastic, and silky, produced exclusively in Silvermoon City, yet remained rare and elusive. Inferior options consisted of ordinary stockings crafted by hand on domestic knitting machines. inferior in texture and elasticity compared to the former two, yet still deemed a luxury. The silver lining was that the Silver Mother, Lady Surin, enjoyed a close relationship with the unicorn goddess, Lairi. This connection stemmed from Surin's extensive network among the gods, being one of the origin deities. Nearly all benevolent deities counted her as a friend, and many neutral gods also shared a strong bond with her. The unfortunate news was, those in the know understood the implications. Aaron realized he could no longer afford to sleep without securing his windows. Truth be told, he preferred not to be referred to as the last Salian. Aaron loosened the button on his chest as he took a seat opposite the pastor. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. There was an incessant feeling that he was destined to become the last of his line, though. It was indeed a close call. I could have truly been the final Salian. Eleanor observed Aaron's pained smile, and a hint of melancholy graced the pastor's pure, bellflower-like countenance. After all, she had watched Manuel and Elizabeth bring Aaron to the open altar for the sacred rites year after year, until last year, when it was his Aunt Mary and Uncle Lothar who brought him. The wild woman Asha had once jested with Eleanor that the annual donations from the Salian family would surely take a substantial hit now. This had sparked a quarrel between Eleanor and Asha. What name do you prefer to be called? The pastor's tone softened considerably, the earlier conflict temporarily set aside. If given the choice, I would rather be referred to as the Radiant Hazavi. Aaron revealed a mysterious smile, yet before the pastor could respond, he quickly shook his head. Never mind. Even Hazavi himself is unsure of what he is capable of. However, I know what I must do, what I am capable of, and what I am required to pursue. Miss Eleanor, you are here now, rather than locking me out to sleep on the sofa, which suggests you have something to discuss with me. Aaron and Appo's expression remained serious, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. This was the judgment of a son of chaos awakened to the powers of lust. Aaron perceived that their earlier awkward encounter had jeopardized the stability of the relationship he had hoped to cultivate with the pastor, which was contrary to his original intentions. Given Eleanor and Appo's earnest, resilient, and devout nature, it would be a grave error to brush aside the issue with levity or to engage in frivolous banter like a typical noble, as such actions would only deepen her aversion. As a half-elf, an orphan, a follower of Surin, and a pastor, Eleanor and Appo's identity naturally predisposed her to harbor a slight animosity towards human nobility. Were it not for the Salian family being devout adherents of Surin, and for his extraordinary charm bestowed upon him by Surin's grace, from the pastor's perspective, she would hardly have regarded him with such attention. The proper approach, he concluded, was to openly clarify matters, emphasizing the current state of their relationship, assuring the pastor that his actions were neither intentional nor born of ulterior motives. Subsequently, he should display a degree of vulnerability to evoke her sympathy, ultimately conveying through his serious demeanor that he wished to engage in a meaningful discussion. Since awakening to the powers of lust, Aaron found his life increasingly reminiscent of a Gao game, where each choice bore distinct consequences, and every decision heralded boundless transformations, promising new thrills. Indeed, upon witnessing Aaron and Appo's countenance, which betrayed more than mere nonchalance, the pastor felt assured that his earlier encounter had been purely coincidental. Aaron, your magic. There are issues. Aaron and Appo's heart raced, and he tightened his grip on the sofa. What issues? Your use of magic is problematic. Eleanor did not notice Aaron and Appo's hand movements. Instead, Miss Priestess fixed her sapphire-like, crystal-clear gaze upon him. After a brief moment of hesitation, she spoke. Today, while battling the bear goblin, your use of magic was misguided. Though I am not well-versed in the ways of sorcerers, your application of magic is undeniably incorrect. To confront that bear goblin, you employed 2 spells in succession, which is astonishing for a first-tier apprentice caster. I am uncertain how many spells you can cast before requiring rest, but such wastefulness of magic is absolutely erroneous. Eleanor paused slightly, observing that there was not a flicker of resentment on Aaron's face before she continued. Sorcerers possess an innate ability to cast spells and are often characterized by their pride and aloofness. While mages may be willing to heed the advice of others, and druids may consider the feelings of those around them, sorcerers frequently scorn external guidance. True power is inherent. The favorite adage among sorcerers is that the situation was such that I was merely a few steps away, ready to intervene. Nearby, several mercenaries had already arrived. In such circumstances, you ought to conserve your limited magical energy to evade, or, if you must cast a spell to address the situation, you should employ a different type of magic. From what I observed, Both spells you unleashed were purely damaging in nature, which, apart from causing the bear goblin to bleed more, achieved little else. For a spellcaster, pure damage spells are not the first choice. Defensive and control spells should take precedence. Miss Priestess hesitated before adding, however, this also depends on your lineage. I am unaware of your inherent power, so I can only convey general principles. Aaron quickly grasped Eleanor and Appo's intent. As a noble of the kingdom of Comer, how could he have not witnessed the renowned battle mages of Comer casting spells? In combat, the primary role of a spellcaster is not merely to deal damage, but rather to provide various buffs and debuffs while offering potent control. Damage output is typically the responsibility of others, whereas strong control and protection are often the sole domain of the spellcaster. Habitually, Aaron positioned himself as the primary damage dealer, and being newly acquainted with magic, he had a tendency to showcase his abilities. Anyone who acquires a new skill or power instinctively wishes to test its efficacy. Possessing a formidable weapon, a desire to kill arises. What do you think I should do to correct this? Aaron humbly inquired of Eleanor. I do not know, she replied. I am a priestess, and I cast divine spells in the name of the Silver Mother. You are a sorcerer. We are not the same. I can only say that had I not perceived your danger, I would not have even utilized the Twilight Flame divine spell. Eleanor rose slowly from the sofa, her golden, luxurious hair cascading naturally down her back, the tips of her flowing locks exuding a faint fragrance. Aaron noticed a silver pendant hanging from Eleanor's chest. At the top of the pendant was a small vial, within which lay a radiant, cerulean strand of hair. What are you looking at? She asked. Eleanor noticed Aaron and Appo's gaze sliding down to her bosom, prompting the Reverend Lady to instinctively tighten the already modest neckline of her attire. Aaron and Appo's stare was undeniably intimidating. Exposed to the allure of this extraordinary charmer, Eleanor constantly feared that she might unwittingly succumb to his magnetism. The small vial contained hair? Aaron and Appo's gaze remained unwavering. I sensed a peculiar call emanating from it, and it seems that it does not belong to you. The Reverend Lady's eyes gradually brightened as she recalled Lady Sylvestar's words about the inherent attraction among beings of extraordinary charm. I merely offer you a suggestion. Now that you have acquired the ability to cast spells, it would be prudent to seek an appropriate mentor in the arcane arts. However, if you are indeed a sorcerer, finding a mentor may prove challenging, yet it is undoubtedly preferable to fumbling about on your own. Under Aaron and Appo's penetrating gaze, Eleanor felt her resolve waver. She grasped the neckline of her nightgown with one hand while pressing down the hem with the other. I shall retire now. Good night. And thank you, Miss Eleanor, for daring to share these insights with me. Aaron rose, inclining his head slightly toward the Reverend Lady. She was his protector, his companion, and indeed, his savior. It is nothing. Did you not say that we are all servants of the Silver Mother? Eleanor offered a gentle smile, reminiscent of a crystal-clear spring in a secluded manner, refreshing and sweet to the soul. You were serious. I merely spoke in jest. Now it was Aaron and Appo's turn to feel a touch of embarrassment. Very well, good night. Good night. Chapter 15. The future is bright, but the tomorrow is uncertain. On the following morning, after adequately replenishing their supplies, the Ferrara adventurers, accompanied by Aaron and Eleanor, embarked on their journey towards Susserl. It seemed that Ferrara and Montoro had come to realize that Aaron was indeed easy to get along with, and perhaps they were also drawn to his extraordinary charm. Just a few minutes after their departure, Ferrara approached Aaron, in a tone familiar to men, inquiring, So, my dear Viscount, has it come to fruition? The mercenary chief squinted one eye, his demeanor appearing somewhat comical, despite his age, likely in his 30s or possibly 40s. It was evident that as long as he had not grown too old to lose interest in such matters. The mercenaries often engaged in discussions revolving around a few topics: love, life, wealth, and various rumors. Do you think this is like casually finding a bunny girl in a large hotel in Zambia, where you simply toss a few gold coins after the fact? Aaron raised an eyebrow and smirked, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. You've got it all wrong. She is not a priestess of Lady Firehair. She won't be paying me. A chorus of laughter erupted from the mercenaries, who had all perked up, eager to hear good news from their nobleman. The vibrant spring air along the countryside road was filled with merriment. She would only wield that warhammer and deliver a gentle blow to resolve your concerns once and for all, Aaron continued with a chuckle. Would you care to try? I could inform Miss Eleanor. It's the most favored complimentary service among us. At this, the mercenaries fell silent, particularly the earlier wanderer, who instinctively crossed his legs. The priestess, in turn, twirled the warhammer in her hands. Aaron and Eleanor exchanged a glance, confident that this playful exchange would deter Ferrara and the others from delving further into their personal matters. After all, once such discussions commenced, they could spiral endlessly. On the subject, the priestess could not help but focus intently. There were indeed those who aspired to be the Viscountess, but regrettably, Aaron mused, I, as the Viscount, am limited to merely attending the kingdom assembly in Susseral once a year. With a hint of self-deprecation, he continued, upon understanding my circumstances, they gradually distanced themselves. For I am the last of the Salian Viscounts. Your lordships Ferrara hesitated to inquire, revealing genuine interest in Aaron's family affairs. Having previously heard snippets about him from the innkeeper and others. Your father is an earl? No, my grandfather held that title, Aaron scoffed lightly. Due to poor performance during the invasion of Tukend, he was stripped of his title by His Highness, the 4th Prince of Asen. The only member of the family to retain a Viscount title is my father, who still serves in the Order of the Purple Dragon Knights. The rest of my kin were not only stripped of the Salian name but were also exiled to the Eastern Plains. If you hail from Zambia, you must have passed through there. It is no pleasant place. Oh, dear Lady Luck above, may they remain unharmed. Montreux interjected, expressing the interest of the mercenary chief. But why are you the last of the Salians? Aaron continued to grunt, yet he refrained from explaining further. Ferrara shot a glance at Montreux, the astute mercenary leader understanding the importance of restraint. In Comer, marquises, viscounts, and barons are but subordinate titles. They are contingent upon superior ranks. A marquis is subordinate to a duke, a viscount to an earl, and a baron to another baron. Such titles cannot be inherited. They are held only during one's lifetime. Who would have known that the clergyman lady would interject with a sharp remark? She languidly stated, the son of a viscount cannot become a viscount himself. Thus, the position of viscountess loses its allure. Aaron smirked, casting a mischievous glance at the clergyman lady. Are you trying to undermine me? Who told you to engage in mischief last night? The clergyman lady's lips formed several shapes, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. It seemed she was not entirely the saintly figure she appeared to be. She harbored a touch of vengeful spirit. Thus, it was even better. Aaron chuckled inwardly. As the saying goes, it is not the tears or laughter that frightens one. Rather, it is the absence of both that brings dread. The distance from the Kalen into Susseral was not particularly great, barring any delays. They could arrive at the foot of Susseral City, the capital of Comer, by 3 or 4 and Opos clock in the afternoon. The atmosphere among Ferrara and his companions began to ease as they approached a relatively prosperous region of the kingdom. The dense forests lining the roads were increasingly replaced by fertile farmlands, and the sentinels became more frequent, with numerous village patrols roaming nearby. In this realm, monsters thrived amidst mountains, forests, plains, marshes, rivers, and wilderness, teeming with countless races and creatures, each posing a potential threat to human existence. Thus, every village organized its own militia and patrols to ensure safety. Unlike most nations within the kingdom, Comer boasted a formidable army and luxurious battle mage corps, with its citizens taking pride in their identity as Comerians. When villages faced assaults, they could rest assured of the army and Opos' support. However, the calamity 2 years prior and the recent Goblin War had cost the Comerians their beloved king and significantly weakened the kingdom and Opos' military. Consequently, village defenses had been considerably bolstered, with residents remaining particularly vigilant against outsiders. Ferrara and Montreux wore smiles, grateful for Aaron and Opos' assistance, as they could forego sending scouts and simply follow the main road. I've spoken of myself. Now let us turn the conversation to you, Mr. Ferrara. You must be at least twice my age. Have you considered such matters? Noticing Ferrara and Montreux's persistent curiosity about him, Aaron took the initiative to change the subject. Just call me Ferrara, my Lord Viscount, the mercenary chief replied, stroking his beard with a sigh. I am an adventurer, merely an adventurer. Is it too extravagant to contemplate marriage and family? I am aware that some mercenaries, upon retirement, may purchase an identity to serve as patrolmen or town guards. Ferrara gestured towards several young individuals patrolling under the guidance of 2 seasoned veterans. However, I assume that the esteemed Viscount is well aware that such positions are predominantly reserved for local retired adventurers, leaving little room for outsiders like myself. Furthermore, this is not the life I desire. What is the life you aspire to? Aaron inquired with intrigue. Ferrara, possessing the prowess of a second-tier elite warrior, may find that, despite the warrior profession being quite common within the realm, His elite capabilities allow him to secure a position as a patrol captain or town guard. In this kingdom, professions are generally categorized into 4 tiers. The first tier is typically regarded as novice adventurers, still grappling with the nuances of their chosen vocation, learning the foundational aspects of their craft and exploring the paths they ought to pursue. Collectively, they are termed apprentice level, capable of addressing minor disturbances in the vicinity of cottages or villages when confronted with conflict. Currently, both Aaron and the former battle mage apprentice, Hicks, belong to this tier. The second tier marks the emergence of distinctive mortals. Non-spellcasters begin to acquire considerable combat skills, while spellcasters gradually master third circle spells such as Fireball and Lightning Bolt. They are increasingly equipped to handle crises within towns, cities, and even smaller nations, collectively known as elite level. Ferrara, Montaro, the priestess, and the barbarian woman Asha inhabit this level. Notably, a disparity in strength begins to manifest within this tier, along with the emergence of part-time or sub-professions. The third tier encompasses mortals who transcend the mediocrity of the general populace, showcasing exceptional skill even among adventurers. Numerous spellcasters attain sixth circle spells, capable of producing remarkable effects, while not spellcasters achieve astonishing feats even in the midst of combat. These formidable adventurers confront threats that endanger entire nations or regions, referred to as master level. The gulf in capability between master-level practitioners is vaster than that between ordinary individuals and masked knights. The fourth tier is the illustrious realm of legends, whose every action may determine the fate of a continent or even the multiverse. The chasm between legends is greater than that separating ordinary people from Ultraman. However, the distinctions between the 4 tiers are not insurmountable. For instance, should conflict arise, Aaron is confident in his ability to best Ferrara, as he is a spellcaster, and Ferrara knows nothing of him. Even in close combat, Aaron feels unperturbed. A truly trained mage is seldom intimidated by melee confrontations. I yearn for such a life, one filled with wealth, indulgence in delectable feasts, and the fulfillment of numerous quests while roaming across the kingdom. Ferrara, seemingly indifferent, declared, with riches. I would visit taverns to order a partridge or a flamingo, quail, moorhen, lark, or egret. Anything would suffice. At the very least, I might indulge in a slice of venison steak, 3 pieces of creamy cake, and a steaming cup of gin, paired with the finest death cheese from Guangzhou. Very well. Mr. Ferrara, your menu rivals that of a royal feast, Aaron nodded. I eat far worse at home. Were it not for my mercenary life, could I indulge in such fare? A town guard earns but a pittance in a year. Ferrara, with a hint of disdain, replied, on this venture alone, we can earn a guaranteed 200 gold coins. A few such excursions in a year, and surely one could partake in several royal banquets. But have you considered? Eleanor interjected, her tone enigmatic. Hey, in our line of work as mercenaries, we seek freedom and exhilaration. Ferrara shrugged nonchalantly. One job at a time. If it ends in death, so be it. Who cares? I could retire comfortably on my own, but I have many young ones under my wing, entrusting their lives to me. If I were to flee, what would become of them? The mercenary leader heartily thumped his chest, declaring, I shall continue until I can no longer do so. These reckless souls have no notion of life's value. Miss Priestess ceased her attempts at persuasion. The Silver Mother Church has a commendable custom of never compelling others. Aaron and Appos, as perspective, diverged significantly. This was a band of freewheeling laborers and rogues, willing to undertake any task for profit, with earnings evidently surpassing those of ordinary town guards by several folds. Aaron even questioned whether his annual income of 800 gold lions from the House of Obisur could rival Ferrara's ventures' yield over a year and a half. According to the authoritative data from Candlekeep scholars, 20 of adventurers meet their demise or suffer injury after their first venture. And while having experienced companions can lower this figure slightly, it remains alarmingly high. It is indeed true that adventurers command hefty fees, yet they are burdened with significant risks. Nobles and various employers can post tasks in Adventurers Guild towns, inviting those who require no provisions, no benefits, bearing their own medical expenses, with no compensation for death or burial costs, and no reimbursement for failed missions. This arrangement seems decidedly disproportionate, even in a nation like Cormyr, where the monarchy is robust and possesses elite forces. They are reluctant to employ such inexpensive hired hands, let alone in other realms or the tumultuous northern lordships. However, it is essential to note that not all adventurers are alike. The likes of Arathorn, the chieftain of the Dúnedain, King Aragorn of Elendil, Boromir, son of the regent Denethor II, and Prince Gimli, nephew of Thorin Oakenshield, are all adventurers. Ferrara's group also falls under this category. Clearly, the two cannot be equated. The discussion here pertains specifically to the latter group, those without a permanent residence, lacking long-term objectives, entirely reliant on commissions, warfare, trade, and the perils of adventure, which often includes pillaging and murder for sustenance. As for the bards and oppos, tales of effortlessly discovering ancient treasures, acquiring divine artifacts, and the entire team amassing great wealth. While the protagonist marries a young, beautiful, and gentle princess, ascending to kingship and reaching the pinnacle of life, one cannot entirely dismiss such occurrences. After all, the local magistrate of Sisui and the monk from Fengyang have indeed produced emperors. Aaron found himself able to adopt a remarkably detached and cold-blooded perspective on the matter. Is this the logic of the nobility? Mr. Ferrara, I am a sorcerer, but due to familial heritage, I also possess some warrior capabilities, Aaron stated, seamlessly presenting his request. You are an esteemed elite warrior with 2 decades of experience in this field. I wish to inquire if you could impart any wisdom should I decide to embark on adventures or undertake field missions regularly in the future. Ferrara was genuinely astonished. Oh, the esteemed Viscount Commercalian dares to seek guidance from me, a mere mercenary leader? The sage once proclaimed that the wisdom of adventurers is boundless. Aaron smiled, his demeanor sincere. It is always beneficial to listen. His extraordinary charisma was once again in play. In that case, I must recount the adventurous experiences of the seasoned warrior. Ferrara of Zambia. Chapter 16. The return to Susul. The composition of Ferrara and Oppos' band was rather dismal. 16 warriors, a barbarian, and a wanderer comprised the team. The majority were what one might derisively refer to as warriors. What constitutes a warrior? One clad in heavy armor, wielding a shield to fend off the thrust of polearms, is a warrior. One adorned in light leather armor, utilizing a long bow and a short dagger to rain arrows from the rear, is a warrior. A figure who dances through enemy ranks with a pair of swords, gliding like an elf through the tides, is a warrior. Those who skillfully employ darts and grappling hooks in the arena are warriors. Those who catch prey in the wild with javelins and nets are warriors. This is the most prevalent and least esteemed profession in the entire realm. According to authoritative data from Candlekeep, it is estimated that 2/3 of adventurers in the Northern Territories are warriors. There are indeed too many warriors, and these adventurers are often disparagingly referred to as mere livestock. Admittedly, among warriors, there are exceptional individuals, the most notable recently being King Aeson IV of the Comer, a legendary warrior who perished alongside an ancient red dragon during the Goblin War. Elite knights who protect their homeland, noble lords who campaign across the land, royal guards, and city protectors are all warriors, yet they represent only a minuscule fraction of the whole. The majority of warriors are village guards, impoverished adventurers, bandits, mercenaries, travelers, itinerant traders, hunters, smallholders, or tenant farmers, as well as craftsmen and artisans. It is indeed a lowly profession for spellcasters like Aaron and Eleanor. Securing a quest at the Adventurers Guild is remarkably effortless. Virtually any adventuring team, unless they are genuinely at full capacity, will welcome them with open arms. But for warriors, patience is required. There are still 810 individuals ahead of you in line. So why is the warrior class so undervalued? It is due to their singular functionality. Apprentice mages possess a diverse array of skills: disguise, protection, damage, pathfinding, and decryption. Apprentice warriors? They simply strike. Elite mages command a broader repertoire of spells to address various challenges during adventures, beginning to wield crowd control and powerful area of effect spells. The fireball spell is straightforward, brutal, and mindless. Elite warriors? They strike with greater force. Master mages can cover nearly all needs encountered in adventures, including resurrecting the dead, summoning powerful allies, providing long-range support, or even conjuring a space for rest and refuge. Master warriors? They strike with even more ferocity. Legendary mages can reshape mountains and fill seas, establish empires, create their own planes, and dominate realms. Legendary warriors? They strike with unparalleled strength and ferocity. This jest, of course, is rather extreme. Although the warrior's functionality is somewhat limited, it is not so simplistic as to be devoid of intelligence. It merely serves as a metaphor to illustrate the few capabilities available to warriors during their quests. Furthermore, warriors are among the few classes that lack means to extend their lifespan through their professional abilities. Legendary mages, sorcerers, and druids can live for an extraordinarily long time. Legendary paladins, monks, clerics, warlocks, and bards also possess numerous methods to prolong their lives. Legendary barbarians and rangers can extend their lifespans by stepping into the primordial path and merging with the forces of the wilderness. However, legendary warriors and wanderers find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Without external assistance, they struggle to surpass the human lifespan limit of 120 years, with most legendary warriors meeting their end by the age of 100. This profession indeed relies heavily on youth. It is for this reason that Aaron intends to seek counsel. Ferrara, an elite warrior who has survived as a mercenary until now, undoubtedly possesses unique insights. There is no harm in acquiring additional knowledge. Thus, at noon, after 3 hours of travel, the group found a spot by the roadside to rest. Montero called the mercenaries to gather around as they unveiled the still-warm food purchased from the Kalen Inn, eager to witness the exchange between Ferrara and Aaron. Each wielded a sword. However, Aaron's hand remained empty while Ferrara grasped a shield in his other hand. In combat, my lord, you must always be mindful of your weak side, the side without the shield, Ferrara instructed, demonstrating to Aaron. Typically, we consider the side holding the weapon as the strong side, while the shielded side is deemed weak. The strong side is often the primary offensive side, attracting focus, thus the weak side becomes susceptible to breaches. Therefore, my lord, you might use your weak side as a trap to lure your opponent into an attack. With a flourish of his sword, Ferrara moved with the precision of a seasoned warrior. Your appearance resembles that of a purple dragon knight, which will instinctively lead enemies to perceive you as a melee combatant, allowing you to catch them off guard. Nobles who wield a one-handed sword without a shield are viewed as easy prey by adventurers. In battle, blocking is not always advisable. Evasion is preferable, and should you be compelled to block, ensure that your arm and wrist possess ample space and strength to respond. The use of the shield must be approached with caution. Unless you are certain of a hit, never exert full force when striking. Should your attack be evaded, it will leave you vulnerable, and as an apprentice or second-tier practitioner, overexertion will lead to fatigue after just a few attempts. As a seasoned warrior, Ferrara imparted the skills he had acquired through experience. In combat, do not confine yourself to your weapon. Often, our shoulders, legs, fists, even our foreheads and teeth can serve as formidable tools. The aim of battle is to win, to survive, not to display grandeur, at least not for us mercenaries. Ferrara demonstrated 2 maneuvers involving shoulder charges and knee strikes. Aaron nodded, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. In combat, every part of the body can become a weapon. One must remain vigilant of the opponent's movements. Whether it be a thrust, a slash, or a heavy strike, their body will reveal preliminary actions. It is crucial to discern their intentions and gauge their combat spirit. Noticing Aaron and Apos' quick comprehension, Ferrara smiled. To my astonishment, I find myself capable of instructing the esteemed Lord Viscount. Henceforth, there shall be matters to discuss in the tavernas hall. As for the spirit of combat, Aaron furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. Do you mean the adversary and Apos' resolve to fight? I once engaged in a fierce brawl for over 3 hours with an individual akin to myself during a manor skirmish. Afterward, I received a substantial reward from a noble elder, and I didn't even need to visit the blacksmith to repair my weapons and shield. Ferrara recounted with a sense of pride. Alas, such fortunate endeavors are rare. I understand, Aaron replied, comprehending the notion. If the opponent is fierce, one must muster all their vigor. If the adversary is rather indifferent, one need not exert their full capabilities. Oftentimes, we mercenaries are merely skimming the edge of danger, performing our duties for coin. Without the necessity of risking our lives, misunderstandings may arise between us. Ferrara continued, this hinges upon what task you, my Lord Viscount, are undertaking or what you wish to gain. Do you imply a sense of sufficiency? Aaron seemed to grasp the concept. Understood. Please proceed. At times, we encounter unavoidable assaults. Thus, we must strive to protect our vital core. Ferrara added, fear not, given your armor, my Lord Viscount, barring extraordinary weaponry. It shall merely leave a mark upon the armor, with perhaps a trickle of blood. And what if it were an extraordinary weapon? Aaron inquired with interest. That is a realm beyond my understanding. Perhaps you should consult another, Ferrara replied, shaking his head. After both practiced for a while, they sat down. Ferrara accepted the buttered bread Aaron offered and then shared his experiences of adventure. Combat is but a minor facet of adventure, my Lord Viscount. For us mercenaries, why do we embark on adventures? We venture forth to make a living, to earn our keep, and only then do we consider the enhancement of our abilities. Based on this foundation, Oftentimes we not only wish to avoid combat, but will exhaust all means to do so. Even in battle, we strive to render it unjust, striking the eyes, kicking the groin, hurling insults, spitting. Anything that may cause the opponent distress and diminish their fighting prowess is deemed a success. Moreover, employing ashes, setting traps, administering poison, or causing rockfalls, anything that resolves the issue is permissible. If you refrain from such actions, others will take the initiative, thus placing your life in their hands. Ferreira mockingly gestured to himself. After all, this profession is one of life and death. I have deceived others more than once, claiming there was something behind them before striking them down with a sword, and I have reneged on promises just as frequently. The mercenary life, alas, is destined for the depths of hell. In recent years, I have gained some connections, but there were times when income was elusive, and I was compelled to devise strategies. We typically categorize our targets into various types, opting for those that are easier to tackle. As Ferreira spoke, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. Scratching his disheveled hair, surviving is of utmost importance. Loyalty exists merely because the price of betrayal is insufficient. Aaron, however, expressed his understanding with a meaningful tone, stating, "As for my relationship with Miss Eleanor, I certainly do not possess absolute confidence, and the aftermath would be particularly troublesome, wouldn't it?" "Well, individuals like you are often the most troublesome." Ferrara nodded awkwardly. Local nobility, burdened with the kingdom's duties, bloodline sorcerers capable of casting spells, and temple priests of considerable prowess wielding divine magic. Even if matters could be resolved, Ferrara was at a loss regarding the subsequent handling. Self-mockery, grace, decorum, elegance, my dear Viscount. These are privileges of the powerful. We are mere mercenaries. Our sole task is to complete the mission, deliver the goods, and acquire that cursed coin. Nothing more. Compassion and kindness amidst peril are luxuries we cannot afford, luxuries we have never dared to aspire to. We generally adhere to the rules, for they serve our interests. Yet in certain exceptional circumstances, we may shred all contracts, transgress every taboo, and embrace every vice, simply because it may prove advantageous in dire straits. It is as simple as that. With this perspective, I grasp the mentality of a typical mercenary. After downing a mug of malt beer, Aaron rose. Standing at the edge of the group, gazing at the bright spring light in the nearby village, letting out a sigh. The complexities of humanity were vividly displayed in the adventurers. You should not mingle with them for too long. Noticing Aaron and Oppo's somber mood, Eleanor approached and whispered, "We are servants of the Silver Matron. We ought to learn kindness. Living is so difficult." Aaron smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. "No matter how difficult, we must endure." The priestess asserted firmly, "Have you forgotten the expectations of our Lord upon you?" "Indeed, even for the sake of the Silver Matron, I must live well." Aaron nodded. Mercenaries are often seen as destabilizing elements and potential criminals, yet the nobility continues to rely upon them. Within the realm, ownership of territory is often determined through decades or even centuries of conflict. When a noble seeks to expand their domain, the process, from eradicating monsters, establishing settlements, exploring the surroundings, resisting monster counterattacks, building cities and walls, cultivating farmland, to constructing homes, may require intermittent warfare spanning decades or centuries before the malevolent neighbors acknowledge one's sovereignty over the land. Take the kingdom of Comer, for instance. Even after the Elven Empire withdrew and explicitly transferred land ownership to humanity, the kingdom of Comer, founded in the 26th year of the Valley Era, was compelled to embark on its protracted history of warfare against goblins, lizardfolk, beastmen, dragons, and pirates. The relentless conflict persisted until the 432nd year of the Valley Era, the year of the Sea Prince, when the king of Comer, leading his supporting nobles, mounted a resurgence and defeated the pirate king Magris, who had occupied the capital, Susserl. After 400 years of warfare, the kingdom finally achieved recognition from surrounding powers regarding human sovereignty over the territory. For centuries of conflict, maintaining an army independently is an exorbitant endeavor, which is a significant reason why adventurers and mercenaries thrive within the realm. Lost in contemplation, Susser arrived around 3 in the afternoon. The capital of Comer looms majestically beside Dragon Lake, a shimmering jewel in the heart of the kingdom, a testament to the 1,000-year reign of Obusur over this land. It boasts towering, magnificent walls, behind which rise equally lofty edifices. At the city gate stand 2 colossal sculptures. The first is the renowned purple dragon, Sagro, once the sovereign of the Comer region. The Elven Empire, in alliance with human tribes, waged a protracted war against it, ultimately driving it away. From that day forth, The purple dragon became a symbol of Comer, not out of reverence for the beast, but from pride in its vanquishing. The second sculpture represents the illustrious King Doer of Comer, a figure who emerged victorious after 4 centuries of conflict. Notably, the name Suzur is derived from Susera, the wife of Comer's inaugural king, Ondisobasur. However, this queen could no longer endure the endless war and expansion, ultimately choosing to depart. As the group approached the northern gate, it was besieged by a throng of wagons and travelers, forming an extensive queue. Guards busied themselves inspecting the belongings and vehicles of those seeking entry, along with the indispensable permits. Due to the overwhelming crowd, the guard's demeanor was rather brusque, yet upon noticing Aaron's robed armor and the credentials he presented, they waved him through without further ado. Upon entering the gate, they were immediately met with a dimming of light and an overpowering stench. Crowds, noise, beggars, and vendors converged, while scantily clad children with wide eyes reached out their small hands toward Aaron and Eleanor, their gazes brimming with longing. What a multitude! Before Aaron could offer a glance, Ferrara swiftly advanced with the mercenaries, fiercely dispersing the encroaching throng, all while the priestess looked on with a mixture of sorrow and helplessness, perplexed by the scene. There are numerous refugees from Alabel, all crowding into Suzur, Aaron calmly explained, simultaneously soothing the priestess and Apos' troubled spirit. Their homeland has fallen, rendering Suzur unprecedentedly crowded. No, we must proceed to the cemetery first, Aaron replied, shaking his head as he retrieved a small square box from his belongings. This rascal, his soul deserves to find peace. Chapter 17. The new master of the cemetery. After confirming that everything had been completed, Ferrara, the seasoned elite warrior, retrieved a large square box from the carriage. The craftsmanship of the box was exquisite, carved from pear wood, and adorned with a small lock. This is our token of gratitude for this journey. I implore you to accept it, my lord the Viscount. Aaron raised his hand, indicating the urn containing the ashes of the battle mage apprentice he held. Noticing this, Eleanor willingly took the large box from him. The young priestess discreetly weighed it in her hands. It was surprisingly light, leaving her curious about its contents. And this, Ferrara continued, producing a more ornate small box from his possession, is a special token of our appreciation. With a hint of reluctance, he presented the gilded box to Aaron. Please take good care of it. Thank you. Aaron accepted the small box with his free hand, tucking it into his cloak. Are you not curious to open it? Ferrara jested with a hint of mischief. What could warrant such meticulous weighing and careful concealment? Aaron chuckled naturally. If you intend to deceive me, must you be so cautious? The life of a merchant is fraught with challenges, Mr. Ferrara. Your attention to detail is commendable. Surprised, Ferrara and Apos' playful demeanor faded. The mercenary leader and Apos' expression turned serious, his eyes shimmering with respect. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future, esteemed Viscount Salian. There will be opportunities. I believe this will not be your last venture to Comer. Aaron nodded, sensing the unspoken words of the mercenary leader. If the current tensions ease, we would be pleased to return to Comer, and I hope you can facilitate our visit. Montoro stepped forward. You have conquered this band of bloodthirsty mercenaries. When you arrive, simply send someone to notify me at 18 Salian Manor in the Upper District and Apos' Apos, Triple Crown and Apos area. May Tamora bless you, our Viscount. Thank you for your assistance. May the radiance of the Silver Mother illuminate your path. Ferrara and his companions departed, leaving the priestess and the Viscount behind. Shall we proceed? The road leading to the cemetery was somewhat muddy. This was not an affluent area and thus lacked the best maintenance. Last night, a rain had fallen in Suzur, and the street cleaners in the lower district were not overly diligent, resulting in some areas remaining unkempt. Can you guess what the mercenaries and Apos' gift is? Aaron glanced at the large box Eleanor held. It must be spices? The priestess felt little weight in her arms. Correct. Aaron nodded, then playfully inquired. But cheating is not allowed, Miss Eleanor. You must have sensed the fragrance of the spices already? The words of the charismatic were always infused with enchantment, and the priestess could not help but nod. She indeed caught a whiff of the spices and Apos' aroma. Nutmeg kernels, cardamom, pepper, Sichuan pepper, chili, cinnamon, fresh sugarcane, cloves, bay leaves, and fennel. Upon opening the box, Miss Pastor sniffed with her petite nose and stuck out her tongue. What a splendid deal, my lord the Viscount. Ah, your nose is quite discerning, Aaron remarked, as he retrieved a small box highly valued by Ferrara and others from his pocket. Now, can you guess what this is? If you guess correctly, I shall gift you this grand box. I have no desire for it. Miss Pastor initially felt a flicker of pride. But Aaron and Appos' words quickly dampened her spirits. Do provide me with some hints, she implored. This vast assortment of spices could save countless impoverished souls at the city gates. It is saffron. Aaron gently opened the small box to reveal a tiny handful of vibrant red, stick-like strands. This minuscule amount of saffron is worth more than 3 times its weight in gold. Thus, it bears the moniker and Appos, blood gold, and Appos, capable of circulating even in the depths of hell. If you lack sufficient funds today, I shall use this to settle the payment. Slowly, Aaron's smile faded. After all, times have changed, and no one knows what the cemeteries have become. Thus, this grand box is yours, Miss Eleanor. You may dispose of it as you wish. He lightly patted Miss Pastor on the shoulder. Regardless, I kindly invite you to dinner at my home this evening, where you may enjoy my hospitality and take a proper bath before reporting to the church tomorrow, shall we? Upon hearing Aaron and Appos' proposition, Miss Pastor pressed her lips together, her hands resting upon her abdomen, fingers entwined as she exerted a slight pressure. Here we go again. This man always adeptly wielded his words to dominate the conversation, tightly grasping the silver virgin's grace to control her. He consistently presented conditions she found impossible to refuse, gradually encroaching upon her boundaries. Alas, she found herself powerless to resist his advances. Oh, silver virgin above, my lord, why have you arranged for me to encounter my nemesis? Faced with the temptation of a box of spices capable of saving at least 100 impoverished patients, Miss Pastor succumbed once more. Plan successful. A profound sense of elation surged within Aaron, coursing from his belly to his mind. Exhilarating. He realized that the original Aaron Salian harbored feelings for Miss Pastor, and thus, as he persistently flirted with her, the power of lust would awaken. It seemed prudent to consider bestowing upon her a gift of passion. She would undoubtedly appreciate it. However, as he gazed at the saffron in his hand, Aaron could not help but ponder a certain matter. The Lady of Wealth had a particular fondness for saffron, for not only is it a spice, but also the finest dye, capable of transforming garments into the golden hue favored by the Lady of Wealth. By donating saffron to the Church of the Lady of Wealth, one could acquire divine arts, riches, and blessings aplenty. Yet, prior to the onset of tumultuous years, the Lady of Wealth vanished, her whereabouts remaining a mystery to this day. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Ferrara and others resorted to smuggling this and Appos, blood gold, and Appos. So, where has the Lady of Wealth gone? Presently, it is the Lady of Joy who assumes her divine duties. Uncertain, I find these matters premature for myself. The cemetery was once a serene sanctuary, a tranquil expanse of land safeguarded by priests and temple guardians, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. This hallowed ground was once the domain of Milker, the Bone King, one of the deities of death, a powerful god of neutral malevolence. The living have long held a mixture of reverence and fear for this god of the dead. For apart from a few rare exceptions, all mortals must eventually face death. Milker and Appos' priests often instilled terror in the living, warning that those who failed to honor the god of the deceased and neglect to pay their due in skull coins would doom themselves to a grim fate after death. The priests of the Bone King spoke a harsh truth. Without the protection of the god of the dead, corpses left in mass graves would be stripped bare within days by scavengers. Vultures, wild dogs, and jackals relished such feasts, while many necromancers routinely sought suitable specimens among the remains. No one wished for their body to meet such an ignoble end. Although the people despised the greed and exorbitant fees demanded by the Bone King, he at least ensured the deceased could slumber peacefully. However, 2 years ago, amidst a year of turmoil, the 3 gods of death fell collectively, their dominion falling under the shadow of the Dark Sun Prince, Shirek. Consequently, the priests of Milker abandoned their faith for Shirek. Now, Aaron was uncertain of the cemetery and Appos' current state. Indeed, changes had transpired within the cemetery temple. The emblem of Milker had been supplanted by that of Shirek, with a ring of purple sun motifs encircling the skull. A priest clad in gray robes and wearing a skeletal mask emerged. Both Aaron and Eleanor bowed their heads in respect. No one would dare defy the gravity of death. Do you intend to inter these ashes within the cemetery? The priest inquired, fully aware of the purpose of visitors to the hallowed ground. Yes, Aaron replied, clutching the ashes of Hicks. He vividly recalled the desperate plea of his fellow battle mage apprentice urging him to flee amidst a futile struggle against a band of orcs. This offering is for my friend to find peace. Please accept it, Aaron implored, presenting 2 golden lion coins with reverence into the hands of the cemetery priest. To his surprise, the priest studied him intently before shaking his head. This is insufficient, child. Insufficient? Both Aaron and Eleanor gasped in astonishment. 2 coins were the standard offering within the kingdom. For the less affluent commoners, 2 silver coins sufficed to secure a burial in the cemetery's grand plot. What was Shirek scheming? The new god of the dead has decreed that all offerings for interment must be raised to 5 gold coins, the gray-robed priest stated, somewhat awkwardly gesturing toward a nearby gravestone. If you desire a gravestone, that will be an additional 15 gold coins. Shall I expect an extra 50 gold coins for a eulogy and ceremony as well? Aaron and Appos' facial muscles twitched in disbelief. So, this esteemed individual was offering the Appos' Dark Sun luxury package and Appos. The gray-robed priest hastily replied, "We can arrange the ceremony immediately." Aaron and Eleanor exchanged glances, each reflecting the same sense of helplessness in their eyes. As the current bearer of the divine mandate of the deceased, Shirek's approach stands in stark contrast to that of Milko. Aaron said little. With merely 5 gold coins to his name, he produced a small amount of saffron, thus successfully paying the sum of 15 gold coins to craft a gravestone for Hicks. Observing Aaron and Appos' willingness to part with additional funds without much contention, the gray-robed cleric's expression softened slightly as he sighed. "It appears he truly is your good friend." "That scoundrel has never been my friend," Aaron retorted with a cold smirk. "He pilfered my snacks as a child, stole my toys, and spread my business far and wide. Every time I see him, I think to myself, why is this insufferable wretch still alive?" The gray-robed priest was taken aback. Hicks was interred in an unassuming corner of the cemetery, his gravestone modest. For he was never a person of great significance. Aaron stood before the gravestone with Eleanor. "But he died in my stead." Aaron's voice grew increasingly somber. He pressed his lips together and took the honey mead, Hicks' favorite drink during his lifetime, from Eleanor's hands, pouring it over the gravestone. "You were never a person of great stature. You were merely an ordinary battle mage apprentice. You were not of noble lineage, Hicks. You moved from place to place, lacking a permanent home. You were just an ordinary battle mage apprentice, my childhood companion, my adversary. The sight of you made me want to slap you. And when I learned that I would be on this mission with you, I nearly retched. It should not have been you who died for me. They aimed for me. If you knew that this was the truth, you would surely be furious, wouldn't you?" "Ha ha." Aaron laughed heartily, though as his laughter continued, tears began to well in his eyes. "Rest in peace, my savior. Enjoy your eternal slumber. That man still lives, and I shall deal with him, I promise." With that, Aaron tilted the remaining honey mead back, drinking it without hesitation before turning to leave. Eleanor hurried to catch up, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears as she recalled something. "He was a brave battle mage. Brave, my foot." Aaron and Appos' voice was still slightly nasal as he jested. If he were truly brave, he would, and Appos' have only memorized the spells Web and Mirror Image, 2 spells that neither guarantee escape nor possess sufficient damage. That scoundrel's plan was simply to ensnare with Web and shield himself with Mirror Image, leaving the rest to us. Aaron gradually resumed his pace. "But, indeed, as you said, there is nothing wrong with a mage memorizing such spells." Eleanor found herself at a loss for words. Aaron gathered his emotions and spoke up. "It is said that a person experiences 3 deaths in their lifetime. The first death is the cessation of bodily functions, signifying the demise of the physical form. The second death is the holding of the funeral, representing the social death of the individual. The third death occurs when one is utterly forgotten. When all the books recounting their tale, all the scrolls depicting their likeness, and all those who once remembered them depart from this world. This signifies a death of the spirit. Thus, some may exist in the corporeal realm yet are already dead, while others may have perished yet continue to live on. They reside perpetually within stories, in books, in poetry, in legends, and in murals. Most importantly, within the annals of history, within the hearts of humanity." Aaron's words resounded like a thunderclap, reverberating within the chest of the pastor's daughter, illuminating the air with flashes of brilliance and the roar of thunder. "Indeed, she too has persisted, living on within my heart. There remains hope, always hope." The pastor's daughter gently caressed her chest, feeling a new flame ignite within her heart. This flame is called hope. Chapter 18. Our family has fallen after erecting a tombstone for the battle mage. Aaron and Eleanor temporarily parted ways. Eleanor, as a priestess of the Silver Mother, was to report to the Silver Mother Church in Suzar, claiming she had a mission at hand. Although Aaron suspected that this mission was likely to involve monitoring and assisting him, he, as a gentleman endowed with the powers of the chromatic aberration, chose to spare the priestess any embarrassment by not exposing her intentions. Many temples within the city also functioned as inns, offering significantly more affordable lodging for their faithful than external accommodations. Some temple inns rivaled luxurious hotels, notably those dedicated to the Lady of Wealth or the Lady of Fire, naturally carrying a hefty price tag. Conversely, certain temple inns could barely be regarded as shelters. For instance, the inn associated with the god of suffering merely provided a roof and a sleeping space where several individuals would be crammed into a single room, resting on straw mats. Nonetheless, the god of suffering was genuinely generous to mortals, as his temple traditionally offered free healing for spells of the first circle and below, along with food and shelter for the impoverished. Should a traveler find themselves utterly destitute, the temple would not turn them away. However, the living conditions of such inns were far from satisfactory. Aaron resolved that he must find a way to invite the priestess to reside at his home instead. As her vigilant observer, it was imperative to keep her close. They had already agreed to dine together at the Salian residence that evening. Aaron also had his own affairs to attend to. Upon leaving the cemetery, he first made his way to the Order of the Purple Dragon. The fortress of the Order was not difficult to locate in Suzar. It was a grand independent castle, complete with its own walls and defenses. Even if the city walls fell to invaders, as long as the Order and the royal palace remained intact, the assailants would face a protracted conflict. At that moment, the gates of the fortress were firmly shut, and Aaron was left wondering what transpired within. "What is going on?" he inquired. The older guard shrugged with a smirk. "Who knows?" Aaron rolled his eyes in frustration. The guards stationed at the fortress were predominantly retired veteran knights, lacking either a touch of strength or a stroke of luck, or perhaps merely a voice to advocate for them. Most of these guards barely met the elite standard, not particularly remarkable among professionals, yet they boasted considerable experience. To the fortress guards, youth equated to naivety. Being young meant being innocent, and youth was synonymous with error. Aaron was far too young. Suddenly, a massive pink fireball erupted before the guards, an explosion that sent them sprawling to the ground. But that was merely the beginning. The pink mist swiftly coalesced into several fire elementals, who, cackling maniacally, lunged forward, baring their teeth as they bit into the guards and Appos' faces. "Please, Don and Appos, kill me." "No." One guard, in a panic, fell to the ground, drenched in sweat, only to realize, in his struggle, that there was nothing there. Flames do not exist, nor do fire spirits or teeth. The only reality is that young noble, who bears the light upon his back, smiles at himself, and snaps his fingers. It is an illusionary magic. The well-informed guard turned pale and hastily rose to apologize. Did he not observe the multitude of warriors yearning to ascend to the subclass of arcane knights, merely to acquire a few low-tier spells that would significantly enhance their combat agility? Within lies the shooting training, esteemed mage. A servile smile adorned the guard and imp, Appos' face. To prevent accidental injury, the main entrance has been secured. Should you wish to enter, please continue to your right, where a small door permits passage. Aaron expressed his gratitude to the guard and proceeded onward. A petite white door materialized before him, adorned with an image of a deity. It depicted a regal human woman clad in opulent robes, exuding an air of noble elegance, crowned simply with a golden tiara upon her flowing platinum hair. She is the goddess of fortune, Tamora, also known as the Lady of Luck, who wields tremendous influence in Suzar. The grandest temple in Suzar is dedicated to Tamora, rivaling the stronghold of the Order of the Purple Dragon in scale. No one despises good fortune, hence no one disrespects the Lady of Luck. In recent years, Tamora's influence in Comir has proliferated, especially following the tumultuous year 2 years prior, when she descended upon Olabel, the foremost city in northern Comir, in a saintly manner. She resided in the Lady's Pavilion of Olabel, engaging in jovial discourse with mortals. Any mortal who offered sufficient gold could meet the goddess, shake her hand, indulge in fine wine and exquisite cuisine, share captivating tales, or gather around to hear the goddess recount her fascinating adventures in the outer planes. Occasionally, a select few distinguished men might even capture the goddess's favor, becoming her honored guests. With the goddess appearing before you, it is only natural that the influence of the Lady of Luck in Comir continues to swell. However, the city of Olabel now lies in ruins. A victim of the Goblin War months prior, where the ancient Red Dragon's beastly Khan, Tujin, led a horde of orc tribes to seize the city, setting ablaze all the temples of the deities. The ancient red dragon and the former king of Comer, eighteenth, met their demise together, leaving the beleaguered Comer incapable of reclaiming Amiable. The current regent of the kingdom, Princess Alicel, has ordered the reception of Amabel's refugees to temporarily reside in Scissor. The small door is also guarded. Aaron deftly cast a charm upon the human guard. Now, casting this spell was as effortless as breathing. "Please hold, Lord Salian." Someone approaches. The guard called out, striving to make his voice heard above the surrounding clamor. Approaching him was a fully armored knight, clad in standard purple dragon knight plate armor, with 3 irises adorning his helmet. A tattered purple cloak enveloped his brilliantly polished breastplate, while 2 long handlebar mustaches, complemented by a thick beard, showcased his masculine allure. Though his bald forehead revealed thinning hair, with sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes, a long and prominent nose, every encounter with him left Aaron with an uncomfortable sensation. This man was Ian Hartson, the Grand Mentor of the Purple Dragon Knights, and concurrently the Chief Inspector, a master-level practitioner. Beyond being a formidable mentor of the Purple Dragon Knights, he was also responsible for overseeing the Order and Appos' finances, logistics, and discipline. "I am here to submit my mission report," Grand Mentor, Aaron stated flatly, "and I would like to report the truth to Her Highness, Princess Alice." "May I enter, sir?" His face remained devoid of expression. This man was truly insufferable. After over a decade of managing finances and logistics while overseeing inspections, he had lost the ability to communicate normally with others. "Are you really not going to tell me about your situation with Irina? I saw her earlier, cozying up to Bradley," Ian remarked, clapping his hands with a mocking laugh. "So, you were really dumped by her? Wow, I should gather everyone to witness this. Though the mission failed, you and Appos become quite the dashing young bird." "Well said. And what of your enchanting sorceress apprentice? Did you not mention how her delicate hands gripped you tightly?" "Oh, my sweet darling, my light of life, my flame of the soul." Aaron mimicked Ian and Appos' tone, gesturing exaggeratedly. "By the way, this seems to be your 26th introduction. Tell me, Ian, did the priestess from the Firehair Church inform the guards to prevent that water demon from returning? If he does, we might have to resort to arranging a match with a female ogre." With each of Aaron and Appos' remarks, Ian and Appos' expression darkened further. The Grand Mentor and Appos' gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on his significantly changed junior, caught in a dilemma of wanting to retort, yet unable to find a suitable comeback. "Let me ponder. What is the journey of our esteemed Grand Mentor? Falling in love, stabilizing a relationship, engagement, marriage, purchasing a home, having children, extramarital affairs, continuing to have children, divorce, solitude, squabbling over asset division in the royal court, arguing for visitation rights at the temple. Where exactly is our dear Grand Mentor now?" Aaron feigned astonishment, counting on his fingers, and then covered his mouth in mock surprise. "Oh dear, it seems like you Haven and Appos even taken the first step. Pray tell, dear Grand Mentor, do you intend to simply head to a nursing home?" the young Viscount kindly reminded. With each of Aaron's quips, Ian's gaunt face twitched as if battling an internal storm. The guard nearby was stifling laughter to the brink of fainting. "Humph, it seems our little fledgling is no longer in distress." After a prolonged silence, Ian Hartson, whose countenance was darker than the insignia of the Lady of Night, managed to force out a semblance of a smile. For a fleeting moment, Aaron caught a glimmer of relief in Ian's eyes, but it vanished before he could fully discern it. "Bring him to the library. Our fledgling must compose a report on the mission and Appos' failure. Let us hope he does not misspell any words." "Yes, sir." In the library, Aaron succinctly drafted a mission report detailing the reasons for failure, encountered foes, gathered intelligence, casualties, and losses. In the matter of reporting losses, Aaron directly noted the loss of a warhorse, a complete set of weaponry, and a carriage. After some contemplation, he concluded that the expense for the 9 Rings miracle would undoubtedly not be reimbursed, and thus he recorded it without hesitation. Upon completing the report, Aaron sealed it with wax, affixing the imprint of the red Conrad ring, and placed it in a box. This process is referred to as archiving. The archivist of the Purple Dragon Knights would then deliver it to the esteemed Lord Stavel, a quasi-legendary figure, or to the Regent Princess Alicel, a procedure known as submission. Typically, if the mission proceeds smoothly, the esteemed Lord or the Regent Princess would offer a few words of approval and grant rewards, after which Aaron would be free to act. This is the standard protocol. However, Aaron sensed that he was likely facing the latter scenario. His identity as Viscount Salian The sudden awakening of his magical abilities, the emergence of extraordinary charisma, the demise of all his comrades, the appearance of the blade of the queen, and the involvement of the silver Holy Mother. All these factors indicated that his report would likely be sent to the royal palace for the regent princess and Apos' personal review. It was highly probable that Princess Alicel would summon him to the palace for an audience to clarify the situation. There would be a few days and Apos' time from the archiving to the summons, during which he needed to prepare thoroughly. Concurrently, Aaron had to ascertain one crucial question. How did the regent princess perceive him? Was this kingdom still a suitable place for him to remain? He believed that the forthcoming audience would provide the answers. The Salian residence is located in the affluent district of Three Crowns in Sicily, an area inhabited solely by nobility. This estate once symbolized the prosperity of the Salian family. The mansion, covering an area of approximately 230 square meters, features a rear garden and spans 3 stories, encompassing 14 rooms including 2 servant quarters, a basement storage, a wine cellar, an independent bakery, a kitchen, a study, and 5 bedrooms, among others. Since Aaron's grandfather, Count Salian, suffered a devastating defeat during the Tukand invasion, where he was mercilessly slain by the nomads, King Ison IV, in a fit of rage, ordered the revocation of titles and confiscation of all lands, exiling all with the surname Salian to the eastern expanses. This grand residence was subsequently inherited by Aaron and Apos' father. The commander of the Purple Dragon Knights, Manuel, who was Aaron and Apos' father, was the sole individual not involved in that catastrophic defeat. As an exemplary knight who served alongside King Ison IV in numerous campaigns, he thus evaded this calamity, retaining the title of Viscount, the Salian surname, and the family mansion located near the royal palace. Although his father remained reticent regarding the extent of the family's disgrace, it was evident from the silence of the kingdom and Apos' nobility that their centuries of honor and reputation had been utterly obliterated. It is likely that some may question how, if the Viscount title is an uppunnage of the countship and thus not inheritable, and all titles and lands of the Salian family were confiscated, Manuel and Apos' viscountcy was passed down to Aaron. The reason is quite simple. The Manuel couple sacrificed their lives for the nation during the Cataclysm of Saints 2 years ago, perishing at the gates of the northern city of Tefandon, reportedly slain amidst the chaos by several drow. King Ison IV, moved by their loyalty and valor, decreed that the title of Viscount could be passed down for an additional generation. Thus, everyone refers to Aaron as the last Salian. It is nothing short of a miracle that this family, this viscountcy, has endured countless trials to be bestowed upon Aaron. It seems utterly implausible that it could be passed down further. This lineage, which has honored the Silver Mother Suruin for over 700 years and has existed for 9 centuries, appears to have reached its terminus. Our family has fallen from grace. Chapter 19. Family in the fleeting span of 50 years, life unfolds like a dream. He comprehends this sentiment, particularly after awakening to the powers of desire. He fully grasps the depth of his feelings. Recollections of his hometown scenery and the warmth of family envelop him. Gazing at the door and the wisps of smoke ascending from the chimney, accompanied by Aunt Melly and Apos' distinctive, boisterous voice, a faint smile inevitably graces Aaron and Apos' lips. The Salian residence was not solely inhabited by Aaron and his servants. His aunt and Apos' entire family had taken refuge there following the demise of his parents in battle. This included Aunt Melly, Uncle Lahel, Cousin Robert, and Cousin Yuda, none of whom were blood relatives of the Salian lineage. Yet, whenever Aaron contemplated the presence of his aunt and Apos' family within his home, a wave of warmth surged within him. He vividly recalls the tumultuous events following the loss of his parents during the Cataclysm of the Saints, when Aunt Melly boldly led him to the royal palace to demand justice. At that time, the king had issued a decree permitting Aaron to inherit the title of Salian Viscount and the estate, along with the privilege of becoming a Purple Dragon Knight. It sounded promising, did it not? However, Aaron was still a minor, without lands or a tangible position. In essence, apart from the pension, he possessed no income. Merely the empty title of Viscount. Could there be a more embarrassing circumstance for a noble in the annals of Comer's history? It was Aunt Melly who personally brought Aaron to the royal court to protest. This fiery middle-aged woman dramatically threw herself to the ground, rolling about and vociferously denouncing the royal family and Apos' injustice, capturing the attention of nearly the entire court. The scene remains etched in Aaron and Apos' memory. The kingdom and Appos, as finance minister, Olenek, was visibly exasperated by this madwoman. He mockingly pointed at Melly, saying, "If you lack funds, why not go to a tavern and entertain for your nephew?" Aunt Melly retorted, "Very well. If I go to entertain, will you come to support me? If you refuse, I shall proclaim this to every patron in the tavern." Olenek called me to entertain. Olenek summoned the sister of a knight who perished for the kingdom to work in a tavern to support her poor, underage nephew. Come now, agree to my terms, and I shall seek out a tavern tomorrow. Aaron distinctly remembers the finance minister and Appos' face turning pale. He gaped in disbelief. Ultimately unable to concede to Aunt Melly and Appos' demands, a throng of nobles, guards, and curious townsfolk were observing the spectacle unfold. Thus, Aaron and Appos' fixed annual salary of 800 golden lions as the Salian viscount was secured through his aunt and Appos' dramatic antics before the royal court. Moreover, Aaron harbored a rather unfavorable view of his parents. Regrettably, the previous version of Aaron did not meet the expectations set before him. Naturally, the harshest reprimands from his father, "You are a waste, a disgrace, even the pigs in a sty are more astute than you," had become commonplace. Enduring a few heavy blows was merely an expected part of his existence. He understood his father and Appos' mindset. The family had lost its title and lands, and even their name was in jeopardy. With his own potential seemingly exhausted, the Purple Dragon Knight and Appos' legacy was insufficient to restore the family and Appos' former glory. Thus, Manuel had no choice but to place all his hopes upon Aaron. However, this does not imply that Aaron relished being struck or humiliated. He would flee, but to where? To his aunt and Appos' abode. Aaron frequently sought refuge there, where his aunt would offer him the scant white bread available in their household, while they themselves consumed the coarser barley bread. In his childhood, Aaron was oblivious to the distinction, however, as he matured. The reason behind his cousin and Appos' unwelcoming gaze became apparent. His cousin, 3 years his senior, always regarded him with a hint of disdain. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, his uncle and aunt remained steadfast. Whenever Aaron appeared, they would reserve the white bread for him, opting for the tougher and more challenging barley bread themselves. Aaron vividly recalled an image, as a child during winter, when snow blanketed the city, transforming the Dragon Lake area into a pristine white expanse. He, with a few bruises adorning his small frame, would tread through the snow to his aunt and Appos' doorstep, observing the steam rising from the roof. His aunt and uncle, engaged in drying salted meat made from animal hides for the winter, would instantly break into smiles upon seeing him, urging him to enter quickly for a taste of white bread. Whether it was slightly undercooked or a tad burnt, his aunt was particular about such matters. The baker had often complained to Aaron about how challenging it was to satisfy his aunt and Appos' preferences. Familiar words, familiar surroundings. Standing at the threshold, Aaron could not help but smile. He produced his key and entered. The aged golden-winged wooden floor creaked underfoot, and the heavy carpet had faded in certain corners, yet the place was impeccably clean. The entrance was modest, spanning roughly 6 or 7 paces in width, adorned with an array of paintings and calligraphy, flanked by handcrafted artifacts. A glass cabinet nearby showcased porcelain imported from the Far East, while directly ahead stood a complete suit of knightly armor. This was a set of red dragon-scaled golden armor, a rare treasure, an extraordinary piece of protection. Without remarkable combat skills, one could not hope to harm the armored wearer, who possessed formidable resistance to dragon and Appos' might and fire damage. Furthermore, donned by its user, it could unleash a dragon and Appos' might once, with a cooldown of 24 hours. This was one of the heirlooms of the Salian family. "You are unworthy of this armor, you worthless fool." Of course, I am equally unworthy. I too am a fool. In the past, Aaron might have never dared to touch this heirloom, but now he felt indifferent. I am the last of the Salians. This belongs to me, and I may do with it as I please. Yet, this armor cannot be donned casually, in addition to requiring significant strength. The wearer must withstand the inherent dragon's might of the armor. Failing to do so could result in being flung backward mid-donning, with broken arms or legs being a mild consequence. Presently, Aaron indeed could not wear it. Had Manuel been able to, he would not have perished so easily in battle. Beyond lies the grand hall, illuminated and immaculate. A large accordion adorns the wall, while the doors and windows are exquisitely crafted and securely closed. The curtains are fashioned from luxurious fabrics, vibrant in color, still shimmering in the afternoon light. The tapestries on the walls exhibit brilliant hues, adorned with floral motifs and intricate patterns upon a pale background. At the very heart of this space, a scroll is elegantly framed in gold. In this land, I shall stand with pride until I lose everything, dear sir. For regardless of whom I encounter or what I face, I am here, and so is Comir, King Dualobasur of Comir. The parchment of this scroll is quite aged. Its text written in special ink has faded slightly over the long passage of time. This scroll is a priceless treasure, irreplaceable by any amount of currency, for it bears the king's own hand, dated over 9 centuries ago. Additionally, there is a silver frame inscribed with the words, courage, duty, honor, a tribute from King Eson IV of Comir. This is the family motto of the Salian lineage, penned personally by the former king after the death of his father. As for the vast array of rare treasures, antique artifacts, and mementos accumulated over centuries, their worth pales in comparison to these 3 items, which I shall refrain from elaborating upon. This is why Aaron believes he might be able to afford the cost of a miracle spell, which he estimates to be between 20,000 to 25,000 gold lions. Such a sum is astronomical for a commoner. For instance, the salary of a night watchman outside amounts to merely 13 gold coins per month, meaning he would need to forego all sustenance and work continuously for 130 to 160 years to gather enough for a single miracle. However, should Aaron sell this grand mansion, his ancestral ring, and the complete suit of armor made from the scales of a red dragon, along with everything passed down through his family for centuries, he estimates he could amass between 12,000 to 15,000 gold lions. Paying half upfront should suffice. As for the remainder, he could repay it gradually. What other option is available? Yet, to his surprise, Lady Silver Star did not demand payment from him. Even the goddess Surin did not require any recompense. Aaron then cast his gaze upon the modest shrine of Surin within the hall, feeling a second wave of warmth wash over him. Since arriving in this realm, despite facing grave adversity, he has also sensed the kindness emanating from this world. The Salian family traces its origins back 900 years with their ancestor, Ludolf, honoring the Silver Mother as their family protector for approximately 700 years. Legend has it that during a battle, he received a revelation from the Silver Mother, sparing him from an ambush that would have led to the annihilation of his entire army. Previously, Aaron held a degree of skepticism regarding his family's faith. Now, his thoughts are consumed with a singular notion: grandfather, father. Believing in the Silver Mother truly bears fruit. Aaron reverently approached the shrine, kneeling on one knee. The middle-aged woman was not particularly tall. Her skin had a slight yellowish tint, and deep crow's feet had formed at the corners of her eyes. Her figure, though still somewhat maintained, could not compare to the slenderness of her youth. It was evident that there were some extra pounds around her chin, arms, and abdomen. She was Aaron and Amp Apos' aunt, his mother, and Amp Apos' sister Mary. Aaron faintly recalled that when he was very young, his aunt, in her 20s, had a certain charm. However, over the years, Mary had entered her 40s, embodying the quintessential middle-aged woman, albeit one who had taken some care of herself. Aaron mused that Westerners seemed to mature and age more swiftly. He often encountered maids in their late 20s already adorned with numerous wrinkles. The middle-aged woman busily wiped her hands on her apron before she had the chance to look at her nephew. When Aaron and Amp Apos' current appearance came into her view, she was visibly startled, her mouth agape, and her tone filled with bewilderment. Aaron, is that you? Why, Aunt Mary, have you forgotten me after just a few days? Aaron replied with a smile, opening his arms to embrace her and greet her with a kiss on the cheek. In this realm, bread was the most common food among the populace. Impoverished villagers would bring their wheat grains to the mill near the manor to bake bread in communal ovens, while city dwellers predominantly purchased bread from various bakeries. Wealthy households typically possessed their own ovens, and noble families like Aaron and Amp Apos' often employed dedicated bakers who would rise early to prepare the bread for the entire family and sometimes also create other meals. It is noteworthy that rice was not uncommon in the market. Rice imported from the distant Karata continent's Xianglong Empire was available in Comir, albeit at a steep price. Moreover, people preferred to consume rice as a snack rather than a staple, much like how the people of Aaron and Apos' previous life would not consider corn as their main food source. Lautel was quite content with his current life. He could hardly fathom living in the luxurious mansion of Aaron and Amp Apos' family. Eating, that and Amp Apos' all you seem to care about. I must have been blinded by the night to have sought you out, a horsekeeper, Aunt Mary exclaimed. "All right, I shall see what else we have in the cellar." She continued, "To gather more. Aunt, we have guests tonight," Aaron naturally replied, having witnessed the couple and Amp, Oppos, quarrels for over a decade. Poor Uncle Lottel was likely never to possess more than 5 silver coins, and Aunt Mary always conducted regular checks. Any shortfall would certainly prompt inquiries. "Who is it?" Aunt Mary inquired with interest. "It's Eleanor." "Eleanor? Aaron, is it truly her?" "Oh, we must prepare well. We must prepare thoroughly." Upon hearing Eleanor and Amp, Oppos' name, a gleam sparkled in Aunt Mary's eyes. Eleanor was the envoy of the Silver Virgin. She must be received with utmost hospitality. Both uncle and aunt busied themselves preparing dinner. And Aaron soon encountered his cousin Robble and his cousin Yuta. Cousin Robble, at the age of 21 and standing tall at 6 feet 6 inches, bears a striking resemblance to his mother only in his eyes. Otherwise, he takes after his father, possessing a modicum of charm along with a touch of arrogance. Currently employed as a scribe at the Adventurers and Oppos Guild in Susserl, he harbors a sense of self-importance. Upon encountering Aaron, he merely nodded in greeting, indicating his preoccupation with the books on his desk. Cousin Yuta, a mere 10 years of age, unfortunately does not possess the same allure. Her features mirror those of her father to such an extent that one could confidently assert a 100 similarity, especially when she smiles. There is no need for a paternity test in this case. Aaron often finds himself silently critiquing her appearance, wondering how she ended up resembling her father so closely when her mother, in her youth, had been quite a beauty in the lower districts. As Yuta bounced around energetically before him, Aaron remained silent, having endured a plethora of experiences in just a few days. Yet, confronted with his cousin and Oppos' eager gaze, the young Viscount felt no inclination to speak. "Cousin?" Yuta, noticing Aaron and Oppos' momentary distraction, couldn't and Oppos' help but inquire, "Are you listening?" "Oh, I am listening," Aaron replied, his gaze dropping momentarily before lifting again to reveal the same radiant smile he wore during their journey. "Everything is fine." Chapter 20. The two faces of Miss Priestess in the study on the second floor, with some time to spare before dinner and Eleanor yet to arrive. Aaron changed into a clean outfit, handing his soiled garments to a maid before ascending to the study. The household boasted an extensive library, and he sought to delve into the lore surrounding the sorcerer Mepham. Aaron believed that, with his companions currently in Susserl and being situated in the affluent district of the royal capital of Commer, an area inhabited by the elite, his safety was assured. However, as long as he harbored intentions of venturing into peril and exacting vengeance for Hicks, he would inevitably encounter that elite sorcerer once more. Thus, he endeavored to research the intricacies of sorcery. Sorcerers represent a relatively nascent and enigmatic profession, of which Aaron had scant knowledge. His understanding of the realm in his previous life was limited, and in this existence, he had scarcely heard whispers of sorcerers. Before long, he unearthed tomes within the study that elucidated the nature of sorcerers. They are a group seldom seen by mortals, yet their power is formidable and should not be underestimated. Since time immemorial, the yearning for power among mortals has been as vital as the act of breathing itself. Spellcasters devote their lifetimes to unraveling the mysteries of magic, while non-spellcasters toil diligently within the realm to hone their skills. Yet, human talents vary greatly, and for the vast majority, personal effort alone cannot fulfill their aspirations. Some individuals opt for shortcuts, attempting to summon outer beings in pursuit of formidable sources of power. They engage in rituals to commune with certain transcendent entities beyond their realm, seeking strength. A select few manage to forge contracts with these outer beings, powerful entities from other dimensions, or even indescribable existences from beyond the stars, thereby acquiring the powers bestowed by these entities. This is the essence of a sorcerer, whose charm is their most pivotal attribute, determining their ability to attract formidable patrons with whom to contract. Aaron pondered if this bore some resemblance to his own situation. The powers granted to him by the 4 deities were intricately woven into the very fabric of his body and soul, rendering him a chaotic warlock. Sorcerers are not uncommon in the world. Rather, they often disguise themselves as wizards, druids, or warlocks, which renders them less frequently recognized. Despite the similarities, sorcerers lack innate spellcasting abilities. Their magical prowess is entirely sourced from the formidable entities of other realms. The supreme beings that confer powers through contracts are the patrons, and sorcerers invariably serve as their vassals, obtaining the coveted ability to cast spells through these agreements. In return, sorcerers must continuously obey their patrons and Oppos' commands, accept their designs, and safeguard their interests. This relationship resembles that between a deity and a priest. Yet it is crucial to note that a true god does not bestow immense power upon a mere mortal lightly. Nor do they often intervene directly in the affairs of the world. Those mortals seeking shortcuts can only place their hopes in otherworldly entities that are not deities, circumventing the established laws of existence to tread a path fraught with thorns. Upon reflection, Aaron began to comprehend the underlying truth. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Shortcuts come at a price. Most often, the relationship between deities and their followers resembles a legally protected partnership. The mortals may be somewhat disadvantaged. The overall dynamic is one of mutual benefit, with both parties safeguarded by the laws of existence. In contrast, the relationship between a warlock and their master is akin to that of a bonded servant. The warlock surrenders their freedom for the ability to wield power, while a priest and Apos' invocation of divine magic typically has minimal adverse effects on their body. A warlock who frequently utilizes their master's strength risks a gradual corruption of both body and soul, transforming into an entity akin to their master. As Aaron continued to read, the text emphasized that not all warlocks are malevolent. There exist benevolent warlocks who, by a twist of fate, have been chosen by their masters. Consequently, some warlocks find themselves in a constant struggle against their masters, attempting to break free from their control while their masters endeavor to tighten their grasp, a perpetual game of cat and mouse that may define a warlock and Apos' entire existence. A rare few warlocks may even share a bond reminiscent of that between mentor and apprentice, idol and devotee, or even lovers. However, the majority submit solely for the sake of power, becoming contractual servants. The predominant type of master for warlocks is the fiend, infernal demons, or abyssal entities, which constitute the largest proportion, surpassing all other types combined. Following them are the great old ones, archfey, celestial beings, immortal abominations, shadowy fallen spirits, leviathans of the deep, elemental titans, and necromantic sovereigns, among others. Aaron mused that aside from the archfey and elemental titans, which lean towards neutrality, and the celestial beings, which are inclined towards benevolence, most others, based on their names alone, could be inferred to be malevolent, thus explaining the term warlock rather than contract mage. He chose not to delve further into the text, focusing instead on the section regarding the great old ones. The masters listed included the lurking Nyarlathotep, the bound god Yog-Sothoth, the returning Yig, the great one Cthulhu, and the blind, foolish god Azathoth, among others. How on earth do all the Cthulhu mythos come into play? Aaron could not help but exclaim. Yet, he dismissed his surprise. If he could traverse worlds, the presence of Cthulhu entities seemed hardly extraordinary. Those warlocks capable of forming contracts with the great old ones are undoubtedly masters of the arcane. Having reached a satisfying point, Aaron closed the book and began to contemplate. A peculiar thought emerging in his mind. Given my appearance, could I not serve as a master to warlocks? I am a child of chaos, the possessor of the four powers of the chaotic gods. Might I, like other masters, forge contracts with mortals, sharing my power with them and cultivating a loyal following? Why not? Fiends do it. Celestial beings do it. Elemental titans do it. Why should I, a child of chaos, be any different? Although I may not be a genetic progenitor capable of creating my own legion of interstellar warriors, I believe it should not pose a problem for me to continue unlocking the powers of the four divine beasts and elevate several demon lords. This endeavor remains a long-term plan for the currently weak Aaron, yet he feels compelled to document this ambition. The future holds promise. The future holds promise. Aaron closed the book, yearning to explore tomes on magic, yet after searching for quite some time, he found none. The collection of the Salian family contained scant volumes on the arcane arts, as this lineage was never renowned for its spellcasters. It seems he must find an opportunity to visit the royal library, where he should encounter texts elucidating the divine powers of deities alongside magic. But the pressing question remains, where might he find a sorcerer to mentor him? To solicit the royal family or a grand noble for assistance in locating a tutor would be an immense favor, one that Aaron is reluctant to owe. As the Viscount paced within his study, contemplating his next course of action, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the picturesque scene unfolding in his garden below. He was momentarily entranced. There stood Eleanor Denfur, the priestess of the Silver Mother, in the garden, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The crimson hues of twilight cascaded over the small garden at his doorstep. Eleanor stood beneath the grapevines of the Salian estate, quietly observing the grandeur of the nearby palace. Her exquisite, pure visage was unmasked, radiant as the moon and adorned with silver stars, her deep blue eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. The once sharp arch of her golden brows softened, and her rosy lips were gently pressed together, while her golden tresses cascaded down her back like a flowing waterfall. The priestess was clad in a knee-length gown of silver moon silk, embellished with golden embroidery of floral motifs. Her fingers were slender, and her wrists as immaculate as jade emerged from the silk long sleeves of her dress. The delicate arms, subtly toned, exuded an aura of sanctity, enhanced by the sheer, gold-trimmed fabric of her sleeves. A small vial pendant, containing strands of azure hair, adorned her neck, accentuating her elegant collarbone. The silver moon-embroidered gown featured patterns of bellflower blooms, and although the neckline appeared somewhat loose, her ample figure filled it out impressively, revealing a hint of the ravine between. Unexpectedly, Eleanor was indeed quite concealed in her allure. Aaron mused, realizing that beneath her armor, the priestess possessed considerable assets. Why did she not knock? Without further contemplation, he promptly descended the stairs and opened the door. "Miss Eleanor? Welcome. Welcome to the Salian residence, my home." "Ah, what are you doing here?" The flustered priestess gasped, startled by the sudden opening of the door. Aaron regarded her with a sidelong glance, gesturing towards the house number. My apologies, it's just that I didn't wish for this either. They insisted I dress this way." Eleanor, suddenly aware of her shameful blunder, felt a flush of crimson spread across her moonlit complexion, harmonizing with the distant sunset. As she spoke, her voice dwindled until she could no longer continue. She had no desire to be dressed in such a manner. However, upon arriving at the Silver Mother Church of Susserl to submit a letter from Lady Silverstar, the priestess of the church insisted that she don this attire. Upon learning that she was to dine at Aaron and Apos' home, the priestess unceremoniously whisked away her original clothing for laundering. "The garments have already been cleaned. You shall wear this one, gifted to you by Lady Silverstar." Eleanor, unable to argue further and acutely aware of the dwindling time, resigned herself to attending the dinner in this outfit, despite her customary virtue of punctuality. The young priestess was on the verge of tears. "Are you truly devotees of the Silver Mother? How can you treat me this way?" she lamented. "Doesn't this make it seem as though I am trying to curry favor with him?" In truth, had Aaron not been present, the priestess might have continued to be tormented by these thoughts until someone discovered her. "Stop staring," as she noticed Aaron unabashedly gazing at her. Eleanor felt a surge of embarrassment and indignation, instinctively reaching for her waist. This man, he simply could not refrain. "Oh, where is my warhammer?" It suddenly dawned on her that her weapon, Moon's hand, was left in the church. What to do? What to do? Without her hammer, Eleanor was completely flustered. Yet, Aaron's large hand extended towards her, his handsome face radiating charm, yet serious. "A most warm welcome, Miss Eleanor. You look truly stunning tonight." Eleanor and Apos' complexion flushed crimson as she scrutinized Aaron and Apos' earnest expression, ultimately dispelling any thoughts of fleeing. I apologize for the intrusion." Guided by Aaron, she entered the Salian residence, her white, lace-up heels causing her to teeter slightly. "Welcome, most welcome." The first to greet them was indeed Aunt Melly, a warm and familiar middle-aged woman who clasped Eleanor and Apos' shoulders. "Oh, by the Silver Mother, Eleanor, my little angel, you are more beautiful than ever. Good evening, Mrs. Melly." "And good evening, Mr. Lothair." The young priestess greeted them enthusiastically, suppressing her embarrassment as she felt her cheeks burn. It feels so strange and shameful to be without a mask. Although they were acquainted, an inexplicable sensation lingered, especially in the presence of this man and his family. However, their lineage had long revered the Silver Mother. She could not possibly. Sensing Aunt Melly's firm grip on her shoulders, which led to inquiries about family matters and whether she had a boyfriend, Eleanor cast a pleading glance at Aaron. "All right, Aunt. This is Eleanor's first visit to the Salian home. Your exuberance may overwhelm her." Aaron promptly intervened, allowing Aunt Melly to release her hold. Untouched by any contact, Eleanor appeared more natural, a stark contrast to her interactions with Aaron. She adorned herself with a radiant smile, exuberantly inquiring about the health of her aunt and uncle, as well as the well-being of her cousin Robel and cousin Yuda. With a playful flourish, she conjured a vibrant bellflower from her hands, placing it atop the young girl and Apos' head, eliciting peals of laughter and correcting her prayer gestures. The atmosphere swiftly fell under her enchanting spell. How infuriating. Is this truly my home or yours? Aaron could no longer maintain his composure. The pastor and Apos' daughter, with impeccable timing, cast him a provocative glance. "Miss Eleanor, this is your first visit to my home, isn't it? With dinner still some time away, may I offer you a tour?" Aaron resolved to take the initiative. Indeed. We are both quite seasoned. Let us not intrude upon the youth and Apos' interaction. Aunt Mary and Apos' astuteness was remarkable, as she promptly chimed in, her elbow deftly nudging Lothair and Apos' waist. Yes, dinner will be a while. Eleanor, why not accompany Aaron on a tour? Uncle Lothair added, suppressing his discomfort while grasping his daughter's hand. Aaron shot Eleanor a matching defiant glance. This is my home. Best 2 out of 3. In the presence of the modest shrine dedicated to Suluin on the first floor. The pastor's daughter followed Aaron to the study. She rarely visited the homes of the nobility and couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Trailing behind Aaron and observing her surroundings, she thought to herself that although the Salian family had fallen from grace, they still possessed considerable wealth. No wonder the priests and paladins she occasionally encountered within the Just Gods Church harbored such animosity towards these nobles. Humph. Were it not for the Salian family's correct allegiance to the deities, she would have shown him no kindness. Such were the musings of the pastor's daughter. Yet the tour that Aaron provided proved to be exceedingly delightful. The nobleman was an eloquent speaker, endowed with an extraordinary charm, and Eleanor found immense pleasure in his discourse. Of course, Aaron seized this opportunity to discreetly appraise the pastor's daughter. Beneath the knee-length skirt adorned with embroidered floral accents, her long, delicate legs were perfectly aligned, the thin hem barely brushing her knees. The smooth, fair contours of her legs extended like silk to her ankles, where her slender ankles gleamed with a crystalline luster. Her feet, encased in white peep-toe sandals, revealed a few dainty toes, plump and delicately proportioned, enticingly inviting closer inspection. The sides of her shoes were embellished with silver star patterns, elegantly encasing Eleanor and Apos' exquisite feet. The pastor and Apos' daughter's graceful figure swayed slightly before Aaron. As she appeared somewhat unaccustomed to walking in high heels, her petite ankles wavering as if they might snap at any moment. It lacks a certain something. Aaron mused with a tinge of regret. Eleanor, acutely aware of Aaron and Apos' gaze, felt a flicker of annoyance but could find no grounds to criticize him. Instead, she pointed at a large tapestry before her and asked, "Is this your family tree?" "Indeed it is." Aaron finally raised his head. The ancestry of the Salian family can be traced back to the third-generation offspring of the first king of Commer, Ondasabarzil, whose daughter, Countess Austrasis, married a local noble to acquire the title. However, the most renowned among their ancestors was Ludolf, who earned a fief through his military exploits and pioneering efforts, thereby truly establishing the concept of the Salian family. "I cannot find your name." Eleanor immediately approached the tapestry, searching at its end. But she could not locate Aaron's name. "I cannot find your father's either." "Mine? It is here." At her words, Aaron could not help but chuckle. He pointed to a section of the tapestry that had clearly been scorched away by fire. "Here, both my father's name and mine have been burned away." "Why?" Eleanor appeared perplexed. "Because we are deemed unworthy, unfit to bear the Salian surname. He believes our existence is a disgrace to our family name." Aaron scoffed dismissively. "People often wear dual faces, much like yourself, Miss Eleanor." He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Just as you are entirely different when in the presence of my family compared to when you are with me. That is merely because they—" Eleanor felt a pleasant breath against her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. She attempted to defend herself. "You need not explain, I understand." Aaron's azure eyes, as deep as the distant sky, locked onto Eleanor and Apos' as he spoke softly. "I am genuinely pleased by the way you treat me. If you regarded me as you do your aunt and uncle, that would sadden me, for it would mean you do not truly consider me one of your own, nor as an ally, nor as a true friend. I am delighted that you allow your authentic self to surface before me, dear Eleanor. In the times to come, I still long for our interactions to be this way, easy and genuine. Can we?" Boom. Aaron and Apos' words struck Eleanor and Apos' heart like a powerful battering ram. "He understands me." Chapter 21. Have you ever considered inscribing your name? As a priestess of the Silver Mother, Eleanor Dynefur, the enchanting half-elf maiden, has always presented herself as an impeccable clergy member before others. With fervor, warmth, and sincerity, she engages with the faithful, offering her utmost dedication to addressing their inquiries and providing assistance. In public, she perpetually embodies the radiant blossom, a beacon of grace. This is her priestly persona. In contrast, during her adventures, she reverts to her previous demeanor, taciturn, frosty, and disinclined to socialize, preferring to silently attend to her own affairs. These dual aspects are both Eleanor, and yet neither truly captures her essence. The genuine half-elf maiden that appears before Aaron reveals a multitude of emotions: frustration, anger, jest, and playful banter, engaging in a battle of wits with him. This authentic visage is deeply concealed, only unveiled through Aaron's persistent endeavors and meticulous strategies, compelling her to reveal her true self. For instance, the incident involving his intention to entrap her within a statue, or the invitation for her to visit his home, both were intricately devised schemes by Aaron. Observing the shimmering cerulean depths of her eyes reflecting his own, Aaron became assured that such encounters with Eleanor would become a frequent occurrence in the future. The plan was a resounding success. However, despite the seamless execution of his strategy, a sense of elation did not blossom within Aaron's heart. The entirety of this elaborate maneuvering hinged on a singular, crucial premise. One must have encountered the true form of the Silver Mother, sullen, and been acknowledged as a touched one by her. Failing that, no matter how many times one attempts the same tactics, success would remain elusive in the presence of the priestess. After all, one would not be considered part of her circle. Thus, many fail to grasp the underlying logic governing the priestess and Apos' actions. To summarize succinctly, first, my deity is the greatest among all deities. A priest may not necessarily believe their god is the strongest, but they will undoubtedly perceive them as the greatest. Second, I represent my deity, administering rewards and punishments according to my Lord's principles, engaging in combat and adventure. All my glory belongs to my deity. I do not fight alone, my Lord is with me. Third, let all come to embrace our most exalted Lord. As for the requirement of having encountered the divine and being acknowledged as a touched one, well, Aaron had heard little of men being touched once. The vast majority were women. A good beginning is half the battle won. After articulating these thoughts, Aaron smiled at the opportune moment, creating some space for Eleanor to process his words. He cast a wistful glance at her delicate, porcelain-like calves and slender, exquisite feet, sighing softly. Eleanor, of course, sensed his gaze. This man seemed particularly fond of staring at her legs and feet. Are they truly that captivating? The priestess felt her cheeks flush, fixing her gaze upon Aaron as several thoughts flitted through her mind. H.M., where is my hammer? Eleanor still could not grasp her war hammer as a substitute. She waved her small fist at Aaron, her expression exuding mock menace. Dawn and Apos, T think that this means I won and Apos, T strike you. Aaron blinked in response. It and Apos, as quite all right. If I am at fault, feel free to hit me. The two exchanged amused glances. Come, let me show you around some more. Aaron gestured with his hand. All right. Once assured there were no outsiders, Eleanor finally shed her heavy facade, and the young priestess followed Aaron with a light step, the nobleman and Apos' fragrance as delightful as ever. This feels much more relaxed, she remarked. The two joyfully explored the sights of the Salian estate until Aaron and Apos' cousin, Robble, ascended the stairs in search of him. Sit for a moment. Dinner will be served shortly, Aaron informed Eleanor before following Robble outside. What is it? Cousin, I can no longer endure this, Robble exclaimed, towering at an impressive height of 6'6". Although it was not surprising given that their uncle stood at 6'3", Aaron found it somewhat disconcerting to always have to look up at him. What can you no longer endure? Aaron asked, momentarily puzzled. I truly do not wish to continue as a scribe, Robble lamented, clutching his head and vigorously ruffling his hair. I beg you, cousin, grant me a change of position. Unable to contain himself, Aaron burst into laughter. Since birth, Robble had been held in high esteem. Their uncle was a horse breeder who had dedicated his life to the trade and was reluctant for his son to follow in his footsteps, believing it lacked future prospects. Thus, he sent Robble to apprentice as a craftsman. However, Robble could not withstand the hardships. His proud nature led him to believe he was of the Salian lineage, and thus above mingling with the rough children of the lower districts, resulting in frequent brawls and even resorting to smashing other apprentices with cider bottles. He had misunderstood one crucial fact. He was not truly a Salian. He was merely a relative of the family. The seasoned craftsman certainly would not extend any favors to the son of a horse breeder. After several failed attempts at mastering various trades, their aunt had been compelled to compensate the masters significantly. Eventually, the aunt and uncle approached Aaron and Apos' father, seeking a more suitable position for Robble, one that offered a monthly salary exceeding 15 golden lions, devoid of strenuous labor, lengthy apprenticeships, dangerous adventures, night shifts, or perilous tasks. After much contemplation, Manuel decided to finance Rabal's enrollment in literacy and writing classes at the Surin Church, recommending him to become a distinguished scribe for the Adventurers Guild. The role of a scribe perfectly aligned with Rabal and Apos' desires. The entire family was pleased. However, it was a profoundly tedious occupation, requiring prolonged hours at an uncomfortable desk. Enduring the biting cold of winter, the sweltering heat of summer, and consistently poor lighting throughout the year. The combination of prolonged sitting and the monotony of transcribing incomprehensible texts often led to significant mental strain for those engaged in such work. In this world, the act of transcription is vastly different from Aaron and Apos' previous experience of typing. For instance, a book inscribed in Dwarvish would take even the swiftest and most skilled scribe a daunting 12 to 15 months to copy. Not to mention the even greater challenges posed by the languages of elves, orcs, abyssal, draconic, and elemental, among others. It would drive one to madness. This path was chosen by you, dear cousin. After sharing a laugh, Aaron resignedly raised his hands. Moreover, if you do not wish to become a scribe, what do you intend to do? I could serve as your steward. Rabal replied earnestly. I have no fiefdom, and I can manage the household finances alone. I do not require a steward. Furthermore, Aaron replied with a sidelong glance, a steward must frequently accompany the lord to inspect the territory. You must be prepared for the potential of tumultuous encounters with tax rebels or monstrous invasions. Rabal visibly hesitated, mumbling a few words before tentatively inquiring. What about the purple dragon knights? Aaron, exasperated, responded, a knightly order? While the scribes there may have slightly easier duties, they are either formal knight apprentices or the families of fallen knights. Before he could articulate his thoughts further, Aunt Mellie's sharp voice approached from a distance. Rabal, did I not tell you not to bother him with this? Aaron is not the lord of a knight and Apos' keep. You proposed the idea of being a scribe. It was your choice. It is too late to have second thoughts now. With a wooden ladle. Aunt Mellie lightly tapped Rabal on the head. Where will you find such a splendid job? Upon hearing this, Aaron could only smile wryly, realizing Aunt Mellie's underlying message. Dinner is ready, Aaron. Please invite Miss Eleanor to join us. Very well. Approximately 5 minutes later, illuminated by candles and coal lamps, the family gathered around the long table to pray to the Silver Mother, Surin, before partaking in their evening meal. Tonight, in Apos' dinner featured delicacies imported from including syrup-filled, finely ground black bread, a whole roasted chicken infused with vanilla, servings of venison from the King's forest, fresh codfish pies made from the catch of the day at Dragon Lake, heron meat stew with fern, roasted quail, and a large pot of creamy stew made with rabbit meat, goat's milk, and butter. The dessert was honey-baked egg tarts, paired with the renowned Susar purple dragon ale, brewed from premium nuts crafted by Aaron's own family. The opulence of the meal left Eleanor astonished, and she couldn't tea help but cast a reproachful glance at Aaron seated beside her. This is too extravagant. It must be said that Aunt Mellie had a keen understanding of such matters. The Mellie family occupied one side of the long table entirely, leaving only the main seat and the seat adjacent to it for the lady of the house. With no alternative, Eleanor had to take the lady's position, as she could not sit at the head of the table. The evening feast was indeed lavish, but it was the exquisite roasted chicken that captured Aaron's attention. In this world, a roasted chicken is far from being a trivial expense. In a previous life, following the era of industrialized farming, the price of meat plummeted dramatically, particularly that of the renowned white-feathered chicken, which hatches in 21 days and is ready for market in 42 days. Its delectable and plump flesh made chicken the least expensive of all meats. However, in this world, the situation is entirely different. Chicken is considered a luxury, especially of such substantial size. Consuming chicken implies sacrificing one's own property and vital livestock, as hens lay eggs. Owning a few egg-laying hens can yield thousands of eggs annually, and consuming a hen means losing that potential. Thus, one can understand why slaying a chicken at the village entrance would incite the entire community to pursue you in fury. Consequently, the average individual often resorts to purchasing old hens that can no longer lay eggs. While this meat is tough and dry, it is exceedingly affordable, costing merely 2 copper coins. The chicken on the table, however, is no ordinary fowl. It is a large capon that has been raised for 180 days. A hint of ostentation crossed Aaron's mind. Fortunately, Suluin is a benevolent goddess of chaos. For her, as long as no moral lines are crossed in harming others, she imposes no restrictions on her followers. Influenced by her, Eleanor also refrains from meddling in the affairs of others. Had it been a priest of the god of suffering, they would likely have been incensed by now. Aaron subtly signaled to Aunt Melly, who promptly understood and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "Miss Eleanor, how do you find dinner? Is it to your liking? How delightful, Lady Melly, Mr. Lothar, and Mr. Aaron. Your hospitality leaves me feeling quite embarrassed. You shall spoil my appetite." The priestess responded with a polite smile, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. "Well, since you enjoy it so much, why not stay a while? After all, Aaron has always been alone." Aunt Melly remarked, increasingly satisfied with Eleanor's presence. "Miss Eleanor, you are not only beautiful but also kind. And a devotee of the Silver Madonna. We welcome you heartily. No, wait, I have matters to attend to at the church." The priestess's expression shifted slightly, maintaining her professional smile, though her tone now conveyed a sense of refusal. "It's already evening, and night has fallen. What matters could you possibly have? Trust me, stay the night. You must be weary from your journey from Chunhai town. I shall arrange for someone to prepare a bath to thank you for accompanying and caring for Aaron," Aunt Melly insisted, pressing her point further. "Oh, it is hardly any trouble. Miss Eleanor, did you not join Aaron in admiring the Salian tapestry?" Lothar, eager to assert himself as he sensed his wife's gentle pressure, interjected, "Have you considered, perhaps adding your name to it?" Thud. As soon as Lothar and Apos' words left his lips, a muffled thud resonated from the carpeted floor. Ouch! The sound of a high heel crashing down upon Aaron's foot made him wince, causing him to drop the silver spoon he had been holding. The pain radiated through his foot as the shoe continued to press down with increasing force. Aaron and Apos' face turned pale. He turned his head and saw Miss Pastor smiling at him, her expression one of curiosity, as if inquiring whether something was amiss. Meanwhile, beneath the table, the delicate foot continued its relentless pressure. I truly didn't." Aaron desperately attempted to argue with his eyes, his face contorted in distress. "Do not deceive me. Do you think I am unaware of the silent exchange between you and Lady Melly?" A glint of menace flickered in Eleanor and Apos' eyes. Aunt Melly, sensing the situation was amiss, quickly pinched Uncle Lothar's arm. "Look at the trouble you've caused." Observing her son engrossed in his meal, completely indifferent to helping his cousin, she swiftly pinched Cousin Yuda's arm as well. "Sister Eleanor, Cousin Aaron, what are you up to?" Cousin Yuda inquired, her intelligence shining through. Nothing, cousin. I just dropped my spoon. I'm picking it up." Aaron and Apos' expression twisted further as he slowly bent down under the watchful gaze of Aunt Melly and Apos' family, extending his hand beneath the table. 3 seconds later, Miss Pastor gasped, her body straightening abruptly, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation as she glared at Aaron, who was engaged in mischievous antics. "Damn it, by the Holy Virgin of Silver. It was a grave error not to bring my war hammer into this fellow's home." Little did Aaron realize that Miss Pastor's vulnerability was indeed. He straightened up, thinking to himself that perhaps the noble lord had discovered his secret. Observing the two young individuals exchanging frustrated glances, Aunt Melly quickly diverted the conversation. "Oh, by the way, Aaron, when you went out, Captain Lucian visited our home. He asked me to convey whether you have made a decision. He has only brought 2 apprentice knights with him, so he has some time to spare and is awaiting your response." At the mention of Lucian, Aaron narrowed his eyes. Chapter 22. The Direction of the Future Lucian Buckman. The banner officer of the Purple Dragon Knights was a dear friend and comrade of Aaron's father, Manuel. He was a masterful knight with a thick beard and long, flowing hair. After the Cataclysm of the Saints, Lucian was bestowed the title of banner officer due to his gallant deeds as the knight commander. This esteemed knight had long harbored feelings of guilt over the death of his old friend. Consequently, following Manuel's demise, he actively sought to support Aaron, even offering to become his knightly mentor, responsible for guiding him in the ways of the Purple Dragon Knights. Aaron did not provide a formal response, and Lucian, occupied with pressing matters, suggested that Aaron take his time to contemplate the decision. Unexpectedly, Lucian sought Aaron out again, setting down his knife and fork. Aaron furrowed his brow in contemplation. Noticing his serious demeanor, Eleanor understood that it was not the right moment to confront him. The young priestess suppressed her anger, redirecting her frustration towards the delicious rabbit stew before her. Despite his irritating nature, the fare was indeed exquisite. "Oh, this rabbit is delightful. Is it a domesticated breed? I suspect he visits while I am absent," Aaron remarked to Aunt Melly, surmising that Lucian's intention was to provide him with an opportunity for refusal. "Indeed, Mr. Lucian is quite astute, Aaron. I believe he speaks the truth. You cannot continue in this manner. holding only the title of Viscount without any actual position. Aunt Melly, observing Aaron's earnest consideration of the matter, tentatively probed further, setting aside everything else. You know, Aaron, you are the last of the Salian line, inherently qualified to join the Purple Dragon Knights. Why not seize this opportunity to formally enter the order and undergo training? Furthermore, you are a Viscount, Aaron. Although your family has fallen from grace, should the Regent Princess call for conscription, you would still be required to take up arms. Otherwise, what of your annual stipend of 800 golden lions? Uncle Lothair added, if you decline the conscription knowing our Regent's character, it would surely lead to complications. He gestured, leaving his sentence unfinished. While others remained nonchalant, Eleanor instinctively furrowed her brow. A vague unease crept over her. She sensed that Melly and Lothair's words were not solely for Aaron's benefit. Such is humanity, she mused. Oh, Silver Mother, we all live for our own interests. This thought dampened her spirits. As she was not a member of the Salian family, she felt hesitant to voice her opinions. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that although Aaron's aunt and uncle possessed their own motives, their advice was not without merit. As a noble of the kingdom, a touched servant of the Silver Mother, and a sorcerer of extraordinary charisma, Aaron's potential would be squandered if he merely relied on the royal stipend while idly passing his days at home. The Silver Mother had expended considerable divine energy in his healing, while Lady Silverstar had invested decades, if not centuries, of accrued faith power within the temple for his sake. It was not intended for him to languish in idleness. As his vigilant overseer, I bear the responsibility to ensure he does not devolve into a callous, debauched wastrel. You would not disappoint me, would you? The selection made by the Silver Virgin seems to be without fault, at least for now. Aaron lowered his head, contemplating for over a minute. I require some time to ponder this matter. I shall reach a decision in the next couple of days. Ultimately, Aaron arrived at an ambiguous conclusion and turned to Lahel, saying, after dinner, please come to my study, Uncle. I have some matters to discuss with you. Understood, Lahel responded. Somewhat dazed, Aaron actually had something for him to do. Doubt crept into Lahel's mind, wondering if Aaron was jesting. However, upon observing Aaron and Apos' serious demeanor and an unmistakable air of insistence, he could only acquiesce. Having returned from a mission, it appeared that his nephew had indeed changed somewhat. Thus, the sumptuous dinner concluded. Mealy, instructing the household maid to tidy up, prepared hot water for Miss Priestess to bathe while casting worried glances upstairs. Yes, Miss Priestess ultimately decided to stay overnight. The reason, of course, was directly linked to the tempestuous thunder and torrential rain outside. With the downpour intensifying and receiving Aaron and Apos' subtle indication, Aunt Mealy warmly blocked the doorway, insisting that Miss Priestess remain, while Cousin Yuta rushed to embrace Eleanor and Apos' leg, sweetly calling her sister. Eleanor herself was unaware of the moment she had consented. Nonetheless, she chose to stay. This attire is quite costly, and these shoes are expensive as well. I must not soil them. Miss Priestess continually sought excuses within her mind. Although she helped clear the dining table in the living room, her gaze frequently wandered upstairs. After finishing his meal, Aaron sequestered himself in his study. What was he doing? In the study, Aaron stood by the window, his expression icy. Outside, the night sky roiled with darkness, illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning, while the rain poured down relentlessly, casting the dim streets into fleeting brightness before plunging them back into shadow. The rain pelted against the glass, echoing the tumult within Aaron and Apos' heart. Lahel, listen to me, Aaron said, his hands clasped behind his back, the left forming a fist, the right resting upon it. With an unruffled tone, the nobleman continued, tomorrow, you shall work at the stables. Should you encounter any knights, proactively inquire if there are any suitable sorcerer mentors in Susrel. As someone has awakened extraordinary charm and become a sorcerer. A sorcerer mentor? Aaron, could it be that you have become a sorcerer? Lahel and Apos' initial confusion gave way to excitement, his face alight with revelation. Good heavens, by the Silver Virgin above, why did you not share this splendid news with us sooner? A spellcaster? Aaron had transformed into a spellcaster? For Lahel, who had spent 30 years in the confines of a narrow existence, tending to horses, a spellcaster represented the pinnacle of society, someone who could effortlessly amass wealth and earn the respect of nobility. To summon a spell would require a pouch of gold coins. And at the very least, one could serve as a librarian, a scholar, or a mentor at the Battle Mage Academy, enjoying a life of leisure while collecting fees. The name of the sorcerer is not one to be taken lightly. However, the current circumstances are not yet suitable for disclosing this matter. Aaron spoke in a low voice, his bright and handsome eyes suddenly shifting to a shadowy and violent demeanor, a swirling purple-gray vortex spinning within his pupils, evoking a sense of dread. Lothair swallowed hard, realizing that his nephew had become a sorcerer, while he remained merely a horsekeeper. Aaron, please repeat that. What should I do? Tomorrow, when you arrive at the stable, focus on your own tasks. When knights come to select or use horses, inform them that someone has awakened extraordinary charm and has become a sorcerer capable of casting spells, yet lacks understanding on how to wield this newfound power. I hope to receive appropriate guidance. Aaron gestured for his uncle to sit down. Remember, regardless of whether they agree, do not reveal that the person who awakened extraordinary charm is me. But how is that possible? If I do this, how can I continue to work at the stable? Lothair immediately raised his concerns. This is impossible, Aaron. I cannot do it. You can tell them that it's not that you don't want to speak, but that the individual forbids you from doing so. Aaron motioned, do not rush to disclose. Wait a moment. Higher authorities will eventually come to inquire, and then you can contemplate whether to divulge. Oh, I understand. Lothair quickly grasped the concept. It's akin to selecting horses, initially presenting a disguised inferior horse, deliberately allowing the guests to see through it, and then feigning reluctance to showcase a quality horse. The guest will feel astute, and most will immediately pay to acquire the excellent horse. Precisely. It's up to you to discern which individuals are the inferior horses and which are the quality ones. At the opportune moment, present the quality horse, essentially, disseminate my information. Aaron nodded. Understood. Lothair fully comprehended the strategy. He couldn't help but chuckle. Why did his nephew have to complicate matters? But why take this route? If you directly report to the royal family, the duke, or the esteemed Captain Stable, wouldn't they also strive to find you a magic mentor? Aaron, you are a native of Commer, the son of Manuel. It's different. Aaron shook his head, his expression calm. Uncle, when selling horses, is it more lucrative when the buyer approaches to select or when you take the horses to market? Of course, it's when they come to select, indicating their urgency. Oh, I see. Lothair slapped his thigh. How had his nephew become so astute all of a sudden? Did venturing out into the world truly hone one's skills? If so, should he assign him a simpler task next time, to accompany Robble and broaden his horizons? With matters settled, Aaron waved his uncle out, then settled into his study, gazing at the plethora of books around him, the map of Commer adorning the wall, the array of blades and weapons on the shelves, and the numerous beast heads beside the fireplace, fixating on the massive skull of an owlbear, lost in thought. Whether in his past life or this one, he possessed little understanding of spellcasting. His current ability to cast spells relied solely on the instinct flowing through his veins. Indeed, even a sorcerer endowed with the innate ability to wield magic, who stands as a paragon among spellcasters, requires a mentor to guide their craft. However, finding a suitable mentor for a sorcerer is considerably more challenging than locating a general mage instructor. As Lothair departed, Aaron reclined in his seat, his posture relaxed and slightly askew. His left hand rested upon the cherry wood armrest, while the index finger of his right hand gently tapped the surface of the sandalwood table. Why did Aaron wish for his uncle to accompany him in this charade? The rationale is straightforward. He is akin to a young entrepreneur brimming with talent yet lacking the necessary capital to launch his venture. In this scenario, there exists a stark contrast between seeking investments through his own outreach and waiting for an angel investor to discover the potential of his skills and approach him with funding. The former results in a significant loss of agency, while the latter, albeit constrained, allows him to retain a measure of control. Aaron understood that given his position and the connections his parents provided, it would not be difficult to secure a mentor arranged by the royal family. However, such an arrangement would come with an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. He was reluctant to owe a substantial favor to anyone within Commer. Furthermore, he was uncertain of the current regent Princess Alicelle and Apos' perception of him. He preferred not to entangle himself too deeply with Commer at this juncture. With his talents, he could seek magical instruction in places such as Deepwater City to the west, Silvermoon City, or even in the southern realms of Agoralon, the Valley, or the Kingdom of Harué, making the pursuit of a mentor an unnecessarily passive endeavor. This was not his desire, nor did it align with his grand design. The emergence of the Blade of the Queen served as a clarion call for him. He also needed to gauge the royal family and Apos' opinion of him. How would the notoriously stern and cold princess of the seers react to the descendant of a silver matron touched by extraordinary charm when presented before the royal court? Aaron awaited the encounter with eager anticipation, Soon after his uncle exited, a knock echoed at the door once more. "Please, come in," he called, rubbing his brow. He instinctively restored a sincere yet subtly alluring smile to his face. "Hey, I just about the priestess having two faces, yet do I not possess two facades as well? Humanity, indeed, lives behind masks." As anticipated, the one who entered was the priestess, visibly unsettled due to their previous conversation. With no one else present, Eleanor closed the door behind her and approached Aaron with an air of urgency. "Aaron, what are your thoughts? Do you aspire to join the Order of the Purple Dragon Knights as an apprentice knight?" Aaron glanced at the closed door, nodding slowly. "Yes, that is indeed my intention. My current abilities are rather meager, and my plan is to undergo 6 months of training as an apprentice knight within the Order, enhancing my strength to the elite level. Concurrently, I require time to master my magical abilities." As he spoke, an otherworldly blue flame flickered from his palm. "As you have stated, I am in need of a magical mentor." He certainly did not disappoint me. The light in Miss Priestess and Appo's eyes shone even brighter as she nodded. "Lady Silverstar has asked me to assist at the church in Susserl. If you require my help, you know where to find me. Are you no longer protecting me?" Aaron immediately made a sorrowful expression. "This is Susserl, not the Forest of Kings." Miss Priestess replied helplessly, "If you are in danger here, what use is my presence? We can go meet the Holy Mother of Silver together." "Aaron, that is hardly amusing." Miss Priestess was clearly angered. "This is not a jest. You are a touch one of the Holy Mother of Silver. Our Lord expended considerable divine power to heal your soul. What do you take this for? A farce?" I understand. Aaron quickly made a gesture of surrender. He rose from behind the table and approached Eleanor, grasping her shoulders with both hands. "I was merely concerned about not seeing you again. Did I not say, you know where to find me in the future?" Eleanor seemed somewhat flustered by Aaron's advance. A delicate blush appeared on Miss Priestess and Appo's exquisitely refined face, and instinctively, her perfect figure took 2 steps back under Aaron and Appo's pressure, the tips of her high heels tracing circles on the ground. "I will be at the church. Since you intend to join the Purple Dragon Knights as a squire, why not accept the invitation from the banner officer Lucian directly?" Miss Priestess posed the question that had lingered throughout the evening. "Dear Eleanor, because the thought processes of nobility and clergy differ fundamentally." Aaron responded with a calm demeanor, as though discussing an obvious matter. "The Salian family venerates the Holy Mother of Silver. When I stand before her, I can be entirely unreserved, for she is my God, our Lord. However, such a relationship does not exist among nobility, even among family, through marriage, or as master and apprentice, we must always hold something back. In all of Comir, in this very household, the only person I can be completely open with is you, dear Eleanor." Faced with Aaron's sincere expression, Miss Priestess found herself unable to resist. Retreating in a fluster. I shall not speak with you any longer, you rascal." Eleanor fled through the door, the crisp sound of her high heels echoing down the corridor, leaving Aaron smiling in the study. It was time to commence the next phase of the plan. Everything was part of the design. Chapter 23, The Time for Performance. At the break of dawn the following day, Aaron accompanied his uncle Lahal as they set out. Uncle was heading to the stables for work, while Aaron intended to visit the Royal Library of Susserl to research information regarding spellcasters. Breakfast consisted of warm sheep's milk, a bacon and egg sandwich, and 2 sausages. The household baker rose even earlier than Aaron and his companions to prepare the bread for the day. As Aaron stepped outside, he noticed the grand mansion next door, the Wolf residence, with its front door wide open and several individuals busily transferring furniture from within. "Hurry up, time is money, my friend," one could hear amidst the clamor. "Be careful, don't damage anything." "Oh, take it easy. Watch out, you fool. By God, these are fine possessions." Amidst the commotion, a young nobleman, around 25 or 26 years of age, with a pale complexion and a languid demeanor, clad in a long shirt robe and sporting a large bald head, stood at the threshold, staring vacantly as items and memorabilia were carried out and loaded. It was Yarrow. Aaron instantly recognized his neighbor, the Viscount, frowning as he inquired of his uncle, has he indeed divorced his wife? After exchanging a few words, the man at the neighboring doorway noticed the two and managed a strained smile, waving in greeting before returning his focus to his own affairs. Yarrow Wolf, the offspring of the Baron Wolf, was a paladin of the Church of Heim, the god of guardians. Indeed, Yarrow was a paladin. Paladins are a rather distinctive profession, akin to priests, yet their power derives more from their faith in their own oaths rather than from deities. They resemble warriors, but unlike typical fighters, They possess certain magical abilities. The vast majority of paladins vow to uphold principles and justice, pledging to combat the encroaching darkness alongside all that is good in the world, vowing to hunt down all lurking evils. Thus, one would expect paladins to occupy a respected and esteemed position within society. However, this is not the case. It is said that a noble lady from Baldur's Gate harbors a great admiration for paladins. Her daily endeavors revolve around composing texts extolling their virtues. And on Saturdays and Sundays, she makes a special effort to attend the Odes of Paladins at the Temple of the Triad of Justice. Even her afternoon tea is spent regaling other noble ladies with tales of paladins. Upon learning of this, paladins from the outskirts would hastily don their armor and ride into the upper city, peering through the estate's fence. "Dear lady, your paladin has arrived." Yet, upon sighting the paladin, the noble lady would express her disdain and promptly instruct her servants to send him away. Thus, the paladin would depart in sorrow, revealing that the noble lady did not genuinely admire the paladin. Rather, she was enamored with the image of a paladin she had conjured in her mind. This just within the realm reflects the awkward status of paladins. They are respected and esteemed, yet few wish to become one. Much like that noblewoman, who harbors a fondness for paladins, yet would never consider marrying one. The authoritative data from the scholars of Candlekeep indicates that among the women of the realm, paladins are the least desired suitors. The Salian and Wolf families have long enjoyed a close friendship. Otherwise, the two boys would not have borne such similar names, Aaron and Yarrow. However, following the demise of both families and Appos, elders, their fates diverged drastically. Yarrow was unable to inherit his father and Appos' baronial title, having participated in a special military operation to suppress the uprising during the Cataclysm as a paladin of the Heim Church. His targets were the battle mages of Comir, who revolted in the wake of the death of the goddess of magic. Moreover, he had clashed with the followers of the goddess on more than one occasion in the streets, with both sides harboring mutual animosity stemming from the fall of the second-generation goddess. Thus, when King Aeson IV, moved by the loyalty of Aaron's father, graciously conferred the title of Viscount upon him, the Wolf family, despite repeated appeals to the Church of the Goddess of Magic and facing collective opposition from over half the nobility and nearly all battle mages, was left with but a knightly title. To complicate matters further, his wife, at this juncture, sought a divorce, as their union was predicated upon Yarrow and Appos' potential inheritance of his father's barony. What a tragic fate for a man, Aaron thought with a wry shake of his head. This predicament underscores the current awkward position of the Heim Church, owing to its role in the goddess and Appos' demise. Its relationship with the benevolent deities has plummeted to a dismal low. The Cold Stone of Heim had never had many friends to begin with. Thus, selecting the right allies is crucial, making the matter of choosing a spouse even more vital. As Aaron contemplated his own affairs, he reached the street corner, bidding farewell to his uncle before proceeding alone to the royal library. In the aftermath of the Cataclysm and the Goblin Wars, following the death of King Aeson IV, Sussurl was evidently far less prosperous than in days of yore. When the northern city of Allabel fell to the hands of the ancient Red Dragon and its orc minions, the inhabitants of Allabel were left with no choice but to seek their livelihood in Sussurl. While the nobility might find some semblance of decent shelter, the refugees could only take refuge in inns or on the streets. Yet, this has become the norm for the kingdom and Appos' people. When Aaron encountered an individual approaching him for alms, he grasped the hilt of his sword, signaling the man to step aside. Fully aware that every coin he might give would merely serve as a means for the man to procure alcohol, he had no intention of engaging in such folly. Should he wish to offer charity, he would do so through the Church of the Silver Mother, much like how he had bestowed a large box of spices upon the priestess Eleanor, who, at the very least, used those spices to provide for dozens of individuals and Appos meals and lodgings. Even amidst this relatively chaotic situation, Sussurl, and indeed the entirety of Comir, remains a remarkably affluent nation. To illustrate, as Aaron passed through the marketplace, he took particular note of the prices of several essential goods. Wheat was priced at 1 copper coin per pound, coarse salt at 5 copper coins per pound, barley ale at 4 copper coins per cup, and pork ribs at 3 silver coins per piece. The stability of prices and the ample supply in the market indicate that Comir still possesses a vigorous vitality. The nation merely requires time to recuperate from the calamity it has endured. In the past, Aaron harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Princess Regent Alice Celabrazier, a sentiment that was quite understandable. When the agents of Abrazier, known as the Queen's Blades, had the liberty to apprehend, investigate, and interrogate individuals at will, Any reasonable person would feel discontent, especially someone of Aaron's noble stature. However, Aaron now found himself contemplating that perhaps the princess regent was not as malevolent as he once believed. In times of national disarray, was it not essential to have a strong and decisive leader like her? Following the demise of King Asong IV, had she not taken swift control and instituted military governance, thereby averting chaos that Aaron dared not imagine, particularly the staggering prices of wheat and coarse salt in the market? Yet, he remained uncertain about how Alicel perceived him. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived at the royal library. Located at the opposite end of the palace, the library still exuded an awe-inspiring grandeur. Unlike the haphazard constructions within the city, the royal library was meticulously designed according to the precise blueprints provided by the elves. Each edifice was inscribed with enigmatic magical runes, standing adjacent to one another, enveloping the library in an aura of arcane power. Every corner showcased the former splendor of the Elven Empire alongside the current glory of Comer. Many battle mages yearned to have their names immortalized within the library and Appos, as hallowed halls, yet such honor was reserved solely for the extraordinary. Only those heroes of the kingdom who had indelibly marked Comer and Appos as history deserved their own statues. Heroes, immortal. Aaron silently saluted the statue, for heroes ought to be revered. Who among us does not dream of having a statue erected in their hometown? An elderly retired battle mage sat at the entrance, his graying hair betraying his advanced age. A cane resting beside him, his attention nearly consumed by a hefty tome before him. "Sir, I would like to consult some texts on spellcasting." Aaron interrupted his train of thought, presenting his credentials. The battle mage, visibly impatient, lifted his gaze from the book. Upon seeing a strikingly handsome young noble, he felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Aaron, demonstrating utmost courtesy, received the parchment scroll. The mage replied casually, "Second floor, the bookshelves on the right. Feel free to browse, but they cannot be taken out. If you cannot find what you seek, feel free to inquire further." "Thank you. And what about texts concerning deities?" Aaron inquired next. "Third floor, left-hand side. At the end, turn right to the shelves." The battle mage and Appos' tone shifted as he recognized Aaron as the scion of the Salian family. He tilted his head downwards, peering over his thick spectacles, pondering if the young man had always possessed such striking looks. "Take this. Next time you visit, you need to show your credentials," the mage said, remaining seated while a card crafted from special materials floated from a drawer behind him, landing gracefully before Aaron. The convenience of a mage's hand was indeed remarkable. Aaron mused as he accepted the card. "Thank you," he replied. Aaron grasped the card, preparing to depart. He thought it best to focus on his reading, rather than emulate the antics of the raucous group nearby. Perhaps the battle mage indeed held a fondness for Aaron, as he remarked, "I find them quite bothersome." A few young men, gathered not far away on the staircase, were engaged in lively conversation. As Aaron drew nearer, their words drifted into his ears. Yes, Sharp. Splendid job. You deserve such accolades. Let those fellows realize they have chosen unwisely. You're remarkable, my friend. The War King must surely have taken notice of your valor. Let us give it another go, mate. We can excel even further." The leader of this group sported a crew cut, towering over Aaron with a robust physique. His round eyes and broad, flat nose presenting a rather unique visage. "Well, if at ISN and Appos, the last living member of House Salian. How are you faring, brother?" The man signaled to his companions, who promptly positioned themselves to obstruct Aaron's ascent. "Moderately well, brother. And you?" Aaron preferred not to engage in idle banter. Time was of the essence. This man was named Sharp, a knight of the Purple Dragon, albeit lacking a noble title, possessing only his knighthood. He had long harbored resentment towards Aaron for receiving an annual stipend of 800 golden lions without merit. "I feel fantastic, mate. The Lord of War is bestowing his blessings upon me." Sharp persisted in blocking Aaron's path. "We were just discussing recent events, such as how I accomplished my mission while you floundered." "Ha ha ha. Oh, spare us, Sharp. If you keep this up, our Salian friend will be in tears." Wah. "Mom and Dad, why have you abandoned me?" Came the chorus of jeers from those around Sharp. "Good heavens. Is this how you behave without parental supervision?" Sharp exaggeratedly called out to the crowd. "Look, he's bullying me. This is why we find you insufferable, Lord Salian. You truly are a nuisance. Show him what for. Sharp, make some noise." The entourage behind Sharp joined in the raucous mockery, determined to impede Aaron's progress. "Very well, Lord Salian, we are not unreasonable. Just tell me," Sharp said with exaggerated cordiality, seizing Aaron's arm and inquiring earnestly, "do you truly feel at ease sacrificing your own parents?" Relying on your aunt's charity at the palace gates for that annual sum of 800 golden lions? Aaron chuckled at this, surveying the surroundings before gesturing for Sharp to follow him to a nearby table. Would you like to hear something? Come closer. Allow me to enlighten you. Sharp leaned in eagerly. As the smiling Aaron gauged the distance to be sufficient, he suddenly seized a glass bottle from the table and smashed it against Sharp's forehead. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, apple cider mingling with blood as it streamed down Sharp's crew cut. Clutching his head, the Knight of the Purple Dragon emitted a horrific scream. Chapter 24. The Demise of Zarsriel within the Grand Hall of the Library. A sharp crack shattered the customary tranquility. Drip, drip. The mingling of wine and blood cascaded onto the floor as the Purple Dragon Knight, Sharp, clutched his head, emitting a primal roar akin to that of a beast. The immense pain seared through his skull, akin to flames, as he pressed his palms against his forehead, instinctively wiping the crimson liquid from his brow. Blood. So much blood. Sharp and Apo's mind was a tempest of confusion, quickly igniting a greater fury within his chest. He could scarcely believe that Aaron had dared to strike him, to act so brazenly within the royal library. Did he not realize the affront he was committing against the crown? In Sharp's original scheme, he had never anticipated that Aaron would resort to violence. He had envisioned a scenario where Aaron would steadfastly refuse to engage in conflict, thus solidifying the notion of his cowardice, allowing Sharp to bask in the superiority of ridicule for a lifetime. Should Aaron, in a fit of rage, choose to argue, it would only serve to enhance Sharp's position. He had allies and was confident in his own prowess. Yet, Sharp never imagined that Aaron would actually dare to act here. Well then, how splendid. You have taken the initiative to inflict harm. Thus, if I were to inadvertently kill you in self-defense, it would be entirely justifiable, would it not? Sharp lunged forward, extending his arms to shove Aaron away, propelling the assailant into the corner of the hall, and swung a fist aimed at Aaron's chest. A jolt of pain surged through his knuckles. Was this lad truly so fearful of death? He must be wearing armor beneath his clothing. In his fury, Sharp unleashed another blow upon Aaron's face. Damn it! How could this brat's visage be so resilient? After 2 consecutive strikes, Sharp's attendants finally reacted. Instead of joining the fray, they frantically grasped at his arms, with one diminutive companion even clinging to his leg. Sharp, are you all right? Buddy, what are you doing? Get a grip. Oh, dear Mora. I implore you, cease this. The mounting fury within Sharp intensified. You worthless fools. Why do you not assist me instead of hindering my efforts? Release me, Barty, Sadoran. Let me smash this brat and amp Apo's head. Struggling against their grasp, he glared at Aaron, who leaned against a bookshelf, seemingly in a stupor. Noticing the same infuriating expression etched upon Aaron and Apo's face, a wave of uncontrollable rage surged through him, and he spat a mouthful of saliva onto Aaron and Apo's visage. You have lost your mind. Sharp, you madman, you are endangering us all, cried the short companion clinging to Sharp and Apo's leg. What on earth are you doing? Are you willing to throw away your life? I beg you, Sharp, open your eyes and see what you are doing. Irritated by the cries of his attendants, Sharp rubbed his eyes vigorously, striving to restore clarity to his vision. As light penetrated his eyes and reflected within his mind, he stood frozen in place. Beside the bookshelf stood the statue of Aaron Salian. This sculpture, completed just days prior and intended for transport to the royal library, unmistakably represented the recently fallen former King Yason IV. The condition of the statue was evidently poor. A small dent marred its chest, and the beloved visage of the king was missing its nose, leaving an unmistakable void. Spittle from Sharp trickled down the statue's mouth, and a conspicuous mark was visible on its chin, Sharp's saliva imprint. What have I done? The events unfolded too swiftly for the assembly in the great hall to fully comprehend, particularly the battle mage seated at the entrance. After a minute of stunned silence, one among them finally reacted. 2 fully armed guards advanced rapidly. The Queen and Apo's blade, sir. The leader's facial muscles twitched with agitation. You truly possess remarkable courage, sir, truly remarkable. More guards arrived, and upon witnessing the statue of their former king, with its severed nose and chin, and the spittle mark, they could not suppress their deep gulps of disbelief. Following their astonishment, an overwhelming fury surged among them. This was a great king. Under his reign, the kingdom of Comer experienced its finest golden age. He, as the northern ally of the realm, personally repelled the Tucan invasion, and in the Goblin War, he perished alongside the ancient Red Dragon to protect the kingdom. He safeguarded this nation with his very life. He was a hero in the hearts of the Cimmerians. As the crowd erupted in outrage, Sharp, realizing the magnitude of his blunder, turned pale as he was handcuffed by the Queen and Apos' blade and escorted from the royal library. Aaron remained at the entrance on the second floor, observing the unfolding chaos with an indifferent gaze. Frankly, he wished to remain uninvolved in such turmoil. As previously mentioned, his current strength was feeble. As an apprentice, he was scarcely capable of addressing minor troubles in nearby cottages or villages. His plan was to elevate his abilities to the elite level in Sussurel, regardless of the circumstances. Yet, with provocation so brazenly thrust before him, how could he cower and still claim the title of Child of Chaos? How could he honor the powers bestowed upon him by the seed of sin? Thus, when Sharp obstructed his path, Aaron had already devised a plan. Taking note of the statue of Yason IV in the corner, summoning the guards served to shorten the distance for his spell casting and to shield the audience's gaze, ensuring they could not witness his incantation. Shattering a bottle over Sharp and Apos' had aimed to diminish his defenses and disrupt his cognitive processes, facilitating his spell. Once the simple spell of Sinful Dream ensnared Sharp in an illusion, Aaron knew the matter was settled. Farewell, my friend. I wish you peace and happiness. As he watched the dazed Sharp being taken away, Aaron sorrowfully waved goodbye to his retreating figure, aware that he might never see his old friend again. Simultaneously, Aaron noted that one of the Queen's blade had cast a glance in his direction. He could not help but maintain a smile. What he could ascertain was that a report regarding Aaron Salian smashing someone and Apos' head with a wine bottle in the royal library would soon be presented to the regent princess. How would you handle this matter, Steel Princess? I eagerly await your response. Everything was part of a grand design. As the last Salian silently recited a saying from Chaos, just a plan, the events occurring on the first floor did not capture the attention of the readers on the second floor. Aaron noticed only a few individuals perusing materials. Upon his entrance, at least two people looked up in mild surprise. Aaron returned their gaze with a friendly smile, as he was becoming increasingly adept at wielding his extraordinary charm to endear himself to those around him. However, today's incident served as a reminder for Aaron. Extraordinary charm is not always beneficial. It can sometimes lead to unfavorable outcomes, as evidenced by the earlier encounter. Sharp had always harbored a disdain for him, yet he had never dared to openly provoke him in the royal library, let alone insult him by referencing Aaron's parents. This could only indicate that extraordinary charm had altered the dynamics of the situation. If Aaron and Apos' estimation was accurate, extraordinary charm indeed had the capacity to enhance relationships with those already amicable towards him and to foster a degree of goodwill among strangers upon their first meeting. Yet, if someone held animosity and malice from the outset, extraordinary charm could amplify that hostility. It bore resemblance to the taunting abilities of barbarians. As far as Aaron knew, many barbarians possessed such skills. They would feign, or perhaps genuinely lack, understanding, acting as if they were simple-minded, muscle-bound brutes who could not comprehend human speech, engaging in nonsensical ramblings and absurd gestures, which could infuriate others to no end, regardless of their intellect. For instance, a barbarian might provoke with, "Did you go? Which I saw it. If you're so capable, why don't you do it?" This could leave a venerable old mage, intent on sharing wisdom, utterly incapacitated with rage. There were even more advanced taunting abilities that required no words. For example, a witch who had mastered the art of taunting could make anyone feel exceedingly uncomfortable with whatever she uttered. At the legendary level, some individuals could incite aggression simply by their presence. Aaron reminded himself that now, with the power of color sin, he would undoubtedly possess a naturally provocative demeanor before many who opposed him. Well, color sin does not fear trouble, it fears the absence of it. Aaron made his way to the magical section, seeking books related to sorcery. One particular tome on the shelf instantly captured his attention, The End of Nasrul. Aaron and Apos' interest was piqued. In his previous life, he had encountered various online narratives about the kingdom, and among those, the Nasrul civilization was frequently mentioned and utilized. Iolarum, Karsus, the core of Mizera, and the floating city, these elements are recurrently mentioned in web literature, alongside the legends belonging to the great archmages. Aaron recollects that in the narratives he has perused, the great archmages epitomize the zenith of combat prowess, rendering them invincible within the realm. 1 archmage could annihilate a deity. 3 could obliterate mortals, 5 could eradicate divine beings, and 10 could usher in a new genesis. With a mere thought, blossoms bloom, defying the ages. 2 great archmages wielded control over the floating city, battling until the crystalline barriers were breached, erasing even the cosmic loss. Aaron remained oblivious to the extent of derivative creations embedded within these tales. Yet the Nazaril Empire undeniably left an indelible mark upon the kingdom. To the north of Comer lay the remnants of the erstwhile Nasr Empire. Once renowned for its exceptional climate, now reduced to a vast, desolate expanse, heavily tainted by magical pollution, a colossal desert. The once boundless splendor had long since faded, leaving only grains of sand and more sand. He temporarily relinquished his quest for tomes on sorcery and opened the book titled The Twilight of Nazaril. Settling into a chair by the window, savoring its contents, the opening line shattered Aaron and Apos' preconceived notions. Nazaril was neither enduring nor emblematic of magical supremacy, nor did it constitute a true empire in any sense. The text detailed how Nazaril evolved from a humble fishing village into a kingdom comprising 7 settlements, how it fragmented under the tyrannical reign of the great King Nasr, and how it rose once more through the aid and commerce with the elves. Discovering the Nasr scroll and reaping immense benefits, gradually evolving into a civilization steeped in magic. However, Aaron sensed that the author harbored a certain disdain for the Nasr Empire. Some passages were not only hastily written but also laced with expletives. The author, identified as Ms. Salingsy, was unfamiliar to him. The name suggested an elven origin, and he mused that she might be an obscure yet capable wild mage who had conducted thorough research. Despite Ms. Salingsy and Apos' evident disdain for the Nasr Empire, her elucidations regarding various matters and the rise of Nasr were relatively clear, prompting Aaron to continue his reading. The text contained a fair share of sarcasm. For instance, when the Nasr Empire reached its pinnacle, with 1 in 9 of its populace being mages, the author mockingly remarked that the empire had merely grazed the threshold of a high magical civilization when the floating city was constructed and played a pivotal role. The author derisively claimed it was merely a tool for thieves to pilfer magical energies that rightfully belonged to no Nazarite. The author further jested that Nazaril was never truly an empire, but rather a loose coalition of city-states, with the great archmages pursuing their own agendas, gradually devolving into a dictatorship of the Mage Council, entirely forgetting the original intentions behind the establishment of the Nasr kingdom. Included in the text was a small anecdote penned with ink. A Nazarite visiting Comer pointed to the capital of Susril and inquired, "Whose realm is this?" To which the Comerite replied, "Naturally, the kingdom belongs to the house of Obezekil." The Nizerian inquired, "What about the surrounding lands?" The Chimerian replied, "They belong to the self-cultivators." The Chimerians also visited Nazaril, and one asked, "Whose country is this?" The Nizerian responded, "The Nazaril Empire belongs to all Nizerians." The Chimerian further inquired, "And the floating cities?" The Nizerian answered, "Those are the private property of the Grand Archmages." Naturally, the author and Apos' subtle insinuations did not sit well with some readers. For instance, when the author mocked the Nasr Empire, a devoted Nasr fan commented nearby, "It is indeed cowardly to smear this great civilization simply because the Nazaril Empire has fallen." The author chronicled many atrocities committed by the Nasr Empire, such as the orchestrated massacres of orcs and the heinous acts against once cherished allies like elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties, all while floating cities epitomized the empire and Apos' extravagant disregard for life. The Nasr fan retorted, "Fabricated nonsense. You claim the Nasr Empire slaughtered so many other races. Why not present a few survivors to corroborate your tale?" However, when the author noted that in the later stages of the Nazaril Empire, the hunting of civilians outside the floating cities had become a legal and popular form of entertainment, citing the corresponding decree, the Nasr fan was evidently incensed, adding, "Those of no value naturally do not deserve to live, rather than waste food. It is reasonable to provide some final worth." This aligns with the course of human history. After that, Aaron no longer saw his annotations. Thus, having spent an entire morning, Aaron read through the book The End of Nazaril, gaining a considerable understanding of this magical civilization surrounded by countless rumors and reinterpretations, particularly the lengthy exposition on the era of Kalthus, the genius Grand Archmage who successfully concentrated the empire and Apos' resources to bring the entire Nazaril to ruin, leading this once storied civilization, rich in legacy, to its demise. Unbeknownst to him, noon approached as Aaron set the book aside, pondering the situation regarding his uncle. In the intricately devised plan he had crafted, the role of his uncle Lothair was the most precarious. Yet, he had no other options. His aunt was fierce and his cousin arrogant, both ill-suited for the task, despite being merely a lowly horse steward. His uncle was the only one in Aaron and Oppos' resources with a plausible means to reach the nobility, aside from himself. Aaron silently hoped that his uncle would not disappoint his expectations. As he contemplated the unfolding events in the royal stables, Lothair, the uncle upon whom Aaron had placed great hopes, was now kneeling on the ground, drenched in sweat, breathing erratically, his gaunt cheeks flushed an unnatural hue, and his body trembling slightly. A middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 30s and adorned in a regal purple and gold attire befitting a Duke of Comer, sat upon a low stool. Encircling him stood a cadre of elite guards, fully armed and vigilant. The gentleman held a goblet in his hand, the golden champagne within gently swaying against the glass. "So, it is your nephew, the last of the Salian line, young Aaron, who has awakened extraordinary charm and seeks a mentor?" he inquired with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, it is my nephew. He instructed me to do so," Lothair replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his tone laced with trepidation. Initially, the day's events unfolded smoothly, just as Aaron had advised. After inspecting the condition of the steeds in the stables, Lothair seized an opportunity to casually mention to a purple dragon knight that an awakened sorcerer was in search of a mentor. The first knight dismissed the remark lightly, promising to inquire if time permitted. However, the second knight's demeanor shifted dramatically. He pressed Lothair for the identity of the awakened sorcerer, displaying keen interest. When Lothair, adhering to Aaron's instructions, suggested that the sorcerer wished to remain anonymous and hinted at the knight's insufficient rank, the knight promptly expressed understanding, abandoning his quest for a mount and instructing Lothair to wait without leaving. After relaying the news of the extraordinary sorcerer's search for a mentor to another knight selecting horses, Lothair anticipated the morning's events would conclude peacefully. To his astonishment, as noon approached, a throng of heavily armored guards arrived at the stables, accompanied by a haughty steward who announced that Duke Canis wished to meet with him personally. This revelation left Lothair in a state of shock. He was merely a horse caretaker, while the visitor was a duke, one of only 2 actual lords in all of Comer, second only to the king. Faced with such a formidable presence in the sight of Duke Canis seated amidst his armored retinue, smiling as he directed inquiries toward Lothair, he felt his legs weaken, rendering him unable to stand, his voice trembling. He divulged everything: Aaron and Oppos' identity, the manner in which Aaron had instructed him, and the metaphors Aaron had employed. The humble horse steward revealed it all. "Is this how he instructed you?" Duke Canis inquired, his interest piqued, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his features. "Fascinating, truly fascinating. Bring him to me." Chapter 25, The Singular Art of Chaos. As the quintessential kingdom of royal power, Comer boasts a meticulously structured noble hierarchy, presided over by the House of Obesker. This hierarchy comprises the king or queen, princes or princesses, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, barons, and knights, with subordinate titles indicating the dependencies within the ranks. Princes are beholden to kings, marquises to dukes, viscounts to earls, and barons to barons. The former represent merely ceremonial court titles, while the latter consist of actual hereditary nobility. However, this system is not without exceptions. For instance, should an earl possess a tangible fief, he is entitled to designate a singular heir from among his children or relatives to inherit the title of earl. The remaining offspring of the countess would automatically assume the title of viscount, a designation that is not inheritable. If an earl harbors disfavor towards a non-heir legitimate son yet does not wish to strip him of his surname or cast him out, it is most likely he would send the child to the church to pursue a clerical vocation. In such circumstances, the viscount title holds no real significance. The child remains merely a member of the clergy. This illustrates the considerable power wielded by the landed nobility in Comer. There are few dukes in the entirety of Comer. Those within the royal family hold their titles as mere honors, while only 2 families possess actual dukedoms, the Duke of Canis Irelandese and the Duke of Merelli. The Duke of Canis, a seasoned warrior of Comer, has spent years in the eastern expanse combating Zambian mercenaries, earning a distinguished reputation. He is also a master-level purple dragon knight, instilling fear in the hearts of the Zambians. With a simple command, he can summon a Duke's Legion consisting of 200 fully armored knights and 200 heavily armored infantry from his domain. His skin, darkened by years of warfare, is framed by a mane of thick, lion-like black hair and a meticulously groomed beard. The Duke's amber eyes consistently reflect an indomitable spirit. Decades of military service have endowed him with a profound confidence and undeniable authority. Despite his courteous demeanor and smile in the presence of others, even the most unseasoned stableman can sense the formidable soul that lies beneath this exterior. When the Duke of Canis beckoned him to rise, Lothair struggled to his feet, finding his legs weakened and unresponsive. "You must be weary from your labors," remarked the Duke, who perceptively recognized Lothair and Apo's predicament and sought to extricate him from his embarrassment. Albeit momentarily at a loss for Lothair's name, the steward promptly whispered a few words into the Duke's ear, leading him to address Lothair directly. "Mr. Lothair, would you honor me with your company for lunch?" "Yes, indeed." Lothair felt the undeniable weight of the Duke's invitation. Imbued with an air of authority that left no room for refusal, he quickly nodded in agreement, replying, "It would be my utmost honor." The events that followed became considerably simpler. The horse steward graciously accepted the Duke and Apo's cordial invitation and dined at an upscale restaurant near the royal stables. At the table, having indulged in a few glasses of fine red wine, Lothar exhibited a more relaxed demeanor as he recounted Aaron and Apo's circumstances. The Salian family was well known to Kines, who also understood the standing of this noble house. He was acutely aware of the embarrassment suffered by Aaron's grandfather during the Teucan invasion, and the Duke was privy to the reasons behind the forfeiture of the title. As for Aaron's father, Manuel, Kines had also witnessed his capabilities. When a knight reported the emergence of a sorcerer with extraordinary charm, Kines, present in Sicily at the time, was greatly intrigued. Upon arrival, he discovered that this remarkable sorcerer was none other than Aaron Salian. This young man, a true prodigy, Kines mused, despite Manuel and Apo's political blunders, his son exhibited such potential. Though the schemes devised were somewhat immature, they were far superior to those of an ordinary noble knight. Salian had indeed produced a remarkable individual. Wait, aside from Kant, who else have you shared this information with? The one following Kant? I informed Mr. Morden as well. Alas, the Duke lamented as he lightly slapped the table. Quickly rising and gesturing to a knight nearby, "Goodman, accompany Mr. Lothar for lunch." "Mr. Lothar, this is Goodman, an esteemed knight and my friend. Engage with him. Feel free to express any needs you may have." Kines hastily departed, accompanied by his entourage. "What troubles you, my lord?" the steward inquired as he followed the Duke. "Is it that foolish horse steward? Damn it, the goddess Tamora has not favored us this time. I had intended to keep this matter under wraps, allowing our family, the Erlands, to nurture this young talent personally." Kines and Apo's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing like a lion exuding a predatory aura. "It is too late, by now. The blade of the queen must have reached the palace, relaying this news to our regent princess." "My lord, if that is the case, do we not?" The steward began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Our regent princess is known to be quiet. If she learns of this, how could she possibly let it go?" Kines interrupted. "Aaron Salian is currently under royal patronage, his stipend provided by the crown. We are running out of time." "No," Kines declared, resolutely dismissing the notion. "At the very least, I must rush to the palace to inform our regent princess of this development. Even if I cannot contain the situation, I must formally recommend this young man at court. Thus, even if Aaron receives significant royal cultivation in the future, he must remember my favor. Let us proceed to the palace at once." Indeed, outside, the atmosphere was charged with turmoil due to the revelations unleashed by Aaron. Even he could not have anticipated that Lothair would encounter a duke who personally came to interrogate him. Meanwhile, Salian remained blissfully unaware of the external happenings. After enjoying a meal near the library, he returned to his studies, engrossed in tomes related to sorcery. In every corner of the realm, every existing entity was suffused with the essence of magic. Each stone, every stream, every living creature, and even the very air itself brims with untapped potential energy. This primordial magic serves as the raw material of creation and embodies the dormant consciousness of existence, permeating every particle of matter and manifesting in various forms of energy throughout the multiverse. The essence of primal magic is wild and nearly impervious to direct manipulation by mortals. The sheer force of inherent magic could obliterate the caster in an instant. Thus, unless a sorcerer possesses the rare strength to touch the inner powers, they can only wield magic through the weave. The weave is regarded as a magical tapestry that connects the consciousness of the caster to the raw materials of primal magic, its origin being Mishtra, the goddess of magic. In most cases, a caster can only perform magic by relying on the weave, whether arcane spells or divine incantations. Without it, a caster is indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Aaron furrowed his brow. Was it truly the case that one could not cast spells without the weave? Yet, he recalled instances in the web literature he had perused, where grand archmages purportedly cast spells without it. Furthermore, what constituted the Apo's inner Apo's power? Laws? Causality? The roots of calamity? The gateway to truth? The homunculus in a bottle? The brain in a jar? The unfathomable ultimate chaos at the heart of the stars? The texts offered no clarity. Aaron surmised that if the royal library of Sussurel could easily elucidate such matters, then it would hardly be the case that only a scant few could cast spells without the weave. Sorcerers stand as the antithesis to wizards, utilizing spell components. Even the faintest magical energy, sorcerers unleash tremendous explosive power through their very bodies. Their magical prowess is not acquired through rigorous study and research, but is awakened from the latent magical talent within their blood. If wizards wield spells akin to warriors brandishing swords, then a sorcerer and amp, Apos, magic resembles the brutal might of a barbarian wielding a great axe. The source of a sorcerer's power primarily derives from four origins: dragon blood, the most common and renowned source of sorcery, emanating from the magical essence of dragons, interwoven into one's blood or ancestral lineage. Sorcerers of this origin can often trace their lineage back to a powerful sorcerer who forged a pact with ancient dragons or even to a dragoness kin. Dragon blood sorcerers are the most prevalent and well-known among sorcerers, often portrayed as inherently charismatic and formidable. Wild magic, derived from the chaotic forces that exist in opposition to the order of creation. The wild sorcerers are masters of chaos, their powers both ferocious and unruly. Often, they find themselves unable to reign in their own strength, leading some to recklessly unleash their abilities. This propensity can result in self-inflicted harm. Yet at times their wild magic yields extraordinary effects, even turning the tide of battle. Renowned throughout the realm, these sorcerers are not paragons of wealth or beauty. Their grand displays of magic can just as easily lead to their own demise as they could to the annihilation of their foes. They are the innate lords of chaos. The storm sorcerers draw their might from the unbridled forces of nature, harnessing primal magics such as thunderstorms, tempests, and sea whirlpools. The cosmic sorcerers, also known as fate sorcerers, are exceedingly rare and embody a profound loyalty to the cosmos. They intertwine the foundational laws of the universe with the cyclical dance of celestial bodies into their very essence, enabling them to discern the underlying principles of all transformations. These sorcerers possess an innate affinity for cosmic laws, allowing them to wield magic with remarkable ease. In addition to these four types of sorcerers, the text introduces a class known as the divine soul sorcerers. These individuals are imbued with divine sparks or the blood of celestial beings, enabling them to channel magic or divine arts based on this heritage. Aaron closed the book. What was he? What kind of sorcerer was he? His power stemmed from the four chaotic deities, corresponding to the disordered chaos that contrasts with cosmic order. According to this classification, he should be considered a wild sorcerer. Yet, based on the dominion of the chaotic deities, he might also be seen as a cosmic sorcerer. Furthermore, if one were to view it through the lens of divine power, it would not be unreasonable to label Aaron a divine soul sorcerer. I am nothing. A child of chaos. If I must be categorized, I am a singular embodiment of chaotic magic. He noticed the author's signature, Lady Aleshkier. This name resonated within him. A strong sense of déjà vu, though he could not immediately recall its significance. Gazing out the window, he noted the time had reached approximately 3 in the afternoon. Subsequently, Aaron undertook 2 tasks. First, he spent 2 silver coins to seek an evaluation at the library, testing his vocational level. The librarian, upon concluding the assessment, determined that according to the current standards of the realm, Aaron was classified as an apprentice-level chaotic sorcerer warrior. Following this, Aaron compiled a list of spells he could currently wield. His cantrips required no resources. Charm human. First-tier spells included Malicious Blue Flame, Malicious Pink Flame, Whip of Color Sin, Dream of Color Sin, and Chaotic Missile. His second-tier spell was the Tongue of Color Sin. Additionally, his unique bloodline magic entailed the creation of a chaotic egg and the gift of Color Sin. Notably, the second-tier spell, Tongue of Color Sin, was vividly imprinted in Aaron's mind, yet at his current sorceress level, he was unable to cast it. In concluding his assessment, Aaron recognized the source of his limitations and promptly borrowed a tome entitled Grimoire of Spells from the library. Compared to other spellcasters, he possessed but a single cantrip, Charm Human. The art of magic is simple, requiring no consumption of mana and no memorization, allowing for the effortless casting of minor spells. These zero-level spells are the most commonly employed by novice spellcasters in combat, akin to a caster's ordinary attack. However, aside from the charm that bewitches humans, a spell mutated through his innate powers, Aaron has not mastered a single cantrip. This peculiarity is quite unusual for a sorcerer, indicating that Aaron is far from a competent spellcaster. Yet, an unexpected event transpired. As Aaron randomly selected a minor cantrip from the spell compendium and attempted to recite the incantation, the tumultuous magic swirling within him surged uncontrollably. Before he could complete the incantation, he was struck by a sharp pain in his abdomen and chest, causing the Viscount's expression to contort in agony as he coughed up a torrent of crimson blood. The dark red liquid splattered upon the ground, startling the nearby battle mage apprentice. "Your Grace, are you unwell?" "I am fine," Aaron grimaced, hastily wiping his mouth with a towel. "Fool," he chastised himself. "How dare you act without understanding? Do you intend to bring about your own demise?" It became evident that he required a sorcerer mentor. His unique powers could easily lead to his own destruction through reckless experimentation. Daring not to attempt further, he discarded the bloody towel onto the ground and addressed the battle mage apprentice. "Is there something you require?" "Someone seeks you, Your Grace." The apprentice glanced outside. A member of the Queen's Blade stood at the entrance of the training room. "Your Grace, the Regent commands your presence at the throne hall to meet with Viscount Salient at 9:00 and amp. Oppos. Clock in the morning 2 days hence." "Understood." Aaron nodded calmly, indicating his acknowledgement. As the Queen's Blade departed, Aaron realized that time was of the essence. He gathered his belongings and exited the library. The path from the Royal Library to the Salient residence in the Tri-Crown district required traversing a lengthy alley. For reasons unknown, as Aaron passed through this area today, it was devoid of any presence. In the shadows, a cloaked figure silently emerged, stealthily approaching from behind along the wall. A steel dagger slid from beneath the cloak. It was the hour of slaughter. Chapter 26, The Sacred Slaughter. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, casting a dim light upon the alleys of the upper district of Cicero. An elite rogue lingered within the shadows of the narrow passage, his cloak concealing a well-prepared arsenal. A poisoned dagger, 3 poisoned darts, 3 throwing knives, and a sharp axe designed for armor penetration. This rogue was fully equipped for the task at hand. He reaffirmed his target. Indeed, it was the individual designated by his employer, a certain Lord Aaron Salient of the Comer lineage. The employer had assured him that there would be no mistake, a statement the rogue had initially dismissed as jest. However, upon confirming the target, he comprehended the gravity of his employer and amp, Oppos' words. "My apologies, good sir, it is not my desire to end your life, but rather a transaction for your demise has been made." The thought of the chest brimming with gold coins, 300 Comer gold lions, each embossed with the visage of the former King Aeson IV, alongside the swift vessel docked at the harbor and his new identity, exhilarated the rogue. He was in dire need of wealth. Indeed, he had long existed on the fringes of society, navigating the gray areas of urban life. From thieves, pickpockets, and bandits to assassins, con artists, private investigators, enforcers, and corporate spies, rogues perpetually sought riches and treasures. With this fortune, he could embark on a new life in the eastern lands of Zambian or the southern realms of Tumis, or perhaps venture to the Sword Coast. To AM itself, merely a change of name awaited. Fortuitously, the noble did not perceive his presence. On the contrary, upon noticing the absence of anyone behind him, he ventured deeper into the alley, turning his back to the rogue, and proceeded to unfasten his belt, tilting his head back. A stream of liquid cascaded from below Lord Aaron and Oppos' waist. Humph, such poor upbringing, and he dares to call himself a noble, the rogue thought, bemused. His behavior bore no distinction from the thugs of the slums. "Since you are such filth, do not blame me for what is to come." With deft footwork and masterful stealth, the rogue approached Aaron with minimal effort, drawing forth his dagger as a flicker of cold light glimmered in the dimness of the alley. "Die," he hissed. In an instant, as the rogue closed the distance to a mere step behind Aaron, a tongue of fire erupted from the ground. Grimfire. The flames ignited the rogue's pant leg, surging upwards, and from within the blaze emerged twisted creatures, shrieking as they reached out to ensnare the assassin's legs. "Cursed be this fate." Discovered. The rogue gasped in shock. At that moment, Aaron turned around, revealing that he had not been relieving himself in the alley after all. He merely held a small water flask. "Who sent you?" Aaron spoke coldly. "Confess, and I may consider sparing your life." The air sliced as 2 daggers soared through the smoke, forcing Aaron to abandon his pursuit. Unfazed by the situation, the noble rolled on the ground, unfurling himself. The daggers clinked as they struck the ground, scattering sparks in their wake. Rising once more, the rogue had vanished without a trace. Aaron squinted his eyes, drawing forth the standard longsword from his waist while preparing a spell with his other hand, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. The Viscount appeared expressionless, his mind racing with thoughts. An assassination? By whom? Was it the Dark Sun Prince, Sharik? Perhaps the earlier assassin, Sharp? Were the remaining followers of the King of Slaughter? Ball? Aaron swiftly dismissed Sharp. Having been captured by the blade of the Queen just hours prior, it was implausible for him to orchestrate a murder under such close scrutiny. As for Sharik, that too seemed unlikely. Aaron sensed that this assassin was intent on his death, yet the sorcerer at that time had clearly sought his capture instead of his demise. Thus, it followed that the followers of Ball could not be responsible either. For a moment, Aaron was at a loss as to who would hire a killer to seek his life. Just then, a faint sound echoed from somewhere in the alley, prompting Aaron to maintain his vigilance. He set aside his thoughts, focusing his attention on the confined space around him. The Wanderer had dealt with the eerie, fearsome creature, but the injuries to his legs hampered his speed. When facing a Wanderer, one must strive to find open terrain, if such space is unavailable. It is crucial to hold one and Oppo's ground. Engaging in combat while moving would grant the Wanderer the advantage. Yet standing firm would ensure that the Wanderer could never triumph over a warrior. Likewise, utilizing one's skills and strength to force the Wanderer into a protracted battle is essential. Remember, my son, when a Wanderer's first strike fails to severely wound its target, they have already lost half the battle. Contrary to popular belief, Wanderers are not adept at combat. They excel in adventure, not in fighting. Moreover, you must be astonished by the unfamiliar spells you encounter, are you not? Aaron dared not relax. He had already expended 2 first circle spells today, and his remaining magical energy was dwindling. A sudden crack broke the brief silence as a tile fell from above, shattering behind Aaron. He did not turn to investigate the tile, instead charging forward with his longsword. Indeed, a shadow fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the clash of sword and dagger ignited a shower of sparks. The Wanderer's sharp dagger sliced down Aaron's back to his waist, leaving a substantial gash in his coat, while the tip of Aaron's sword tasted the first drop of blood this day. The Viscount stifled a groan as the fabric of his shirt darkened, stained with a deep crimson. The Wanderer too clutched his waist, blood seeping from the wound inflicted by Aaron and Oppo's sword. I shall ask you one last time, who sent you? Speak, and by the name of Salian. I may consider sparing your life, Aaron commanded, his voice stern. Can you not feel it, my Lord Viscount? Your wound must be quite painful now, the Wanderer grimaced, pressing against his side. Do not blame me. You should blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong person. Now go to hell. Aaron's countenance darkened. The dagger was poisoned. His movements had noticeably slowed, and the Wanderer, seeing this, no longer hesitated. He reached into his cloak and hurled 3 glimmering darts. Aaron swiftly rolled to the side to evade, but his actions appeared significantly sluggish in the eyes of the Wanderer. Seizing this opportunity, the Wanderer expended his last vestiges of strength to propel himself forward. In mere strides, his cloak swept through the narrow passage of the alley. The dagger inverted in his grip, its icy, poisoned blade piercing the side of Aaron and Oppo's neck. Skillfully, he twisted the weapon, slicing along Aaron and Oppo's throat, then withdrew it and tucked it into his belt. Thud. Aaron collapsed, blood spilling across the cobblestone ground. The Wanderer gasped for breath, whispering, "What a troublesome, A sharp longsword pierced through his back and out of his chest. You're not dead. How could Aaron, who should have been slain, appear behind him? Gripping the sword with both hands, his arms powerful and alive, not at all resembling a corpse. Regrettably, your arrogance has clouded your judgment, Aaron sneered. It is an illusion, a ring of magic, the sinful dream. It is the last spell I could wield before resting. During their exchange, the Wanderer had already fallen victim to his enchantment. As for the poison, regrettably for the Wanderer, Aaron bore no fear of it, at least not of this particular toxin. Despite the dormant powers within him being tightly sealed, they remained, merely unable to be unleashed, refusing to succumb to such feeble poison. Blood gushed forth along the length of the sword, and the Wanderer suddenly bellowed, delivering a kick to Aaron's knee before wrenching himself free from the blade. Clutching his chest, he bolted desperately toward the alley and Oppo's exit. This is bad. The sword did not pierce his heart. Aaron instinctively raised his hand to cast another spell, only to be struck by the realization that the sinful dream had been the last magic he could wield today. In light of that, Aaron's gaze shifted to the ring on his right index finger. Chaotic missile. 3 multicolored light darts whizzed forth without a hint of doubt, and the deceased Wanderer fell, blood pooling beneath him, saturating the ground below. Aaron pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder, gradually making his way to the Wanderer and Oppo's side to search his body. He found nothing of value, only a smoke bomb, 12 golden lion coins, 2 silver falcon coins, a small handful of copper coins, a crowbar, a basic lockpicking set, and a sharp, specialized axe for breaching armor. Beyond that, there was nothing, not even an item to identify the assassin who had employed this wanderer to eliminate him. Aaron could not find the answer. Indeed, if one had resorted to hiring an assassin against him, it was unlikely they would leave behind anything that could expose their identity. So who could it be? Aaron pressed his hand against his shoulder, where the dagger still protruded, oozing crimson. The pain was excruciating. The agony in his shoulder caused the nobleman to grimace, and then a dark thought flickered in his mind, regardless of the shadowy figure behind the scenes. Since you are so eager to create a sensational event in the royal city of Comer or the Upper District, I shall lend you my assistance. Aaron extended his hand, once more invoking the power of the Crimson Conrad ring, his complexion growing even more pallid. He dipped his fingers into his own blood, and while the corpse still radiated warmth, he began to inscribe the sacred emblem upon the body of the wandering soul. 5 minutes later, thud, thud, thud. The residents of the Upper District of Suzor could distinctly feel the tremors beneath their feet, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects colliding with the structures, and the splintering of wooden beams. What is happening? What is going on? Those who resided in the Upper District were all affluent individuals, wealthy merchants, bureaucrats, skilled artisans, and even nobles, political figures, and high-ranking priests from temples. In this realm, these individuals signified a higher level of vocational expertise and formidable combat prowess. For this was a world rife with monsters lurking in every corner. Even to this day, there were adherents of the dragon cult who fervently believed that beneath Suzor lay several dragon tombs, replete with immeasurable treasures, by decree of the regent princess. Only noblemen bearing swords were permitted to wield weapons within the city, prompting the populace to call for the guards. While a few armed individuals had already gripped their sword hilts, within moments, the source of the commotion was identified to be a narrow alleyway. A strikingly handsome young man, clad in the garb of a viscount, stumbled out of the alley, one hand pressed against his shoulder and the other clutching a long sword, his expression one of sheer terror. His body bearing numerous signs of injury. Guards! Guards! There is a monster! Upon seeing him, the townsfolk immediately recognized him as a local noble of Comer, and their hostility dissipated. However, what emerged from the alley was a creature that utterly shattered their understanding of reality. What manner of grotesque entity is this? Standing at an imposing height of over 2 meters, its body resembled a massive, ragged mass of flesh, with a contorted human face faintly discernible amidst the layers of meat, from which several thick tentacles protruded, flailing about and striking the adjacent buildings, sending clouds of dust into the air. What is this monstrosity? Among the Upper District's elite adventurers, there were many well-versed in the arcane and the bizarre, yet this grotesque mass far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Guards! My lord, the Viscount of Comer, calls for aid, he shouted, turning to slash at the creature's surface, narrowly evading the sweeping tentacles as he continued to plead for assistance. At that moment, the onlookers comprehended the gravity of the situation. The noble was under attack. A squad of guards soon arrived on the scene. This was the Upper District, home to the powerful and influential, where the guards were not only more numerous but also far more elite. Their response times vastly superior to those of the patrolling soldiers in the Lower District. Upon sighting the colossal beast, the guards quickly formed ranks, crossbowmen drawing their triggers, and several sharp bolts struck the creature, embedding themselves in its flesh, blood oozing from the wounds. The commander of the guards, upon witnessing the scene, felt a slight sense of relief and nodded repeatedly, contemplating that this monstrous creature might not be particularly difficult to subdue. He gestured for the halberd soldiers to advance and instructed the sword and shield bearers to encircle the beast, all the while hastening to rescue the nobleman. Yet, a chilling dread enveloped him. This was Comer, the Upper District of Suzor. As the commander of the guards, he sensed that his career might be nearing its end. For the regent princess was not known for her leniency towards those who neglected their duties. He could only hope to save this noble lord, hoping that he might intercede on his behalf and plead for a lesser punishment. With a thunderous roar, another volley of crossbow bolts struck the massive creature, which continued to bellow in a mindless fury, staggering and crawling forward despite the multiple bleeding wounds adorning its body, shaking the ground with each step. Reinforcements had arrived. Several soldiers wielding shields and longswords rushed to protect and retreat with Aaron. However, the chaotic egg seemed unwilling to relent, extending its long tendrils and sweeping violently, sending 3 swordsmen flying through the air. At that moment, the situation took a dramatic turn as a fully armored knight, albeit without a helmet, burst forth from the crowd. Stand aside. The knight, clad in a purple dragon cloak, gripped a hand and a half-sword firmly, and before the gaze of all, a radiant, platinum light enveloped the blade. The holy fire materializing in the air. For the loyal fury. For Tom. With a brilliant flash, empowered by the divine radiance, the sword slashed horizontally, striking the chaotic egg squarely in the chest. The sacred force exploded within the layers of flesh, obliterating the chaotic egg on the spot. Lying on the ground, Aaron could hardly contain his astonishment. It was a paladin. It was the Holy Cleave. Chapter 27, The Steel Princess and the Sacred Slash, the supreme technique of the paladin. The paladin represents a unique vocation, one that bears significant constraints compared to other professions. When an individual embarks upon the path of the paladin, it signifies their commitment to a life governed by oaths and responsibilities, relinquishing the freedom to act according to personal whims. Yet, the paladin possesses the sacred slash. Upon attaining a certain level of prowess, a paladin must make a solemn vow, a commitment that enhances their power while simultaneously curbing their actions. When personal desires clash with lofty ideals, the paladin is compelled to endure a series of heart-wrenching choices. Nonetheless, the paladin wields the sacred slash. Most paladins are acutely aware that they tread a path fraught with uncertainty, dedicating their finite lives to the perpetual struggle against malevolent forces within the boundless multiverse. Their efforts may seem futile in the grand scheme of divine conflicts, and their sacrifices might appear to bear no tangible fruit. Yet, the paladin possesses the sacred slash. While paladins are outwardly revered by all, their actions are often met with misunderstanding. Young and beautiful ladies shy away from marrying a paladin, and the affluent often regard them as burdensome and rigid, seeking to keep them at arm and oppos's length. Even the impoverished frequently harbor grievances against paladins, as their expectations are not always met. Yet, the paladin wields the sacred slash. This extraordinary technique is a primary reason many children dream of becoming paladins. It shapes the initial impressions most common folk have of them. When a paladin proclaims the name of their deity, their hands enveloping their weapon in a radiant cascade, vanquishing all manner of fiends, the paladin's glorious image is indelibly etched in the minds of the populace. Handsome, powerful, and seemingly unthinking. Simple, yet devastatingly effective. Such as the sacred slash. Aaron had witnessed the sacred slash before, yet this was the first time he beheld it unleashed at such proximity. This was not in accordance with his plans. He had envisioned that this chaotic egg would create greater turmoil, drawing the attention of the palace. Instead, this individual executed the sacred slash and obliterated it in an instant. The sheer force of it could easily annihilate many elite goblin chieftains and dark priests, could it not? Are you all right? The dashing paladin, clad in full-plate armor and devoid of a helmet, extended a hand to lift Aaron from the ground. You are injured. Allow me to heal you. Thank you, my friend. Had it not been for you, I might have encountered serious trouble. Aaron pressed his hand against the wound on his shoulder, his magical energy depleted, and his pallor heightened from 2 uses of the Conrad ring. He felt as though his legs were filled with water, yet they still obeyed his command. You are truly remarkable. While we paladins may seem of little use at times, we are resolute in our commitment to protect those of value, willing to sacrifice everything for their safety. The paladin raised his hand, and a stream of pure golden light flowed from his palm, illuminating Aaron and Apos' wound and healing the injury inflicted by the dagger on his shoulder. This was the divine healing, a unique ability of the paladin. Devoting their lives and souls to a sacred mission, paladins wield formidable holy power, each possessing a reservoir of healing energy composed of divine essence, which they can use to mend the injuries of other beings and even cure various ailments and poisons. The potency of their healing ability is directly linked to their level of expertise. Should the reservoir of energy be depleted, it can be replenished with sufficient rest. As the paladin tended to Aaron's wounds, the nobleman observed the paladin's face, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This paladin was a strikingly handsome figure, his appearance almost rivaling that of Aaron himself, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and an aura of benevolence and righteousness in every gesture. The light of healing enveloped his face, and his sincere smile coupled with earnest eyes radiated goodwill. His long hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of vigor. You are Sir Reynard? After a few moments of scrutiny, Aaron recognized the paladin. Was he not one of the 2 apprentice knights under the command of Lucian? At 21 years of age, Aaron had encountered him a few years prior. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Reynard also felt a sense of recognition, studying Aaron closely before tentatively inquiring, Aaron? It is I. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Aaron's eyes sparkled with thought. This could potentially benefit his plans. Indeed, it is you, Aaron. You almost made me fail to recognize you. Mentor Lucian was speaking of you just yesterday, Reynard exclaimed with genuine delight. He comforted Aaron, saying, "This must be Tom's blessing. You survived, which is wonderful." As the divine healing concluded, Aaron's shoulder was mended, and the emptiness within him was alleviated. Reynard assisted him to his feet. Meanwhile, the guards of the upper district had surrounded the corpse of the chaotic egg with their pikes, and the captain of the guards approached Aaron, saluting him. "My lord and sir, I apologize for our failure to fulfill our duty. It is not your fault. Arriving within a minute of such a commotion is commendable." Reynard assured the captain with a smile, affirming the guard's performance while shifting his attention back to Aaron. "What transpired, Aaron? How did you encounter this creature in the alley?" "I was at the Royal Library today." Following his plan, Aaron recounted his experience. Such an incident occurring in the upper district was no trivial matter. Before the captain could respond, the dashing paladin quickly assessed, this was a premeditated assassination. "I shall immediately inform Mentor Lucian at the Purple Dragon Fortress." Yes. Upon returning home, Aaron chose not to disclose the assassination attempt to his aunt and cousin. He sat alone in the study, the Countess' expression dark and foreboding. This assassination was no mere coincidence. Within the shadows of Sussurel, there truly existed a lurking force, eyeing him with predatory intent. Moreover, the unhesitating manner in which they attempted to take his life indicated a genuine desire for his demise. This was indeed disheartening news. Aaron leaned back against the soft upholstery, lost in contemplation. How much did this adversary know? What had incited their animosity towards him? Was it his recent failed mission? Was it due to familial ties or the enmity of the divine factions? Did they suspect him to be the son of slaughter? Or were they aware of his identity as the child of chaos? Who was his enemy? Was it the nobility within the kingdom that harbored hatred for Salian? Were they the subordinates of Lady Charles, the sister of the night? Were external forces such as the Santolan Society, the Dragon Shaman sect? Were Zambian noble merchants plotting the assassination of the promising youth of Comer? Or were they factions within the Church of the Prince of Dusk vying for power amid the tyranny of the God of Slaughter? For the moment, Aaron had no answers. With the information at hand, he could not formulate a substantiated hypothesis. The one certainty was that the arrival of the Queen's blade was indeed no accident within his stronghold. The very heart of Comer, there lay a concealed enemy, poised to strike. The grim news was that the assassination attempt had transpired rapidly, indicating that the enemy resided not only within Sussurel but also held considerable influence. Otherwise, they could not have acquired information about him so swiftly. What then? Should he do now? Aaron and Apos' gaze sharpened gradually as he rose and paced the study, surveying the extensive collection of tomes, the array of blades and spears adorning the fireplace, and the mounted trophies displayed upon the walls, all while enveloped in silence. If he were to consider the safest course of action, he should immediately abandon everything in Comer. Taking advantage of the chaos that ensued, with the city on high alert and the lurking enemy yet to react and prepare, he could flee incognito to Waterdeep or Silvery Moon. Baldur and Apos' Gate could also serve as an option. These three cities shared a significant trait. They were quintessential free cities. As long as Aaron concealed his identity and took measures to safeguard himself, it would become exceedingly difficult for his enemies to locate him. In truth, Waterdeep or Baldur and Apos' Gate harbored individuals of such ilk. Some were national fugitives, others were former world-class powerhouses, and some were descendants of obliterated nations, while a few were even beings beyond human comprehension. Yet, they all dwelled incognito within the cities, provided they remained undisturbed. The cities turned a blind eye to their presence. Unlike Comer, in these free cities, one might never truly ascertain the nature of their neighbors. However, would fleeing guarantee safety? Contemplating this, Aaron found himself wavering once more. To leave Comer, to abandon his family, to forsake his lineage, to depart from the land that had nurtured him for over a decade, to leave the homeland that had raised him and treated him reasonably well? Would fleeing to Waterdeep or Silvery Moon truly afford him the security he sought? The natural dangers are considerable, yet an inexplicable voice within him urges him to remain, to stay in Comer. Aaron understands the reason. After all, in his previous life, he was a subject of the Celestial Empire. He can vaguely sense a reluctance to part with his title of Viscount. For the powerful within the kingdom, noble titles hold little value. Even in Comer, renowned for its royal authority, the worth of such titles is relatively minimal, especially for Aaron, who possesses neither a significant position nor a substantial fief. What is 800 golden lion coins in a year? High-ranking adventurers in Waterdeep earn their income in the thousands. Yet, there lies the crux. Aaron was once a citizen of the Celestial Empire. To forsake everything, his family, friends, the noble title, the network inherited from his parents, and the illustrious name of Salyan that has persisted for 900 years, would he truly abandon it all? A thought surged through Aaron's mind. Then I would be rootless. To relinquish everything for selfish desires, to flee alone for the sake of his own ambitions and security, wouldn't that render him a man without roots? If he acted thus, he would indeed be without foundation. Aaron sat in, awakened. The Viscount opened the door and stepped out from his study, greeted by the warmth of home, downstairs. The aroma of cooking wafted up as Aunt Melly bustled about with two maids preparing dinner, while the baker was busy making corn chowder. On the wall beside the study hung the Salyan tapestry, where every name seemed to pulse with life, including that of his father and mother, all gazing at him, waiting for his decision. The hesitation in Aaron's eyes gradually faded. Avoidance would not resolve his dilemmas. This is his home. This is his country. I will remain here. I accept this challenge. Moreover, for Aaron, there was not a lack of good news. Today's assassination attempt had revealed two favorable insights. First, the assailant was merely an elite-level rogue, indicating that the resources of the mastermind were limited. Second, the swift arrival of the upper city guard suggested that the infiltration of Commer's military and security systems by the adversary was minimal. Hello, you scoundrels lurking in the shadows. I want to play a game. With Aaron's resolve to accept the challenge, the powers of his sinful essence grew increasingly vibrant. This game, wagered with life itself, was one that his sinful nature relished. Earlier, in Suzur, the royal palace, in the brightly lit hall with its pointed spires, beneath two tall, narrow stained glass windows, lay the Duar Hall. Here, the regent princess of Commer, the daughter of the iron-willed Princess Yasin IV, Alice Celobesker, was receiving guests. The Duar Hall was lavishly adorned, featuring a four-cornered table of sandalwood draped with purple and gold satin cloth, piled high with thick parchment documents, forming a small mountain. Two silk curtains in gold and red hung before the table, obscuring the figure of the person behind them, allowing only a glimpse of a golden-haired beauty seated behind the throne, engaged in conversation with her guests. Two guests arrived, the first being Hendry Hykinson, the captain of the Queen and Amp, Oppos, S-Blade, the very individual Aaron had previously encountered at the Carlin Inn. He reported all the intelligence he had gathered to the regent princess, including the fact that Lothair was searching for a mentor for an unnamed sorcerer of extraordinary charm. Your Highness, we possess ample evidence to substantiate that this sorcerer in search of a mentor is none other than Aaron Salyan, Hendry reported. Furthermore, we have confirmed through Lady Silverstar of the Silver Mother's open sanctuary in Chahai Town that Aaron has indeed received the divine grace of the Silver Mother. After a brief pause, a voice imbued with authority emerged from the folds of the veil. Excellent, excellent. An extraordinary charm awakening the day after tomorrow, a naturally gifted sorcerer, and a noble scion of our very own Comer, even Manuel and Amp. Oppos' sacrifice will continue to benefit the kingdom. May the spirit of the late king and Tamora bless us. This is splendid news. Hendry, you have performed admirably. I shall remain forever your loyal servant, Your Highness, Hendry promptly added. Regarding the previous matter, I believe it to be a false accusation. Regardless of whether it is indeed a falsehood, it is prudent to investigate this naturally awakened sorcerer. For no one can truly ascertain whether he has made a pact with some nefarious entity. The distinction between sorcerers and warlocks can often be ambiguous. The authoritative voice seemed unperturbed by the actions of the Queen's blade. However, since the Silver Mother has endorsed him, there is no need for further discussion on this matter. Indeed, you shall contain the information to prevent our young Viscount Salyan and Oppos' schemes from coming to fruition. But, regarding the mentor that Viscount Salyan desires, Hendry could not help but inquire further, holding a favorable impression of Aaron. Your Highness? The only magical mentor capable of instructing an extraordinary charm sorcerer within the kingdom is her. To have her as his mentor is a proposition no man could refuse. Chapter 28. Audience with His Highness Duke Kines of Ireland requests an audience. The authoritative voice of the lady behind the crimson and gold drapery was interrupted as a servant swiftly entered, kneeling to announce the Duke and Oppos' arrival. Please let him in, came the calm response from behind the curtain. Duke Kines of Ireland strode into the Duar Hall, his purple and gold regalia shimmering brilliantly in the afternoon light filtering through the stained glass. Approaching the regent princess, he bowed slightly. and a servant promptly brought forth a chair for him. As a landed duke, Kines held a rank almost equal to that of the regent princess. As long as the throne of Comer remained vacant, he was not obliged to bow to anyone. Kines's gesture of respect towards the regent princess was merely a sign of camaraderie, for Alicel had distinguished herself in battle alongside His Majesty, the fourth Aeson, for nearly a decade since her adolescence. Otherwise, she would not have garnered the support of the Purple Dragon Knights in the War Mage Corps to become the kingdom and Appos' regent following the untimely death of the fourth Aeson. Duke Kines, your presence before dusk surely signals urgent matters, the Steel Princess intoned with an unwavering authority. Indeed, your highness, your loyal servant brings splendid news, Duke Kines replied, casting a glance at the captain of the Queen and Appos' blades beside him, adopting an air of excitement as he revealed that Aaron Salian had awakened extraordinary charisma, becoming a sorcerer. He continued to elaborate enthusiastically, emphasizing, this young lad is one of our own from Comer. We must nurture his potential. If it pleases you, I would like to arrange for a master to instruct him. Duke Kines, you are indeed a close confidant of the late king, and I sense your unwavering loyalty to the kingdom. However, I have a more suitable candidate in mind for guiding Salian in his magical studies. So you need not trouble yourself with that, the voice from behind the drapery expressed, the joy in her tone noticeably waning. Ah well, if you have already made your decision, I shall fully support it, Kines conceded inwardly, recognizing that he had already fulfilled his role as the recommender. The matter at hand was sufficient. Salian was merely an apprentice sorcerer, and formalities were unnecessary. The voice behind the drapery softly acknowledged with a gentle hum. The sound of quill on parchment growing heavier. The dialogue between the princess and the duke was far from over. Your highness, calamity has struck. A member of the Queen and Appos' blades rushed into the hall. The statue of the late king, just completed by the artisans, has been shattered by Sir Sharp. What? The lady behind the drapery rose, her fury palpable throughout the hall. The Queen and Appos' blade hastily recounted the events that transpired in the royal library. By decree, Sir Sharp is to be punished for his blatant disregard for law, having deliberately destroyed the statue of the late king in the library. He shall be executed and displayed for all to see. The severity of this punishment astonished even Duke Kines, who sat nearby. Such was the Steel Princess. Your Highness, is this punishment not excessively harsh? Keynes immediately spoke on behalf of Sharp. Did the news not suggest that that little fellow, Aaron, might have employed illusion or enchantment spells to throw Sharp off balance? Is it not rather excessive to decree a beheading under such circumstances? Does he not comprehend the significance of the royal library? The regent princess, seated behind Mansa, retorted. The retired battle mage at the front desk has already testified that Sharp instigated the matter. If he dares to cause trouble in the royal library, he must be prepared for the guillotine. Indeed, the Queen and Appos' blade has received the command. This is how authority is established, Keynes mused. This is a common tactic in the military. To properly nurture an individual, one often first suppresses, humiliates, and torments them, eradicating their self-esteem and smoothing out their edges before fostering their development. However, such methods do not always yield the desired results, my regent. Well, if the princess acts in this manner, my recommendation will hold more value. Before the Queen's blade could depart, a third message swiftly arrived at the royal court. Aaron Salian had been attacked, right in the upper district. What? The regent princess could no longer contain her emotions. Just beneath her very eyes, a mere 3 kilometers from the royal palace, Aaron Salian had been assaulted. The messenger recounted the details of the incident, and when it was revealed that Aaron had only sustained minor injuries, and that the beast had been slain by the passing paladin, Sir Leonard, even the distant maidservants could sense the regent princess's sigh of relief. Investigate at once. Who could have committed such an act? Who dares to attempt an assassination of Manuel and Appos' son near the Cicero Palace? Hendry, notify Yuri. The Queen and Appos' blade must uncover the identity of the assailant. At once, Hendry complied, but then cautiously inquired, and, regarding the punishment for Viscount Salian? Let it be noted for now. Furthermore, since he is unharmed, the original plan remains unchanged. Summon Viscount Salian to an audience in the Duar Hall the morning after 2 days. Understood. The uncle belched, thinking to himself how kind the Duke was, not only treating him to a grand feast, but also leaving Sir Goodman to accompany him. The knight was particularly cordial, even asking him what he desired, urging him to speak freely. A good man indeed. Lothair pondered and attempted to request a bottle of Tysel red wine, which he had long coveted. though the imported wine from Tycel was rather pricey, costing a full 10 golden lions per bottle. Upon making this request, Goodman appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression clearly conveying, "Are you serious?" Once he received a definitive answer, the knight laughed heartily, declaring it to be no trouble at all. He summoned a nearby servant to fetch half a dozen bottles of Tycel red wine from the market and even sent along leftover ingredients from the day's banquet, along with the unfinished wine on the table. "I've struck a great deal." Lothair felt quite pleased with himself, yet upon reaching his doorstep, he began to hesitate. How would he explain the origins of these items to Melly? As passers-by gazed in bewilderment at a middle-aged man gesticulating animatedly towards a tree while placing a bottle of wine on the ground, he passionately recounted his fortune. "Oh, my dear Mary, today I encountered a stroke of good luck. Our esteemed princess benevolently visited the stables to inspect the horses, because I have tended to them so splendidly. She rewarded me, but alas, that cannot be." Lothair, hands on his hips, contemplated the tree before him, musing that this was indeed untenable. If the princess were to bestow a gift upon Mary, a mere inquiry would unravel this deceit, and our iron-willed princess is not one to lavish rewards indiscriminately. "What? Oh, you refer to the wine. Indeed, it is Sir XX and Apos S. entrusted to my care. But no, then I shall have nothing for myself. Visitors from his homeland? No. The street lottery? Absolutely not. Extravagance invites reproach. How is it that I possess this wine yet cannot indulge? Surely, I cannot bury it beneath the tree." Lothair stood at his doorstep for nearly half an hour, delivering his monologue to the tree amidst the peculiar expressions of passers-by, until Aaron, from the second-floor study window, finally caught sight of him. What on earth is he doing? Performing a play? The nobleman descended the stairs, and Lothair hurriedly recounted the events. The Duke of Canis, Ireland, the one recognized as a friend by the former King Aeson IV? He has not remained in his territory. Why is he in Susseral? Aaron pondered the implications of this unexpected development. Although Lothair had not executed his task effectively, the Duke and Apos S. arrival could prove beneficial to his plans. Competition spurs progress. It fosters growth. Perhaps this was not a misfortune after all. However, he must meticulously rehearse the etiquette for an audience with the princess. For this regent of the realm is not known for her affability, hence her moniker as the Iron Princess. On the third day, it was Aaron's turn to visit the palace to meet the princess. Rising before 5 o'clock that morning, he donned his noble attire with the assistance of his aunt and uncle, meticulously attending to his appearance, even applying a touch of makeup. Once he was impeccably dressed, the Viscount Salian carefully adjusted the fur of his mantle and the silver rings of his coronet before riding to the palace gates to await entry. Gazing upon the majestic Susseral Palace, which towered by the Dragon Lake, and the long, profound corridor beyond its grand entrance, Aaron felt his heart race uncontrollably. Before him lay the embodiment of his nation, his people, and a civilization that had endured for millennia. It represented the glory of the Obezier legacy and stood as a testament to the resilience of the Kingdom of Commer through countless trials and tribulations. Although Aaron had visited the palace before, it had always been as a vassal following behind his lord to partake in the annual Susseral Conference. Yet, the moment his boots crossed the threshold of the palace entrance, everything else faded into oblivion. He was alone in the vastness. Save for a distant guard and a guiding figure known as the Queen's Blade, with nothing remaining but the stillness of anticipation. Indeed, I am the last of the Salians. The sound of his heartbeat was strikingly clear as Viscount Salian paced restlessly, traversing one magnificent edifice after another, crossing guard after guard, gradually penetrating the heart of the kingdom. "Little fellow, have you arrived?" Aaron's reverie was interrupted by a voice from beside him. It was Duke Caines of Ireland. "Your Grace, it is an honor to meet you here." Aaron hastily knelt before Duke Caines, paying his respects. The hierarchy among the nobility is rather intricate, comprising 3 structures: titles of nobility, actual duties, and vassal relationships. It is not necessarily the case that one of lower title must bow to one of higher title. For instance, a duke without any real responsibilities, merely indulging at home, need not be honored by a baron who serves as a favored court minister to the emperor. The same applies to vassal relationships. When no such ties exist, whether the lesser title pays homage to the greater depends entirely on personal relations. Duke Caines is a territorial duke, the commander-in-chief of the army to the east of the kingdom, and he is also Aaron and Apos S. elder. "Your Grace, I beg your pardon. This is my first time entering the palace alone." Aaron felt a twinge of embarrassment as Duke Caines noticed his earlier days. "It's perfectly normal. Huisn and Amp. Oppos. T overwhelmed the first time in the palace. Kane said kindly, patting Aaron and Amp. Oppos' shoulder. The Duke appeared exceptionally affable. You must understand. I personally recommended you to Her Royal Highness, the Princess, for your future. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Aaron thought to himself, Duke Kane has personally endorsed me to the Princess? This indicates that he is a man of integrity, genuinely considering the welfare of the kingdom, and someone worth befriending. You are quite fortunate. Allow me to escort you inside. Duke Kane gestured for Aaron to follow closely, advising him as they walked. You are merely a purple dragon knight apprentice now, not yet a full-fledged knight. Nor have you attained the title of court knight. Wandering aimlessly in the palace could lead to your capture. This individual may prove useful in the future. After a moment's contemplation, the Duke decided to offer him a slight advantage, just a taste, for too much would be detrimental. Aaron, having experienced life and death since his arrival in this world, felt somewhat as though he were in a dream. He sensed a disquieting lightness in his steps, as if the firm ground beneath him were unsteady. Upon hearing the announcement of the Queen's blade, cold sweat began to beat in his palms and trickle down his back. As a child of chaos, he ought not to feel this way. Yet, years of living under the shadow of usurpation, compounded by the regent princess and Oppos' historically dictatorial and somewhat brutal demeanor, left Aaron without absolute confidence. He was not like the protagonists found in those web novels he remembered, who wielded foresight and profound understanding of others to seize control of their destinies. He still had much to learn. Enter. A commanding female voice resonated from within the chamber. Your esteemed regent princess, Alicera Bursteel, your faithful yet humble servant greets you here, wishing you health in the name of the Silver Holy Mother. Likewise. Finally, Salian. Raise your head. Let me see you. The authoritative voice commanded. Aaron slowly lifted his head, carefully managing his expression. Through the hazy golden-red veil, a poised and mature lady sat regally upon her throne, adorned in an exquisite royal gown befitting the obscure princess. She wore a pair of classic black suede stilettos with red soles, exuding elegance and sophistication. The high slit of her gown revealed her perfectly proportioned long legs, accentuated by the glossy texture and delicate patterns of her sheer black stockings, which conveyed a sense of luxurious softness. Yes, your Royal Highness. Chapter 29. The woman on the throne. Aaron discovered that he was not far from the princess, merely 5 steps away from the woman seated upon the throne, allowing him to catch a glimpse through the veil of this illustrious regent's enchanting visage. He vaguely understood that his proximity to the princess was not without cause. Within the palace of Suzur, numerous unwritten rules prevailed, one of which pertained to the kneeling position of visitors during audiences. This was a favored tactic among the chief steward and the attendants, when a well-liked, esteemed noble, who was generous with rewards, approached for an audience. The attendants would position the mat closer to the throne, ensuring that the king could hear their voice clearly. This arrangement not only maintained decorum, but also fostered a closer rapport between the parties. Conversely, if an unpopular, lesser noble who was reluctant to offer rewards appeared, the attendants would place the mat at a distance, resulting in an awkward encounter where the king could scarcely discern the noble and Oppos' words, thereby complicating the exchange. Would a noble truly need to utter pardon before the throne? Beyond the veil, the figure of the enchanting woman could be discerned. Alicera Bursteel, the youngest daughter of the late King Aeson IV, was the formidable regent, wielding power over the state of Comer. From her adolescence, she accompanied her father into numerous campaigns, earning a formidable reputation as a warrior maiden. King Aeson IV had 2 daughters, the elder, Tynalista, and the younger, Alicera. Following the king's demise in battle, and with only 2 female heirs, the elder daughter, Tynalista, naturally ascended as the primary heir, earning the title of crown princess, poised to inherit the throne of Comer at an opportune moment. However, the crown princess met an untimely demise due to complications during childbirth, precipitating a significant dilemma regarding succession in Comer. According to the laws of Comer, upon the queen and Oppos' death, her husband, the prince, would automatically assume regency. Should there be no offspring, he could adopt a relative with royal blood. Yet, the crown princess had not formally ascended to the throne, and under Comer's laws, in the absence of heirs from the crown princess, the younger daughter, Alicera, stood next in line for succession. Thus, the question arose, should the prince consort, Duke Caspar, serve as regent and adopt a child as heir, or would Alicera inherit the throne, exposing a legal loophole in succession? The iron-willed princess, however, was unconcerned with such debates. She had no time to engage in quarrels with the royal council or to debate with the largely honorific Duke Caspar, who wielded no real power. Instead, Alice Sel, with the backing of the Purple Dragon Knights and the War Mages, seized control of Suzor with thunderous might, declaring herself regent without the council's sanction. Seizing the moment to raise his head, Aaron took the opportunity to scrutinize the regent princess and Apos' countenance, his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. With a fleeting glance, a mature lady adorned in a gown of purple and gold, reminiscent of the ethereal Princess Utsausia, graced Aaron and Apos' sight. Her cascading golden locks flowed like a waterfall, exuding an icy allure, while her wine-red eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, akin to a razor-sharp blade that instilled fear. As Aaron's face fell within her gaze, the lady's eyes briefly shimmered with radiance before quickly retreating into a stoic composure. He dared not gaze longer and lowered his head. Recalling that Alice Sel was several years his senior, though he could not quite remember if it was 7 or 8. Aaron Salian? She inquired softly. It seems this is your first venture into the palace alone. The regent princess continued, awakening your extraordinary charm. You are indeed transformed from the person I once knew. When I heard the news from Hendry, I felt compelled to meet you. It is my honor to receive your summons. Your Highness, he replied. How is your family? Aunt, uncle, cousin, and that 10-year-old cousin of yours? All is well, Aaron responded, maintaining his composure, though a peculiar sensation stirred within him. From the princess before him, he perceived 2 distinctly different forces. The first was the aura of a dragon, akin to the family heirloom dragon scale armor. A subtle dragonic presence emanated from Alice Sel. This was easily explicable, given her involvement in the ancient dragon's conflict, where participants were said to receive the dragon's legacy. However, the second force was perplexing. From the princess, imbued with a fragrance reminiscent of orchids, he sensed an uncanny energy similar to his own chromatic gifts, enveloping her form. The proximity allowed him to feel the stirring of his own chromatic powers, evidently resonating with her. Why is this? He pondered silently. Your recent mission has faltered. Voke and Hicks have perished, the regent princess said softly, adjusting her posture with an elegance that highlighted her long, slender legs, draped in sheer black stockings. The delicate fabric encased her feet, which were elegantly poised in black suede stilettos with crimson soles, resembling 2 finely honed swords. The stockings, crafted from the dark regions, clung to her legs, revealing a soft flesh tone through the intricate lace, creating an alluring contrast against her porcelain skin. Indeed, stockings are like the ribbons adorning a Christmas tree, ever essential. After a brief moment of distracted reverie, Aaron proceeded cautiously with his defense. It was merely a straightforward task. Your Highness, no one expected you to slay a dragon. We were only to scout the potential whereabouts of the dragon which cult within the king's forest. Yet it cost 2 lives. It is my inadequacy. I implore you to impose your judgment upon me. All right, I do not intend to chastise you regarding this matter. I have perused your report, and it is evident that you have encountered circumstances beyond your control. On the contrary, I find joy in your advancement from this day forth. Comir has gained an extraordinary sorcerer. Thus, I have summoned you here today. The tall and elegant lady seated upon the throne spoke nonchalantly. Rise, and grant a seat to Viscount Salian. Aaron's gaze shifted, first to critique, then to affirm, as he sought to secure an elevated honor for himself in a position of advantage. The intelligence had been misleading. The tall lady's courtly demeanor was quite refined. In the face of an action from the adversary, Aaron adhered to the wisdom of his ancestors, bowing deeply in accordance with his past experiences, speaking little, before finally rising from his cushion to express his gratitude. A servant brought forth a small stool, and Aaron took his place upon it, admiring the delicate, smooth black silk legs of the princess beneath her ceremonial gown, complemented by her elegant black suede stilettos with red soles. I have heard it said that you are in search of a sorcerer mentor? The regent princess, indeed of military origin, preferred directness over vague discourse, specifying, you are from Comir, and you belong to the Salian family, correct? Yes, I am your loyal servant. Aaron discerned the hidden meaning in Alice Sel's words. The regent princess reproached him for employing stratagems against the royal family. I simply wish to avoid encountering another cloaked figure in the alleyways. The lady upon the throne momentarily faltered, her sharp gaze piercing through the veil with the chill of a northern wind. She too recognized the implication in Aaron and Apos' words. I understand you have now become a sorcerer. Having courage and ambition is not without merit, yet it must be applied judiciously. The regent princess regarded Aaron intently. You should aspire to be like Lady Elastru, not like Sam Astor. Elastru, Silver Hand, a legendary archmage, a second-generation chosen of the goddess of magic. One of the seven sisters of the North, the leader of Silvermoon City, ruling with her formidable magic and exceptional wisdom, earning the love and respect of all. Aaron became familiar with this name through various online narratives, particularly the tale of the battle between Sam Astor and Lothanda. It was said that hundreds of priests of the Dawn Lord ambushed Sam Astor during his ventures, seeking to eradicate this source of evil, yet they gravely underestimated his strength. In despair, the priests collectively sacrificed themselves, calling upon the Dawn Lord. Some narratives describe this as an epic confrontation, where Lothanda, believing victory was assured, was unexpectedly bested by Sam Astor, causing divine blood to spill. However, in this life, Aaron heard from the Lothanda church that Sam Astor had no opportunity to falter. His most potent attacks posed no threat to a divine avatar. The only minor damage inflicted was due to a remnant of divine power from the goddess of magic, which inadvertently caused a slight abrasion to Lothanda's avatar. Yes, the subordinate duly notes. Aaron continued to parry the dialogue. The Salian family has indeed produced such a remarkable individual. You have traveled from Sunken Sea Town. Was the journey satisfactory? Alice Sell commenced her inquiry. Naturally. All has been well. I am aware that you have entered into a contract with a band of mercenaries and have acted alongside them. The regent princess continued. And then there is the flower of the sunken sea, Miss Eleanor Dineful, who escorted you to Susurel, which is commendable. However, she shifted her tone. While the priests of the Silver Mother are indeed trustworthy, one must remain cautious regarding adventurers. You are likely aware that these mercenaries, who dance on the edge of danger, often prioritize their own interests above all else, lacking any sense of responsibility or honor. There are times when we require their services for the kingdom. Yet you must not emulate them. You are different. This was yet another admonition. Aaron resolved to assert himself. As a warlock, one must possess a certain temperament. Your Highness, behold our Susurel, our royal city, a jewel by the Dragon Lake. It is grand and magnificent, embodying the illustrious history of Mycomir over millennia. It is so beautiful, so dignified and majestic. A flicker of confusion crossed the tall lady's eyes upon the throne. What was Viscount Salian attempting to convey? Yet, what did this grandeur, this bustling city have to do with mercenaries? They were merely task-oriented, completing missions for monetary gain. No matter how magnificent this city or how historically significant our royal capital may be, it bore no relation to them. Our army and Oppos' strength and our market and Oppos' prosperity were irrelevant. For even the most opulent mansions in the upper district were not theirs. Why would they feel any sense of responsibility or honor towards something that did not belong to them or concern them? Your perspective is flawed. Aaron paused deliberately. Just as the regent princess was about to counter his assertion, and with a resonant and forceful voice, he articulated his thoughts. I am not like them, Your Highness. There is indeed a residence of mine in the upper district. I firmly believe that in the near future, there will be a room for me in the royal library. After Aaron's declaration, there was silence behind the veil, yet those wine-red eyes remained firmly fixed upon him. In a matter of mere seconds, the regent princess's emotions underwent a tumultuous transformation, akin to a roller coaster ride: confusion, anger, surprise, and contemplation. Amidst this emotional turmoil, a strange sense of comfort and satisfaction began to blossom within her. Given this, certain matters need not be further articulated. Lastly, Salian, if you truly believe this, Obeziel shall not do you a disservice. The regent princess's voice remained mostly unchanged, yet her tone carried an unmistakable note of approval. There is no need for you to seek a mentor. I have already found one who is perfectly suited to instruct you. Please wait 2 weeks. The royal family will cover the costs of your magical education. Indeed, Aaron's heart surged with excitement. The resources of the royal family were unparalleled. He was in dire need of a magical tutor. He also allowed a modicum of his enthusiasm to surface, which the princess noted. Alice Sell nodded inwardly and then conveyed a second momentous piece of news. Although you are now a warlock, do not neglect the Purple Dragon Knights. Yesterday, 3 knight instructors expressed their willingness to take you under their wing. Herein lies their information. You may select one as your knightly mentor to partake in the 6-month training of the Purple Dragon Knights. You yearn for an opportunity, and I am willing to grant you this chance, the final Salian. Treasure it well. Aaron felt a chill in his heart. This was no mere warning. He had but 6 months, a mere 6 months granted by the princess. He secured an opportunity from her, yet it demanded all he possessed as collateral. Indeed, no matter how mature and beautiful she appeared, how composed and courteous she was, at her core, she was a soldier. The army does not foster the inept. Such as the iron-willed princess. As the audience concluded, the regent princess, with her wine-red eyes, fixed her gaze upon Aaron and Apos, as strikingly handsome visages. As profound and radiant as the vast sky, she undoubtedly noticed his lingering gaze upon her calves. After all, he had just come of age. Alice Sell conjured an excuse in her mind to overlook his indiscretion and gestured for him to take his leave. Upon exiting the palace, Aaron was startled to realize it was already past 10:00 and Apos' clock. This audience had consumed over an hour. He recalled hardly exchanging a few words with the princess. Not long after leaving the palace, he encountered Duke Canis perusing goods at a nearby shop. The nobleman hastened to approach the Duke. "Your Highness, you are out? It seems our Salian Viscount has garnered quite the reward from this morning's audience." Duke Canis Ireland feigned humor, jesting, "If you linger any longer, I might suspect the princess has taken a liking to you." The elite guards surrounding them chuckled at the Duke and Apos' jest, joining in the laughter. Aaron could only force a smile, though mirth eluded him. 6 months, merely 6 months. Just in time, I have arranged lunch. Canis exclaimed, draping an arm around Aaron and Apos' shoulders. "Red Scarf Restaurant. Let us go." Aaron had no objections. He gently extricated himself from the Duke and Apos' embrace and inquired with interest, "Your Highness, did you imply that the princess fancies me? Does she not have a boyfriend? Where would Alice Sell find a boyfriend?" Duke Canis was indeed one of the few in Comer bold enough to speak freely of the royal family. She has fought alongside the late king since she was 14, living this way for over a decade. Her regency is a recent development. "I see," Aaron mused, a bold notion taking shape in his mind. Utterly audacious. The power of temptation surged within him, roaring and bellowing. The ultimate hunter calls to battle. "I have discovered my prey." Chapter 30. Choose your night mentor in the Red Scarf Restaurant. Aaron sat across from Duke Canis. Despite their intimate gathering, the table was lavishly adorned with an impressive array of 16 dishes. Chilled crystal goblets brimmed with the exquisite golden spirit of Baldur and Apos' gate. The Duke produced an envelope, placing it firmly on the table and extending it toward Aaron. "Take this." "What is this?" Aaron inquired as he opened the envelope, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Inside lay a resplendent golden ticket. With this ticket in hand, he could redeem it for 1,000 gold coins at any of the wealth ladies' temples dedicated to the joyous lady of craft throughout the realm. The currency of the kingdom was exceedingly intricate. Even in the northern territories, there existed 6 distinct forms of currency: platinum coins, gold coins, silver pennies, copper coins, and bronze coins. The exchange rates were not entirely consistent. In Comer, the local denominations were 1 3 crowns platinum coins, 10 gold lions gold coins, 20 blue eyes silver coins, 100 falcons silver pennies, and 1,000 thumbs copper coins. Notably, silver pennies were not minted in this nation. The variances in currency composition and exchange rates across different regions led to significant confusion, particularly as Silver Moon City frequently minted unique high-denomination coins, further muddling the market. Consequently, the monetary system of the Northern Kingdom was in disarray, and substantial transactions often encountered the issue of excessive currency weight. This was contrary to the wealth lady and Apos' vision of dismantling all barriers to trade, enabling a fluid economy throughout the kingdom. To remedy this, the wealth lady devised the golden ticket, each imbued with a trace of her divine power. Merchants utilizing these tickets for trade found transportation greatly facilitated and processes streamlined, resulting in a markedly positive impact on the kingdom and Apos' commerce and currency circulation. "But where has the wealth lady gone?" "Your Highness, this." Aaron tentatively probed the Duke's intentions. 1,000 gold coins. Not an insignificant sum, yet not excessive either. Canis desired precisely this reaction from him, and the Duke smiled with satisfaction. "I share a connection with your grandfather and father. In the past, I did not contribute much. But consider this a small gift. You cannot refuse, accept it graciously. I am aware that the Salian estate likely harbors some residual wealth, antiques, artworks, armor, and weapons, but you are at a pivotal juncture, and a sum of cash would surely prove beneficial, would it not? Thank you immensely, Your Highness. May the Blessed Mother of Silver grant you her favor." Aaron rose immediately, tucking the golden ticket into his breast pocket with sincere gratitude. He indeed required liquid assets. If he were unable to discern Duke Cain's intentions at this point, he would not be seated here. Make good use of it. Cain's noted Aaron and Apos' unhesitating acceptance with further contentment. Manuel raised a fine son. Cain's could have easily bestowed upon Aaron a ticket worth 10,000, yet it was unnecessary. A measured act of kindness sufficed, with the key aim of ensuring Aaron remembered him. As the meal approached its conclusion, Aaron recalled that all his former kin had been exiled to the vast expanse, an area under the Duke and Apos' command in the war zone. Thus, he casually inquired, "Your Highness, may I pose a question?" "Ask away." The Duke of Cain's, being a military man, cut his steak with a knife and fork, gesturing for Aaron to inquire. What was the true reason behind the loss of the family title? Aaron finally voiced his long-standing curiosity. "Did your father not tell you?" "No. He forbade me from even mentioning it, yet I yearned to know." Aaron replied solemnly, "One cannot perpetually bear the weight of the past." The Duke set down his utensils, and a flicker of faint reminiscence and displeasure crossed his amber eyes, resembling a lion and Apos' gaze. Noticing Aaron and Apos' resolute demeanor, he nodded. "Your grandfather, Count Salian, fled in the face of battle." "Ah?" Aaron was taken aback. To be precise, he was driven by ambition and underestimated the enemy, and then, out of fear, he deserted the field. The Duke recounted the events of the Tukong invasion. "Our forces were engaged in combat with the Tukong nomadic army, while the Northwest was under the stewardship of the Salian and Spoleto families. At that time, Count Salian was reluctant to engage fully, showing a lack of resolve. The valiant and loyal Count Spoleto, witnessing your grandfather and Apos' cowardice, proposed to confront the nomads first, with the Salian forces laying an ambush at the valiant Apos' mouth, preparing for a two-pronged assault. Your grandfather consented to this plan, and thus Count Spoleto charged forth. Upon seeing Count Spoleto and Apos' fierce advance, the Tukong vanguard, feeling the pressure, initially faltered and retreated, resulting in a minor victory for Count Spoleto. However, upon learning of Count Spoleto and Apos' unexpected triumph, Count Salian, eager for glory, disregarded the prearranged strategy and commanded his troops to advance. Yet, Count Spoleto had merely defeated the Tukong vanguard, and soon the main Tukong forces arrived. Outmatched, Count Spoleto retreated, aiming to lure the Tukong into the valley as per the original plan. However, upon receiving news of Count Spoleto's defeat and the approaching nomadic army, Count Salian, now outside the valley, fled in fear, abandoning Count Spoleto to his fate. Count Spoleto, having retreated to the valley and Apos' mouth, found it deserted. And faced with the encirclement of the Tukong, his entire force of over 800 men fought valiantly for 8 hours before perishing, including the Count, his 3 sons, 2 daughters, and nearly all of the extended family. This marked the end of a lineage that had endured for 800 years. Aaron, thank you. I am beginning to feel anger. You can scarcely imagine the fury of the late king upon receiving this news. It was the first time I had seen him so enraged. The Duke averted his gaze, idly flipping the silver knife and fork. Only your father, as a purple dragon knight, remained by the king and Apos' side throughout, thus the king spared your small family from punishment. So, did my grandfather meet his end on the guillotine? Aaron was rendered speechless. No wonder his father spoke of this matter with such discretion. This is utterly outrageous, isn't it? The title was stripped, execution was carried out. Yet they left the corpses intact. All of Salian's kin, save you and your father, were exiled far and wide, stripped of their surname. The king's exact words were, "They are unworthy." The Duke of Cain's toyed with the cutlery, his amber gaze gradually softening. "I am inclined to share this matter with you, for I hope you may take heed. The past is behind us. The Salian family has received their due punishment. As the Viscount of Salian, you ought not to bear the weight of those burdensome histories. Your Highness, I have a request." "Speak." "Glanzer is currently under your jurisdiction. Could you provide me with a list of the exiled clansmen? You are 18 this year, a rather advanced age for both spellcasters in the path of the Purple Dragon Knights. You must fulfill your talents, my child. If a fledgling cannot learn to spread its wings, it shall never soar." The recent assassination attempt on Aaron had stirred chaos in the upper city, prompting the Duke to assign 3 guards to escort him home. The streets were patrolled more diligently, with the Queen's blades searching far and wide. Aaron found himself bemused. He was merely visiting the princess, not strolling about aimlessly. The thought of having only 6 months left weighed heavily on him, and he could only feign interest in his cousin and Apos' chatter. "Sister Eleanor has visited," Yuda suddenly remarked. Oh, when? Aaron perked up. I see, he mused, realizing that the priestess had come to bid him farewell, but he was not there. Their next meeting would be at least 3 weeks away. Cousin, when can we invite Sister Eleanor over again? Yuta inquired with wide eyes. Returning to his study, Aaron seated himself and retrieved 3 scrolls of parchment. He was to select his mentor. According to the information provided by the princess, there were currently 3 knights of the Purple Dragon Order willing to take him on as an apprentice. The first was Commander Graphene, a female standard-bearer in her 30s, who had expressed her willingness to mentor Aaron when she spotted him during his report at the Knightly Stronghold. However, after glancing through her details, he promptly dismissed her. The scroll indicated that she had just divorced her husband. He sought training to enhance his skills, not to entangle himself in personal affairs that could result in a convoluted mess. He cast the parchment aside. The viable candidates were reduced to 2. The first was Lucian Barkman, a standard-bearer who had visited once before. He was an old friend of his father's and possessed masterful prowess. Yet, Lucian was notorious for his severity. Nearly half of the apprentice knights who failed to meet his stringent standards were dismissed without hesitation. Sir Reynard, who had saved him, was only 21 and had yet to pass Lucian and Apo's trials to become a full knight, despite wielding the formidable Holy Slash. With only 6 months and a single opportunity, could he succeed? Aaron smirked slightly, setting Lucian's information aside for the time being. The second individual is also an acquaintance, Ian Hartson, the Grand Mentor and Chief Inspector of the Azure Dragon Knight Order. Indeed, although Ian subjected him to a barrage of mockery that day, the Grand Mentor and Chief Inspector also volunteered to be his nightly mentor. This confirmed Aaron and Apo's suspicion that Ian had deliberately employed his caustic sarcasm to gauge him, ascertaining whether he bore any psychological scars. Choosing Ian Hartson as his mentor, Ian possesses numerous advantages over Lucian. Firstly, his rank is significantly elevated. As the Grand Mentor and Chief Inspector, he holds one of the few positions in the knightly order that is subordinate only to the Supreme Commander, which implies access to abundant resources. Secondly, Ian and Apo's strength is formidable. Being a master-level warrior, his prowess is undoubtedly 1 to 2 tiers superior to Lucian and Apo's. Lastly, Ian has a reputation for leniency in assessments, with a failure rate of merely around 20. As long as one meets the standards, he grants them passage without hesitation. However, Ian's disposition is exceedingly unpleasant. As the chief inspector responsible for logistics and assets, Ian Hartson has developed severe professional habits over the years. When an Azure Dragon Knight perishes, some mourn, others weep, and still, others revel in secret. Ian Hartson's immediate reaction is to calculate the compensation due and determine where he can minimize the payout. When he observes a beautiful woman in high heels passing by, some admire her, others whistle, and yet others feign decorum. Ian Hartson and Apo's first thought is that her ankles appear fragile. With a slight exertion, they could fracture, resulting in a 10-level disability, a 25 chance of amputation. And he ponders how much compensation would be required and how he might evade such a liability. This relentless line of thought has warped Ian's mindset and manner of speaking, rendering his words venomous. He applies his compensation logic to assess the value of everything, belittling all matters and individuals to the utmost extent. In his view, everything is worthless. The only distinction lies between slightly valuable refuse and utterly worthless refuse. Aaron understands that Ian may occasionally have his best interests at heart, but with such a manner of speaking, he can tolerate it for a few days. However, if he were to endure 6 months, he fears he might lose control and end up in a confrontation with his mentor, who would surely subdue him with ease. He is a sorcerer. A sorcerer ought to possess a temper. After a period of contemplation, Aaron finally reached a decision. Embrace the challenge. 6 months is merely 6 months. Am I not the son of chaos? How can I aspire to become a legend if I cower in fear? How can I attain divinity if I cannot even complete a minor trial set by a princess? What right do I have to be the leader of the dark sorcerers? What qualifications do I possess to face those four esteemed brothers? Merely aiming for adequacy without striving to learn anything substantial. What a waste. With determination, Aaron struck the wall with his palm. He resolved to act decisively. The following morning, he returned to the Azure Dragon Knight Order's fortress, armed with an official letter. As before, the gates were tightly shut, and the guards informed him that shooting training was in progress, instructing him to use the side entrance. Hey, you over there. Dawn and Amp, Apos, team move. Upon entering from the side, Aaron was greeted by a voice calling out to him from within the door. As he turned, He beheld a purple dragon knight clad in an armored vest, aiming a crossbow directly at him. Dawn and Oppos, team move. The knight shouted once more, decisively pulling the trigger, ignoring Aaron. The archer swiftly reloaded, leveling the crossbow at him again as if he were mere prey. Surrounding the marksman, a group of apprentices erupted in laughter, mocking Aaron's humiliating predicament. As a child of chaos, Aaron could scarcely endure such indignity. Rising from the ground, he furiously pushed through the crowd to confront the archer, who reluctantly lowered his crossbow upon seeing Aaron and Oppos' fierce expression. Did you not hear me when I said not to move? The knight, clad in a scaly warrior-esque vest, exhibited muscular arms and wore simple, worn linen trousers that were frayed in several places. Hey, you're committing murder, Aaron exclaimed, seizing the knight by the collar and shouting into his face, in the name of the Silver Saint, are the purple dragon knights using living targets for their shooting practice? Murder? What nonsense are you spouting, newcomer? The archer retorted, grabbing Aaron's collar in return. Did I not instruct you to stand still? Are you deaf? What are you flailing about for while I have you in my sights? If you wish for death, just say so. Go stand over there and watch as I shoot that thick skull of yours, which is more foolish than a groundhog. Over there? Aaron turned to see the targets hanging about 30 meters away from the fortress wall, each pierced by crossbow bolts. Most were in the 10 ring, with a few hitting the 8 or 9 ring. I told you, you and Oppos, were even more foolish than a groundhog, newcomer. If I had aimed at you, your head would have been pierced already. I told you not to move. The marksman spat out the straw he had been chewing, disdainfully ejecting a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. You and Oppos, truly an imbecile, newcomer. Now get lost, before I make the decision to end your life. With a shove, the archer pushed Aaron aside, turning to aim at the target behind him. Very well, so this is your justification for recklessly firing live ammunition? Aaron reached for the long sword at his waist. My lord, you have committed first-degree murder. Do you plead guilty? Oh, no, I was merely practicing. He walked right into my line of fire. Aaron gestured animatedly. The archer and Oppos' deadpan eyes ignited with genuine fury, no longer merely regarding Aaron with disdain. My lord, tell me your name. Aaron Salian. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Disma. The archer finally lowered his crossbow, extending his hands to either side of his waist, where a single-handed sword and a dagger hung. I know you, the last of the Salians. You will soon be kissing my boots, lest I doubt your ability to leave this place alive. And I shall be merciful. Aaron displayed the red Conrad ring upon his right index finger. You merely need to kiss my ring. At that very moment, the blade was drawn. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 31. The beginning of the path of the strong bang. The clash between the two immediately captured the attention of all present in the Knight Order and Oppos' training ground. How could the novice knight, Disma, engage in combat with a newcomer? This was a fight that contravened the rules of engagement. There had been no prior arrangements or declarations of challenge. Merely due to a minor altercation, they resorted to dueling in the training arena. At that moment, there were approximately 20 to 30 fully armored purple dragon knights, along with guards, apprentices, logistics personnel, and administrative staff, nearly 100 individuals in total, all casting their gazes towards the Grand Inspector, Ian Hartson. Ian maintained his usual acerbic demeanor, lips pursed in indifference, arms crossed over his chest. What is the harm? Let this young lad gain a harsh lesson in reality. This is the Knight Order, not a noble salon. The aristocratic customs have no place here, boy. Observing Aaron and Oppos' brash attitude, Ian felt a strong urge to slap the insolent boy's face. You arrogant little brat. Do you think you are something special? You are leagues away from being a true warrior. Acting so brazenly, you might find yourself meeting your end on an adventure. With the Grand Inspector offering no objection, the training ground naturally became a stage for spectators. As blades met, both combatants instinctively retreated. Aaron wielded his sword with one hand, while the other rested firmly beneath his wrist. Disma brandished a long and short blade, both weapons showing signs of wear with tiny nicks visible on their edges. These were indeed ancient weapons, indicating that Disma was undoubtedly a battle enthusiast. Come on, Disma bellowed, his exposed arms taut with muscle, veins bulging like earthworms beneath his skin. The fervor of battle coursed through him, his skin flushing with intense battle intent, as the novice knight laughed with abandon. Bring forth all your might. The final Salian might just meet his demise. Did you brush your teeth this morning? What a foul odor, Aaron replied calmly. Aaron sidestepped gracefully, evading the Lord Viscount, whose empty hand now shimmered with the glow of a chaotic magic missile. He was poised to unleash his spell. However, Disma and Oppos' assault was quicker than Aaron and Appos' incantation. With a swift motion, he withdrew his sword, bringing the blade to bear against the fierce gust of the incoming strike, which grazed Aaron's delicate face painfully. There was no time to release the chaotic missile. Aaron hastily raised his sword in defense, feeling a tremendous force push against his wrist. The blade was deflected, and the off-balance Viscount stumbled back 2 steps before finally launching the chaotic missile. 3 darts, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, approached from 3 distinct angles, their strange luminescence sowing seeds of doubt in Disma and Appos' mind. He abandoned his pursuit, retrieving a small round shield from behind him to block 2 of the chaotic missiles. While the third struck his arm, boom, Disma felt a jolt, a sharp pain shooting through his arm, reaching his head. Am I injured? Even more unsettling was the relentless, searing pain akin to a knife's cut emanating from the wound, causing even the battle-hardened Dismas to falter under its torment. What manner of sorcery was this? What was this adversary and Appos' magic? Unseen before, perhaps? As Aaron witnessed his spell take effect and prepared to pursue, vines adorned with thorns suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring his legs and binding him in place, the barbed spikes piercing his flesh and causing crimson droplets to spurt forth. This was dire. The situation had escalated. The apprentice knight before him was also a spellcaster. This was a first-tier spell, a trap and strike. The individual known as Dismas was not merely a warrior, but also dabbled in the ways of a ranger. Contrary to common perception, rangers were indeed a form of spellcaster. They wielded the primal magic of the natural world, dedicating their spirit to the laws of the universe and the forces of nature in exchange for magical prowess. Thus, their key attribute for casting spells was perception. Rangers were not full-time spellcasters, most only possessed a handful of minor spells. Nevertheless, this rendered the battle fraught with unforeseen variables. It had been a miscalculation. Aaron had initially believed he could toy with a mere lowly warrior, only to find himself confronted by a warrior-ranger hybrid. Pink flames erupted from the earth, the fiery entity greedily latching onto the thorns, heedless of the piercing barbs that penetrated its form, voraciously consuming the magical energy above. The thorns soon withered under the onslaught of the pink entity and Appos' hunger, allowing Aaron to break free, and the 2 combatants resumed their standoff. Both were taken aback by the other's magic. Dismas, particularly, found the brash confidence of the apprentice knight slowly giving way to astonishment. What was that? What spell was this? He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Every apprentice knight had undergone instruction on magical countermeasures, becoming adept at handling well-known low-tier spells such as hypnosis, rainbow spray, grease, shield, web, invisibility, and mirror image. A mere apprentice sorcerer was hardly a concern for Dismas. Yet today, he was confronted with the extraordinary. The magic wielded by Aaron was peculiar, and those pink flames were unlike anything he had ever seen. Faced with an overwhelming force of magic not documented in any tome, the wisest course of action was to retreat. Both parties re-evaluated their opponents. Aaron and Appos' expression was as dark as the stormy sea. With his current sorcerer level and enhanced charisma, he could only cast 3 first-tier spells before a respite, having already expended 2. Dismas, with a scoff of disdain, thought to himself that failing to subdue this newcomer would bring him great shame. He was a newly initiated elite warrior moonlighting as a ranger. This audacious youth dared to provoke him. He would show him how to be brought low, then sit upon his waist and demand his surrender. The apprentice knight, unable to contain himself, struck first. As Aaron brandished his longsword, Dismas parried with his right-hand sword, deflecting the blade. In the instant of their clash, he suddenly bent low, aiming his curved dagger directly at Aaron and Appos' chest. Aaron found himself unable to evade any longer. The noble Viscount, straining against the immense force of the sword, unleashed his final spell upon Dismas. Whip of Sin. From the palm of his hand erupted 3 purple whips, bristling with barbs, which ensnared Dismas, dislodging the curved dagger from his left hand and inflicting a foot-long gash upon his chest and back. As the magic dissipated, Aaron rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming blade. Simultaneously, Dismas extricated himself from the binding of the Whip of Sin, and both warriors gripped their swords tightly, their blades clashing in midair. You have lost. It is over, Aaron declared, releasing his right hand, his fist clenched tightly, muscles in his arm taut, purple-gray veins bulging from the back of his hand. Dismas, with his left hand straining to suppress the entangled blades, raised his massive fist, muscles rippling as he gathered his strength. Boom. Aaron and Appos' fist struck Dismas and Appos' arrogant left cheek, causing the skin on Dismas and Apos' face to ripple like the tide. Crack! Dismas retaliated, his fist impacting Aaron and Apos' smooth and alluring left cheek, unleashing a swirling tempest. Both men recoiled, simultaneously shrieking in agony as Aaron staggered back, falling to the ground, half of his face swelling immediately. Dazed and disoriented, he struggled to prop himself up, resisting the urge to lie flat. Dismas too stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance, his left cheek swollen and a crimson trickle flowing from beneath his nose. He pointed at it, sneering as he sucked the blood from his finger. "Hey, kid, want another round? Can you handle it?" The apprentice knight taunted. "Why is your breath so foul? Brother, you ought to get that hemorrhoid of yours checked." Aaron shot back, his retort cutting deeper than the former's mockery, causing Dismas and Apos' face to twitch in rage. "Enough. Stop." A great door of the castle swung open, and a contingent of purple dragon knights surged forth, the crowd parting to make way for them. "Separate them. Those two troublemakers," commanded the leading purple dragon knight. "Yes, Your Excellency, we shall attend to it immediately." "Your Excellency?" Aaron exclaimed, glancing toward the commanding knight. Clad in a suit of exquisite gold plate armor adorned with protective runes, the knight was robust, far stronger than both Dismas and Aaron. His gaze was serious and profound, the bushy brows framing his piercing gray eyes, which glimmered like a panther's, sharp and precise, striking at the core of the matter. Yet, it was his abundant mane that stood out most vividly, his long brown hair and thick beard, more voluminous than a down comforter, cascaded nearly to the length of his head. He resembled one of the legendary heroes of ancient tales, capable of intimidating any adversary with the mere presence of his weapon. Aaron recognized him. He is Lucian Bachman, a longtime friend and comrade of his father, one of the flag bearers of the Dragon Knights and a master-level Dragon Knight. Who is he, and what are they doing? Ian, I require an explanation. I was unaware that a competition was scheduled for today, especially one involving armored combat. The flag bearer spoke with his distinctive, deep, solemn, and magnetic voice. There is nothing amiss. You see, by engaging in this bout, the military assessment for joining the order is effectively skipped. Ian maintained his characteristic sardonic demeanor. I can only say that these two novices are woefully inadequate. They haven't even knocked out a single tooth. Unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. Ian, you always behave this way. Are you truly so captivated by the prospect of two young men bleeding profusely? The flag bearer retorted with discontent. What benefit does this bring to the knightly order? Oh, come now, my dear Lucian, do you not also enjoy saying, "Let the recruits find their own path"? I am merely assisting them in doing so. Ian laughed, hands raised in a gesture of mock authority. The flag bearer, exasperated, relinquished the argument and signaled the holy paladins to hasten to attend to Aaron and Dismas's injuries. Dismas, what are you doing? Is this how you practice when I instructed you to train? The flag bearer admonished sharply. You old fool, it was that guy who provoked me first. Dismas, clearly obstinate, pointed an accusatory finger at Aaron. If he hadn't been swaying about, blocking my shot, I would never have engaged him in armored combat. Lucian struck Dismas on the head with a fist. When you aim your crossbow at his head, if he does not regard you as an enemy, does he consider you a friend? You, young man, have a penchant for misusing your strength. You will never earn my approval this way. Dismas covered his head, still defiant. Who told him to be so conspicuous and flamboyant? It would be difficult not to aim for his head. Another fist struck Dismas, who cried out in pain and crouched down, clutching his head. Ah? Aaron swallowed hard. That punch looked quite painful. Lord Lucian, this is merely a misunderstanding. Aaron, recognizing the situation, knew full well that he had instigated this conflict. Dismas indeed bore considerable responsibility, but had he not deliberately sought to escalate matters, it would not have culminated in an armored duel. This confrontation was, in fact, instigated by Aaron himself. Yes, it was intentional. He had memorized the layout upon entering the fortress through a side door. Once inside, Aaron had purposefully moved about between Dismas and his target, even when Dismas implored him to cease his movements, all in an effort to find someone to spar with. The aristocratic sphere operates differently from the military. The former is rife with subterfuge yet adheres to a more comprehensive set of rules, whereas the military realm is a natural arena of social hierarchy, valuing strength above all. Within this fortress, titles and nobility hold little sway. It is the strength of one and Apos' fist that prevails. Thus, Aaron sought to provoke a confrontation, which served as the optimal means to showcase his prowess, elevate his presence, and garner acknowledgement from others. It was also part of his plan. Mr. Dismas, quite nimble. Aaron and Apos, to you? Aaron chuckled, rubbing his swollen cheek. Bang. Another iron fist struck Dismas and Apos' forehead. He is speaking to you. Did you not hear him? After enduring 3 consecutive blows to his head, Dismas was somewhat dazed. He cradled his head, tears welling in his eyes. Yes, very well. Greetings. Lord Lucian. Aaron bowed towards Lucian. Within the Knight Order, address me by my title. Lucian insisted sternly. Yes, Sir Lucian, the standard bearer. Aaron echoed. You may enter first. I have matters to attend to. I shall return in 15 minutes. Lucian nodded, casting Dismas a fierce glare before remounting and departing. Old fool. As Lucian walked away, the apprentice knight muttered a curse and turned to Aaron. Come on, lad. You did quite well. I shall escort you inside. Consider this match a victory for you. Oh, really? Aaron touched his still slightly swollen left cheek. The wounds from their previous duel had healed under the paladin and Apos' divine healing. Yet the piercing pain had left a profound impression. What made you concede? What is there to boast about? I have only just entered the elite ranks. While you are merely at the apprentice level, it was inherently to my advantage. Is it entertaining to bully you? Given the outcome, I clearly lost. Dismas crossed his arms defiantly, raising his chin. Savor your triumph, albeit temporary, for I shall soon grow stronger, surpassing even the old fool. So you are an apprentice knight under Sir Lucian? Aaron couldn't and Apos' help but laugh. Furthermore, did he not state that within the Knight Order, one should address by title? The old fool's title is simply old fool. Dismas shot Aaron a sidelong glance. I shall call him old fool, fine. It's not as if I'm the one who received his punches. Aaron shrugged, uninterested in correcting him. I know you, the last Salian, son of Manuel. A good friend of the old fool. He has been speaking of you these past few days. Dismas recalled Lucian's heavy blows and felt a throbbing pain in his head. So, what of it? Are you planning to formally join the Purple Dragon Knights? Utilizing your knight's credentials to undergo new recruit training? Indeed, Aaron nodded. And your transfer order? All right, I shall hold on to your belongings. Over there is the new recruit reporting office. Just take your transfer order to register. Dismas pointed to a corner of the courtyard. This person, I struck him once. And his demeanor has actually improved. Aaron thought to himself, realizing that some individuals simply needed a good thrashing. At the entrance of the new recruit office, Aaron exhaled softly. 6 months. He had only 6 months. So let the journey begin. My path to strength. Chapter 32, The Proclamation of Colorful Temptations. The course of events unfolded precisely as Aaron had envisioned. His deliberate provocation of a duel with Dismas, which culminated in a reluctant stalemate, left a profound impression on all members of the Order of the Purple Dragon Knights. This young man possesses undeniable strength. He may be somewhat arrogant, yet his capabilities are formidable. Moreover, he is a spellcaster, a strikingly handsome one at that. As Aaron approached the registration area, he found himself surrounded by a dozen young Purple Dragon Knights, the eldest scarcely in their 30s and the youngest of the same age as Dismas. They formed a semicircle, vociferously welcoming Aaron into their knightly brotherhood, enthusiastically grasping his arms and shoulders, chanting his name. Welcome, Salian. The Order of the Purple Dragon Knights embraces you. Manuel and Amp. Apos' position has found its successor. Well done, young man. Daring to challenge an elite at the apprentice level, you possess something special. Welcome, my friend. Aaron reciprocated the warm greetings of these local noble knights with equal enthusiasm. TSK. The sons of Solsa, Dismas muttered disdainfully, shaking his head in contempt. A vague feeling of resentment brewing within him. When he had reported for duty, not a single soul had greeted him, not even the staff showed him any regard. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, yet, sons of Solsa, Dismas reiterated, noting the unmistakable traits of these children of the royal city. Each favored long hair, donned impeccably tailored military attire, and polished their boots to a gleaming shine, allowing Dismas to identify them effortlessly. Simultaneously, he pondered how the apprentice knights discerned one another amidst such uniformity. With an exasperated huff, Dismas averted his gaze, crossing his arms and tapping his foot impatiently. Amidst the warm reception, Aaron prepared to register, though a half-elf was being interviewed before him, necessitating a brief wait. Seated, Aaron pricked up his ears to listen to the interviewer and Apos' inquiries. Could you introduce yourself? The half-elf began his introduction. What brings you to Salsa? Why do you wish to join the Purple Dragon Knights? What social connections do you have in Salsa? Who is willing to vouch for you? What flaws do you perceive in your character? Can you manage your temper? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you intend to marry her? Do you wish to settle in Salsa? What was your previous occupation? Could you describe your experiences? Which of your parents is an elf? Where are they now? And what are they doing? If they were to ask you to relinquish your ties, would you resolutely reject them and contemplate severing your relationship? The interviewer's series of peculiar and intrusive questions evidently displeased the free-spirited nature of the elven race. And Aaron could sense the half-elf's growing anger as he addressed the latter queries. Even Aaron felt that such a question was somewhat excessive, however. The Order of the Purple Dragon is a military establishment, not a mere employment opportunity. Here, the elite of Cormyr are cultivated, making it imperative to ascertain every detail about the recruits. Consequently, he mentally reviewed these inquiries, contemplating how to respond. When it was Aaron and Appo's turn, the officer remained engrossed in his work, failing even to glance up. Aaron noticed that the officer marked not approved on the file of the half-elf. Aaron presented his orders, and the officer took the parchment, glancing at it briefly before gesturing for him to sit. The interview commenced. Aaron Salin, how's your aunt? The officer inquired casually, his eyes still fixed on Aaron and Appo's dossier. After a brief pause, Aaron realized he could not afford to remain silent for long, so he nodded and replied honestly. She is doing well. The interview concluded, and from this day forth, Aaron would officially become a squire, embarking on a 6-month training regimen. Upon exiting, he found Dismas waiting for him at the door and cheerfully remarked, "Have you been waiting long? I apologize for the delay." The son of chaos reached out to take his weapon and backpack from Dismas. It didn't take long. The people of Sussurl are typically quite swift. Especially since you're the last of the Salians, the son of that old curmudgeon, Dismas quipped. Had there not been a half-elf ahead of you, you would have been out in a mere moment. Is it particularly challenging for half-elves to pass the interview? Aaron inquired with interest. The disadvantages he bore, being of a different race, an outsider, and a non-noble, were compounded. Dismas scoffed, muttering, "That's typical of the Sussurlans. They always band together." This self-deprecating comment elicited a chuckle from Aaron. He had already clashed with Dismas once and saw no need for a rematch. Aaron understood that this was the first pivotal decision in joining a new collective. Within any large group, various subgroups exist, and the subgroup one associates with will significantly influence their experiences, shaping the acquaintances they make, the friendships they forge, the opportunities they seize, the knowledge they acquire, and ultimately, the life they lead. This was indeed a momentous choice. What? You claim you do not wish to join a subgroup? How can that be? The Saint of Calatu once proclaimed, "Within the Order, there are no factions. It is a diverse assembly." Except for the rare few purple dragons assigned long-term to royal mandates, it is impossible not to join a subgroup. The latent powers of his color sin had become increasingly animated due to prior events. His entry into the Order was marked by confrontation. A draw against an elite squire ensured that all in the training grounds now recognized him. This was precisely what the power of sin desired. Thus, he resolved to make an even greater spectacle, holding aloft the parchment that signified his successful assessment. Aaron stepped forth from the courtyard and strode confidently into the training grounds. "All right, brothers, all eyes on me. Look at me." His extraordinary charisma radiated at that moment. The knight apprentices, previously engaged in their drills against wooden posts, lowered their weapons. The workers sweeping the ground paused in their tasks. The guards on duty cast glances in his direction. The bustling logistical staff were drawn to a captivating sound. The wheels of the carts laden with supplies ceased their rotation. Even the several purple dragon knights engaged in discussion turned their faces toward Aaron Salin, who stood at the center of the training ground. What was he up to? With the gaze of hundreds upon him, Aaron spread his arms in a V-shape, palms facing outward, and, with an infectious smile, proclaimed loudly, "I have an announcement. I am Aaron Salin, son of Manuel. From this day forth, I officially join the training of the Purple Dragon Knights, under the tutelage of Lucian Buckman. Please remember my name. Also, long live the Silver Mother of the Sullen Kingdom." The once boisterous training ground now fell silent, akin to a royal library. "Now, do you see the answer?" Aaron wrapped his arm around Dismas' neck. "What should I call you now, senior? Brother? Man? Whatever I call you, mate. Let us have a drink at the bar tonight. It's on me." With a mischievous grin, Aaron added, "Let us discuss how to make that old coot aware of our prowess." A smile broke through Dismas' rebellious demeanor. He realized he had taken a liking to this newcomer. Meanwhile, Aaron felt the power of his color sin nearly boiling within him. Thrilling. Just a little more. He needed just a tad more stimulation to further unlock his color sin powers and elevate his chaos sorcerer level. What an intriguing character. Thanks to Aaron and Apos' extraordinary charisma and striking good looks, the over 100 individuals in the training ground found him amusing and a bit brash. Yet they etched the name Aaron Salian into their memories, feeling neither offense nor disdain. A youth able to hold his own against elite apprentice knights. Freshly inducted into the order, and the son of Knight Commander Manuel, his audacity was somewhat understandable, wasn't it, Apos? Young people, after all. The vast majority of the older official knights and commanders found themselves unconsciously justifying Aaron and Apos' behavior, exchanging amused glances, deepening their impression of him before returning to their tasks. Only Ian Hartson wore a grim expression. I merely wish to meet a new friend, Grand Inspector Ian, Aaron noted, recognizing Ian's foul mood, darker than ink itself. Realizing he had inadvertently bruised the Grand Inspector's pride by not selecting him, he added, my father once expressed his hope that Lucian would be my knight mentor. After all, his father could no longer voice an opinion, so why not take advantage of the opportunity? Aaron mused. What do you think you are? Do you think I have any desire to teach you? Ian snorted, fixing Aaron with a brooding glare. From the looks of you, you and Apos, beyond help, perfectly fine with me. Just let Lucian deal with you, and your so-called friend as well. Ian then adopted a tone of disdain. Indeed, you ought to associate with friends like Dismas, after all. Their lower limits are your upper limits. As for whether you can pass Lucian's trial, I have no confidence in you. Ian Hartson turned to leave. What does it matter to you whether I can pass your trial? He scoffed, rolling his eyes. No wonder people always refer to you as that old man. Ian sighed. Fine, this troublesome affair will be left to you and your cunning magical tricks. However, I must inquire, Lucian, do you genuinely intend to establish an orphanage? The Grand Inspector laughed as he walked away. The flag officer snorted through his nose, turned around, and his previously stern expression softened. Aaron, come here. Lucian, the flag officer, beckoned. Aaron approached the old friend of his father. It is because I believe my choice is correct that I must proclaim it aloud. You are my chosen knight mentor. Lucian, Aaron declared earnestly, no one has the authority to prevent Aaron Salian from choosing the right path. The flag officer stroked his bushy beard. Closing his eyes as laughter escaped his lips bit by bit. Good boy. That old man. Dismas nearly cursed under his breath beside Aaron. Why such kindness towards that lad? He hits me hard. It's merely because that boy publicly declared his choice of you, granting you some semblance of pride. Just as Dismas was about to speak, he caught the flag officer and Apos' sharp gaze sweeping across his face, causing the apprentice knight to feel a throbbing pain in his head, mumbling something unintelligible. Come, recruit, follow me. Lucian gestured for Aaron to accompany him. For the next 6 months, I will be responsible for your training, molding you into a qualified knight. Yes, Aaron replied. But before that, I must introduce you to the Purple Dragon Knights. Also, you need to know where Manuel's shield emblem is displayed. Let us begin. At the same time, in the moon gate, high above in the heavens, within the divine garden cloaked in silvery moonlight, beneath the sacred white tree, stood a goddess, resplendent and dignified, radiating maternal love. Clad in a gown of snow white, silver moonlight, reminiscent of the Swan Lake, she gazed at the shimmering pond beside her, observing the reflection of a scene unfolding. This scene depicted Aaron and Apos' public declaration. Her expression was somewhat peculiar, and the Silver Mother Sovereign of Surin and Apos' realm reigns supreme. Aaron's boisterous voice echoed from within the pond. The goddess couldn't help but let out a delicate laugh. My child, what are you up to? Chapter 33. Farewell. The cage, apologies for the second update. Lucian first escorted Aaron to the Grand Hall. True to its name, the hall was indeed vast, featuring long tables capable of accommodating 200 diners simultaneously. The granite dome above was adorned with numerous sculpted murals, narrating the illustrious millennium-long history of the Purple Dragon Knights. The upright windows welcomed streams of light from outside, illuminating the hall, where the gentle spring sunlight warmed the heavy, dark oak-paneled walls. Inside the hall, several apprentice knights and squire trainees were seated, engaged in dining, conversing, or completing their assignments. Many of those without lodgings in Sussurro resided within the knightly fortress. There he is, that troublemaker who started a fight upon entering. Someone whispered, pointing at Aaron. This kid possesses some real strength. Best not to provoke him. I heard Sharp is facing execution for crossing him, and Dismas just got a beating for the same. Such arrogance. Is he truly Manuel and Apos' son? A chorus of hushed voices ensued, prompting Aaron to suppress a smirk. His objective had been achieved. First impressions are the hardest to alter, and he knew he needed to make a strong impact. whether seeking an audience with the princess or engaging in brawls within the knightly order. This is not a common occurrence. Aaron, nor for you, Dismas. I should not have to repeat myself. Lucian, the standard-bearer, declared sternly. You are fortunate today Commander Stavar is absent, or you would surely face punishment. This also explains why Ian has been lenient with you. Indeed, Aaron and Dismas exchanged glances and replied in unison. Open the door, Riddler. Lucian led Aaron to a thick, locked door at the side of the grand hall. An elderly knight sat at the entrance. New recruits. The retired knight silently unlocked the heavy door. Aaron observed that this retired knight hardly resembled a complete person. One eye was covered by a thick eye patch. Below one knee was replaced by a wooden stump, and one hand bore only 3 fingers while the other lacked a thumb. Enter, recruit. Aaron stepped into the honor chamber beside the grand hall. A profound sense of the passage of time enveloped him. Before him were scenes of knighthood. Soldiers kneeling before the victorious king, receiving their accolades. Indeed, this was the genesis of the Purple Dragon Knights. As previously mentioned, Comir established and solidified dominion over the land, gaining acknowledgement from all factions through over 4 centuries of warfare. The battle representing the conclusion of disputes was the betrayal of Susserl to the Pirate King, forcing King Duar, who was waging war abroad, to retreat into the king's forest with a small band of loyalists. While seeking refuge in the manor within the king's forest, King Duar managed to garner support from certain nobles and a mercenary group. The nobles provided ample funding and resources, while the mercenary group supplied the necessary military might. This mercenary group was none other than the precursor to the Purple Dragon Knights. Thus, mercenaries do possess the rare opportunity for ascendance, albeit infrequently. Aaron vaguely recalls that in Baldur and Amp, Oppos, S-Gate, a mercenary group known as the Flaming Fist experienced a similar fate, originally a civilian organization. They seized a pivotal moment during a cataclysmic upheaval, thereby evolving into a semi-official entity. However, Baldur's Gate, as a free city, differs significantly from a monarchy like Cormor. The tapestry hung upon the wall is accompanied by a series of portraits, each framed bust of the leaders of the Order of the Purple Dragon. The current supreme commander of the Order is Stalwart, a near-legendary Purple Dragon Knight. Lucian then guided Aaron to a lengthy wall. Take a look for yourself. This wall bore no portraits, but rather a succession of small shields, each inscribed with numbers beneath them. Aaron quickly comprehended that it served as a memorial wall. Following Lucian's indication, he located the shield belonging to the Salian family. Father, mother. Aaron fell into silence. Regrettably, his father was steadfast in his resolve. And even more regrettably, so was Aaron. It was only after both parents perished in battle that he finally broke free from their shadows. Do you need a moment? Lucian may have misinterpreted the situation. Following Aaron, the initially disdainful Dismas shook his head. At least this lad once had something, while I... No, thank you. Aaron exhaled softly. Ever since awakening his powers and recollecting memories, he had undergone too much. He fought, he killed, he encountered true deities. And he strategized with the scant resources at his disposal. He entered the palace, engaging in a battle of wits with the regent princess to seize an opportunity. Now, he bore the psychological age of a 50-year-old man. He accepted his father and Oppos' death with ease, for there was nothing worth lamenting. Farewell, prison. Yet today, in the Hall of Honor, gazing upon the very place where his father had served, fought, and lived, a profound sense of disconnection washed over him. Lucian, what manner of man was your father? Aaron turned to inquire of his father's old friend. Manuel was a loyal and diligent individual, a paragon of knighthood. Lucian stroked his thick beard, providing a standard answer. He was a good knight, a good friend, and perhaps an exemplary Cormirian, but he was never a good father. Aaron smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Lucian seemed to be aware of something unspoken. He refrained from saying more and instead led Aaron and Dismas to his office. From this day forth, you shall be my squire. The officer seated himself in his chair. I shall devote myself to training you into a worthy Purple Dragon Knight and imparting the ways of the Order. From the moment you become a recruit, at least within the fortress, you are not a viscount. You are merely a recruit. My objective is to mold you into a competent knight, a valuable individual. Lucian reclined against the chair and Oppos' back, expressing a fervent desire for you to reside in the fortress dormitory. The Order of the Azure Dragon boasts a multitude of recruits. Regardless of whether you are the son of a duke, an earl, a viscount, or the offspring of a high priest, this is a fortress, an arena for training, not a parlor for nobility. I comprehend your sentiments. Aaron, however, remained indifferent. He had long contemplated this matter. The standard-bearer, Lucian, though merely a baron, commanded respect as a superior officer among the knights within the fortress, serving as Aaron and Appos, minor, even beyond the fortress walls. No nobleman would dare show disrespect to the standard-bearer of the Azure Dragon. Whatever you arrange, I shall comply. Mentor, Aaron declared with unreserved fervor. Excellent. Such spirited enthusiasm. Lucian bellowed, his voice resonating with a vigor that ruffled his beard. Welcome to the Azure Dragon Order, recruit. Dismas, please instruct the kitchen to prepare an abundance of dishes. Let us properly welcome Manuel and Appos, as son at midday. Dismas, with an air of impatience, waved his hand to indicate his understanding. You have 2 upperclassmen, one you have already met. And Dismas is your second upperclassman. Lucian gestured towards Dismas and Appos' retreating figure. Now, I shall introduce you 3 novice knights. In this world, the term and Appos, senior and Appos, is unconventional. Typically, terms like brother, companion, or even casual terms like mate or buddy are employed instead. Ultimately, there are no formal titles of and Appos, senior brother and Appos, or and Appos, junior brother and Appos. Aaron searched through the common tongue for an appropriate term for Sir Reynard, but found none, settling on and Appos, fellow disciple and Appos. Instead, wait a moment. Senior Reynard, second Senior Dismas, why do those names sound so familiar? Aaron pondered. At noon, within the Grand Hall, Lucian orchestrated a lavish welcome ceremony for Aaron, simultaneously introducing him to acquaintances. Ian Hartson, the Grand Mentor and Chief Inspector, you are already acquainted. The Chief Inspector, with a sardonic demeanor, had maintained his peculiar tone throughout the morning, but appeared punctually at noon. Ah, greetings, Brother Ian. Aaron smiled, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ian's expression soured further. He opened his mouth, at a loss for words amidst the laughter of the crowd. A chorus of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Do take care of yourself, the Chief Inspector muttered dryly. Now, the Grand Religious Leader, Helmut Kinchel. A knight adorned with the emblem of the guardian Godheim nodded at Aaron. The Grand Justice, Lucas and Mecca, a robust, bald man with a prominent hook nose acknowledged Aaron with a solemn nod. The Grand Tailor, Belstefaniak, a kindly elder with a modest belly, offered a friendly pat on his abdomen towards Aaron. Lord of Maschenberg and Admiral, Bidlin Jor, a weathered iron man, donning a naval cap, downed his cup of rum in one swift motion. Lord of Laheeler, Ferial Rackler, the Lord of Cliff Fortress. A lengthy list of names left Aaron feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He had to greet each one individually. Under Lucian and Appos' guidance, the esteemed knights of the order, whether out of respect for Lucian or for the sake of Aaron and Appos' father, greeted him warmly, most of them with genuine goodwill. A flicker of joy stirred within Aaron. This is the essence of connections, the foundation of influence. The web of relationships meticulously cultivated by his father during his decades as a Purple Dragon Knight was finally bearing fruit. This was precisely why he had resolved to undergo training as a recruit of the Purple Dragon Knights. Had he not come, these connections would swiftly fade into oblivion. Yet now that Aaron was present, he could effortlessly inherit his father's network due to their familial bond. Such connections were invaluable, worth more than 1,000 or 10,000 gold coins. With intentions to operate within Cormyr in the future, he must fully harness these assets. The family network, his father and Appos' connections, the web of the Silver Mother, each was a treasure. Even his uncles and aunts, along with distant relatives exiled to the vast waters, scraping a living through fishing, could prove their worth under specific circumstances. With these thoughts in mind, Aaron filled a large goblet with red wine and tapped the table twice to signal that he had something to say. The dozen or so individuals present ceased their conversations, turning their attention to him. No, I have no siblings, not a single one, Aaron proclaimed, raising his goblet. Everyone looked at him, puzzled by his declaration. But now, I realize I have many siblings, for you are all my dear friends, my brothers. He continued, to brotherhood, to friendship, to our health. In the name of the Silver Mother, cheers. With that, Aaron tilted his head back and downed the wine in one go. Brother, friendship, health. The grand hall erupted in cheers, cheers. Lucian, the standard bearer, rose as well, disregarding the wine that soaked his bushy beard, placing his hand firmly on Aaron's shoulder. Our young comrade, Manuel's son, Aaron Salian, has not been with us until now, which is truly regrettable. But we still have the opportunity to reclaim the time we should never have lost. From this day forth, he shall join our ranks and demonstrate to the entire nation how the Purple Dragon Knights fight to earn their glory. A toast to our new recruit, Aaron Salian. Aaron, Aaron! Aaron! The crowd in the grand hall chanted his name, elevating the welcome gathering to its zenith. In a shadowed corner of the hall, however, two knights engaged in a clandestine discussion. My lord, is that the person you mentioned? It must be him, without a doubt. The charisma, the allure, that peculiar, undocumented magic. He is undoubtedly a divine child, just like me. What shall we do then? Eliminate him, seize his divinity, and transform it into my own power. After much effort, I have successfully entered the ranks of the Azure Dragon Knights. No one can hinder my ambition to seize control of the plans for Comir. Submit or be annihilated. Such is the fate of this nation. Chapter 34. Breath and action like the tide in the afternoon. Aaron sat in the office of the banner officer alongside Lucian, who prepared a steaming cup of coffee for his new apprentice. Drink up. Tomorrow you shall commence training with the recruits. Recruits? Aaron sank into the plush, comfortable sofa, having indulged in considerable libations at noon, leaving him slightly dizzy yet exhilarated. Indeed, by the decree of Her Highness, the Princess, the Purple Dragon Knights will be training 2 cohorts of knight recruits over the next 2 years. The first cohort will be recruited before spring and will conclude by the end of the autumn harvest, a span of approximately 6 to 7 months. This group primarily consists of aspirant knights nominated by local minor nobility, knights, clergy, artisans, estate owners, and affluent merchants, much like Dismas, who remains a squire without a knighthood. Only upon passing the requisite assessments may they ascend to knighthood, and thus attain noble status, albeit as minor nobles. Lucian, seated behind the desk with his coffee in hand, continued, the second cohort will mainly comprise professional soldiers who already possess knighthoods, or scions of high nobility such as yourself. Regardless of whether you pass the assessments, you already carry the title of knight or a noble rank. They will join a bit later, after the spring sowing, and also be evaluated during the autumn harvest. Essentially, the first and second cohorts inhabit 2 distinct realms. For the former, this is their sole opportunity to cross the threshold into nobility, a once-in-a-lifetime chance, while the latter, most highborn youths have participated in this course. Thus, I, who should have been part of the second cohort, have become a member of the first? Aaron comprehended, realizing why many recruits he encountered today hailed from beyond Susul. If this is Her Highness's intent, then we must acquiesce. Lucian nodded, addressing Aaron with a tone of reassurance. The good news, Aaron, is that Manuel has at least provided you with fundamental training. The unfortunate news is that we cannot arrange a specialized training class for you. You must train alongside the first cohort as a transfer student. I have no objections, Aaron affirmed confidently. That is for the best. Witnessing Aaron and Apos' remarkable adaptability and recalling how he had managed to match Dismas in skill earlier that day, Lucian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He then decided to broach a different topic. Now, aside from yourself, you have met the other 2 squires under my tutelage. Do you have any thoughts regarding your 2 brothers? I am quite concerned about one matter, Mentor. Ian. Aaron hesitated, but, under Lucian and Apos' stern gaze, continued. Why did the Grand Inspector remark that you are establishing an orphanage? Lucian's demeanor darkened considerably, his fingers stroking his beard, revealing a hint of weariness in the otherwise robust and youthful hero he was known to be. Reinhard Grosskreutz was my first squire, my first apprentice. His father was the renowned Kevin Grosskreutz. Kevin Grosskreutz, affectionately dubbed the Great Cross, was an illustrious paladin, while his mother was a captivating maiden, and together they once epitomized beauty and an enviable marriage. Alas, such bliss was ephemeral. For reasons unknown, this once inseparable couple chose to part ways. Kevin entrusted the care of their young son, Reynard, to my guardianship, imploring me to nurture him well. Tragically, Reynard's mother soon took her own life, leaving Kevin to fight valiantly in battle, undeterred by the specter of death. Ultimately, he met a heroic demise while pursuing the scattered remnants of the Santrin assembly, leaving Reynard an orphan. I have encountered Reynard. He radiates warmth akin to a small sun. Aaron diverted his gaze towards a portrait upon the wall, depicting Lucian cradling a 10-year-old Reynard alongside Dismas. And what of Dismas? He mused, he truly resembles a brigand, with a temperament to match. Aaron grasped the situation, retorting, without even a surname, he dares to pull the trigger at a nobleman? Fortunately, he is but your ward. Otherwise, others might seek retribution. I pondered the trajectory of his path. I sensed his insatiable thirst for combat and mastery of martial skills, overshadowing all else. To him, rules and order appeared mere inconveniences. Lucian remained silent. You wretched old man, are you slandering me to others again? The door burst open as a flustered Dismas, face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "Have I not told you to refrain from discussing my affairs incessantly?" With a swift motion, Lucian seized a board used to weigh down parchment. Delivering a precise strike to Dismas and Amp, Oppos, S head, toppling the brigand. "He's your junior. I have a duty to enlighten him about his senior." The voice of the knight instructor thundered after, "And how many times must I reiterate? Within the knightly fortress, you shall address me by my title." The following morning, Aaron stood amidst a throng of recruits on the expansive training ground. The swordsmanship master had assembled the new soldiers in a semicircle to impart his wisdom. The gentle spring sunlight enveloped them, a stark contrast to the tattered garments Aaron had relinquished to the knightly order for mending, now clad in the standard training attire. An armor-like garb sewn from coarse linen and layered for resilience, he felt prepared for the rigors ahead. Each recruit wielded a wooden longsword, its severe nicks and scratches indicating its precarious state. Aaron observed his contemporaries, each brimming with fervor, while he felt distinctly out of place. Nearly 20 in number. This inaugural cohort comprised predominantly the offspring of mid to high-ranking officials, ordinary knights, skilled artisans, esteemed clergy, affluent merchants, landowners, and prosperous yeomen. They had emerged in fortuitous times, as the kingdom suffered unimaginable losses due to the cataclysm of the Saints and the Goblin Wars. With not only the demise of King Ison IV, but also the Purple Dragon Knights left with half their ranks depleted, Princess Alicelle of the Regency has issued a decree to recruit new knights nationwide, thus bestowing a precious opportunity upon the common folk of the lower districts. Currently, the population of Comer, having endured the cataclysm of the Saints and the war against the Goblins, stands at a mere 1.3 million, which is half of what it was during the prosperous reign of King Asang IV. While there should ideally be 6,000 knights holding the title, the actual number has dwindled to fewer than 4,000. The Purple Dragon Order theoretically ought to have between 500 and 600 formal knights, yet only 300 are currently enrolled. This presents a rare chance for ascension. Such an opportunity has ignited the aspirations of all commoners across the kingdom. The doors to social elevation are astonishingly ajar for all who toil without land. In Comer, to attain a noble title above that of a baron, one must possess noble blood, making such titles exceedingly difficult to acquire. However, the title of knight can be conferred upon any commoner, serving as a symbol of low nobility. Nonetheless, this is not entirely absolute. For instance, as Aaron is aware, in the northern reaches of the kingdom, beyond Alabel and east of Typhanton, lies a land known as the Stony Lands, encompassing approximately 250,000 acres of sand, desert, and hills. This area has been granted a royal decree by the princess, allowing any domestic or foreign adventurer who conquers it to receive the hereditary title of Grand Baron of the Stony Lands. Yet, no one is eager to undertake such a venture, for the Stony Lands are infested with tens of thousands of orcs, numerous tribes of gnolls, bands of human bandits, and the infamous stronghold of the malevolent organization known as the Santalin Society, along with many darker horrors lurking beneath the sand dunes. Similarly, the same can be said for the Sea of Moons in the north. Comer holds that if one can conquer that region, establish a stronghold, and withstand the onslaught of thousands, the royal family would not hesitate to bestow noble titles. However, adventurers are not fools. For the vast majority, life is a singular gift. The rewards of noble titles are indeed bountiful, but one must consider whether they can survive to claim them. Now, the overwhelming majority present, save for Aaron, have been afforded the opportunity to attain the title of knight and join the ranks of the minor nobility within the kingdom. How could this not stir their excitement? Each individual's eyes shimmer with a dazzling light, a light named hope, a light named ambition, a light named dreams. Aaron notes that among the nearly 20 aspiring knights present, all are male, with not a single female among them. This observation contrasts sharply with the prevalence of powerful women within the kingdom. As Aaron knows, the Purple Dragon Order includes a significant proportion of female knights. Yet, upon reflection, Aaron finds this to be quite reasonable. Male humans inherently possess advantages in strength and physique, and for the offspring of minor nobility or affluent citizens, the ability to support one or two full-time knight trainees would undoubtedly favor males. In the order of the Purple Dragon Knights, the most esteemed recruits are warriors, rangers, and paladins. In exceptional circumstances, a few rogues, bards, or clerics may also be welcomed, while the more unruly barbarians, who disdain discipline, are firmly turned away. Similarly, Druids and monks, who prioritize their personal spiritual paths and natural laws over the regulations of the knightly order, are not eligible to join as new recruits. As for wizards and warlocks, they typically seek apprenticeships in the mage corps rather than training with the purple dragon knights. The order is also discerning regarding alignment, generally accepting only 4 specific alignments: lawful good, lawful neutral, neutral good, and true neutral. Aaron participated in this evaluation, and after undergoing the assessment by the paladins within the order, his current alignment was determined to be neutral good. Interestingly, he recalled that during his first alignment test, he was lawful good. It seems that due to the awakening of his memories and the events he has endured, his alignment has begun to shift. It is essential to remember that in this realm, it is not the alignment of an individual that dictates their choices. Rather, it is the decisions they make and the actions they take that determine their alignment. New recruits. The knight instructor appeared, wielding a wooden sword. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with deep-set blue eyes, a broad forehead marked by prominent frown lines, a high nose, a thin mustache, and closely cropped black hair. Stand at attention. Do you understand? You lack vigor. Is this how you approach new recruit training? And what should you call me? Understood, instructor. Excellent. That's the spirit. Instructor Simone paced before the recruits. I am pleased to see you here. You are the new recruits of Comer and the future of the Purple Dragon Kingdom. I can see your eagerness to serve the kingdom, and in many of your eyes, I perceive ambition, greater, bolder, more powerful ambition. This is commendable, for without ambition, there can be no progress. Without ambition, you will not succeed in your training. You are all aware that we are in a period of exceptional circumstances. The kingdom has an unprecedented need for you, which is why you are here. I welcome your presence. I know that some of you have undergone basic training, dealt with troubles near your villages, and some of you have even slain a dire bear. You may be heroes of your villages, kings of your streets, but you are not yet qualified recruits. And I cannot entrust the future of the kingdom to you. Thus, today you will undergo your first training, mastering the 2 fundamental combat abilities of an apprentice-level warrior. Simone clapped his hands to gain attention. Regrettably, aside from one particular transfer student, all of you present are warriors, none are spellcasters. The basis upon which you will conquer your foes lies in the iron you wield and the blood that courses through your veins. However, being a warrior does not entirely preclude the possibility of enjoying the blessings of magic, for within the realm, every stone, every blade of grass, and every whisper of the breeze is imbued with arcane power. Similarly, your own bodies harbor this magic, through extensive training and the repetition of muscle memory. Warriors can awaken the latent potential within themselves, merging this magic into their very beings to harness its strength. Now, observe my demonstration and commence your practice. He then elucidated the essentials of arm strength, detailing how to control one's inner self and catalyze mental release. This exercise proved arduous for the majority of recruits. As warriors are not spellcasters and cannot perceive magic, they must cultivate muscle memory through countless repetitions to unleash the energy within and acquire these abilities. Yet, there was one exception. Nearly a minute after Instructor Simone demonstrated the 2 abilities, Aaron raised his hand. Instructor, I have mastered it. Chapter 35. The Oath of the Paladin. As usual, the sinful powers within Aaron sought to instigate trouble in such an environment. For chaos, conflict, and discord are the very sources of strength. Uncertainty and randomness embody its essence. If Aaron were to persist in adhering to rules and following a predetermined course, he would be akin to a devoted follower of a desiccated, salted figure, indulging in sorcery while seated upon a golden throne, rather than a child of chaos. Nevertheless, Aaron retains a semblance of order and benevolence within him. This is intertwined with his past character and the tribulations of this existence. Despite the misfortunes befalling Salian and the calamities he himself has faced, he does not feel abandoned by the world or betrayed by all. He still has family. His aunt and uncle, while perhaps insignificant in his grand designs, provide him with warmth and familial support. Additionally, he possesses the social connections left by his father. Friends such as Lucian, Ian, and Duke Canis, who share a bond with his family, have shown their willingness to assist upon witnessing his talents, including the annual stipend of 800 golden lions from the regent princess and the royal family. He is not the one who vows to eradicate all chaotic beings, obliterate every trace of corruption, only to discover within the pages of a tome that he is, in fact, the eternal chosen one, subsequently branded a heretic. He does not find himself weeping and journeying to the grand cathedral in the capital to beseech his deity, only to be met with indifference from the very God he reveres, while the archbishop publicly declares his fate aligns with the prophecies. The heretic has willingly walked into his doom. Am I correct, dear brother, who has been thrust to the pinnacle of the chaotic wasteland? Here, within his heart and soul, there exists a soothing warmth, a protective force enveloping Aaron's heart. Thus, he is empowered to resist the negative influences born of chaotic power. He understands the necessity of mastering his emotions and controlling his strength, for while chaotic power is formidable, it is equally corrupt and malevolent. As Aaron grows stronger, so too do these forces, and yet he requires their strength even as he contends with them until he can ascend to divinity through chaotic priesthood. Wholly absorbing the four great powers, Aaron refrained from instigating strife and simply raised his hand to indicate his readiness. The movement of the Lord Viscount immediately captured the attention of all the new recruits. Leading just slightly invites admiration, leading significantly breeds envy. Yet those who are so far ahead that their taillights are out of sight inspire reverence. Aaron naturally garners favor with others. His charm, wealth, and captivating visage draw people in. His striking features and enchanting eyes, which one could easily lose themselves in, leave most recruits devoid of hostility towards him. I know this is not difficult for you, new recruits, he remarked. Indeed, the knight instructor shifted his focus to Aaron. After a moment of contemplation, Simone signaled for the others to continue and addressed Aaron. You are unlike them. You are a sorcerer, and magic flows through your veins by nature. Moreover, you have at least grasped how to follow your instincts. Indeed, this is the consequence of the provocation from that day, Aaron acknowledged. Norlington Wilson, the knight instructor bellowed to the side. Here is a transferee eager to witness your prowess, so you shall engage in a contest. And I shall observe how deeply entrenched your bad habits are. Yes, replied a nearby new recruit, rising from his seat. Aaron shifted his gaze to this fellow recruit. The individual was named Norlington Wilson, hailing from Arabelle, the son of a knightly noble. His entire family, 13 souls in total, perished in the Battle of Arabelle, slain by the earth goblins under the command of the orc Contugine. From the outset, a shroud of hatred enveloped this individual. He spoke little and trained with a fervor akin to madness. He was a paladin, one who had just sworn an oath of vengeance. The three most common oaths among paladins are the oath of devotion, the oath of the ancients, and the oath of vengeance. The oath of devotion signifies that the paladin dedicates all to the virtues of justice, honor, and order within the multiverse. They embody honesty, bravery, compassion, responsibility, and honor, often adorning themselves with angelic wings. The oath of the ancients represents a commitment to safeguard the light against the encroaching darkness. These individuals prioritize justice over mere fairness, protection over order, and redemption over punishment. They are known as Green Knights, frequently embellishing themselves with leaves, antlers, and flowers. The oath of vengeance embodies a solemn promise to punish those who commit grave offenses for them. The eradication of evil and the promotion of justice is the very purpose of their existence. They are willing to sacrifice their purity, staining their hands with blood if necessary, and are referred to as Black Knights. Norlington Wilson was such a Black Knight, his hatred for orcs overshadowing all else in his life. He vowed to exterminate all orcs in Arabelle to bring peace to his family's souls. In addition to these three archetypal oaths, Aaron vaguely recalled several other types of paladin oaths: the oath of conquest, which pledges to conquer a region to reform its inhabitants, thus violent conquest, severe punishment, and even ruthless dictatorship are deemed permissible if the paladin believes it necessary. The oath of honor pledges to achieve mastery in a particular path or ability. The oath of the crown is a commitment to dedicate one and oppos's life to a civilization, nation, or possibly a people. Furthermore, there exists a rather unique oath known as the Oath of Love, adhered to by the paladins of the Lady of Fire, Sunni. These paladins belong to the chaotic good alignment, their guiding principles focused on protecting, celebrating, and promoting love, disregarding order, justice, or punishment in favor of any captivating love story, which they wholeheartedly support and assist. Indeed, paladins need not be confined to the lawful good alignment. Each alignment can harbor paladins. The term holy signifies the pursuit of excellence and the highest ideals. However, the essence of this vocation leans towards lawful good, for the more chaotic and malevolent one becomes, the more likely they are to break their oaths and forfeit the divine power bestowed by their sacred vows. Essentially, paladins derive their strength from their profound faith and the resonance of their sacred oaths with the laws of the world. An inclination towards chaos and malevolence inherently reflects a lack of restraint and a self-serving nature, which stands in stark contrast to the paladin's principles. Cease, recruits. You have a duel to witness. The knight instructor and Apos' command halted all activity, interrupting Aaron and Apos' train of thought. Nollington, you have done well to protect your village. But mere valor is insufficient to achieve your goals. Aaron, showcase your prowess. Let us see if your swordsmanship rivals that of your father. And do not be timid. Rest assured, at your current level, a mere sparring match will only result in a little nosebleed. You are not noble maidens, you are recruits. And if you do not bleed on the training grounds, you shall bleed on the battlefield. Begin. With the knight instructor's thunderous cry. Both Aaron and Nollington assumed the same purple dragon stance, circling in a semicircle, cautiously observing their opponent and searching for weaknesses. A dozen recruits watched this duel with eager eyes, each filled with anticipation. The Black Knight Nollington struck first, gripping his wooden sword with both hands, raising it skyward. Resting the hilt on his shoulder before charging forward, the blade aimed directly ahead. A powerful downward slash. How could a novice paladin execute such a fundamental technique with such finesse? Aaron marveled inwardly. Yet, the lord of the manor, trained in ancestral combat, was no weakling. A hiss of discontent from the knight instructor reached Aaron and Appos' ears. He seemed disappointed that Nollington had not been defeated in a single blow. On the contrary, Nollington, having exhausted his strength, narrowly evaded Aaron and Appos' thrust. The paladin and Appos' footing faltered. Now it was Aaron and Appos' turn to attack. He lunged forward with remarkable swiftness, like a bolt of lightning, aiming his wooden sword at Nollington and Appos' thigh. The increasingly unsteady paladin retreated repeatedly, adopting a defensive stance. As the two swords were about to collide, Aaron swiftly altered his thrust into an upward jab, aiming directly for the paladin's chest. A forceful downward strike. Nollington unleashed his combat technique once more, this decisive blow compelling Aaron to abandon his assault and retreat. The nobleman staggered a few steps, squinting at the paladin, a confident smile playing upon his lips. As Ferrara had remarked, in lower-tier battles, one should never expend all their energy unless presented with an extraordinary opportunity to conclude the fight, for such recklessness can lead to exhaustion. Aaron recognized a significant disadvantage. He was certain that Nollington and Appos' strength was at least 1 or 2 tiers above his own, making direct confrontation foolish. Indeed, after executing 2 consecutive combat techniques, Nollington began to feel a slight strain in his shoulder and a wave of fatigue coursing through his body. Yet, he launched another fierce assault, intending to subdue Aaron before his stamina waned. This time, he charged straight down the center, striving for victory through sheer force or, at the very least, compelling Aaron to engage in a sword duel. In a brazen display, Aaron rolled away, evading the distance between him and the paladin. As the wooden sword wielded by the paladin fell beside him, Aaron, having risen from the ground, discarded his sword and seized Nollington and Appos' wrist with one arm while his other hand clutched the paladin's shoulder. With all his strength, they tumbled, rolling twice before Aaron managed to pin Nollington down, pressing the hand that held the wooden sword behind his back with his knee against the paladin's back. Bravo! The final salient. The knight instructor clapped, signaling the conclusion. I declare this duel a victory for Aaron Salian, son of Manuel. Today, you shall dine on half a roasted chicken. Upon hearing the instructor's proclamation, Aaron released his hold, rising and basking in the applause of the onlookers. Meanwhile, the paladin Nollington remained sprawled on the ground, still recovering. Rise, Nollington. You performed commendably, yet you committed numerous errors, the knight instructor stated coldly. Relying solely on brute strength will not secure you victory in a duel. Nollington muttered under his breath. What was that, recruit? What are you saying? Simone and Appos' tone instantly turned stern. Speak. Instructor, I believe this is a display of swordsmanship between knights, not a wrestling match in a tavern. Nollington could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, a proper knight should not discard his sword like that. Did I ever say this was a swordsmanship contest? Simone chuckled, turning to the surrounding recruits and inquiring, did I ever state this was a swordsmanship contest? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Nollington, think about it. Is this a swordsmanship contest? A contest is merely that. You must learn to use every part of your body as a weapon. Remember, recruit, the battlefield is not a training ground, and your foes are not your fellow knights. Consider this. Your opponents are earth goblins, bear goblins, trolls. When you engage in combat with them, and they bare their fangs to gnaw at your throat, would you then protest, oh sir, I thought this was a swordsmanship contest? Or when a cunning werewolf launches a poison dart from his bracer, would you also cry out, sir, I believe this was a swordsmanship contest? Simone's scathing words left Nollington crimson with embarrassment. At that moment, Aaron approached Nollington, extending his hand. We must utilize everything we possess to fight, brother. When treacherous foes seek to ensnare us with their schemes, Our only recourse is to outwit them. You are right, my friend. Norlington grasped Aaron and Appos' hand, rising in acknowledgement of his defeat. Your technique is commendable, final Salian. You are no weakling. Your holy strike is quite impressive as well, Mr. Wilson. Aaron chuckled, expressing his desire to share experiences regarding the confrontation with the owlbear, should time permit. Of course, Norrington replied, feeling rejuvenated by Aaron's smile, as if his weary soul had been gently caressed by the spring breeze. The enchantment had worked. Thus, Aaron commenced his training as a new recruit, dedicating an entire week to rigorous practice within the knightly order. With his prowess as a sorcerer and spellcaster, he was able to achieve remarkable feats. Interestingly, Dismas, serving as a senior, made it a point to appear at dinner each evening, always within Aaron's line of sight. Naturally, Aaron would invite him to join for dinner, a gesture Dismas never declined. However, he never extended an invitation to Aaron himself. On one occasion, when Aaron lingered too long in his training, Dismas stood silently beside a clothes-drying rack until Aaron concluded his session and greeted him. Without uttering a word, Dismas turned and made his way to the grand hall, which served as the dining area. Aaron mused that this senior was quite an intriguing character. On the evening of that Saturday, the two found themselves seated together for dinner once more. Aaron seized the opportunity to broach a topic. Senior, may I inquire about something? What has become of Sir Reynard? Young man, Dismas replied, you must understand, the old Cooch trials are not easily surmountable. Chapter 36, A Moment of Leisure. A lifetime of regret. Old man's tests are notoriously rigorous, which Aaron was naturally prepared for. So what kind of trials does Captain Lucian typically impose? Aaron inquired further. I have no idea. The old man's tests are always inexplicable. Dismas seemed reluctant to elaborate. Each individual faces a unique challenge. And I promise the old man I wouldn't divulge the details to anyone. All I can say is that sometimes he won't have you engage in what you excel at. I suspect that Captain Lucian's trials for you will never revolve around combat, Aaron comprehended. Humph. Dismas snorted disdainfully, draining the last remnants of soup from his bowl before casting aside his spoon and lifting his plate. I'm done. Rookie, take your time. Captain Lucian brought only 3 apprentice knights with him, which means if Reynard passes the test, it would essentially reduce to just Dismas training him. How would this close confidant of his father tailor his training and evaluation for Aaron? One thing was certain, Lucian would not let him off easily. All he could do was take it one step at a time. Aaron savored his meal slowly, unlike Dismas, who was always in a rush. On the contrary, the nobleman dined within the knightly order daily, even enjoying dinner there, which garnered the admiration of others, who thought Aaron was truly dedicated to his training. Historically, it was not uncommon for noble offspring to participate in knightly courses accompanied by an entire retinue of servants. However, perhaps no one anticipated that Aaron chose to have both lunch and dinner in the knightly order primarily because the meals were complimentary, akin to a buffet, where one could refill if desired. I adore free food. Every time Aaron thought about not spending a penny on meals, his appetite surged, and he felt invigorated, making training less burdensome. Saving on meals truly added up. Furthermore, while the cuisine of the knightly order might not be gourmet, it offered ample meat, fresh vegetables, and fish from Long Lake. Training warriors is remarkably economical, as long as there is sufficient meat and a suitable instructor alongside ample training. A warrior and Appos' combat prowess can swiftly develop and become adequate. Aaron continued to eat as the discussions among several fellow recruits nearby grew increasingly animated. He recalled that these individuals were named Muir, Roswell, and Madam. One was the son of a prominent blacksmith from Martianburg, another the son of the finest tailor in Chahai Town. As for Madam, Aaron was uncertain of his lineage, but judging by his appearance, he likely hailed from a minor noble family near the kingdom's borders. He had undergone basic military training, yet his attire was notably less refined than that of the other two. The camaraderie among the three did not seem particularly harmonious. Yet the atmosphere of the Purple Dragon Knight Order compelled these outsiders to band together firmly. Otherwise, survival amidst the locals would be arduous. Aaron overheard their conversation. What are your plans for tomorrow? Muir said breezily. I can't wait to explore our royal city. Would you like to join? Tomorrow marks Sunday. The recruits and Appos' first day of leave. Please, allow me to go to the lower district to collect some items. The flavor of the butter cheese here is utterly insipid. After a week, it has become almost unbearable. Oh, Lady of Fire, please rescue us from this wretched fare, exclaimed Roswell, son of the illustrious tailor. I can hardly wait to taste the Eltorial grey cheese. Eltorial? Aaron recalled that it was a city in the Sword Coast region. Known for its historical significance, rumor has it that around the time of his birth, a formidable angel led a celestial army to assault hell. Following that event, paladins and clerics arrived to expand the city, aspiring to transform it into a sanctified haven for mortals. Renowned throughout the kingdom, Eltorial Grey Cheese is affordably priced at a mere 6 silver coins per pound, 454 grams, with its striking blue appearance adorned with black veins. It boasts remarkable preservation qualities and an intensely pungent flavor. Do you truly relish Eltorial Grey Cheese? By the Earth Mother, I cannot fathom enduring that spiciness. One responded, It is precisely that flavor I crave. Without it, I would not indulge. Yet, the query arose, how did one procure Eltorial Grey Cheese? Moore's inquiry held merit. The catastrophic events of the Saints' calamity 2 years prior had wrought devastation upon the nation, compounded by the disappearance of the Lady of Wealth, which dealt a devastating blow to commerce. Numerous trade routes were severed, either voluntarily or involuntarily, and commerce had suffered greatly following months of goblin warfare. The princess had managed to restore a small portion of essential goods trade, yet items like Eltorial Grey Cheese, substitutable staples, were largely overlooked. Given the plethora of cheese varieties and the minimal profit margins associated with importing grey cheese. Hush, listen to me. There exists a Dragon's Tooth Tavern in the lower district, a stronghold of the Dragon's Tooth Gang. The leader there is named Marlin. He can procure a variety of inexpensive contraband, grey cheese being one among many. Many items there are priced lower than in the market. Should you be interested, it is worth a visit. At that moment, the trio had nearly finished their dinner and seemed to realize that discussing such matters within the hallowed halls of the Knights Guild was ill-advised. The 3 new recruits of the Purple Dragon glanced around, noticing Aaron engrossed in a pork chop, and thus they rose to arrange a meeting for the following day before dispersing. The lower district? The Dragon's Tooth Tavern? The Dragon's Tooth Gang? Marlin? Aaron fervently rummaged through his memories, the name Marlin stirring a faint recollection. Where had he encountered this name before? He recalled. Marlin of the Dragon's Tooth Gang. He had overheard mention of him in the Tri-Crown district, not for smuggling, but rather for his assistance in dealing with cats. Indeed, in the edict issued after the regent princess ascended the throne, there was a decree prohibiting harm to cats. However, some nobles, upon acquiring a cat, later wished to dispose of it, or were besieged by feral cats, yet could not retaliate due to the law. What then could be done? The Dragon's Tooth Gang was willing to assist with such predicaments, surrender the cats to them, and they would transport them via fishing vessels out of commerce, where the unfortunate felines would inadvertently succumb to drowning and become fish fodder. Thus, the Dragon's Tooth Gang has garnered a certain notoriety in the Tri-Crown district, adjacent to the royal palace, primarily due to their ability to handle the feline creatures. However, this venture cannot merely be described as playing with fire. It is a perilous enterprise, and only the Silver Mother comprehends the consequences they would face if discovered by the princess. Aaron said nothing as he finished his meal and rose to leave the nightly order. It was now the end of May in the year 1360 of the Valley calendar. This marked his first day off after joining the nightly training, a Sunday, although the devotees of the Silver Mother consistently engaged in nocturnal prayers to the moon. As a goddess of chaotic good, Sullen demanded little from her followers, eschewing stringent dogmas in favor of sincere devotion. The following day, Aaron luxuriated in slumber until the sun had fully risen, relishing a breakfast left by his aunt. The weather had begun to warm, prompting him to don a short-sleeved shirt and long trousers. He settled into his study, pen in hand, contemplating his next steps. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting playful shadows from the trees, while the atmosphere within the study remained tranquil and serene, enhanced by a glass of cool juice served in an intricately carved crystal goblet, exuding an air of refined elegance. Aaron reflected on his accomplishments over the past week and outlined his future aspirations, meticulously noting them down. He had successfully joined the Purple Dragon Knights, encountered the Regent Princess, and secured a magical mentor, leveraging his father's connections to forge some friendships. These were his achievements from the week. The noble Viscount tallied the goals yet to be fulfilled, foremost among them being the sorcerer Mepham. Following the Regent Princess, Alice Selzer, placing her trust in him, Comer had initiated a nationwide manhunt for the sorcerer. However, Aaron found himself unable to provide sufficient identifying details. He had never even laid eyes on Mepham, which complicated the pursuit significantly. A week had passed without any useful leads, and the only certainty was that the sorcerer remained within the kingdom's borders. Additionally, the internal enemies in Sicily had ceased all activities following the failed assassination attempt, leading to a citywide search dubbed the Queen's Blade. Since the adversary had not made any moves, Aaron's current strength and resources rendered him incapable of locating them, leaving him only with the option of cautious vigilance. Lastly, there was the matter of power. Leaning against the soft backrest of his chair, he extended his hand, where a swirling mass of purple-gray energy intertwined with delicate, colorful flames danced vividly. The child of chaos with 4 distinct powers. The arcane power had been unlocked by merely 5. This fragment of strength derived from the Silver Mother Sullen, whose divine domain encompassed elements of freedom and transformation. Thus, blessed by Sullen, Aaron could wield a modicum of arcane power. The remaining powers of Nagu and Terror remained tightly sealed, showing no signs of being unlocked. For the time being, these 2 powers were premature for Aaron, and he had no intention of elevating his warrior class level just yet. His 6 months of training as a Purple Dragon recruit were solely aimed at mastering and honing his warrior skills, acquiring a few combat techniques along the way. His greatest reliance lies in the chaotic power coursing through his veins, the formidable might of a chaos sorcerer. Prior to unlocking the powers of terror and corruption, Aaron harbored neither aspirations nor aptitude for enhancing his warrior profession. Otherwise, why would he, having undergone military training within his family, remain merely an apprentice warrior after 18 long years? The truth is, he possesses little talent on the path of the warrior. His father, Manuel, was thus driven to exasperation by Aaron and Appo's mediocrity. As for how to unlock the powers of terror and corruption, Aaron currently finds himself at a loss. The only certainty is that these formidable abilities cannot be awakened merely by taking a few lives or unleashing a plague. Perhaps an extraordinary surge of impact is required, akin to how the power of sin is ignited in the throes of life and death, where madness, despair, and the will to survive converge to create a fleeting opportunity, ultimately relying on the full healing prowess of the Silver Mother, Sullen. Thus, when will my magical mentor arrive? Aaron mused with a wry smile as he reclined in his cushioned chair. After a week of training, the prospect of yet another day of exertion was rather vexing. No, this one and Appo's do. He had myriad tasks to accomplish, and he must not pause or rest. With a sudden resolve, Aaron leapt from his seat and seized a quill. Meticulously inscribing a phrase upon the parchment, a moment of leisure may lead to a lifetime of regret. Allowing the ink to dry, he gazed upon his work with satisfaction. This profound adage deserved to be framed. The 6-month training period for recruits felt excessively protracted. He could not afford to remain idle, passively awaiting his fate. He must seek opportunities. Cousin, come here a moment. What is it, Aaron? I and Appo's am rather busy. In the study, Aaron sat behind his chair, observing the visibly impatient Robble. He couldn't help but shake his head. Robble clearly intended to indulge in some leisure, feeling rather carefree as his uncle was occupied with work. And Aaron's financial contributions eased the household burdens, granting Robble nearly complete control over his earnings. On any day off, Robble would undoubtedly partake in lavish feasts, squandering his money. It seemed that the Western mindset regarding saving money was considerably weaker compared to that of the East. Aaron pondered the cultural differences, noting how Westerners often favored credit cards, overdrawing tomorrow and Appo's funds, and the notorious payday loans. Westerners inherently lean toward consumption. However, he quickly recalled the mortgage from his past life, reflecting on the wisdom of his ancestors. His cousin, with his proud demeanor and penchant for boasting, spent money extravagantly, often positioning himself as the cousin of the Viscount Salian. As for his abilities, they were rather unremarkable. He was adept at handling paperwork, could perform arithmetic, and penned exquisite calligraphy, yet possessed no particularly extraordinary talents. Robble had come to realize that his current comfortable lifestyle relied on Aaron, and while he retained some self-awareness, he nevertheless adopted a reluctant demeanor when Aaron called him. Despite his irritation, Robble obediently took a seat upon meeting Aaron and Appo's piercing gaze. What news from the guild regarding the sorcerer wanted notice? Although my cousin may not seem entirely useless, as a scribe at the Adventurers Guild, he possesses considerable insight into the internal changes of the guild. Regarding that matter, the bounty is set at 180 golden lion coins. However, the clues you provided are rather scant. There are numerous gold coin warriors, derogatorily referred to as mercenaries, within the guild eager to claim this reward, yet they are entirely at a loss as to how to proceed. Robble remarked nonchalantly, in fact, we have apprehended several sorcerers, although it was later established that they were not the ones you mentioned. Nonetheless, these sorcerers have been confined in the water dungeon. Aaron thought to himself, these fellows truly are unfortunate. Yet, as previously stated, the vast majority of sorcerers are not virtuous beings, as most of them are malevolent entities of supreme existence. Thus, Aaron felt no moral qualms about this. Aside from this matter, do you have any other news? Significant events? High bounties? Recent discoveries that have captured the attention of mercenaries? Aaron inquired further. Of course. Let's set aside the notion of dragon slaying. The power of lust seeks renown. It yearns to make a grand name for itself, to ensure that all are aware of its existence. Aaron is but a hair's breadth away from elevating his status as a chaotic sorcerer. You say that, cousin. There actually is a significant event on the horizon. Robble, prompted by Aaron and Apos' inquiry, recalled something. Countess Olabelle, Milman lore, is preparing to assemble a formidable army to reclaim her territories occupied by orcs. Recently, she has hinted at recruiting adventurers. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Oh, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Aaron's eyes. Elaborate further. A large-scale military operation is forthcoming? Is there a more opportune moment to garner prestige and accolades? Chapter 37. A lavish display of wealth. Milman lore, Countess Arabella, the devout adherent of Lady Tamora, a masterful ranger. The circumstances of this noblewoman are rather dire. Since the Goblin War, she has lost her lands and has been compelled to retreat with her subjects to Susrel. No one dares to mock the Countess, for she has exerted every effort, leading her forces to defend her city until the very last moment. Alas, the enemy proved insurmountable, and even the legendary warrior, Asen IV, fell in battle. Milman's decision to withdraw was a reluctant one. Presently, this master ranger resides within the temple of Tamora in Susrel, accompanied by her dwindling vassals and loyal attendants. However, how does Milman lore intend to muster an army formidable enough to confront the Orcish Khan, Tukin, directly? Aaron pondered. In the realm, there exist 3 distinct avenues for assembling a military force, each independent yet permissible to be utilized in conjunction. This method of recruitment is termed vertical recruitment. Thus, a great lord can swiftly summon a sizable yet heterogeneous army through this feudal military structure. Some vassals, bound by favorable relations or direct interest with their lord, will offer their utmost support, while others, with merely casual ties, will fulfill the minimum requisites for mobilization. Aaron, being a lesser noble, must prepare his own weaponry and equipment should the regent demand a military assembly. The second avenue involves issuing a conscription decree across the lord and Apos' territory, calling upon the citizens and free folk to form an army. This method, however, incurs substantial disruption to production, necessitating the lord to supply weapons, provisions, a modest wage, and promises of advancement. This approach is referred to as horizontal recruitment. Although the troops may lack training and morale, their sheer numbers can prove invaluable in defensive engagements within their homeland. The third avenue is straightforward: mercenaries. This entails summoning groups composed of adventurers, mercenaries, and idle soldiers to fight on one's behalf. Hiring mercenaries entails exorbitant costs, questionable loyalty, and limited obedience, yet it also signifies efficiency, formidable combat prowess, and organization. In this fantastical realm, the fighting capability provided by adventurers is astonishing. Generally, these 3 recruitment methods encompass the entirety of a nation's military sources, with appeals for reinforcements typically categorized under the third. Aaron mused upon what resources Countess Milman lore might still possess. Vertical recruitment? She and her vassals have lost all their lands. Horizontal recruitment? What combat efficacy could these northern refugees in Susrel possibly provide? Mercenary recruitment? From where would the funds originate? Regrettably, his cousin, Robert, had only heard rumors and remained uninformed of the specifics. One must also remain attuned to current affairs, particularly regarding the adventurers and Apos' guild. What tasks are available, what events are unfolding, and what topics are capturing the public's discourse. Often, such matters harbor hidden opportunities. Aaron could not help but exclaim, "Do not spend all your time merely as a scribe. Surely, you do not wish to be tethered to a meager salary forever?" To which Robert grumbled in discontent, "What else can I do aside from being a scribe? I did not ask you to find me a different position, and you show no willingness to assist. If you desire a change of position, you must first demonstrate sufficient capability." Aaron retorted, his finger tapping rhythmically on the table, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Look at your daily activities. Whenever you have leisure and funds, your thoughts invariably drift towards squandering them in the lower districts, whether it be indulging in lavish feasts, engaging in darts, cards, or chess, or even frivolously spending on women. If I am not mistaken, you have an acquaintance in the lower districts, do you not? What do you know? Robert stood abruptly, visibly startled. Aaron regarded him with a chilling expression. I have always believed that I am deserving of a more fulfilling occupation, Robert lamented, taking a seat once more. First, complete your current tasks at the Adventurer and Appos Guild. Additionally, ensure you keep me informed about all significant events. If I am in Susserl, I expect a weekly report from you. Aaron instructed quietly, timeliness is crucial. Understood, Robert conceded with resignation. Now, go out and enjoy your time with those dubious companions of yours. Aaron gestured for him to leave. Aaron, you know that Robert and Appos' face flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing, caught in indecision, neither moving forward nor sitting still. After Robert exited, Aaron pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the market in the upper district. He possessed a golden note worth 1,000 coins, and to let such funds go to waste would be folly. Money is meant to be spent. The market in Susserl was a vibrant tapestry of goods, abundant and varied. The recent wars had engendered a peculiar circumstance, with the market brimming with items as never before. Many who had lost their jobs and homes were compelled to sell their belongings at a pittance, yet those with sufficient cash remained few, resulting in many valuable magical items being offered at significant discounts. Just like the exquisite red dragon scale armor in Aaron's possession, a family heirloom that, under normal circumstances, could fetch 20,000 golden lions if sold, might struggle to reach even 10,000 due to the current market conditions. Aaron mused. Perhaps I shall unearth some treasures in the Grand Market. Basic equipment was distributed uniformly by the Purple Dragon Knights. Thus, after a brief perusal of the market without finding anything appealing, he swiftly made his way to the grandest battlemage emporium within the market. This establishment served as a semi-official magical trading post in Susserl, frequented by battle mages who often sold their wares while simultaneously acquiring spellcasting materials. The mages were undeniably formidable, yet they were also perpetually in dire financial straits, as every mage seemed to oscillate between two states, either lacking funds or in a state of acute financial distress. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the interior of the mage's trading post appeared remarkably spacious. The counter was adorned with an array of equipment, magical artifacts, potions, raw materials, luxury items, scrolls, and books, all of which were diverse in nature, yet the clientele was scarce. This scarcity was primarily due to the exorbitant prices. Few could afford such treasures. A youthful and radiant girl, clad in a purple dress, approached Aaron with a dazzling smile. Welcome, sir. Are you here to sell or to purchase? Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and her demeanor shifted to one of enthusiastic warmth, instantly elevating her cordiality. Clearly, she recognized Aaron as a local nobleman. Aaron's gaze swept across the establishment and soon fell upon an elderly battle mage seated behind the main counter. His prowess likely reached the pinnacle of elite status. He donned spectacles thicker than the bottom of a wine bottle, intently focused on a piece of parchment before him. Aaron discerned his activity. He was memorizing spells. In theory, mages within the realm could learn an infinite number of spells. However, due to the restrictions imposed by the goddess of the weave, Mystra, although mages could comprehend all forms of magic, their capacity to memorize spells remained finite. For instance, a mage might understand 20 spells, yet due to the constraints of the weave, he could only simultaneously retain and utilize 5. The remainder would be automatically obscured from his mind. Should he wish to employ different spells, he would require a period of rest or meditation to recall the necessary incantations from his spellbook or scrolls, thereby substituting one of the existing 5. It was akin to a mage possessing a vast warehouse filled with goods, while his cart could only carry a limited load. He could only utilize what was within his cart. To access others, he would need to take some time to exchange unnecessary items for desired ones from the warehouse. The capacity of the cart was directly correlated to the mage and Appos' professional level and intelligence attribute. Nodding in understanding, Aaron wandered through the magical shop, quickly identifying 2 magical items of interest. The first was an energy storage staff, a simple yet magically enhanced staff that outwardly resembled an ordinary short stick, albeit sturdier than its wooden counterpart. This staff had the ability to absorb minute magical elements when spells were cast nearby, storing them for later release when the wielder required them. However, this staff was not a perpetual magical artifact. Each time it released its stored magic, there was a 3 to 6 chance of destruction, a risk that compounded with subsequent uses. If the first release was successful, the second would carry a 6 to 12 chance of failure. This item was a prototype, with a possibility of storage failure. Nevertheless, the staff could serve as a transitional tool, allowing a mage like Aaron to freely decide how to unleash the stored magical elements, much to the satisfaction of the noble Viscount. The second magical item is known as the Shield Brooch, which grants the wearer immunity to damage from a level 1 magical missile and provides a degree of resistance against other force field spells. That will be all, Aaron murmured. The energy-storing wand is valued at 400 gold coins, while the shield brooch is priced at 550 gold coins. Young man, given your status as a local noble, I shall discount you by 20 coins, the old battle mage remarked, casting a glance at Aaron. The total comes to 930 gold lions. Do you have cash on hand? Aaron turned and began to leave. Pardon my interruption, but I am heading to the Church of the Lady of Magic. Being a local does not justify your attempt to overcharge me. The shield brooch can be custom ordered from the church for merely 500 gold coins. Do not presume I am unaware of the market. As for the energy-storing wand, while I am not privy to its production costs, it is evidently a flawed item, and you dare to ask such a high price? If I seek something akin to this, I might as well search in the lower district, where I could procure similar goods at half the price. The old battle mage regarded Aaron with a measure of surprise. Young man, you are quite knowledgeable about the market. Name your price, and I shall consider it. Instead of countering directly, Aaron addressed the young maiden accompanying him. Is there a place that sells stockings here? The finest unicorn fleece stockings in Silver Moon City range from 20 to 30 gold coins, depending on availability, while high-quality spider silk stockings from the Shadowlands cost about 10 gold coins each. The local market price for stockings from the Magical Workshop hovers around 2 gold coins. Aaron requested 2 pairs of white lace suspender stockings from the Shadowlands, alongside the 2 magical items, 800 gold lions, a firm price, along with these. That is insufficient. Young man, the old battle mage shook his head. How about 850 gold lions? Considering your noble status, I'll offer you a 3 discount, bringing it to 825 gold lions. I reiterate, do you have cash? With a smile, Aaron produced a 1,000 gold coin note and gestured towards the magical scroll before the mage. Listen, sir, I am equally eager to conclude this transaction. Time is money. My friend, for both you and me, I could very well shop elsewhere. I imagine the Church of the Lady of Magic has similar items. However, considering my status as a local noble, I prefer to conduct business with you. Of course, you have the option to refuse my offer, and that is perfectly acceptable. Trade is free. Thus, these items will remain on the counter tomorrow, and the day after, and even a week later. My pursuit of this transaction will continue, while you will sit here and wait. The choice is yours, my friend. Aaron leaned on the counter, his cerulean eyes locked onto the battle mage. Very well. 800 gold coins, a firm price. The old mage finally conceded after a minute of hesitation, nodding. This marks my first transaction of the day. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. The enchantment was successful. Aaron presented the gold ticket, and with a grand gesture, the old mage summoned a stone golem, which retrieved 2 bags filled to the brim with gold coins from within the chamber. Casting a brief glance, the mage's hand deftly extracted 200 gold coins from the bags, placing them before Aaron. Each Comer gold lion coin weighed precisely 0.02 pounds, thus the 200 coins amassed a weight of 4 pounds, which Aaron promptly tucked into his cloak. Before departing, he stole another glance at the stone golem of the battle mage. This was an alchemical construct, standing at a towering height of 2-3 meters, robust enough to withstand most weaponry. His charm spells would be utterly ineffective against such a creature. It is a folly to assume that charm works on all beings, Aaron reminded himself, for one can never ascertain the capabilities of their adversary. Given his current prowess, he would likely falter against a kobold draconic sorcerer in a venture. Do not underestimate the kobold sorcerer. Despite their low intellect, they possess draconic blood. To ascend as a kobold draconic sorcerer, one must at least wield elite-level strength. A mere flick of their wrist could unleash a precise fireball, obliterating a cadre of fully armored elite warriors into mere fragments. Not to mention that the kobold draconic sorcerer is versed in many other minor spells. In the subsequent 5 days, Aaron underwent training as a novice within the knightly order. His academic performance was consistently stellar, achieving full marks, while his swordsmanship ranked above average. He swiftly mastered his first sword technique, Sword Aura, Heavy Slash, and began to delve into the second technique, Sword Aura, Vengeful Strike. However, on the Saturday of the second week, As Aaron prepared to further hone his second sword technique, his knightly instructor, Lucian, called out to him. Aaron, your training concludes here for today. There are certain matters that require your attention. What matters? Aaron inquired, laying down his wooden sword. After all, his magical mentor was notoriously exuberant. Chapter 38. My mentor, the lively young lady. Aaron set down his wooden sword and picked up a towel, vigorously wiping the sweat from his face and body. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, he had adeptly mastered the fundamental sword technique known as sword force, heavy slash. The technique and Oppo's greatest strength lies in its ability to channel the full force of one and Oppo's body, initiating power from the waist to deliver maximum damage. However, its inherent weakness is the depletion of strength, which can lead to exhaustion and expose one to vulnerabilities if the enemy is not struck. Sword force, vengeful strike, is a technique that requires fluid movements, enabling a rapid second attack immediately after the first, employing a powerful downward slash or thrust to secure victory. Unfortunately, Aaron's talent for swordsmanship pales in comparison to his other abilities, landing only at an above-average level, particularly as his wrist strength is somewhat lacking compared to his fellow recruits. Famously lively, Lucian remarked casually as he tossed a water bottle to Aaron. Remove your training attire and come to my office, recruit. I have matters to discuss with you. Yes. The news of Aaron participating in magical training swiftly stirred excitement among the recruits. How wonderful, my friend. You get to attend magic training and even have a dedicated mentor. I wish I could become a spellcaster, but alas, I lack the aptitude. You still have a chance, recruit. We all do. Warriors can ascend to become arcane knights in the future, if it is indeed possible. Yes, if it is possible. Someone quipped sarcastically. If it is possible. I would also like to be a candidate for the Lady of Magic. Haha. Aaron paid no heed to their chatter as he removed his damp training uniform and prepared to don fresh clothes, only to find his sword presented before him. As a nobleman, he was entitled to carry his sword at all times, save for the royal palace. Well, I eagerly await this, Aaron mused, having long been intrigued by the principles behind the holy slash. At that moment, a local recruit, clearly a native of the area, interjected into their conversation. His dark complexion, robust physique, polished boots, and meticulously groomed hair suggested he was indeed from Sicil. His name was Havel Kofi, son of the Minister of Shipping. Sicil is a city by the Dragon Lake, the royal city of Comir. While its port may not rival that of the nearby second-largest city, Mishambo, the presence of the royal city has historically made the position of Minister of Shipping an enviable one, fiercely contested by the nobility. As usual, our regent princess, without the endorsement of the royal council, appointed a trusted bureaucrat to the position of Minister of Shipping, much to the discontent of the national nobility. Were it not for the current challenging circumstances facing the kingdom, which necessitate ensuring smooth shipping operations, the nobles would have long since initiated an impeachment. Such is the nature of affairs. Greetings. Over the course of 2 weeks, Havel engaged in a few exchanges with Aaron. Given that Aaron was specifically chosen by Alicel to undergo new recruit training, Havel found it effortless to regard Aaron as an ally. Although the lad and Oppo's father held the esteemed title of Minister of Shipping, he was merely a noble in robes, devoid of even the authority to bear a sword. His family was affluent but lacked true standing, prompting Havel to take the initiative in forging a connection with Aaron. You have captured the favor of the goddess Tamora, Havel exclaimed. Oh, what do you mean by that, Havel? What do you know? Aaron inquired, intrigued. You'll find out today, I assure you. You will be thoroughly satisfied, for you are a man, Havel chuckled lewdly, nudging Aaron in the stomach with his elbow. It's splendid. You know how many are vying for her affections? Her? Aaron furrowed his brow, pondering the notion that Alicel had enlisted a sorceress to instruct him. My shield brooch hasn't even vibrated. Furthermore, any mentor worthy of teaching me should at least be capable of casting 4th or 5th-tier spells. Perhaps she could pass for my great-grandmother. Havel, discerning Aaron and Oppo's thoughts through his expression, remarked mysteriously, how about a wager? What kind of wager? Aaron and Oppo's interest piqued. Let us bet on your satisfaction with your magical mentor. If you are pleased, you shall treat everyone present to 5 cups of Am's water at the tavern. If not, I shall treat everyone to 5 cups of Am's water and a platter of roasted lamb. What do you say? Havel snapped his fingers. This fellow truly possessed considerable wealth. After a moment's contemplation, Aaron's eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. Indeed, this is part of the plan. Very well. Let us settle on the Dragon Tooth Tavern in the lower district and invite all our fellow warriors. Aaron declared, sealing the agreement with a high five with Havel. I swear by the Silver Mother Sullen that I shall speak my true thoughts honestly. I too swear by the Lady of Wealth. I also swear by the Lady of Joy that I shall fulfill my promise. Havel, feeling a sense of triumph at his little scheme's success, instinctively thought to swear by the Goddess of Wealth, only to recall that she had been missing for over 2 years, compelling him to redirect his vow to the Goddess of Joy, Lyra. Brothers, please bear witness to our pact. Witnessing the prospect of free food and drink, the new recruits cheered in agreement. The plan is a success, Havel thought to himself, satisfied as he endeavored to integrate into the collective. The plan is a success. Aaron too was quite pleased, contemplating how to establish a connection with the Dragon Tooth Gang. This opportunity had presented itself perfectly. When a group of new recruits from the Purple Dragon Knights congregated in his tavern, it would be remiss for the gang leader not to extend hospitality, especially considering the nature of their business. As for winning or losing the bet, it mattered little. His current radiance was somewhat overwhelming, and a modest loss in a wager might serve to bridge the gap between him and the others. After gathering his belongings and bidding farewell to everyone, Aaron rose to depart. Are you all set? Lucian had already been waiting for him in the office. The mentor, with his long and bushy beard, rose from behind the desk. Come, let us try on the attire. Attire? Aaron was perplexed by Lucian and Apos' words. Well, I have crafted a tailor-made tailcoat for you, which you will wear to meet your magical instructor tomorrow. Lucian seemed to recall something, a pained expression crossing his face. For your mentor, first impressions are exceedingly significant. They directly influence her willingness to teach you and the level of her commitment. She appears to be quite a casual yet capricious individual, Aaron thought, as he followed Lucian to the fitting room. You will see for yourself. The good news is, you possess commendable looks. Your appearance is quite striking. The bad news is, I am uncertain how the two of you will interact in person. Lucian rubbed his temples. I truly do not understand why Chief Vanguardhaster chose her. What sort of person could his magical mentor be? Aaron's anticipation grew. Based on Haverel's words, this mentor seemed to possess considerable charm. The following day, Sunday, at the lakeside of Long Lake, the Royal Combat Mage training grounds of Comure awaited. It was June, and the briny sea breeze fluttered the tails of Aaron and Apos' tailcoat as he stood alongside Lucian, who was donned in baronial regalia, amidst a grand sea of flowers, awaiting the arrival of Aaron's magical mentor. In this month of June, flowers were in full bloom, in the vibrant floral fields of lavender, lupins, chrysanthemums, sunflowers, roses, and peonies welcomed the sunlight, blossoming beneath the azure sky, reveling in their beauty and exuding enchanting fragrances. The gentle sea breeze eased the tension of those waiting, calming their anxious spirits. At times, the great eye of the sky shone too fiercely, its golden glow often obscured. Yet, all blossoms, regardless of their brilliance, would eventually wither and fall, as the whims of fate stripped away beauty. While waiting, Lucian, gazing over the endless sea of flowers, suddenly recited a small poem. His hand brushing against a delicate peony, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Luna, you remain as beautiful as ever, while I have grown old. His senior crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. What does that mean? What does it mean to not emulate the old fool? What is it that I have not managed well? A riddle, perhaps? Aaron, not comprehending, observed Lucian and Apos' fiery eyes and Dismas and Apos' tear-filled gaze, wisely deciding to refrain from mentioning the matter. Thank you, Lucian and Dismas, for spending your Sunday with me. Aaron deftly shifted the topic, smiling as he spoke. It is my responsibility to have you both accompany me to welcome my mentor on what should be your day of rest. Well, since there's nothing else to do, I might as well come along to see, Dismas replied nonchalantly, squatting on the ground, the grass in his mouth swaying this way and that, his dull eyes betraying an expression of indifference. I merely pity you, fearing you might be bullied by that old fool. Do not take my presence as something sentimental. The man. Aaron was rendered speechless. Lucian then cleared his throat twice. Outside the fortress, you may call me mentor or simply by my name. Aaron, I have specifically accompanied you today to convey that magic does not encompass everything. I understand that magic cannot represent all, as there exist myriad forces in this world. Aaron, unable to grasp Lucian and Apos' meaning, decided to repeat the statement, awaiting further elucidation from his mentor. Sorcerers are inherently arrogant, Aaron. You may not yet perceive this, but that is only because you have yet to truly feel the power within you. Lucian placed his hand on Aaron's shoulder, and the captain and Apos' eyes glimmered with affection and a hint of an eccentric smile. I have encountered many sorcerers. Their types, backgrounds, and strengths vary. Yet they share a common trait, an inflated self-assessment. Sorcerers who dream of one day becoming gods are ubiquitous. Yet the vast majority find it difficult to submit even to those who surpass them. You must conquer the arrogance ingrained in your essence. You must recognize that your lineage and the power within you may elevate you physically and magically, but this does not justify the abuse of your strength over the weak. The power of spirit is paramount. Without unwavering conviction, you risk straying from the righteous path. Your strength and magic may ultimately betray everything you once defended. The power of spirit cannot be learned. Otherwise, I would not serve as your knightly mentor. Remember to stay true to your heart. This is the essence of a sorcerer. Dismar squatted on the ground, bored, and remarked, Aaron, I tell you, this old coot has recited this speech to no fewer than 5 individuals. Merely altering the part about you being a sorcerer, the rest is identical. It's a tough life, Aaron. Look at your senior. He actually remembers my teachings. Lucian's expression turned sentimental as he shook his head, unable to suppress his emotions, the nameless one once said. Even a pig learns to climb a wall after 3 repetitions. Indeed, it is no falsehood. Old coot, who are you calling a pig? Dismar exclaimed, jumping up in indignation. Wait, here they come. Aaron quickly restrained Dismar, preventing him from receiving another blow to the head. Following his gaze, a swiftly approaching carriage was racing toward the trio, the rhythm of hooves and wheels in perfect synchrony, yet the driver, who should have been at the helm, was nowhere to be seen. The carriage doors swung wide open, and a girl of miraculous beauty peeked out. Even the sunlight seemed dimmed in her presence. Her visage, akin to a flawless artwork, absorbed all radiance. She donned a dress of hawthorn wine-red lace collar with delicate checks, her waist-length hair flowing like a waterfall of the Milky Way in a soft pink hue. 2 slender willow brows barely emerged beneath her light bangs. And she possessed the most vibrant and striking countenance, with a pair of sweet, bright golden almond-shaped eyes brimming with intelligence. The cloak draped over her checkered dress could not conceal her angelic beauty, nor could it mask her devilish figure. The elegantly exposed collarbone, slightly arched beneath the fair skin, reveals an alluring curvature, while the majority of the alabaster neck glistens with the pride of elasticity, showcasing a captivating radiance under the sun. Following the delicate visage of the maiden peering from the carriage is a pair of brown square-buckle shoes adorned with butterfly diamond accents, perched upon red-soled heels. Her dainty feet, encased in translucent brown stockings, gracefully descend from the carriage, resting on the footboard, contrasting with the fuller legs of the pastor's daughter and the regent's daughter, which are robust from combat training. This young lady and Appo's legs appear somewhat slender, with a faint crease in the stockings at the bend of her knee, suggesting her movements. It is a privilege to have you here to guide me, a unique student. The flag officer Lucian stepped forward with a nod. Is this my magical mentor? Aaron mused, captivated by the girl and Appo's stunning beauty. A minor? She seems younger than I am. Oh dear, I heard from Alicel that the Salian family has produced an intriguing child. Is this the one? The maiden's bright golden eyes sparkled with curiosity and liveliness, fixating on Aaron. It's him, right? Hiki, I can feel it. Lucian's expression shifted, contemplating the reputed ease with which those of exceptional charm attract one another. Indeed, it was no mere rumor. Yes, indeed, this is Aaron Salian, my knight apprentice. I am immensely honored to receive your guidance, milady, Aaron quickly replied. Ah, how fascinating, truly delightful, the girl remarked, hands on her hips, slowly approaching Aaron, her petite nose sniffing the air. Is that the scent of deceit I detect? Are you perhaps pondering how someone younger than you could be fit to instruct you? The pink-haired maiden leaned in, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. Aaron awkwardly shook his head, playfully responding. I won't deny that I'm a tad perplexed. Just kidding. The girl twirled in place, excitedly spreading her arms. You truly are an interesting child. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charlotte Cardinai, the next chief sorceress of the Commer royal family. Chapter 39, The Triad Sorcerer. Blessings of the 4 Divine Beings. Second update. Once, the kingdom of Commer was graced by multiple legends, among which the most renowned was the former King Aeson IV. Together with the illustrious Archmage Vangdar Heist, they collaborated harmoniously, ushering Commer into its most splendid golden age. However, those days are now but a distant memory. Following the cataclysm of the Saints and the Goblin Wars, Commer now boasts only 2 legends, the venerable Archmage Vangdar Heist and Tesserial Winterday, the Lord of Morningstar Town. It is said that the old mage Vangdar Heist sustained severe injuries during the Goblin Wars, rendering him far less formidable than before. And he has scarcely made an appearance in recent months, with rumors suggesting a prolonged convalescence. Tesserial Winterday, hailing not from the ranks of the Azure Dragon Knights, is a mage who also engages in combat. Her prowess is considered quite ordinary among legends, and she venerates the forest goddess Mealike, often expressing disdain for royal commands that extend beyond her essential duties. Due to Tesserial's influence, Morningstar Town has transformed into a sanctuary for druids and rangers, housing the grandest altar of the Father of Oak, the nature deity Sylvanus, within Comer's borders. In the online literature that Aaron perused, a popular phrase asserts that legends are as common as dogs and liches abound, suggesting that one could easily encounter hundreds or even thousands of legends in a space as minuscule as the palm of one's hand. Yet, when Aaron sought to investigate this notion further, he discovered a starkly different reality. The essence of a legend lies in their extraordinary power, which can influence the fate of entire continents or even the multiverse. If such beings were commonplace in everyday life, they would no longer warrant the title of legends. Why, then, does the adage proclaim that legends are as plentiful as dogs? For instance, prior to his transmigration, Aaron encountered a report stating that the Celestial Empire boasted 133,000 billionaires, with 655 individuals possessing a net worth exceeding $1 billion, surpassing the United States to claim the top position globally. Simply based on this figure, if one assumes an average household of 5, it would imply there are several 100,000 billionaires, and this count reflects only those with publicly declared assets. The sheer number of individuals with net assets over 1 billion, totaling 655, could fill an entire stadium, a vast sea of dark figures. When applied to a kingdom, magnifying the dimensions of time and space, does this not equate to legends being as numerous as dogs, liches wandering freely? Yet, in reality, how often does a common person encounter a billionaire? Some may never cross paths with one in their entire lifetime. The reasons are simple. First, the ordinary individual has not reached that echelon, and thus lacks opportunities to engage with legendary beings. Second, many legendary figures choose to remain incognito, having no desire to interact with those of lesser power. Where, then, are all these legends wandering the streets? Among the 7 sisters of the North. Eldest sister Elastrin and Layla are considered frequent attendees, yet they too are often engaged in various ventures. Queen Shimbu of Agoralan has mysteriously vanished multiple times, leading the kingdom's council to speculate on her demise. Ilminster often operates shrouded in enigma, with the probability of locating him in Shadow Valley nearing zero. Within the kingdom, a master-level powerhouse can easily establish dominion over a region. No one knows why the legendary mage Vangda Heister discovered Charlotte Caldina, nor why he chose her, nor why he took her as his disciple and designated her as the next royal chief sorceress. Similarly, the decision to have this sorceress instruct Aaron was that of the regent princess. Both Lucian and Aaron had no choice but to accept it. Well, shall we introduce ourselves? After all, we are to be master and apprentice, Charlotte Caldina said, her hands on her hips. The sorceress, with her perfect figure and exquisitely sweet face, approached Aaron closely, circling around him gracefully. The delicate heels of her shoes clicked softly against the cobblestone path, twirling with her pink hair. I am Aaron Salian, a Caesarian and a descendant of the Salian family, Aaron said, bowing respectfully. The Salian? Oh, I know of them. The family that lost their noble title and was exiled to the vast lands. The sorceress raised a small hand, clad in a white lace glove, gently supporting her delicate, fair face. Alice Sell told me about this. I thought I had misheard. Yes, that is indeed the Salian, Aaron replied, feeling a bit awkward. He cleared his throat. In any case, I am truly honored to receive your guidance, Minter Caldina. Oh, there and Amp. Oppos. No need to call me and Amp. Oppos. Minter and Amp. Oppos. I can and Amp. Oppos. TB much older than you. I am 21 this year. I am 18, Aaron thought to himself, realizing she was not much older than he. Indeed, Charlotte. Yea, from today, I have a pupil. The sorceress exclaimed, her fist clenched against her chest, her face flushed with excitement. Mr. Lucian, and you, thank you for bringing him here. You're welcome. Miss Caldina, it is our duty. We entrust Aaron to you, so please nurture him well, Lucian, the flag officer, said as he prepared to leave with Dismas. Having seen that the sorceress had accepted Aaron's status as her apprentice, Dismas straightened from the ground, unable to resist stealing another glance at the sorceress. What a beautiful woman. No wonder that fellow Manicon Anhium had tried every means to pursue her. If that guy knew that his goddess held such regard for his junior, he would probably explode with rage. Dismas eagerly anticipated that spectacle. However, the sorceress seemed utterly uninterested in Dismas, not even casting a glance in his direction. Humph. These arrogant spellcasters only have this moment to revel in their pride, Dismas thought, clenching his fists. One day, all of the realm shall regard me with esteem. Meanwhile, amidst a cluster of flower beds, the sorceress instructed Aaron to stand still, her presence exuding a captivating scent of rich tulips. Likewise, Aaron emanated a refreshing aroma of citrus and lemon, mingled with a hint of subtle rosemary. The pink hair danced in the breeze as Charlotte Kaladna scrutinized Aaron's salient, her bright golden eyes brimming with curiosity. She had no intention of instructing just anyone. She was a sorceress, a proud sorceress. Aaron, come closer, the pink-haired noblewoman beckoned. Yes, Aaron replied cautiously, stepping nearer. A bit closer. Charlotte seized Aaron and damp Oppo's sleeve, drawing him within mere inches of herself. The intoxicating fragrance of the young lady combined with the potent aura of magic left Aaron momentarily dazed. Instinctively, he recoiled, only to be held fast by Charlotte's grip, forcing him to maintain the intimate distance. Is there something you need? The allure of this sorceress was undeniable. He was the child of chaos, brimming with extraordinary charm. The collision of their magnetic presences stirred a subconscious desire within him to draw nearer to his mentor, an instinctive yearning from the depths of his soul. From this day forth, you shall be my apprentice, the noblewoman proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. I need to ascertain what type of sorcerer you truly are. How do we do that? Aaron inquired, genuinely intrigued about his own sorceress nature. Here, extend your hand. Charlotte blinked her bright golden eyes. Like this. She unveiled her delicate hand, encased in a white lace glove, as a radiant orb of light began to coalesce in her palm. Come, Aaron, touch this orb with your finger and release a small amount of magic. I wish to see what kind of sorcerer you are. Like this? Aaron inquired as he touched the orb with his fingertip, releasing a modicum of his magic. Ah, you are a wild sorcerer, Charlotte mused thoughtfully, her gaze lingering on Aaron's handsome, captivating visage. A slender finger rested on her cheek as she continued. I had assumed you were a dragon blood sorcerer, considering the majority of sorcerers in the realm belong to that lineage. Continue, Aaron, Kaladna commanded. To avoid any misjudgment, I must observe further. Aaron remained silent, channeling more magic into the orb. As he did, the orb began to evolve once more. In the cosmic void, stars twinkled, and all was silent, save for the galaxies in their ceaseless dance, whispering ancient truths. Within the sacred laws established by the Creator, time and space flowed slowly, with each fleeting moment echoing eternity. A cosmic sorcerer, Charlotte and Oppo's golden eyes widened in astonishment as she intently scrutinized the orb, confirming her observations. Celestial bodies, boundless voids, the grand cosmic wheel? A dual sorcerer. You, like me, are a dual sorcerer. The noblewoman exclaimed with excitement. This is the first time I and Oppo's encountered someone who shares my dual nature. Like you? Aaron furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of having a mentor who was also a dual sorcerer. This revelation was indeed intriguing. In that case, allow me to show you something even more formidable. With determination, Aaron closed his eyes and intensified the flow of his magical energy. The scenery within the small luminous sphere underwent yet another transformation. Initially, there was a chaotic dance of flames, the celestial bodies of the sun, moon, and stars revolving in the vast cosmos. At the center of the sphere, tiny sparks began to flicker. These sparks were exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible amidst the void and the multitude of stars. They were so diminutive, yet so radiant. As Aaron continued to channel his energy, the sparks grew larger. This was the power of order, the essence of the laws themselves. Those minute sparks represented a force from a higher dimension, a symbol of divinity. The very source that allowed the gods to transcend mere mortals, divine sparks. At that moment, Charlotte could no longer contain the astonishment that surged from the depths of her being. You are a soul sorcerer, just like me. A soul sorcerer? Charlotte was also a soul sorcerer? Aaron had no time to respond, as an overwhelming sense of danger began to close in on him. This is bad. We must leave. Quickly, Charlotte reacted faster than he could, severing their connection the instant Aaron sensed the impending threat, and she hurled the luminous sphere away. The sphere soared and then exploded not far off, but not in the manner one might expect from a mundane explosion. It hovered above the flower bed, distorting the surrounding space as it rapidly collapsed toward its center. The veil of reality was ruthlessly torn apart by an immense force, revealing the true visage of the chaotic realms. A world shrouded in thick, dark mist, vibrant halos, and terrifying abysses offered a fleeting glimpse. As millions of twisted beings emitted anguished cries in response to the world and Apos' fluctuations. The rampaging energy symbolized endless opportunities, yet also represented successive waves of destruction, as if this beautiful flower field were merely a fleeting illusion. From within this cacophonous realm of darkness, something emerged. In a dark green garden, a plump old man with two horns, savoring a rich broth in front of a large pot, opened his mouth wide, allowing writhing maggots to tumble from his teeth and tongue. At a grand purple banquet, a colossal ram and Apos' head hung adorned with hundreds of long chains glimmering with enchanting light. As it raised a goblet, the debaucherous feast far from its conclusion. Within a deep blue crystalline cave, a three-eyed monstrosity exhaled a plume of pink flame. While possibly over 1,000,000 demonic scribes feverishly took notes, preparing to record their master's interpretations of the supreme fate. Lastly, in an arena where oratory and combat entwined, another frenzied slaughter unfolded, blood flowing, severed heads strewn across the ground. A figure seated upon a throne awaited the conclusion of the battle with satisfaction, prepared to bestow upon the victor a reward beyond mortal imagination. Aaron gazed, entranced by the chaotic realms, awestruck by the infinite mysteries of the universe. This was chaos. How wondrous! How beautiful! How luring! Like fresh air finally seeping into a sealed basement, Aaron inhaled gently, breathed deeply, and then reopened his eyes. "Aaron," Charlotte exclaimed angrily. "Didn't I tell you that you only needed to exert a little effort? Your reckless use of magic might attract some peculiar beings." "Yes, it is my fault." Aaron's gaze flickered as he regained his usual expression, scratching his head. "I find it somewhat challenging to control myself. If you wish to become my pupil, you must heed your mentor and Apos' advice." The sorceress lightly tapped Aaron and Apos' head. "From now on, refrain from such reckless behavior. It is perilous." "Understood, mentor." "However, a triple sorceress. How intriguing, truly fascinating. You are both a cosmic sorceress and a spiritual sorceress. I shall take the opportunity to teach you well." Charlotte and Apos' emotional fluctuations were indeed enigmatic. The recent events seemed to evoke neither suspicion nor curiosity in her. "Very well, from today onwards, I shall be your elder sister?" Aaron and Apos' expression conveyed disbelief. "Are you serious? When did you become my sister?" The final remark came from Salian. "You are a cosmic sorceress, and so am I. You are a spiritual sorceress, and so am I. I am 3 years your senior, hence I am your sister." The young lady stated matter-of-factly. "Come, let us proceed inside. Sister is about to commence lessons for her brother." "You seemingly did not heed my words, did you?" Aaron was being dragged by Charlotte deeper into the villa nestled in the flower garden. "I care not. In my capacity as your sorceress mentor, I command you. Henceforth, you shall be my brother." The young lady asserted with audacity. "Very well. The sorcerer's lessons for my brother shall commence today?" "All right." Aaron exhaled deeply. "Whether it be sister, younger sister, or mother, as long as I can learn magic. She is a commendable mentor." It appeared she was unconcerned about what she had witnessed. Aaron mused. "This is excellent news, otherwise I would struggle to explain. I hope no one else saw this. Alas, in the realm of mortals, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest." Just then, a battle mage passing by, on his way to report for training, fortuitously caught sight of this scene. "This matter must be reported to the Church of the Triune Justice." The final remark came from Salian, offspring of an ancient malevolent entity. Chapter 40. The path of magic. Aaron's journey into the realm of magic commenced swiftly on that fateful Sunday. The young sorceress, with her decisive demeanor, was a paragon of efficiency. Her inaugural task for Aaron was to thoroughly clean the entire villa. This appeared to be a rite of passage for apprentices of spellcasters. Though Aaron remained silent, he soon discerned that Charlotte Caliadne was far from careless. Her notion of cleaning entailed categorizing hundreds of books and thousands of magical artifacts, restoring order amidst a labyrinth of magical traps. This was no trivial undertaking, yet it proved to be considerably less burdensome than he had initially anticipated. The villa, expansive as it seemed, housed a vast library and a magical workshop, while the actual living quarters were rather modest. Charlotte seemed to harbor a disdain for unnecessary intrusions, allowing only the servants to visit periodically for cleaning and tending to the gardens. After a morning spent organizing the copious volumes, Aaron was promptly assigned by his mentor to prepare lunch using fresh ingredients from the pantry. This task posed no challenge for Aaron, who had a penchant for culinary arts in his previous life, particularly excelling in Russian and Roman cuisines. His Russian dishes, including sandwiches, apple pie, teriyaki potatoes with chicken, had received widespread acclaim. The Roman fare was even more extensive, with specialties such as Old June fortress-style roasted lamb chops, chicken-stuffed Roman bread, Roman meatballs, human flatbreads, and lamb pilaf, all of which he mastered with ease. Under the pressure of the young lady's urgency, Aaron had little time for preparation, nonetheless. He crafted a few simple dishes, including sausage potato pancakes, Russian herring rolls, and beef borscht. After their meal, Charlotte beckoned him to follow her. They entered a spacious bedroom, dominated by a large, plush bed in the center. Along one wall stood a long row of bookshelves and a writing desk, flanked by two small doors, one leading to a washroom and wardrobe, the other to a sitting room and parlor. "Come in, brother," Charlotte exclaimed as she discarded her high heels, her delicate feet encased in sheer stockings sinking into the soft carpet. Her slender, elegant legs were accentuated by the light brown stockings, revealing her fair, smooth skin, while her enticing ankles swayed gently with her movements, producing a soft rustle as the stockings brushed against the carpet. "Yes," Aaron replied, removing his shoes to follow her into the sanctuary of her room, where a fragrant aura enveloped him. He watched as she snapped her fingers, illuminating the dim space with a light spell. Then, with another snap, she ignited the candles adorning the room. In a rather unrefined manner, she leaped onto the bed, rolling playfully. "The lunch you made is truly delicious. From now on, you shall be the chef." "If you wish, I have no objections," Aaron replied, casting a sidelong glance. Recognizing that being a cook was merely part of an apprentice and Apos' duties, a customary role in their realm. "Call me sister, Charlotte and Apos," as temperament shifted swiftly. "Otherwise, I shall not teach you." "Yes, sister," Aaron conceded with a resigned tone. "Very well, take a brief respite for a few minutes while sister prepares. The lesson is about to commence." Charlotte rolled over in bed a couple of times before promptly rising. The sorceress straightened her hair and smoothed out the wrinkles in her stockings. "We are holding the lecture right here?" "Indeed, right here. Sister's class is starting." The young lady retrieved a pair of red-framed spectacles from the table. Once donned, they lent her a touch less vivacity and a hint more intellect. After organizing her materials, she began her lecture right in the bedroom. Sister spoke with great seriousness, and her brother listened intently. Charlotte commenced her discourse on the essence of magic and the origins of the magical network. Though Aaron had a general understanding of these topics, he remained attentive as Charlotte elaborated further. Soon, she addressed the similarities and differences among spellcasters. Among the 12 foundational professions in the realm, only the warrior, barbarian, and rogue are incapable of casting spells. The remaining professions, whether arcane or divine, are all considered spellcasters. Among them, the profession relying on intelligence to cast spells is the wizard. Those who depend on perception to cast spells include druids, rangers, monks, and clerics. Meanwhile, the charm-based spellcasters comprise sorcerers, warlocks, paladins, and bards. Charlotte succinctly articulated the distinctions between casting based on different attributes. Wizards engage in extensive study, deconstructing spell models to comprehend and reconstruct them for casting. Thus, their foremost requirement is intelligence. Lacking sufficient intelligence renders them incapable of successfully deciphering and assembling the spell structure, preventing them from utilizing that spell. In contrast, spellcasters reliant on perception do not require such understanding. They merely serve as conduits for magic, channeling it through faith and attunement with natural laws. Charm-based spellcasters operate in an even more straightforward manner. Their magic may stem from the projection of their will sorcerers, the allure of gifts from their patron, warlocks, or the influence of music as a medium to affect and shape reality, bards. This explanation may seem somewhat intricate, yet Aaron distilled it into simpler terms in his mind. Intelligence-based casting is akin to master craftsmen executing engineering projects. They must comprehend and master the blueprints. Provided with comprehensible designs and ample materials, no project is beyond their reach. The higher the intelligence, the greater the understanding. Perception-based casting resembles a marine calling for artillery strikes. The perception attribute determines one's significance and signal strength. Higher perception translates to better signals, greater accuracy, and more formidable firepower. Charm-based casting is like a streamer enthusiastically urging patrons for gifts. The greater the charm, the more effective the broadcast, attracting more sponsors willing to contribute. Among the professions, two stood out as peculiar. The first is the monk, who harnesses the element known as chi through perceptual training to enhance themselves or strike their foes. Regarding the true nature of chi and its application, Charlotte admitted, "I do not know either. The debate over whether chi should be classified as magic has long occupied the scholars of Candlekeep. Another topic of discussion pertains to the paladin. Logically, paladins are believed to channel their spellcasting abilities through faith in the oaths they take, resonating with the laws of the multiverse. Thus, their primary attribute for spellcasting should rightfully be wisdom. Yet, why is it charisma? The answer offered by the young lady is that a paladin's magic does not rely on harmonizing with the laws, but rather on manifesting their powerful and resolute sacred oaths to influence the realm of reality. Hence, their spell casting is also tied to charisma. However, this too presents perplexities, such as why a paladin devoted to a deity would cast spells through charisma. The young lady and Apos' response was simply to not delve too deeply into it, as it is not pertinent to them. They are warlocks, after all. Yet, Aaron found himself yearning for clarity. He had closely observed the sacred strike of paladins multiple times, and the child of chaos had attempted it several times, finding a glimmer of understanding. He was practicing the sacred strike in reverse. He had even named it the true silver slash of sin. However, just as he was on the cusp of success, with the wooden sword emanating a ring of purple light, the familiar agonizing pain thwarted him once more. I always encounter issues when casting spells, sister, Aaron confessed to Charlotte. Aside from the spells that automatically surface in my mind, I am unable to manifest any other magic. Whenever I attempt to recite incantations or perform gestures, I am met with intense pain and internal bleeding. Let me take a look, Charlotte said, placing her hand upon Aaron's head. Standing at approximately 167 to 168 centimeters, Charlotte was of above-average height for women, her lively and charming presence enveloping Aaron in a fragrant wave of tulip aroma. How delightful, Charlotte noted, catching a whiff of the citrusy scent emanating from Aaron. She gently probed his inner energy with her magic. Brother, you possess an overwhelming variety of energies within you, wild magic, cosmic energy, and divine sparks, with multiple instances of divine sparks present. Moreover, there is another divine power within you. It seems to belong to the Silver Mother. That's all right. Give me a few days, and I shall assist you. Aaron nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, he diligently assisted Charlotte, helping her organize her belongings, clean, cook, and listen to her lectures. It must be said that her teaching style was particularly warlock-like. For instance, during class, Aaron posed a long-standing question. Sister, in the first circle of magic, what is the Tasha's hideous laughter spell? Who is Tasha? Why is the spell named after her? Understandable, Aaron thought, realizing that even a lack of understanding could be articulated so logically, truly a hallmark of a warlock. All right. That will be all for today, Charlotte concluded, setting down her book. She then picked up a vial filled with a shimmering platinum liquid. Drink this, brother. What is this? Aaron inquired as he took the vial. The young lady began to recite a spell, and a two-dimensional portal materialized within the room, leading directly to the shores of Dragon Lake. The 6 arcane magic, the secret method. Aaron gazed at the shimmering platinum liquid swaying within the vial, hesitating for a few moments under Charlotte's watchful eyes before ultimately consuming it. The gentle waves rippled, and the sea breeze danced as Aaron, having ingested the liquid, sat beside Charlotte on a withered tree by the Dragon Lake. Do not resist, or the pain will be excruciating. The bloodline power of a sorcerer differs from that of a mage, whose spells can be calibrated. Some sorcerers, lacking proper mentorship in their youth, develop poor casting habits, and such suffering may accompany them throughout their lives. Charlotte slowly undid Aaron and Apos' buttons, exposing his bare torso. My sister is an exceptional sorceress. I have never been concerned. Aaron maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, he felt no worry, even finding the energy to jest. After all, she is my sister. 2 warm streams of magic surged into him from different points. How delightful. Aaron felt the locks deep within his being released by this power, as the 2 warm magical flows carved enchanting rainbows throughout his body, breaking through all those blocked, sealed, and twisted parts. The intense sensation of relief left Aaron somewhat dazed. Truly, this is exquisite. The bloodline power began to boil, wherever the young lady and Apos' magic flowed. Aaron and Apos' blood and magic surged relentlessly, his pores wide open. He beheld, within his eyes, a brand new world, where every existence was imbued with magical energy. Every stone, every stream, every living creature, even the very air itself resonated with magic. He sensed a bridge leading deep into a multiverse, a colossal structure of magical weaving. This entity was known as the magic web, yet it was not the end. Aaron felt his soul rising higher and higher, drifting ever upward, like a small vessel sailing smoothly amidst colossal waves, bursting with fervor as it soared through the skies. The mighty waves continued to surge and roar, but Aaron felt no fear, for his sister, Charlotte Caledni, was right behind him, embracing him, their souls resonating in harmony. The brilliance of life echoing together. An infinite warmth enveloped them. At last, when the giant waves crashed upon the cosmos, Aaron, in that fleeting moment of losing consciousness, glimpsed something extraordinary. An infinite void of the universe unfolded before him, silver specks scattered above, below, and all around, shimmering like a radiant spider's web. Here, there was no direction, no concept of time, nor space. Only a golden bond connected Charlotte behind him to something within the void, a majestic sun, sleeping and emanating platinum flames. Thank you, sister. Aaron straightened himself, smiling as he spoke. It was an extraordinarily marvelous experience you bestowed upon me. I shall remember it forever. Hee. Sister had a splendid experience as well, Charlotte exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly, her cheeks flushing with a unique hue as her lovely legs trembled. Quick, give it a try. As I said, we need not comprehend. Just let the magic heed your command. It and Apos. That simple. A vibrant flame manifested in Aaron and Apos' palm. With a casual flick of his wrist, the flame transformed into a conical projectile, soaring forth and erupting into a column of water upon striking the surface of the distant dragon lake. A flame arrow. I have succeeded. I can finally wield magic within the realm. Aaron clenched his fist in triumph. I did it. Brother. How wonderful. Charlotte exclaimed, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace. Laughter spilling forth. Observing the radiant and heartfelt smile gracing the young lady's face, Aaron felt a sweet sensation seep into his heart through the gap left by her embrace. As he savored the charm of his enchanting sister, an unexpected thought surfaced in his mind. The era of the priestess has passed. The time of the young lady has arrived. Sister, I yearn to learn more. Please teach me further. Certainly, it would be my pleasure. Chapter 41. Dragon Tooth Bar on Wednesday, the first day of June in the year 1360 of the Valley calendar, which marked the fourth day of Aaron and Apos' tutelage under the sorceress lady, an afternoon unfolded. As he meditated, the chaotic octagram flared into his mind, heralding his breakthrough. His sorcerer level ascended, and his spell-casting capacity surged from 3 first-tier spells per rest to 5. Accompanying this advancement was his swift mastery of national magic, facilitated by the lady's direct guidance, which liberated him from the constraints of not being able to cast such spells, thereby enriching his repertoire significantly. Aaron's current list of spells includes cantrips, charm person, fire bolt, electric claw, light, guidance, mage hand. First-tier spells, chaotic missile, colorful dream, colorful whip, quirky flame, quirky blue flame. Self-disguise, grease, Tasha and Apos' laughter, rainbow spray, chaotic grease. Second-tier spells, colorful tongue, unusable, quirky lightning arrow, unusable. Indeed, with Aaron and Apos' enhanced abilities, a plethora of spells began to manifest in his mind, including an exceptionally powerful damage-dealing spell, the quirky lightning arrow. This spell possesses tremendous destructive capability, rivaling that of a third-tier fireball if it strikes true. Additionally, the target must contend with the stunning and corrupting effects of the quirky lightning. The former can easily incapacitate those with insufficient willpower, while the latter risks mutation for those lacking in physical fortitude. However, the quirky lightning arrow does present a challenge. Its casting method involves a descent from the heavens, targeting a circular area with a diameter of 5 meters. Once the area is determined, a 5-second delay ensues before the lightning strikes the ground. This potent spell, with its immense damage and formidable control, is indeed a rare find. The delay before impact makes direct hits nearly impossible, necessitating either preemptive targeting or precise control, which greatly tests the caster and Apos' skill. As for why Aaron could foresee the power of the quirky lightning arrow, it was truly exhilarating. Aaron, do you feel it? Our resonance unveils a brand new world, a new magic and newfound strength. The sorceress lady, adorned in a sapphire blue dress with pearlescent accents, gleefully leaped up, clinging to Aaron like a koala. Her bright golden eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as you share your magic with me, I too can wield it. I sense a new realm of magic unfolding before me. It is simply wondrous that you can use it. Aaron smiled and nodded, feeling immense joy from the magical learning of recent days. You are simply delightful, Aaron. I initially feared I would be teaching a troublesome individual, Charlotte exclaimed, clapping her hands and then rolling playfully on the bed. To my surprise, Aaron, you could become the man of my dreams. Does this not mean I have gained another sister? The fragrance emanating from the young lady is utterly intoxicating. Hiki, Aaron, from where did you acquire your culinary recipes? After living in this realm for so many years, I have yet to encounter the dishes you prepare. As for the soul sorceress, I have only seen you along with my 2 soul sorcerers indulging in your delight. Aaron cast a glance at the sky outside the window, where the setting sun hung over the dragon lake. I must take my leave now. Until next week, sister. Yes, Aaron. See you next week. Charlotte felt a tinge of reluctance, yet the young lady was never one to succumb easily to sentimentality. The thought of reuniting the following week instantly lifted her spirits. She approached Aaron, extending her hand. It is a promise. We shall create even more formidable magic together. Indeed, sister, it is a promise. A serious expression graced Aaron and Appo's strikingly handsome face as he firmly clasped her delicate hand. The moment their palms met, a radiant glow enveloped both of them. The platinum light surrounding the young lady blended with the violet-gray luminescence emanating from Aaron, signifying yet another synchronization of their souls. Accompanied by the glow of the setting sun, Aaron departed from the estate by Dragon Lake, still pondering the enigma of this mysterious sorceress lady. My sister? The soul sorceress stands as a particularly unique presence among sorcerers, possessing a faint spark of divine essence. What, exactly, is this divine spark? No one knows. Aaron could only glean fragmentary insights from the archives of the young lady's library and the royal library. Legendary bards have described the divine spark as a special attribute that distinguishes deities from mortals, the profound essence underlying divinity. The possession of a divine spark signifies the distinction between the divine and the mundane. A quintessential example is the previously mentioned god of art and reptiles, Vandy Dragonthorn, who is said to have absorbed the divine spark of a fallen deity and, through some means, successfully ascended to godhood. There are whispers that deities may bestow a fragment of their divine spark upon mortals, enabling them to ascend as their demigods, while others suggest that mortals who contribute to cosmic balance through epic adventures may easily gain the favor of the divine and be granted a divine spark. Such rumors abound, chaotic and contradictory. Presently, Aaron is certain that the 4 deities have infused a spark of divinity into his being, rather than bestowing power through a contract. This is why he identifies as a chaotic sorcerer, not a warlock. According to the young lady, the enhancement of a soul sorceress's power lies in the activation of their divine spark. Mastering its use allows the divine power and spells held by the deity to manifest directly in the mind of the soul sorceress, enabling the learning of an ever-growing repertoire of magic, divine spells, and arcane arts. However, Aaron is acutely aware that the more he develops the powers of the 4 deities, the more likely they are to notice him from their distant cosmic realm, sensing his presence. Thus, danger and opportunity coexist. As for the essence of cosmic arts, it lies in yielding to the celestial rhythms of the sun, moon, and stars, harnessing the immutable forces of the universe to fortify oneself, with its power fluctuating in accordance with the tides of energy. By adhering to the laws of the cosmos, cosmic arts can amplify the potency of magic into close combat, whilst equally enhancing physical strength to bolster magical prowess. By following these principles, one may manifest the power of the universe. How intriguing indeed. Magic is a most captivating phenomenon. Aaron nonchalantly drew his standard longsword, and as he infused it with magical energy, a thick, purplish haze began to emanate from the blade. Allow me to test my sword, he declared. What do you think, dear Lord Salian? Havel grinned mischievously, his expression one of knowing anticipation as he inquired, how does it feel? I trust it hasn't disappointed you? I concede defeat, Aaron replied with calm acceptance, spreading his arms wide. Thoroughly defeated, Havel. Call upon the brothers. Tonight, I shall treat. Oh ho, did you hear that, brothers? Aaron Salian is exceedingly pleased with his enchanting magical mentor, Havel exclaimed, his face alight with expectation as he burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands. Tonight, he and Appo's treating us at the Dragon and Appo's Tooth Tavern. The waters of AM are awaiting our arrival. Oh, cheered the recruits in unison. Aaron discreetly noted that the vast majority of the new soldiers had agreed to attend the gathering. In the military, camaraderie is paramount. While the collective often does not encompass the entirety of life, nor represent the interests of all or even most individuals, this was a lesson Aaron had learned over 30 years in his previous life. Yet within the military, the collective truly signifies everything. Integrating into the group is crucial. It determines whether one can entrust their back to others in times of war. A well-timed gamble on failure could bridge the gap between Aaron and the others, potentially forging connections with the Dragon and Appos, eighteenth gang. This transaction holds merit. A minor financial loss could yield a few trustworthy comrades, and Aaron would gladly partake in such endeavors multiple times. The day's training concluded amidst eager anticipation. That afternoon, Aaron made a point to greet Dismar. Go if you wish, it matters not to me. If you enjoy mingling with them, then by all means, indulge, Dismar remarked indifferently, his dead fish-like eyes rolling. It's likely soon, he added. The old man's tests are always time-sensitive. Without finishing his thought, Dismar turned and walked away. Everyone is prepared. We await only you, said Paladin Norlinton, observing Dismar and Appos' retreating figure. Your senior is quite an eccentric fellow. He is simply too proud, Aaron sighed softly. I believe Lucian, the standard-bearer, is correct. If one aspires to become a purple dragon knight, one must prove themselves worthy of the title. If one merely seeks to use the title as a means of validation. Aaron did not continue. The recruits had gathered, numbering 19 in total, with 2 others preoccupied with separate matters. Aaron noted that both were local inhabitants of Susul. The newly trained recruits, under the guidance of Aaron and Havel, departed from the Knights' stronghold to venture into the lower district. The environment of the lower district starkly contrasted with the pristine and orderly upper district. It was a realm of filth and chaos, perpetually shrouded in an unpleasant odor. Refugees from Arabelle congregated at the corners and alleyways, awaiting the arrival of relief provisions from the regent princess. The streets were teeming with Arabelians. Havel, with his hands clasped behind his head, exuded an air of youthful exuberance, playfully nudging Aaron and inquiring, Aaron, may I call you by your name directly? We are brothers. Are we not? To which Aaron, contemplating the necessity of fostering a camaraderie with Havel, replied affirmatively. Havel's father, the shipping minister, was a trusted confidant of the regent princess, undoubtedly a staunch ally of Alice Sell, while Aaron, despite his noble lineage, was currently under the jurisdiction of the regent princess, receiving a salary from the royal treasury and undergoing recruitment training at royal behest, with magical guidance meticulously arranged by the princess herself, facilitated through one-on-one tutoring by esteemed sorceresses. What was even more daunting was the financial burden of magical instruction, which was also borne by the royal treasury. Just to illustrate, the market rate for a first circle magic professor was 25 gold coins, for second circle magic it was 100 gold coins, and for third circle magic it soared to 300 gold coins, and so forth. Regardless of how Aaron perceived his own standing, to outsiders, he bore the unmistakable mark of the princess. The Salian family had lost substantial influence in Susul, while Havel's father, the shipping minister, ranked among the most powerful bureaucrats in Susul. The plight of the Arabelians was indeed unfortunate, and Aaron felt a deep sympathy for them. However, their presence severely disrupted the order of the lower district. Observing the surroundings, filthy streets, congested alleys, excrement in the gutters, and the harlots loitering by the roadside, Aaron mused aloud. Choosing this location for our gathering is rather ill-conceived. Why not select a venue in the upper district? I am aware of several splendid taverns, and Havel leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, there are elven maidens there. Havel's remark was overheard by the nearby paladin, Norlington, who murmured a complaint under his breath, though none could decipher his words. Apologies, brother, Havel quickly amended. I meant to say that Arabelle is a magnificent city, and I merely find it regrettable. He promptly added, if you believe there is any way I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. With a shrug, Havel found himself at a loss for words. Since the decision was made to invite all comrades, it was imperative to consider everyone as preferences. Finally, Aaron spoke up, asserting, we are soldiers. The duties of the Purple Dragon Knights extend beyond mere sentry duty at the palace gates. This sentiment resonated with both Havel and Norlington, who nodded in agreement. A worthy companion indeed. The Dragon Esfong Tavern was not discreet. A colossal dragon and Appos, Esfong was ensnared by numerous iron chains upon its signboard, with a broom and signage clearly indicating its identity as a tavern. Although the lower district is undeniably filthy and chaotic, it has displayed a robust vitality following the influx of numerous refugees. The new recruits, adorned with swords, traversed the area with an air of authority, and few would dare to provoke the noble sword-bearers. The beggars, too, refrained from obstructing their path in search of alms. Despair coexists with hope, and fear intertwines with vigor. Nothing encapsulates the complexity of humanity more profoundly. It is the Navy. The gazes of the Azure Dragon Knight recruits sharpen instantly. The arriving crowd has also captured the attention of these professional soldiers, who, after a moment of confusion, reveal expressions of hostility. The army? How did they come to be here? Chapter 42. Bar Brawl in the Kingdom of Kamer. Long-standing tensions between the Navy and the Army have been prevalent. Situated in the central region of the realm, Kamer is a nation renowned for its substantial export of goods, relying minimally on imports, which primarily consist of glass, spices, and ivory. Conversely, its extensive export trade includes armor, ivory products, clothing, coal, food, weapons, and timber. Through these vast exports, Kamer has amassed considerable wealth. Yet this prosperity has also incited discontent among its neighbors. For instance, the Eastern Territory of Zambia has experienced multiple frictions with Kamer over trade disputes, leading to a complete severance of diplomatic relations due to territorial conflicts, resulting in numerous minor skirmishes along the border. To the north, the Moon Sea region harbors a similar animosity towards Kamer, centered around the city-state of Santil Fortress. This area has long been under the influence of the notorious malevolent organization known as the Santillan Society, which aims to monopolize trade in the Moon Sea region and, by extension, all commerce in the northern territories of the realm. It is rumored that the orc tribes residing in the northern city of Alabel have received support from the Santillan Society, although no concrete evidence substantiates this claim. In recent years, the activities of the Santillan Society have notably diminished, largely due to the fall of their tyrannical deity, Bane, during the Cataclysm of the Saints. The organization now grapples with uncertainties regarding its allegiance to Shirak, the successor to Bane and Apos, divine office. To the south lies Dragon Lake, with only the western region of Sword Bay providing avenues for trade. Consequently, many land routes are impassable, rendering maritime routes critically influential to the kingdom and Apos as commerce, thus elevating the significance of the navy. The naval forces often regard the army with disdain, proclaiming, "We are the lifeblood of the kingdom." Without us safeguarding the trade routes, where would the kingdom and Apos' economy thrive, and where would prosperity arise? In turn, the army harbors a similar contempt for the navy, retorting, "Can your rickety boats traverse land? When we are shedding blood to defend Alabel, where are you? When we are battling orcs in the forests, where do you find yourselves?" Aaron mused that military funding resembled a cake. If the army took a larger share, the navy would receive less, and vice versa. In the lower district, both factions exchanged glances yet maintained restraint, each gathering around several tables without greeting or provoking one another. After the newcomers settled in, Aaron observed that most of them wore serious expressions. Some clearly lacked experience in such environments, striving to control themselves to avoid inciting laughter from the nearby sailors, while others were fixated on the cat girl by the bar. A popular hostess, devoted to the goddess of cats and dance, was present. "Look, there's a delightful cat girl at the bar," someone whispered. Aaron and Apos' attention was immediately drawn to a charming cat girl standing at the bar, enticing patrons with a tray of drinks, her cat ears twitching animatedly atop her head. Intriguingly, her ears were genuine, indicating she was indeed a beastkin. A sign around her neck read "Purified, non-contagious." Cat girl? Why not a bunny girl? Aaron pondered. Cat girls are quite delightful as well. How adorable. A new recruit gazed intently at the cat girl. Aaron recalled his name was Ramsey, also from a distant land. He resembled an infant, curiously surveying his surroundings. Havel had gone to the bar to procure some drinks. "Is this truly the place we ought to be?" Ramsey exclaimed with excitement, his eyes fixated on the cat girl. "I recall the knights forbidding recruits from visiting such establishments, correct? As long as they haven't explicitly stated we cannot come, we are certainly allowed to be here," Aaron replied nonchalantly. "Do not confine yourself, brother. This is Susrel, not a military camp." Roswell, the tailor's son. "Good heavens, by Ilmit's grace, I have never beheld such a lovely cat girl." The rural recruit from the Purple Dragon gazed hungrily at the cat girl and Apos' legs, drooling. "The world of the royal city is simply magnificent. Oh, for pity and Apos' sake. In the name of the suffering god, wipe your drool, Ramsey." Mir from Deep Sea Town could no longer contain himself. "Your behavior brings shame upon your deity." "Do not be so harsh, my friend." Havel arrived with waitstaff, bearing several trays of AMU water beer. "Today is a celebration. AMU water is a rich and expensive beer, prevalent throughout the northern regions and the Sword Bay area, earning it the boisterous nickname of the welcoming drink. A whole barrel, approximately 10 L, of AMU water costs 36 gold coins. And today Aaron was prepared to indulge a little. To health, to honor, and to the trials in a few months, cheers. The recruits raised their glasses in unison. After a few sips of beer, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. Noticing several recruits still ogling the bunny girl, Havel produced a handful of silver coins from his person. Here you go, sit down and share a drink with us, brother. The cat girl, delighted by the weight of the coins, glanced at the bar, playfully twirled around, and promptly sat down, downing a 500 milliliters mug of beer in one go. Another one, meow. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the recruits, further igniting the festive atmosphere. The waitstaff brought out dish after dish from the kitchen, the aroma wafting through the air, froth flying. Look, Aaron, do you know who that fellow in purple, adorned with gold stars among the naval fools is? Havel discreetly pointed towards the naval contingent. Who? Aaron, though intrigued, did not recognize the individual. Gordon, the grandson of Duke Morelli, Havel replied with a mischievous grin. Today, we are fortunate in every sense of the word. Oh, he is Duke Morelli and Oppos. As grandson, Gordon? A stirring sensation welled within Aaron. Comir boasts two substantial dukes, the Duke of Erlands and the Duke of Morelli. He had already met the former and forged a friendship. But alas, having chosen to ally with the Duke of Erlands, it was destined that relations with the Duke of Morelli would falter. Let us seek some excitement. The latent powers of his sorcerer profession, which had settled within him, began to stir once more. He suddenly rose to his feet amidst the gaze of all present. Thumping his chest, my brothers, shall I perform a song for you? Yes, cheered the new recruits in unison. With a slight intoxication, Aaron approached the stage. Gently pushing aside the minstrel set to perform, producing a gold coin from his pocket and handing it to him, gesturing towards the tambura in his hand. Of course, sir. The minstrel, noticing the sword at Aaron and Oppos' waist, readily handed over the instrument and descended the stage with the coin in hand. Do not damage it, sir. Haha. Today, I shall entertain all my friends here with a song. I hope you enjoy it. Aaron slung the tambura around his neck and flamboyantly proclaimed, Welcome to the Palace of Solace. The new recruits erupted in cheers, while the Navy officers remained silent. In truth, Aaron had no skill in playing instruments. However, it mattered little. The colors of sin would suffice. As his fingers began to strum the strings, enchanting music resonated inexplicably from every corner of the Dragon's Tooth Tavern. Traversing the desolate highway, the cool breeze lifts my hair. The air is thick with the scent of musk. Gazing into the distance, I see flickering lights. My head grows heavier, my vision blurs. I must pause to seek a place to rest. He beckons to me, and I hear the church bells toll. I tell myself this is both heaven and hell. At that moment, he lights a candle for me, guiding my way. Welcome to the Palace of Solace, a delightful place, adorned with charming faces. The Palace of Solace boasts numerous guest rooms. Throughout the year, at any time, you may find refuge here. Music is the universal language of mortals. Initially, the naval officers regarded Aaron and Oppos as playing with indifference, but as the melody continued, even the most hostile among them could not help but applaud. Upon the conclusion of the performance, Aaron returned the tambura to the minstrel. He had gained a deeper understanding of the art of charm. If sorcerers wield their bloodline power to project their will through magic, then bards influence the world through poetry and music as their medium. This is a profession that is easy to begin but difficult to master. One knows a little of everything, yet masters nothing, and is relatively dependent on companions. It is no wonder that the number of legendary bards is the least. I wish to see your boss, Aaron said, addressing the bartender behind the bar with a nonchalant demeanor. Buoyed by the impact of his earlier performance of the Palace of Solace, the nobleman's wish was granted. The leader of the Dragon's Tooth gang, named Malin, appeared to be a robust man in his 30s, towering over 2 meters tall. With an impressively strong physique adorned with scars. Due to the increasingly warm weather, this gang leader wore merely a sailor's vest and shorts. His round black eyes reflecting confusion and indifference as they fixed upon Aaron, who was led to the 3rd floor by the bartender. In truth, I do not warmly welcome you, Lord Salian. Malone uncorked the rum bottle, displaying a distinct lack of the requisite respect towards the nobleman from Susseral. I would rather not see you, he remarked. Do you recognize me? Aaron naturally took a seat, gesturing for a cup of his own. You are somewhat of a celebrity in Susseral. Malone shook his head dismissively. As for respect, my lord, let us keep it simple. If you are here on royal business to apprehend me, then my respect is worth nothing. And if you require my assistance, my respect remains equally valueless. You are quite candid, Aaron scoffed lightly through his nose. Terrible pirate, are you? You cannot survive on handling cats alone. Does rum represent bread and salt? Aaron seized the tankard and drank it straight. For sailors, indeed. Observing Aaron and Appo's unhesitating consumption of the rum, Malone and Appo's disdain lessened slightly. This is my chosen venue. Aaron paused for a moment, blinking. I am the one footing the bill. It seems this terrible pirate is rather popular. Malone glanced downward. Have you spotted the grandson of Duke Morelli? He expressed the same sentiment. Look, your battle brothers are vying for that cat with those naval officers. A spark ignited in Aaron's mind as certain hypotheses swiftly surfaced. This was invaluable information, discreetly conveyed by the leader of the Dragon-Tooth gang. Intriguing. It appeared he was contemplating an escape as well. Aaron cast a glance below. After his departure, Gordon and the naval officers were equally relentless, brandishing silver coins to summon the Catwoman once more. How could Havel endure such indignity? He retrieved 2 gold coins from his waist and called the Catwoman over again. I need you to investigate a person for me. Aaron produced a scroll of parchment from his cloak. Malone accepted the parchment. The sorcerer Mepham? What makes you think that the blade of the queen cannot locate someone, yet the Dragon-Tooth gang can? Since you can handle cats, you can surely procure El Toro great cheese, thus you should be able to manage a person, correct? Aaron interlocked his fingers, his cerulean eyes brimming with an air of intimidation. Do not tell me you have never done so. I do not seek your gold. I require a favor from you, the last Salian. Malone cautiously stowed the parchment away, nodding in acceptance. I will instruct my lads to keep an eye out for such a person. Should any news arise, you will be the first to know. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Aaron stood and extended his hand. To a fruitful collaboration. Malone rose as well. The robust leader of the Dragon-Tooth gang contemplating for a moment. Shall I offer you a piece of information worth 1,000 gold lion coins? Care to hear it? Aaron raised his hand. If you encounter orcs causing you trouble within the borders of Comer, you can disguise yourself as a drow. Malone stated calmly. The scattered council will suffice, but remember to adopt a firm stance. The more resolute, the better. Aaron furrowed his brow. It seemed the drow were colluding with the orcs as well. It is said that the great city of Typhanton in the north, now fallen, is frequented by many drow elves, and it appears there is truth to this. I am well aware of how to embody the essence of a drow, and Aaron possesses great confidence in this regard. Have you considered your next course of action? Marlin pointed downstairs, urging haste, for he did not wish for his tavern to be shut down by morning. The atmosphere in the hall had already begun to crackle with tension, as both sides had ignited a fierce conflict over the catgirls. Havel produced a sizable handful of gold coins from his person alongside a magical firework, which he ignited, illuminating the dim Dragon-Tooth tavern and capturing everyone in Appo's attention. On the opposite side, Gordon Morelli was equally resolute, pulling out a tri-crown platinum coin and a lovely bell. Save the kitties, save the kitties. The sin of conflict spread like wildfire, as both sides, fueled by alcohol, saw tempers flare, with Havel and Norlington at the forefront, engaging in a heated exchange with Gordon Morelli, shoving each other and trading insults. As chaos threatened to erupt, Aaron appeared from the staircase, and the voice of Viscount Salian boomed, "Wait." The crowd momentarily halted. "If you wish to fight, then let it be done. No weapons allowed, only fists," shouted Aaron. "And why was I not invited to this brawl? Am I to be disregarded? Very well, if you have the courage, step outside and count Salian among us." A naval officer taunted, "Just watch as I smash that powdered, creamy face of yours. We and Appos, waiting for you. Aaron, give these naval fools a good thrashing." Havel, emboldened by drink, belched loudly, raising his fists and pounding his chest. "Let them know the might of the Purple Dragon Knights. Oh dear Lady of the Sea, I should not have opened my doors today." Marlin lamented, covering his face, as the gang leader kicked one of his lackeys in frustration. "Keep an eye out. We cannot afford any fatalities." The 2 factions of professional soldiers poured out of the Dragon-Tooth Tavern, lining up in the street, both sides wisely leaving their weapons behind. "Ready," someone shouted, though it was unclear who. "Begin." Greasy spell. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Aaron discreetly recited a spell while clutching a piece of butter he had swiped from the tavern, and the already dilapidated street was suddenly coated in a slick layer of grease. The naval officers were caught off guard, slipping en masse. Beat them, thrash them. Aaron was the first to charge forward, swinging a fist directly at Gordon Morelli and Appos' face. A resounding crack echoed as his nose shattered. Chapter 43. The Collapse and Retreat. Behold, the Dragon Knight. Amidst the chaos, Aaron and Gordon wrestled fiercely, entangled in each other's grasp as they rolled upon the greasy ground. Aaron's initial ambush proved remarkably effective. His fist landed squarely on the Duke and Apos' grandson, causing blood to flow from his nose. The strike was executed with such precision that Aaron doubted his ability to replicate such a flawless attack in the ensuing moments. The young Viscount was on the brink of facing a brutal counterattack. Although Gordon was a reckless scion, he was also a formidable warrior. After initially slipping and taking a hit, his vision blurred, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Aaron's punch landed on his face, followed by another to his chest. Amid the turmoil, Gordon seized the opportunity to swiftly adjust his stance, grasping Aaron and Apos' trousers and pulling him down to the ground, while shielding his face with one arm, forcing Aaron into close-quarters combat. That scoundrel from the Salian family knows nothing but trickery. Gordon spat as he commenced his assault, his tightly clenched fist carving an arc through the air, deflecting Aaron's strike with his forearm. "When you lose, any excuse sounds plausible," Aaron retorted, quoting a favorite adage of the red robe sorcerers. He attempted to retreat, but Gordon clung to him tenaciously, preventing any distance from forming between them. A trained mage never fears close combat. Yet, close quarters indeed represent one of the few avenues through which warriors and barbarians can triumph over spellcasters. Gordon was acutely aware that Aaron was a spellcaster. He would undoubtedly hesitate to unleash a magical attack directly upon him. However, enhancing oneself with magic in the midst of a bar brawl was not considered foul play. Indeed, within the realm, even bar fights abide by their own set of rules. He could not afford to grant Aaron that opportunity. Gordon unleashed a barrage of blows against Aaron and Apos' defenses, each strike resonating with a heavy thud against Aaron and Apos' bones. His elbow pressed firmly into Aaron's shoulder before he delivered a decisive downward blow. Gagging, Aaron's stomach, already laden with alcohol and food, surged with intense nausea and dizziness from the impact. Something was threatening to escape his throat. The young Viscount retaliated by grasping Gordon, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The grimace on Gordon's face revealed he too was likely caught in a state of impending retching. Subsequently, Aaron used his shoulder to forcefully shove Gordon aside, only to find himself tripped as Gordon extended his foot. The two once again tumbled across the slick surface. In the depths of his mind, Aaron recalled his father's teachings. Every attack is a form of defense, and every defense is an opportunity for attack. Aaron. Yet when you strike, you must consider your defense as well. When you defend, your mind should already be strategizing your next offensive move. The integration of offense and defense is an eternal pursuit for any exemplary warrior. We fight valiantly, akin to heroes, to safeguard our nation. When faced with an enemy onslaught, our foremost consideration is always to evade the attack. If evasion proves impossible, we must instead control it, redirecting the adversary's force and utilizing their momentum to mount a counterstrike. In this moment, Aaron seized Gordon and Apos' arm as he rolled, delivering a punch to Gordon and Apos' chest. The Duke and Apos' grandson let out a painful howl and retaliated by striking Aaron and Apos' abdomen with his hip. The opponent and Apos' strength surpassed his own. Aaron felt as if he were a spinning top, whirling chaotically upon the greasy ground. What is this? The eternal dancer within the palace of lust? FNDP. Using the momentum of his spin, Aaron grasped Gordon's knee, while the latter clutched his shoulder. One spinning top transformed into two, and to any onlooker, it appeared less as a brawl and more as a peculiar dance between two men. Their movements grew increasingly rapid until exhaustion set in. Now, Aaron tightened his arm around Gordon and Apos' neck and hurled him away with tremendous force. Gordon screamed as he crashed onto the filthy stone ground not far off, his once proud naval uniform now resembling rags from a beggar and Apos' lair. With a heave, he expelled a torrent of vomit from his mouth and nostrils, splattering it upon the collar of his exquisite shirt. Aaron too wobbled momentarily, gripping his neck tightly to suppress the contents threatening to escape from his throat. What a relief! The power of lust rejoiced. The Viscount raised his head and realized the dire situation. Alas! Among his fighting brethren, save for the paladin Norlington, all had been felled. How pitiful! Aaron couldn't help but curse, "You worthless fools! If you possessed even half my skill, would we find ourselves in this wretched state?" Though he uttered these words, he understood the underlying reason. The opposition consisted entirely of naval officers, all around 25 or 6 years of age, seasoned veterans who had endured numerous real battles. In contrast, His comrades were mere recruits, most under 20, relying solely on youthful bravado, yet to even pass basic training, all still apprentices, while their foes were seasoned elites. It's over. Aaron noted that Gordon had lost the will to fight, yet at least 3 naval officers were closing in. The situation was grim, just as Aaron contemplated his next move. The surrounding crowd suddenly parted, revealing several fully armed guards who brazenly pushed through. Queen's guards, gentlemen, what are you doing here, engaging in brawls? You have brought disgrace upon the kingdom. Oh no. Both the army and navy felt a chill run down their spines. Even the intoxicated were sobered in an instant. Crash. Gordon was the first to scream, envisioning the punishments he would face if captured. Retreat. Aaron shouted to his comrades. Run. The naval officers, fully conscious of their predicament, swiftly fled, abandoning their fallen comrades to the Queen and Appos' blade. A group of seasoned soldiers scattered into the dimness of the night. Capture them, commanded the Queen's blade, as they pinned the 2 officers who had failed to escape to the ground. A fleeing Aaron immediately caught their attention. Seize that fellow. His extraordinary charm was simply too conspicuous to ignore. With a flicker of magic, he applied a slippery spell beneath his feet. Aaron dashed forward, hurling himself across the uneven terrain of the alley, propelled by the slick surface created by his spell. He then leaped over a wall, crouching behind a pile of firewood. Woof. The household appeared to be asleep, yet a large yellow dog fixated on Aaron, its eyes glinting with mild hostility, ready to bark at the uninvited guest. Charm the beast. Aaron swiftly cast a spell, observing the dog and Appos' puzzled expression as he tossed a piece of jerky, hastily snatched from backstage, towards the canine. Best to hide for now, he thought to himself. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. The Queen's blade had arrived, forcefully kicking open the door and rousing the homeowner. Upon seeing the Queen's blade at his door, the man was so startled that he clutched his chest and fainted. The infamous reputation of the Queen's blade in the lower district was well known. They interrogated the family roughly, demanding to know if anyone had entered. The wife repeatedly denied seeing anyone, but her words fell on deaf ears as they insisted on searching the premises. This was a customary practice for the Queen and Appos' blade. They often pilfered valuable items as they entered the residences of the lower district. Perhaps this was not the original intention of the organization established by Eisenfor. But habits tend to develop over time. The wife, powerless to refuse, what as her 2 children clung to her, frightened and crying alongside her. Aaron crouched in the shadows behind the firewood. He was not a wanderer. He did not understand ropes, claws, stealth, or concealment. Nor did he possess the ability to learn the second-tier invisibility spell. However, the power of his carnal essence roared excitedly within him. What a thrill! Fighting was exhilarating. Fleeing was liberating, and playing hide-and-seek was delightful. This novel experience delighted his carnal essence. Causing trouble, brawling, escaping, and playing with danger were all things it relished. More. He craved more. Yet, Aaron could not share in the excitement. The Queen and Appos' blade was detestable. Their presence made it impossible for him to carry out his tasks peacefully. He needed a plan. One member of the Queen and Appos' blade entered the house, and soon the sounds of objects crashing to the floor resonated from within. Another member came into the courtyard, surveying the small space, gradually approaching the pile of firewood. Step by step, they drew nearer, and Aaron could hear the clear sound of their footsteps and eager breaths. In the courtyard, apart from the firewood, where else could an adversary conceal themselves? Woof, woof. The dog barked incessantly, wagging its tail and pointing with its paw towards a small hole at the base of the wall. Woof, woof, woof. Did they escape through here? The Queen and Appos' blade pretended to comprehend the language of animals. Woof, woof. The large yellow dog made a digging motion. Damn it, cur, come out quickly. A person has escaped from the dog hole. Chase. 2 queens, their blades gleaming, swiftly departed from the household. Indifferent to the shattered remnants strewn upon the ground and the door that had been forcibly kicked open, Aaron let out a faint sigh. Lingering in the courtyard for an additional 2 minutes, awaiting the return of silence within the abode, he retrieved a golden lion coin from his pocket and placed it in the dog bowl of the large yellow dog. As the darkness deepened, Aaron pondered that time was growing late. After conducting another discreet observation to ensure no one was present, the nobleman rose and slipped away into the shadows of the alley, vanishing into the night. The following day, Saturday, at the stronghold of the Purple Dragon Knights, the crack of the whip echoed. All the new recruits who had attended the gathering at the Dragon Tooth Tavern the previous night found themselves bound to wooden stakes, subjected to the punishment of the seasoned veterans. On Aaron and Appos' fair back, The whip cracked down with unrelenting force, the executioner showing no mercy. A cry of anguish escaped his lips. After enduring a full 3 lashes, he was released from the pillar. The searing pain radiated from his back. Yet his mind wandered elsewhere. A wave of nausea washed over him. The lashes stung, yet he found an unexpected exhilaration in the experience. He was growing stronger, but simultaneously, the malevolent powers within him, along with all chaotic energies, were also amplifying, making the control over them increasingly arduous. Should he fail to rein in his own impulses, all would be lost. In this moment, Aaron could do nothing but fervently appease the divine entities, seeking their favor to harness their strength. There existed but a solitary chance. The only opportunity to transcend this dire predicament, the sealing of the gods. Victory would yield 3 lashes. Ian and Apos' voice resonated from behind Aaron. Those who lose shall receive 30 lashes without mercy. Even the most inept of naval personnel could not be bested, and thus, the honor of the Purple Dragon Knights has been utterly squandered by your actions. Consequently, all of you shall face 3 days of confinement. Furthermore, with the arrival of summer, the responsibility for maintaining the cleanliness of the fortress and Apos' water reservoir now falls upon you. You must ensure that every corner is meticulously cleaned, and furthermore, replenish it with fresh, pristine water. As for the 3 of you, Havel, Norlington, and Ramsay, 3 good brothers, formidable companions indeed. One possesses wealth, another wields strength, and the last is accompanied by a captivating feline femme fatale. Pray tell, dear brothers, where have the enchanting courtesans you so lavishly hired now vanished to? Ian prodded the chins of the 3 new recruits of the Purple Dragons with his cane. Havel and Apos' face was swollen and bruised, rendering him nearly incomprehensible, while Norlington held his head high, convinced of his innocence. Ramsay, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. You 3 are tasked with the responsibility of cleaning out the latrines of the fortress, Ian remarked with a tone of mockery. I must say, I am truly impressed by your willingness to go to such lengths for a beastman. Brothers, cease what you are doing and gather round. Ian clapped his hands to signal everyone in the vast training ground to cease their activities. Look, a brand new little group has emerged among our latest recruits. I shall bestow upon the trio of individuals a distinguished title, the Dung Digging Ensemble. 3 shovels are presented to the 3 new recruits. May the Namer bless them. Laughter erupted from atop the watchtower, along the city walls, within the training grounds, at the fortress gates, and from those peering curiously from the courtyards. The faces of 3 individuals flushed crimson, as 100 pairs of eyes pierced their hearts like 100 swords. As for you, Aaron Salian, according to the reports from yesterday, while they were brawling over the cat girl, you were performing upon the stage. Ian approached Aaron, staff in hand. Thus, you bear no responsibility in this matter. New recruits, you may proceed to continue your training with Lucian, the standard bearer, which is your prerogative. Or you may remain with your comrades to scrub the algae from the pool, a task that could consume an entire day. Ian regarded Aaron with a disdainful gaze. I will certainly stay with my brothers. Aaron promptly seized the shovel, plunging into the task without hesitation, allowing the filthy water to soak his trousers. The recruit's perception of Aaron began to shift. Good brother. Ian, standing on the bank, nodded discreetly, unnoticed by others. At least he possesses some intellect. Treat others as brothers, and they shall entrust their lives to you. This is the unyielding code of the military. Scrub the pool, endure confinement, with each individual granted but a candle no longer than 5 centimeters for their needs, and beyond that, there exists only darkness and eternal silence. The hours spent in the confinement chamber tormented Aaron, a veritable nightmare for the son of chaos. It was hell, a true inferno. Yet, after an entire day in the soundless isolation, Aaron was unexpectedly released. Someone seeks you, Lord Salian. The guard smiled as he spoke. She insisted upon you. Thus the knightly order decided to release you early. She? Insistent upon me? Clad in a pristine robe adorned with lunar patterns, her golden braid cascading down her back, and the familiar silver star mask, Eleanor stood at the threshold of the confinement chamber awaiting him. A warm surge flooded Aaron and Apos' chest. He hurried forward, enveloping the bewildered Eleanor in his embrace. Miss Priestess, you are my angel. Chapter 44. Preparing for adventure. During a 3-week adventure, Eleanor successfully advanced her professional skills. She now possessed the ability to channel the divine power of the Silver Mother, sullen, twice in a single battle, and had also mastered a rather intriguing spell from the Twilight Domain, known as the Leomund and Amp, Apos' Tiny Hut. This spell conjured a semicircular space with a radius of 10 feet. transforming it into a dry and comfortable environment suitable for up to 9 individuals. Within this semicircle, creatures and objects that were present at the time of casting could freely enter and exit, while those that were absent remained barred from entry. This particular spell proved to be exceptionally advantageous for adventuring, particularly for a fastidious priestess like Eleanor, rendering it perfectly suitable for their escapades. Indeed, without my oversight, Aaron would undoubtedly find himself in trouble. This troublemaker had promptly landed himself in the confinement chamber. Vigilance was imperative. For the first time, Eleanor made modest use of the powers bestowed upon her by the Lady of Silver Stars, extracting Aaron from the confines of his cell. I am your overseer. It is my duty to watch over you. With this mindset, Eleanor sought out Aaron's nightly mentor, the standard-bearer Lucian Buckman. Initially, Lucian found Eleanor's request perplexing. When had the Silver Mother S Church acquired the authority to interfere in the internal affairs of the Purple Dragon Knights? However, upon learning that Eleanor had come at the behest of the Lady of Silver Stars, the standard-bearer fell into a rare silence. And after a significant glance from the Grand Inspector Ian, he permitted the opening of the confinement chamber. The moment Aaron emerged, the sound of heavy chains clattering to the ground elicited a long sigh of relief from him, as he radiated brilliance like clouds parting before the morning sun. Without uttering much, Aaron enveloped the bewildered priestess in a heartfelt embrace, his face awash with emotion. You. Eleanor struggled to free herself, exclaiming, "Let go, Aaron." Strangely, despite possessing undeniable strength that surpassed Aaron and Apos, she found herself unable to push him away. Her voice instinctively rose in pitch, fearing that Aaron might not grasp her irritation. After a brief moment of excitement, Aaron relaxed his hold, releasing Eleanor. In but a second, the despondent inmate transformed into the composed and graceful lord. Gripping the priestess and Apos' hand with an expression full of gratitude. "My dear Miss Eleanor, have you finally deigned to visit me?" The guard at the door could not suppress a chuckle, while Grand Inspector Ian rolled his eyes at the fortress dome, contemplating whether a stone might fall to silence this fool. Dismas halted his whistling mid-tune, turning away in disgust as if Aaron were something utterly repugnant. Lucian stifled a laugh, stroking his beard to mask his embarrassment. "Honestly, when I'm away, you become quite the handful." Eleanor's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The cherry-red lips and half of her face visible beneath the mask were suffused with a delicate pink hue. Miss Priestess attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly grasped by Aaron, compelling her to admonish him with a tone of reproach. "I must inform you beforehand that I can only assist you this once. How fortunate it is that you have come to my rescue." Aaron feigned ignorance, swiftly adopting the position of a victim. "I am ensnared in a pitch-black abyss, enduring unimaginable torment. I feel like a withering tree, deprived of your nurturing, utterly at a loss for survival." An overwhelming sense of discomfort swept through the onlookers. "This fellow certainly knows how to manipulate women," Dismas thought, scratching at the goosebumps on his arms. "You." Eleanor's spirit surged, her face aflame as she forcefully flung Aaron and Apos' hand away. Instinctively, she reached for the moon and Apos' hand at her waist, only to realize the warhammer was not there. "Silence, Aaron, or I shall strike you." "Strike away. After all, my life is yours to command." Aaron clasped his hands together. "If it brings you joy, I am willing. If you are the hammer, then I shall be the anvil. Strike me fiercely." He spoke no falsehood. The priestess indeed owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. "In any case, it is a relief that you are unharmed. I must take my leave." Eleanor was at a complete loss, her face burning with embarrassment and fury as the heat radiated up to her delicate swan-like neck. How dare he utter such words in public? Everyone was watching. Yet, deep within her, an inexplicable sense of delight enveloped her. She realized she had become intricately woven into his life, his family, his faith, and now, his mentors and battle brothers. They all knew her, making it far easier for her to keep an eye on Aaron in the future. A small, secretive joy stirred within her. "Eleanor, do not forget today is Sunday. Stay with us for a while." The priestess, who had intended to depart, was abruptly pulled back by Aaron before she could leave, and she found herself unable to utter another word. For if she did, who could predict what further embarrassing declarations Aaron might make? "Well done." The radiant paladin, Reynard, beamed, patting Aaron and Apos' arm vigorously. "You are most welcome. Aaron, you are now a brother to us. A brother for life." Reynard had recently achieved a significant victory against the dragon cult at a stronghold deep beneath Mazambar, and he had performed admirably. "I hereby declare that from this day forth, Reynard shall be an official member of the Purple Dragon Knights." Aaron and Dismas, You must strive to keep up. Lucian stroked his beard, brimming with pride. Indeed. Dismas and Apos' gaze wandered elsewhere. Learn from your senior. Aaron responded earnestly. Reynard is a solemn paladin who has taken a vow of dedication, resolutely committing his entire existence to the pursuit of justice and order within the multiverse. This vow signifies that, unless he breaks his oath, he shall forever place his personal interests last. Paladins who uphold such vows are both formidable and noble. Each one who devotes their life and beliefs to the eternal struggle between good and evil deserves respect, for they are the unwavering backbone of this world. Aaron admires and respects them, yet he also knows deep within that he does not aspire to embody such a paladin. This realization has become his guiding principle. He can be an ally of justice and do good within his capabilities, but he shall never become justice itself. Moral coercion holds no sway over him. Thank you, Mentor. I have merely done what I ought to do. Reynard graciously accepted the congratulations of those around him, his hands clasped behind his back. What brings me the greatest joy is that my junior has decided to join us. I believe that the strength of two is greater than that of one, and the strength of three surpasses that of two. Every small step forward contributes more power to the cause of justice. This young man requires little oversight from me. His discernment is commendable. Lucian nodded slowly, a tender expression softening his previously stern visage as he cast a glance at Dismas. This indicates that your senior has acquired the capability to undertake tasks independently. In the future, many responsibilities may perhaps be entrusted to him, he chuckled. Eleanor naturally held the paladins in high regard. The priestess slightly curtsied in greeting to Reynard, prompting the others to request additional dishes from the kitchen to celebrate Reynard and Apos' formal induction as a purple dragon knight. Among the gathered, only Dismas felt a sense of discomfort. Pa, what sort of test is this? If that old coot had entrusted this task to me, I would undoubtedly handle it far better than Reynard. That old man is just biased. Due to Aaron's lack of desire to further elevate his warrior class, he primarily focused on honing his skills, gaining adventure experience, mastering martial techniques, and excelling in group combat. His previously frail physique gradually transformed into a robust form, with a visible abdominal definition, and his constitution slightly enhanced, shedding the image of a mediocre nobleman. His newly developed combat technique, the colorful silver slash, was beginning to take shape, eagerly awaiting an opportunity for application. Following the brawl at the tavern, the new recruits had also fostered a sense of camaraderie among themselves. They began to jest and banter, exchanging playful insults. Particularly three individuals, Havel, the son of the shipping minister, Norlington, the paladin from Allabel, and Ramsay, the son of a destitute noble from the border. Despite their differing backgrounds and personalities, these three unlikely companions had forged a genuine friendship. Aaron gained recognition among the newcomers as well. Notably, Aaron had dubbed himself the Sorcerer Prince of Susserl, a rather ostentatious moniker that was promptly dismissed by Lucian, the standard-bearer. Are you not tired of being targeted for assassination? Lucian remarked. No, that one and Apos, do. We shall find you another name, one that is amusing, melodious, and capable of bewildering your foes. Your moniker shall be Apos, Rookie, Apos, the fledgling sorcerer of Susserl. A peculiar smile crept beneath Lucian's thick beard. What do you think? Excellent. I quite like it. Aaron did not decline. Rookie implies a novice. A humorous title that bears a touch of lightheartedness without excessive aggression, while effectively befuddling adversaries. From that day forth, the Order of the Purple Dragon welcomed a new and amp, Apos, Rookie, and amp, Apos, Salient. When this nickname reached the cold-faced regent princess reviewing documents before the royal throne, even she could not help but cast a second glance. This fell within the realm of new recruit training. The enhancement in magical instruction would progress significantly faster, under the guidance of a sorcerer mentor. Aaron first mastered two pivotal sorceress abilities, spell points and super magic casting. Spell points represent the fundamental distinction between sorcerers and wizards. It is well known that a sorcerer and amp, Apos' magical capabilities stem from a deep-seated lineage. They connect to the world and amp, Apos' primordial essence through charisma, drawing magical elements towards themselves, then projecting their consciousness into reality to unleash spells. Consequently, sorcerers do not need to memorize spells, as the structure of magic resides inherently within their minds. Unlike wizards who possess a finite capacity for magical structures, provided they have sufficient intellect, time, and resources, wizards can learn an infinite array of spells. Sorcerers can utilize every spell they know at any moment, yet many spells remain beyond their grasp. Theoretically, both professions possess comparable magical power at equivalent levels. However, While wizards and amp, oppos, spellcasting is flexible yet rigid, allowing them to learn all spells, their established magical structures remain unalterable. Sorcerers, on the other hand, can prepare a special form of magical energy known as spell points within their bodies, enabling them to amplify existing spells and, when necessary, cast spells with remarkable adaptability. This equates to each sorcerer possessing an additional reservoir of magical energy. Aaron and Oppos' aptitude for spellcasting is simply astonishing. The enhancements brought forth by his extraordinary charisma are profound. All spells he casts manifest 30 faster than those of his peers, with incantations under 2 seconds being instantaneous, spell duration extended by an additional 20, and effects amplified by 20. Just based on his extraordinary charisma alone, the damage inflicted by Aaron's first-tier chaotic missile exceeds that of a first-tier magic missile by 200. This potency surpasses that of many elite-level wizards casting higher-tier magic missiles. I can scarcely fathom the power he will wield when he masters the fireball spell. As per the young lady and Oppos' words, Aaron and Oppos' reservoir of spell points is twice that of an ordinary sorcerer. Next comes super magic casting. Aaron and Oppos' magic diverges from the orthodox magic of the realm. All his spells are of a mutated variety, unlike others who can only apply fixed magical structures. Aaron can infuse the awakened powers of aberration or trickery into magical structures, resulting in mutations that yield alternative effects such as delays, extended ranges, resource-free casting, additional effects, or extra summons. The quintessential example lies within the power of cunning. When this power is infused into a magical structure, extraordinary effects manifest. For instance, the grease spell of the first circle, when infused with cunning energy, causes the grease to disrupt spellcasters within its vicinity, interfering with the magical elements surrounding them and significantly increasing their rate of casting errors. Conversely, if infused with the power of lust, the grease transforms into a sticky substance that ensnares those who fall, imparting a controlling effect. The true strength of super magic does not solely stem from its supplementary effects. Rather, its potency lies in the element of surprise against the unprepared adversary. Much like an intense duel where an opponent suddenly unveils an unfamiliar and expertly wielded artifact. Such a scenario renders any challenger hesitant to launch a premature attack. Aaron and Oppos' super magic exemplifies this. It is unlikely anyone would anticipate that a chaotic missile infused with cunning energy would spawn tiny cunning fire spirits upon impact, which would then cling and bite at the target. Thus, 2 months swiftly passed, during which Aaron labored diligently, striving for strength. Fortuitously, his interactions with the noble lady occurred from Monday to Wednesday, while his time with the priestess was reserved for Sundays. Typically, the priestess, feeling ineffectual in training, seldom interrupted him, and the noble lady, disdaining outsiders, was aware of Aaron and Oppos' family and Oppos' unwavering devotion to the Silver Mother, ensuring that no additional lessons were scheduled on Sundays. Over the course of 2 months, the priestess and the sorceress noble lady had not even crossed paths, remaining oblivious to each other's existence. It is time to venture forth. Heartbroken, I request a day of leave. With both primary teams eliminated, I am too despondent to produce any writing and humbly ask for a day off. This world championship has been utterly disheartening. Brother Taubo was devastated in the first round, and in the second, he was dispatched by the Vietnamese team. If it were merely a matter of skill, one could accept defeat, but the subsequent 2 matches devolved into a crushing 15-minute sweep after elimination was confirmed. Brother Taubo, who are you trying to disgust? EDG and Oppos' situation was equally baffling. What caliber of team is Meat Pigeon that they allowed a reverse sweep, nearly facing a potential reverse 4? I was thoroughly appalled yesterday, rendering me incapable of writing. Allow me a day of respite. The next update will be provided in the following days. Heartbroken, I request a day off. Chapter 45, The Adventurers and Oppos' Alliance in the month of August in the year 1360 of the Earth calendar, a clandestine letter from Marlin. The leader of the Dragafong gang was delivered through secret channels to the residents of Salian. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, casting its fiery rays upon the ground, while the air was permeated with the acrid scent of charred matter, creating a stark contrast between the dazzling light and the shadows that separated the interior from the exterior. At that moment, news finally emerged from the Dragafong gang. During a smuggling operation, Marlin had learned of a significant development. The chief of the Earth Goblins, who had previously participated in the assault on Aaron, had established a camp within the king's forest and was in negotiations with the Santarlan Society, seemingly plotting something sinister. This Earth Goblin chief was named Adon the Heavy Hammer, commanding a formidable band of warriors comprising goblins, bear goblins, earth goblins, and ogres. This revelation immediately captured Aaron and Apos' attention. Marlin noted in his correspondence that they had not observed the presence of the sorcerer. However, given that the sorcerer had been the orchestrator of the earlier attack, Aaron surmised that there must be a connection to the sorcerer in this affair. Furthermore, Marlin mentioned that the Santarlan Society appeared to be in pursuit of a divine child, offering a substantial bounty of 5,000 golden lions for information. There was no requirement to capture the divine child or to provide a specific location. A mere truthful hint would suffice to claim the reward. Such a lucrative offer. Aaron mused, contemplating whether it might be more prudent to surrender himself. However, upon realizing that the Santarlan Society was seeking not the divine child of the Lord of Slaughter, Baal, but rather that of the god of tyranny, Bane, a cold sweat broke out upon the noble Viscount. His long-held, concealed suspicion was finally validated. The attack he had endured was not mere happenstance. Instead, the sorcerer was actively searching for the divine child in Kamer, and in a twist of fate, his own awakening of the tainted power through his first act of murder had led the sorcerer to mistakenly identify him as the divine child, resulting in the assault. Yet, with Marlin's report indicating that the Santarlan Society sought the child of Bane rather than that of Baal, the implications became abundantly clear. The sorcerer Mepham and the Santarlan Society were not allies. Each had their own agenda. Kamer harbored a divine child, a child of the god of tyranny, Bane. Aaron retrieved a quill and began to scrawl upon the parchment. He inscribed his name at the bottom, then noted the names of the Dark Sun Prince, Sharik, and the sorcerer Mepham in the upper left corner, while the upper right corner bore the name of Bane, alongside references to the divine child and the Santarlan Society, though his knowledge of the realm was limited. He had perused an introduction to Baldur's Gate and had experienced portions of the game. Before the Cataclysm of the Saints, the three death gods, celebrated throughout the realm, had prophesied their potential downfall. Among them, the Bone King, Merkel, had not taken the warning to heart, for he was, after all, the god of the dead, presiding over all who had perished, and thus believed he could elude death. Yet history has shown that even deities are not immune to demise. The two deities, the tyrant god Bane and the Lord of Slaughter Baal, had long since set their plans in motion. They repeatedly dispatched avatars to the mortal realm in search of female companions, welcoming all manner of beings, humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, and even tieflings. These two gods left behind numerous progeny, each imbued with a trace of their divine essence. They hoped to create a multitude of backups to safeguard against unforeseen calamities. The prophecy proved true, as both Bane and Baal fell during the Cataclysm of the Saints, leaving behind a vast number of offspring who became their finest reserves. However, the plan encountered complications. After the deities and Apos' demise, the progeny, once bound by divine influence, began to break free from their constraints, awakening to their autonomy. Influenced by their divine heritage, they inevitably gravitated towards a brutal contest of mutual slaughter, with the victor poised to ascend as the new tyrant god or lord of slaughter. The prince of the dark sun, Shar, who inherited the full might of the three gods of death, also recognized the instability of his power and thus sent his minions to hunt down the divine offspring. "Damn it," Aaron exclaimed, striking the armrest of his chair with great force. He found himself ensnared in an unforeseen disaster. He bore the divine sparks of the four gods of chaos, which were misinterpreted by the followers of both the Prince of the Dark Sun and the Tyrant God as evidence of his status as a scion. Both factions believed Aaron to be one of their own. The Prince of the Dark Sun, Shar, was surely targeting him, awaiting the opportunity to eliminate him. Moreover, the hidden scion of Bane lurking in Kamer had infiltrated the noble system of Susril, plotting to dispose of him and seize his divine essence. He had done nothing yet found himself attracting the attention of two formidable adversaries. The Silver Matron Serlin had once told him that even the most ancient goddess could not face the might of Shar directly. On another front, the Santarlan Society was a notorious evil organization with vast influence and wealth, likely harboring several legends within its ranks. If Bane and Apos' scion had awakened 2 years before him, it was difficult to ascertain their strength, but surely it exceeded his own. Setting down his quill, Aaron could not help but laugh bitterly. "You have mistaken me. I am not a scion of the three gods of death." But how could he prove this? Would he offer himself up for examination? Such a thought was absurd. There was no point in harboring such illusions. If he were facing the lawful good triad, bound by numerous constraints of righteousness, perhaps he might have a glimmer of hope. However, he was contending with the lawful evil Bane and the chaotic evil Shar. Moreover, Aaron himself lacked confidence, as the four gods of chaos shared many similarities with the three gods of death. For instance, Bane and Amp, Oppos, embodiment of strife and conflict was the very essence of chaos. While the terror of torture closely mirrored the Lord of Slaughter, Baal, even a verification by the triad of justice might inadvertently align him with their cause. Determined, he resolved to venture forth. With another emphatic strike, the nobleman gritted his teeth and vigorously swung his arm. The matter concerning Shar is relatively straightforward. Due to the chaotic and malevolent nature of her cult, there is scant sharing of intelligence within the ranks of the Shar faith. Thus, if one were to eliminate the sorcerer, personal safety would be temporarily secured. After all, as Aaron learned in Baldur and Oppos' gate, the number of chosen ones is indeed considerable, and eliminating them is not the primary objective of Shar. The situation with the chosen of Bane is far more troublesome. One must devise a strategy to extract him from Suzail. The silver lining is that the chosen of Bane has already attempted and failed once. And with his recent induction into the Order of the Purple Dragon, it is unlikely he will act rashly again. Therefore, the immediate goal is to assemble a team to apprehend the goblin Adon the Hammer, who is colluding with the sorcerer, and ascertain the sorcerer and Oppos' whereabouts. With this in mind, Aaron rose decisively. By the shores of Dragon Lake, within the grand estate of Caldernay, lies the villa belonging to the sorceress heiress in Aaron and Oppos' school of magic. Her flowing gown swayed gracefully with her movements, her ethereal form reminiscent of a woodland sprite in the autumn breeze. The sorceress, clad in a modest gray dress paired with sheer honeygold stockings, stood upon a ladder perusing her tomes. Her stunningly long legs were fully exposed, revealing shapely thighs and straight calves, with delicate toes slightly pointed, showcasing the elegant contours of her ankles and soles, all shrouded in a soft haze. Her long pink hair cascaded down to her waist. Sorceresses typically favor unadorned hairstyles, for their formidable power requires no embellishment. If one can control their strength, it signifies that it is not sufficiently potent. A legendary wild sorceress, her casually conjured clouds of daggers could transform into meteoric explosions, annihilating swathes of foes. Charlotte often presented a whimsical sisterly demeanor before Aaron, but her temperament shifted dramatically in the presence of others. At times, she was gentle as a spring rain, while at others, she could unleash a tempest. Yet, at her core, there resided an unyielding pride and scorn. This is the norm among sorceresses, as few align themselves with the forces of goodness. "Sister," Aaron exclaimed as he glanced up, unable to restrain his critique. "Did I not advise you against climbing ladders in such a short skirt? It is quite revealing." The Viscountess shot him several pointed glares before hastily averting her gaze. Charlotte had a penchant for standing on ladders in the library, often wearing skirts that barely grazed her knees. Previously, this was manageable, but as the weather grew warmer, she had transitioned from semi-sheer to ultra-thin, to revealing stockings, making her appearance even more striking. Charlotte suddenly realized her exposure, instinctively clutching at her skirt. Her cheeks flushing a vibrant hue. She set down her book, hands on her hips, and with a hint of defiance declared, "After all, only my brother dares to enter unannounced. What is there for me to fear?" "Yet you mustn't," and Oppos' Aaron protested, arms crossed, embodying righteous indignation. "This is quite a lapse in vigilance, sister." All right, she replied, though her expression clearly indicated that she had not heeded his warning. "What brings you here on this fine Sunday? Have you come to seek your sister?" "On Sunday, you can come to visit your sister." The young lady signaled her intent to descend, prompting Aaron to quickly retrieve the disheveled pair of crystal-heeled sandals from the ground and position them properly at the base of the ladder. He then extended his arms to catch her. "Sister, be careful. With a brother around, you can rest assured." Charlotte relaxed entirely against Aaron, allowing him to assist her in donning her shoes. "You Haven and Oppos' mentioned why you sought me out," she inquired. "I need to leave Cicero for a week, dear sister. Please assist me," Aaron replied softly. Immediately, Charlotte's delicate pink brows furrowed in concern. An hour later, Aaron emerged from the young lady's estate. Having been coerced into signing countless inequitable agreements and acquiescing to numerous additional conditions, he had entered empty-handed, but left with both arms laden with gift boxes, his back burdened with various items. Sister is truly popular. Aaron mused as he felt the weight of the gifts. These were all offerings from admirers, which the indifferent sister had graciously passed on to her brother, including an array of high-end cosmetics, fragrances, silk from Karatu, gourmet delicacies, and some rare spellcasting materials. As he discarded the gift wrappings, a cursory glance into the refuse revealed several familiar names: a pearl from Havel, son of the shipping minister, exquisite wine from the Azure Dragon Knight, Manicorn and Ahim, and a rose-scented perfume gifted by Gordon Morelli from that day's altercation. Sister is quite affluent. Sister is truly beautiful. Yet, the most significant gain was Charlotte's promise to provide him cover, ensuring that few would know of his impending adventure. Contemplating the inequitable agreements he had signed, Aaron couldn't suppress a gulp. Was this truly worth it? There was no choice. He had to make sacrifices. Having secured the young lady and Appos' permission and equipped with the spell kit she prepared for him, Aaron set forth with the gifts she bestowed upon him, heading straight to the Silver Mother Church in the urban precincts of Cicero. Indeed, he was about to commence his quest for companions. His first ally would be none other than the esteemed priestess. Eleanor, I have arrived. I bring gifts. Today and Appos' update has been delayed, with reasons. We are currently experiencing a surge in COVID-19 cases necessitating widespread testing. Last night, I stood in line for 3 hours for a test. And this morning I queued for another 2 hours. Additionally, our neighborhood has been sealed off. I am utterly exhausted, having just finished a meal and settled down. The update has been postponed until the evening, and there is a possibility it may not be posted at all, but rather tomorrow. Today and Appos' update has been delayed, with reasons. Chapter 46. The formation of a trio. The summer and Appos' fierce wind swept through the halls of the Silver Mother Church. The oak trees at the entrance rustling loudly, while the dazzling light compelled passers-by to squint their eyes. The scorching air numbed the senses of taste and smell, merging the sensations into the heat waves rising from the earth and descending from the heavens. It was oppressively hot. Consequently, the number of pedestrians in the upper district significantly dwindled, particularly among the affluent nobility who had all retreated to the countryside to escape the sweltering heat. The Silver Mother Church, situated in a more secluded area of the upper district, was repurposed from a former noble and Appos' gathering place. The followers of Suruin were never the most popular, the wealthiest, or the most influential. They could not erect a grand temple comparable to a palace, like the fortunate Lady Tamora did in Suzor, embellished with gold, platinum, and diamonds to sculpt divine statues. Nevertheless, the followers of Suruin still possessed a considerable degree of influence. A prime example is this very Silver Mother Temple, which was bequeathed by the wife of a nobleman after her husband and Appos' death. She donated the entire hall to the Great Suruin. Consequently, her son contested her ownership in court, and the dispute escalated to the royal tribunal, where ultimately the goddess of justice, Tyr, personally adjudicated the donation as valid. The ruling was upheld, leading to a severance of ties between mother and son, and she spent her remaining days in solitude within the temple. Aaron mused that this incident epitomized the chaotic good and Appos' inclination to pursue what they deem right, devoid of any sense of order or established rules, instead acting in accordance with their inner convictions. So what distinguishes chaotic good from chaotic neutral? The most significant difference lies in the absence of a law-abiding mindset among chaotic good individuals. However, they possess a fundamental moral compass and understanding of right and wrong. They are aware of what constitutes moral actions and what is deemed immoral. Conversely, chaotic neutral individuals lack such moral frameworks. It must be noted that those aligned with chaotic good often find themselves in situations where well-intentioned actions lead to unfortunate outcomes. They believe their deeds are virtuous, right, and moral, yet the eventual consequences may not be as favorable, at least for some. For instance, during a famine in a city, a wealthy merchant possessed a stockpile of grain. A group of warriors from the chaotic good faction decided to forcibly open the merchant and Appos' warehouse to distribute the grain to the starving populace, alleviating the crisis. The warriors, believing they had performed a noble act, departed anonymously, while the merchant not only received no compensation but also faced bankruptcy as a result. While the initial intention was commendable and the outcome seemed positive, the process was less than ideal, for the merchant and Appos' private property should have been legally protected, and no one is entitled to forcibly seize another and Appos' belongings. Even the regent princess, who engaged in compulsory grain requisition, did so through negotiation and coercion, subsequently providing compensation. Hence, the Harpist Association, known as a prominent advocate for goodness within the realm, often faces disdain. Some nations have even legislated against the entry of harpists for this very reason. Aaron recalled having encountered significant animosity towards the chaotic good faction in the online literature of his previous life, where many authors emphasized and exaggerated its negative repercussions. Why? Despite knowing that the Surin Church predominantly aligns with the chaotic good faction, does Aaron choose to maintain an exceedingly close connection with them? One reason lies in his ancestral faith. The Silver Mother Surin has bestowed upon him immense blessings. The second reason could be attributed to the presence of the pastor. However, the most significant reason is that the chaotic good faction never infringes upon the freedom of others. They do not impose their will in a paternalistic manner or control individuals under the guise of benevolence. As long as they perceive one and oppos's actions as morally upright and aligned with universal values, they refrain from meddling in others' affairs. This principle holds great importance for Aaron, immensely so. He notes that many online authors tend to glorify the power of lawful evil, as their protagonists are those who establish and manipulate the rules. These authors, residing atop the hierarchical pyramid, face minimal constraints, allowing them to exploit and toy with the rules to their advantage, thereby maximizing their own interests. There is no fault in this. They opt for lawful evil to enhance their benefits. Just as Aaron chooses to align himself closely with the chaotic good goddess Surin for the same purpose. Neither is more noble than the other. The guards at the temple entrance are old acquaintances of Aaron. Upon seeing him, the two guards clad in short-sleeved leather armor and snug trousers wipe the sweat from their brows and greet him with smiles. Your Grace, Salian, you are somewhat late today. Is there something amiss? Timing is never quite so fortuitous, much like the fluctuating phases of the Silver Mother. Aaron replies with a smile. I had some matters to attend to at the palace today. I see, the guards respond, somewhat disappointed, yet still maintaining their cheerful demeanor. Please, come in. As Aaron steps through the grand temple doors, a refreshing breeze greets him, a barrier of divine power shielding the interior from the sweltering summer outside. Within, the temperature is cool and humid, and the sparkling pond teems with fish swimming joyfully. Many congregate in the temple, engaging in light-hearted chatter and laughter, reminiscent of how some elderly folks in his past life would linger in air-conditioned supermarkets. Within the temple, there is no one unfamiliar with Aaron, beyond his notoriety in Cicero. He is also a rare male touchbearer of the Silver Mother. There are fewer than 10 touchbearers in the entirety of Sulcamere, and he is the sole male among them. Is Eleanor here? Aaron inquires of a priest. The priest, appearing to be in his 40s, reveals an ambiguous expression upon hearing Aaron and Apos' question and gestures towards the interior, saying, She is in the green leaf courtyard, playing with the children. In the green leaf courtyard, the unmistakable laughter of children echoes beneath the shade of several lush trees, where the pastor is joyfully engaging with a group of youngsters, the eldest not exceeding 7 years, all calling her sister Eleanor. The pastor merrily interacts with the children, allowing them to grasp her hands, play games, and share stories. Aaron refrains from interrupting, choosing instead to observe quietly. Whenever he beheld this scene, a sense of melancholy would wash over him instead of joy. Those children were not all human, nor were they all healthy. Apong them, some bore congenital illnesses, while others were lacking in various ways. Some had been abandoned by their parents, left at the temple and Apos' doorstep, never knowing who their progenitors were. Indeed, ailments and disabilities could be healed by divine magic, but where could one find such a multitude of powerful priests? Divine magic, akin to sorcery, is also a finite resource. If every patient were to receive treatment, any church would face bankruptcy. The doctrine of Sullen has always been to provide assistance within reasonable limits. Perhaps a thought stirred within Aaron and Apos' mind, and his gaze grew distant. The power of his innate abilities remained tightly sealed within him. If one day he could unlock this power, then the ailments and disabilities of these children would be. He could also rely on the Sullen Church to assemble a force of unwavering loyalty for himself. For these children, the Silver Mother was their mother, and this temple was their home. She appeared unadorned, her face free of makeup, clad in a delicate pink short-sleeve blouse adorned with a lovely bow at the collar. Her already developing figure was complemented by a simple white skirt, her long, fair legs appearing as though shrouded in a gentle play of light. On her feet were the simplest of sandals, charming and delightful. Apos, as Brother Aaron. A keen-eyed child exclaimed upon spotting him. Brother Aaron has come to see Sister Eleanor. A little girl with braided hair and a single eye patch shouted. Did Brother Aaron bring any treats? A half-orc child inquired, noting the gift box in Aaron and Amp, Appos' hands. Sister Eleanor, Brother Aaron is here. Brother Aaron is here to play with us. Several children rushed to tug at Aaron's sleeve. All right. Aaron quickly shook his head. The young and handsome Viscount was particularly adored by the children, yet he himself was not fond of them. I have matters to discuss with Sister Eleanor. I see. Brother Aaron is here to present a gift to Sister Eleanor. A date. It's a date with Sister. Brother Aaron wants to make a doll with Sister Eleanor. The children appeared to understand, and they erupted into a chorus of playful teasing before scattering in all directions. You all. The priestess turned crimson, wanting to catch the children, yet they had already dispersed, leaving her stamping her feet in frustration, casting an indignant glance at Aaron. Unless you provide an explanation, you are doomed. Ah, it's Eleanor, whom I have yet to meet. Who could have known that Aaron would defy expectations? Suddenly bowing his head in sorrow, did we not agree to refrain from wearing masks in our interactions? The priestess was momentarily perplexed. You are so kind and gentle with them, yet so harsh and quick to reprimand me. Aaron seemed to express a grievance. Brother Aaron. Eleanor's face flushed with embarrassment as the priestess exclaimed in indignation. Do you think you are just like them, a 5-year-old child? Ha. I jest, my dear Eleanor. Do not be upset. Aaron quickly concealed his sorrow and approached her. I have something to discuss with you. Who is your dear one? The Reverend Lady averted her gaze. Unwilling to meet Aaron and Amp, Appos' eyes, yet she noticed that many were pointing and whispering in the courtyard. Children peeked from behind doors and pillars, giggling and exchanging hushed words. And her previously calm visage involuntarily flushed anew. Well, in any case, follow me. Amidst the collective gaze of onlookers, one felt pride while the other experienced embarrassment. In a secluded corner of the temple where few congregated, Aaron presented a shell. This is for you. What is this? Eleanor inquired with curiosity as she opened it. Within the pristine shell lay a viscous, deep crimson substance. Ah, this. The Reverend Lady gasped softly, immediately halting the conversation. She recognized what it was. It was lipstick. He gifted her lipstick? This is a selection I specifically chose for you. Aaron and Appos' words seemed imbued with an enchanting allure. For this reason, I arrived later than usual. Eleanor clutched Aaron and Appos' gift in her small hand, her azure eyes sparkling with brilliance. Radiating light. She opened her mouth several times, intending to speak but unsure how to begin, her delicate fingers still gripping the shell tightly. Aaron did not afford her the opportunity to linger, swiftly steering the conversation back to serious matters. He recounted the troubles he had encountered, emphasizing his determination to confront the Orcish horde and interrogate the whereabouts of the sorcerer. So you came to find me? Eleanor crossed her legs and gazed intently at Aaron, the gift he had presented resting beside her, her hands cradling the beautiful shell, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable emotion. You were the first person I thought of. Aaron spoke earnestly. The Reverend Lady lowered her head, tightening her grip on the shell ever so slightly. I suppose it would and Appos' be impossible to accompany you. The Reverend Lady was quite candid in this regard, but would it suffice for just the two of us? We need a companion. Aaron replied equally forthrightly. Moreover, we require a reliable ally, one who would not betray us. I cannot seek assistance from the adventurer and Amp, Appos' guild, nor can I approach the new recruits. Eleanor, do you have anyone suitable in mind? If we were to enlist another. The Reverend Lady contemplated. I have a bard friend named Shadow. She is an elite bard. No. Aaron shook his head vehemently. You are a priestess. I am a sorcerer. We no longer require a bard. Is a teammate poisoned? Provide them with encouragement. Is a teammate grappling with a minotaur? Offer them encouragement. Is a teammate preparing to cast a spell? Give them encouragement. Is a teammate about to pick a lock and deliver a speech of intimidation? Bestow upon them encouragement. Is a teammate entangled with a succubus, preparing to enter an inn? Provide them with encouragement. Encourage, encourage, and encourage again, for you are the finest bard. The minstrel and Amp, Appos', as just has been previously discussed, the role of a bard encompasses a little of everything, yet lacks mastery in any particular domain. In the early stages, the bard and Amp, Appos', various buffs are marginally beneficial, particularly as both Aaron and Eleanor possess the spell of divine guidance, which closely resembles the bard and Amp, Appos' inspiration. The bard's self-preservation skills are rather poor, and they are feeble in melee combat, with most of their spells being enchantment-based, showcasing their vulnerabilities quite starkly. It is only the master-level bards, through their profound exploration of various schools of magic and deeper selections of arcane mysteries, that their abilities begin to strengthen as they progress. Their prowess in singing, dancing, rapping, and even basketball becomes increasingly refined. "We require a tank," Aaron instinctively remarked. "A tank?" Eleanor did not grasp Aaron and Apos' meaning. "No. I mean we need a companion who can provide protection, excel in melee combat, and possesses ample experience in outdoor adventures." Aaron elucidated, "As for divine and arcane matters, we have those covered. In that case, I have a candidate in mind." Eleanor immediately thought of someone. "Who?" "The elite female barbarian, Asha, whom you encountered before. A champion of the ancestral spirit path." "Excellent. She will do splendidly." Chapter 47. Preparations for Departure. The elite female barbarian of the ancestors and Apos' soul path. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Aaron readily acquiesced to Eleanor and Apos' suggestion. He placed his trust in Eleanor, as well as in his own judgment. He was acquainted with Asha and was aware of her formidable strength. More importantly, he recognized that Asha was a person of loyalty who would not betray her friends lightly. The primary reason Aaron was disinclined to seek companions through the Adventurers and Apos' Guild was his reluctance to trust these transient allies. The Adventurers Guild encompassed all manner of individuals but lacked binding authority. It could facilitate the gathering of necessary teammates but could not guarantee the solidity of such alliances. The Guild merely provided a platform without any assurances. Complicating matters further, the Adventurers Guild represented a group of formidable, idle mercenaries who, when united, could easily incite chaos. Thus, no place would allow the Guild to operate independently, be it in free city-states, commercial ports, monarchies, republics, military dictatorships, theocracies, or wizard councils. They would invariably oversee and influence the Guild. In other words, if Aaron chose the path of assembling teammates through the Adventurers Guild, he risked exposure. "Then I shall seek out Asha. She is likely to be enjoying a drink in some tavern in the lower district, is she not?" Eleanor, noticing Aaron's swift agreement to her proposal, felt her eyes brighten with eagerness. "When shall we depart?" "Ideally, we should set off tomorrow." Aaron stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You go find her, and I shall discuss the remuneration with her." "Very well." Eleanor prepared to rise, but Aaron stopped her. "Not so fast. Would you mind sitting with me a while longer?" The priestess lowered her gaze, the azure depths of her eyes shimmering with a captivating glow. The two spent 15 minutes seated in a corner of the sullen temple, eschewing further discussion of adventures. Instead, Aaron regaled her with tales of the carefully selected gifts he intended for her. This was not Aaron and Apos' first act of gifting. The shameless nobleman was acutely aware that the inherently virtuous priestess would not accept offerings lightly. However, for one endowed with the powers of chaos like Aaron, this was merely a playful ruse. He initially distorted the true essence of gifting, transforming the presents intended for the priestess into a trivial compensation for a debt of gratitude. Beginning with that box of spices, through a subtle desensitization process, Aaron subsequently began to present her with small trinkets and consumables, such as fragrant bath oils, acclimating her to his gestures. Oddly enough, it felt as if he were slowly staining a pure white silk handkerchief with his chaotic hues. Notably, over the past few weeks, Aaron frequently delivered a full box of delightful donuts to the sullen church, allowing priests, paladins, devotees, and even the adopted children to indulge in the Salian donuts. The Salian donuts became the most sought-after treat in the upper district, their delectable sweetness and soft texture complemented by a distinctive aroma, enveloped in a layer of syrup. This is also a reason for the slight disappointment of the guard at the entrance. Aaron's donuts are not a constant presence, sometimes available, sometimes not. It is indeed peculiar that many individuals covertly purchase these donuts at exorbitant prices to study their replication. While other aspects may be manageable, no matter the experimentation, they are unable to reproduce that uniquely exquisite aroma. Rumors abound that perhaps Aaron presses each donut against his chest before placing it in the box after retrieving it from the oven. A moment's reflection reveals the absurdity of such a notion. Yet, there are those willing to pay handsomely for Aaron and Apos' secret recipe. In a mere 15 minutes, Eleanor and Apos' expression remained largely unchanged, yet Aaron could discern through her relaxed posture, extended legs, and hands placed on either side that the young priestess was in good spirits. "I shall prepare for our gathering, dear Eleanor. This afternoon, please bring Asha to my home," Aaron whispered softly. "Understood," Eleanor replied. casting a final glance at Erin before donning her mask. They would part ways. Upon exiting the Temple of Surin, Erin's first destination was the stronghold of the Purple Dragon Knights, as he needed to confer with his knightly mentor, Lucian. His experience from a past life taught him that significant matters should be addressed in intimate meetings, while trivial issues could warrant larger gatherings. Important requests must be personally drafted, delivered, and discussed with the leadership. Curiously, Lucian, the standard-bearer and a master-level baron, was now in his 40s and still unmarried. Spending his days within the confines of the knightly fortress, claiming to take only a few days off each year. Erin found this amusing. Lucian and Amp, Oppo's office was effectively a bedroom, the outer room a parlor, and below was a wine cellar. He could summon the kitchen for any culinary desire or request supplies from logistics at a whim. Clearly unprepared for Erin's arrival, Lucian jolted when Erin knocked at the open door, hastily setting aside the book he had been engrossed in. "Erin, what brings you here at this hour?" A glance at the title of Lucian and Amp, Oppo's book, The Lover of the Supreme Fairy Lady, elicited a cough from him, his thick beard trembling. "Erin, mentor, I need to venture out." Erin feigned nonchalance. Lucian also adopted an air of normalcy, motioning for Erin to take a seat and speak at his leisure. Erin conveyed his plan to embark on an adventure to Evening Star Town, aiming to dismantle an orc stronghold. Lucian and Amp, Oppo's demeanor shifted from awkwardness to seriousness. "Since you are aware of the orc encampment near the King and Amp, Oppo's forest, why did you not report it to us for resolution, instead of planning to confront it yourself?" His mentor's concerns were valid. "Because I must exact my revenge personally," Erin replied coldly. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The disgrace inflicted upon me by that orc shall be repaid in kind. Voke and Hicks were my dear brothers. They died for me, and I cannot remain indifferent. You seek to repay this debt personally? The opposing side boasts hundreds of orcs, while you number merely 3. Lucian shook his head. Your plan is coherent, and your objectives are clear. I concur that after over 2 months of training in the knightly order, it is time for you to venture forth and address some issues. Practical experience will always cultivate one more profoundly than mere drills." Yet, Lucian hesitated. Is there truly a need for such haste? Why not allow us to arrange for a few companions to accompany you? Must you venture out alone? Indeed, the mentor would pose such inquiries. Erin felt a stir within. He had rehearsed this dialogue in advance, but this particular question eluded a satisfactory explanation. With so many outstanding peers in the knightly order, why would Erin seek distant allies? This was his father and Oppo's wish. He spoke softly. "He once expressed a desire for my first adventure to be undertaken alongside the priestess of the Silver Virgin. Since it is Manuel's wish, I have no objections. Erin, remember to seek the blessings of the goddess Tamora before you depart." Lucian's gaze wandered for a moment before he finally nodded. "Prepare yourself, young man. Adventure is not a mere exercise." "Yes." Erin stepped outside. After 5 minutes, ensuring Erin had left, Lucian called toward the entrance. "Hulk, here." An elder fortress guard entered. "Summon Reynard and Dismas." "Understood." A few minutes later, Reynard and Dismas arrived. "Mentor, what do you require of me, you old codger? Your junior intends to embark on an adventure tomorrow." Lucian stroked his beard, recounting Erin's situation to the two. "And thus it is. I require you to accompany him." Lucian sighed. Barring the previous misadventure, this will be Erin and Amp, Oppo's inaugural quest. The youth is often lacking in experience. Too young and naive, sometimes even foolish, particularly since your junior is still an apprentice sorcerer. Regardless of the outcome, adventure is always a crucible for growth. As his seniors, it is your duty to guide him well. Should there be no unexpected occurrences, refrain from intervening. However, if trouble does arise, ensure that the Salian lineage does not come to an end. Do you comprehend? Yes. Understood. Furthermore, be aware that the forces in Evening Star Town may not heed Erin and Oppo's call. Lucian leaned back in his chair. "I shall draft a letter of introduction for your use." "Why?" Dismas crossed his arms, a look of confusion on his face. "Because the Lord of Crag Fortress, Burin, has a vendetta against Manuel." In the afternoon, Eleanor indeed arrived punctually at the Salian residence, accompanied by the female barbarian, Asha. Aunt Melly greeted Eleanor warmly, yet her expression soured upon seeing Asha. The female barbarian maintained her signature ensemble of fur, ironclad trousers, and a disheveled appearance. Standing at 180 centimeters, she exuded an imposing presence. And the scent of alcohol lingered about her, a remnant from the morning's indulgence. not to mention the barbarian's usual disregard for grooming. In the past, Aunt Meili, who resided in the lower district, might not have been so averse to Asha. However, after spending an extended period in the upper district, Meili has unconsciously assimilated into its lifestyle, naturally harboring displeasure towards Asha. Hey, Aaron, I heard you have a business proposition for me? Asha, with a double-handed spear slung across her back, forged from fine steel and adorned with a small rune, approached. This was an extraordinary vigilance weapon, imbued with two distinctive effects. The first effect, the arcane claw, allowed the weapon to unleash an electric claw spell once per day, inflicting minor magical damage and causing a stunning effect, particularly effective against heavily armored foes. The second effect was vigilance, wherein the weapon would automatically emit a warning during camping or when ambushed by hostile entities, thus preventing any unforeseen surprises. Asha had expended a significant portion of her savings, 1,200 golden lion coins, to craft this weapon. The barbarian woman, with a lack of decorum, slapped Aaron on the shoulder, causing him to stagger. Indeed, I require your strength. Aaron nodded, forcing a smile. Let us discuss this in detail. I am only here due to Eleanor and Appos' goodwill. Insufficient funds will not suffice. Asha thumped her chest, her muscles taut and firm as if sculpted from black bread, producing a rhythmic thudding sound. You are fortunate. I am in need of coin for ale, or else I would not have come at all. You better have a detailed plan. Eleanor knows I seldom ponder the intricacies of my ventures. Aaron mused that this was rather redundant. If a party of adventurers required a barbarian to strategize, the leadership of such a group must be questionable. The term berserker succinctly encapsulates the essence of a barbarian. Fueled by rage and valor, they stand unwavering amidst legions, effortlessly reaping foes like a harvest. Intelligence is the least relevant attribute for a barbarian, who is inherently endowed with an instinctual lack of cerebral deliberation. Action is paramount. Of course, there are rare instances of sagacious barbarians. For instance, a chieftain may lack formal education yet possess innate leadership skills and cunning strategy. Some barbarians, driven by necessity, may also master various specialized techniques, but such cases are exceedingly scarce. A true barbarian is defined by action, frenzied, reckless, wielding colossal weapons. The growth trajectory of a barbarian is particularly intriguing. A typical barbarian's progression resembles the renowned V-shape, initially formidable, then becoming vulnerable and easily targeted in the mid-phase, only to transform into a powerful entity upon achieving legendary status, having amalgamated primal forces to gain extraordinary physique and strength. This adventure is expected to span approximately 7 days. Aaron led them to the restaurant, unfurling a map upon the table. We shall journey to Twilight Town. For intelligence indicates that within the southern woods lies a hidden orc encampment. He elaborated on his strategy. According to my cousin Robble's reports from the Adventurers Guild, there is also a goblin camp nearby. The Lord of Twilight Town has placed a bounty of 200 gold lions for their extermination. Furthermore, from my research in the library, I discovered that during the height of summer, the goblins hold a bonfire event to seek revelations from their deity. Listening intently, Eleanor and Asha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Aaron sensed a surge of power within him. The cunning force was responding. Chapter 48, The Road to Evening Star Town. I initially thought you would be unable to present any worthwhile ideas. The female barbarian did not shy away from her astonishment. Sprawling her arms wide and leaning back in her chair, rather unladylike as she relaxed with her legs apart. I was originally inclined to accept your invitation merely for Eleanor and Appos' sake. Asha, Eleanor interjected, gesturing for her to sit properly. We have yet to discuss your remuneration, right? The remuneration. The barbarian reluctantly straightened her posture. Let us talk about compensation, Aaron. We are old acquaintances, and you cannot conspire with Eleanor to take advantage of me. Asha. The priestess could not help but call out once more. Aaron chuckled at her words. It was evident that Asha had suffered losses regarding her remuneration before. The reason for this was quite simple. Specifically, in the realm of adventuring parties, members are primarily divided into 2 categories. The first type is, I will do what I excel at, and you handle the rest. The second type is, you engage in what you excel at, and I will take care of the remainder. As previously mentioned, the reason why the warrior class is often deemed the most contemptible and is looked down upon by all is that they can only embody the first type, possessing limited functionality and being easily replaceable. Unfortunately, the barbarian falls into this first category. Conversely, the second type is welcomed within adventuring groups, epitomized by powerful spellcasters, such as the priestess and Aaron, along with mages, druids, and sorcerers. They possess the ability to control, deal damage, scout, keep watch, cast various status and protective spells, heal, and even provide escape routes in the event of mission failure. They are the most sought-after members of adventuring parties. Slightly less formidable spellcasters, such as paladins, rangers, and bards, also enjoy popularity, albeit with somewhat diminished capabilities. They can fulfill certain responsibilities but cannot manage all. For instance, if we were to draw a parallel to sports in Aaron's previous life, the first type would resemble basketball players like LeBron James or Russell Westbrook, and in soccer, the later years of Cristiano Ronaldo. They only engage in what they excel at, delegating the remainder to their teammates. James and Westbrook often dominate the ball, while their teammates are tasked with positioning themselves for receiving passes or creating space for them to showcase their individual talents. Likewise, post-Real Madrid, Ronaldo's focus shifted almost entirely to scoring, neglecting all other contributions due to physical decline. His statistics appeared respectable, but the reality was quite different. The second type would be akin to basketball legends like Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Stephen Curry, or early Cristiano Ronaldo and peak Lionel Messi in soccer. Aside from a mediocre three-point shooting ability, Jordan and Oppos' skills are unparalleled in history. Certain skills such as mid-range shooting, driving, and defense find no equal, with others only coming close. However, in pursuit of victory and for the sake of his teammates, Jordan gradually relinquished his ball-dominant style of play, opting for off-ball movement instead. He entrusted the easier shots to his companions, shouldering the responsibility for the more challenging and critical plays that his teammates could not accomplish, ultimately earning the title of the God of Basketball. Kobe followed a similar path, yet his prowess paled in comparison to Jordan's. Even at his peak, Kobe's skill fell short of the heights reached by the triumphant Jordan, leading to his moniker, Iron King. Likewise, before reaching the age of 32, Cristiano Ronaldo was a dazzling player, capable of breaking through defenses, seizing opportunities, executing flank assaults, and orchestrating plays. He was an all-encompassing force on the field. People naturally prefer to remain within their comfort zones, engaging in what they excel at, while delegating the burdensome tasks to others. However, the second type of individuals are not fools. Thus, when adventurers form teams, it is a common understanding that the spoils of victory are predominantly enjoyed by this second group, who receive a greater share in priority and decision-making. The mages in the wizard tower and the priests in the temple require persuasion, and only once adequately promised and compensated will they consider joining. An adventuring party with members of the second type will always prove to be more formidable than one composed solely of the first type. Aaron swiftly established a profit-sharing agreement with Asha and Eleanor, settling on a 3-4-3 distribution. Since Eleanor, as a priest, possessed significant functional prowess and was of elite caliber, surpassing Aaron in strength, she received the largest share of 40%. The remaining 60% of the commission and spoils would be evenly split between Aaron and Asha. This arrangement was fair, even favoring Asha considerably, and the female barbarian readily agreed. With the plan set, Aaron gestured for Aunt Mary to bring the wine. "Mary, fetch me that bottle of gin. I wish to celebrate this contract, my very first." Coming right up, Aunt Mary had actually been eavesdropping nearby for quite some time. She deftly retrieved a key from her waist, unlocked the wine cabinet, and produced a bottle of gin. "Wait." Asha, the female barbarian, suddenly raised her hand. "Hold off on the drinking." "What is it?" Aaron arched an eyebrow, surprised by her apparent dissatisfaction. "Where and Oppos, as your restroom, Aaron?" Asha bluntly inquired. "Mary, Eleanor, Aaron, turn right and go straight. It's the last door on the left." "All right." The barbarian sprang up, crashing into a chair, sending it toppling over. Aaron let out a gentle sigh, covering his face with his hands. "Asha can be rather uncouth. She is from the northern tribes, so please don't take offense." Seeing Aaron conceal his face, Eleanor assumed he was upset. "She is your companion. How could I possibly be offended, my dear Eleanor?" Aaron replied, his smile returning as he regarded the charming priestess. "My only concern is whether she will heed instructions at crucial moments. Understanding and empathy among companions are vital." Eleanor sat elegantly with her hands resting on her knees, embodying grace and cheerfulness. At some point, she began to pay attention to her demeanor in Aaron's presence. Trust between companions is of utmost importance. Aaron leaned back in his chair, gazing earnestly at Miss Eleanor. "I believe in you, Eleanor, always have." She responded with a radiant smile, "And I have always believed in you." "Aaron, are you going out again?" Aunt Mary interjected with concern, sensing the spark between them. Why? Isn't your new recruit training still ongoing? Why must you leave again? This is my duty, and, much like Lothair's responsibility in horse breeding, I too have my tasks to attend to. Aaron sighed. You mentioned it yourself, and this is my obligation. I am a viscount. Yes, you are a viscount. And you bear responsibility. What right does Lothair have to compare himself to you? Aunt Mary's displeasure was palpable when she spoke of her husband. That heartless man. Earning a pittance and still daring to drink. He never lends a hand. I am left to shoulder the burden alone. If I were to perish, he might shed a tear, but until then, it's work as usual. Having vented her frustrations, Aunt Mary reiterated, Aaron, must you truly go? Indeed, I must. Aaron affirmed with a nod. Very well. The next day, after making all necessary preparations and donning their gear, Aaron, Asha, and Eleanor prayed for the Lady of Fortune's blessing at the Temple of Tamora before embarking on their journey to Evening Star Town. Most adventurers would seek the Lady's favor at the temple prior to their departure, including even the priestess Eleanor, for luck is of utmost importance in their ventures. Thus, the Temple of Tamora is often regarded as a second adventurers' guild, where many gather to find comrades, post quests, and prepare for their journeys. This is particularly true for tasks of considerable difficulty, where a visit to the temple is essential. Aaron allocated approximately 7 days for this adventure. Following the teachings of the banner officer Lucian, for adventurers of your caliber, a duration of around 7 days is ideal. Too short may lack sufficient challenges, while too long could lead to excessive complications. A recruit's field assignment should exceed 3 days but remain under 15. Upon reaching the designated meeting point with Marlin, a dark-skinned youth adorned with a red maple leaf bandana called out to them. Hey, you guys, over here. He swiftly navigated through the crowd, pushing aside obstacles, and approached Aaron, panting heavily. Phew, finally found you. No wonder the boss said the noble gentleman in the city arrived late. Us sailors have to rise before dawn. You are, with Marlin? Aaron inquired, observing that the boy appeared to be around 15 or 16, brimming with vitality. Yes, I am Edward Teach, a pirate, the young man declared with evident excitement, waving his arms enthusiastically. A genuine pirate. He proudly showcased his pirate tattoo. Come on, our carriage is about to depart. We've been waiting for you. The youth bounced with energy. We can chat later. We must leave soon. Wait. Eleanor, masked, halted the young pirate and Appos' exuberance. Ah, my dear miss, I did not mean to postpone this discussion, the young pirate exclaimed impatiently. Put down the coffee beans you pilfered. The priestess brandished her moonlit hammer, directing it towards the boy. The god of thieves, Myask, held a certain enmity towards the Silver Mother, sullen. Yet it was not as absolute as the animosity he bore towards the Lady of Wealth, Woken, or the guardian god, Heim. Malone, the leader of the Dragon Tooth Gang, had arranged for Aaron and his companions to discreetly exit the city amidst a large caravan. Aaron readily acquiesced to this method of departure, and the three of them stealthily exited Susrel. Aaron selected a sturdy travel horse from the stables of the Purple Dragon Knights, naming the steed Pearl. Eleanor and Asha had no horses. The priestess primarily traveled by wagon, while Asha mingled among the caravan guards. With her robust physique and boisterous demeanor, she quickly integrated herself into the group, often erupting in hearty laughter. The first day of their journey was quite pleasant. The area near Susrel was relatively safe, dotted with towns, farmland, and patrolling guards, with caravans flowing endlessly. This particular caravan, laden with contraband, had little time to concern itself with the enigmatic trio, as they were preoccupied with their own affairs. However, on the second day, troubles began to arise. Upon entering the forest, visibility diminished, and the caravan and Appos' pace slowed, with human presence and watchtowers becoming increasingly sparse. The caravan altered its rhythm, transitioning from intervals of 2 or 3 hours of travel followed by rest, to a rapid advance until reaching a checkpoint or human settlement before pausing. Despite these precautions, they were soon intercepted by several of the Queen's blades, who aggressively demanded to inspect their cargo for contraband. Mr. Aaron, have you ever been searched by the Queen and Appos' blades? The young pirate inquired nonchalantly from within the wagon, regarding the fully armed, harshly tempered soldiers as little more than unburnable refuse under the blazing sun. Since the ascension of the Regent Princess, the inspections by the Queen and Appos' blades had intensified. Leaning against the wagon, the young pirate, with a straw in his mouth, pondered, why do the Queen and Appos' blades, equipped so well, not confront the bandits of the forest, or deal with the bothersome goblins in the north, or the ones hoarding an amiable, yet instead choose to harass us incessantly? Indeed. Aaron could not help but scoff. These Queen's Blades are adept at troubling their own kind, yet utterly inept at dealing with goblins. Asha expressed her disdain openly. In my opinion, it is merely a ploy of the noble lords. The adult world is truly perplexing, the young pirate remarked casually. The existence of the Queen's Blades is indeed meant to uphold order, Eleanor said, her eyes closed. In the long run, it contributes to lasting peace. Ah, dear lady. You seem quite idle. Perhaps it is your position as a priestess that affords you such a perspective? The young pirate maintained his indifferent demeanor. We are different, long-term. To survive, our dragon-tooth gang toils daily to amass wealth. For a significant portion of our earnings is required to appease the regent princess and the tax officials beneath the shipping minister, who has the luxury to ponder long-term matters. To have such time to ponder the future, my dear lady, you must be quite idle, Edward Teach remarked casually. A burst of laughter escaped Asha, unable to contain herself. Eleanor found herself at a loss for words in response to the little pirate and Apos' comment. Her irritation caused her to seal her lips and abandon any desire to converse with these smugglers. However, Miss Pastor did not concede defeat. For Aaron and Apos' large hand discreetly reached out to grasp her small one. It matters not that he does not understand you. I do. Aaron winked. Instantly, Eleanor and Apos' anger evaporated. He always knew how to soothe her emotions at the first opportunity. With him around, it was impossible for her to remain vexed, she mused. The following afternoon, the group arrived at Daytok, marking the end of Marlin's assistance. Aaron and the others, armed with the marked map provided by Marlin, continued their journey toward Twilight Town. They had not ventured far when the barbarian Asha suddenly brandished her long spear. Wait, something's afoot. Aaron and Eleanor halted in their tracks, weapons drawn. What is it? Look here. Asha rushed into the thicket, pointing to a sizable dark stain beneath a great tree not far away. What is this? Water and footprints. Sensing the peculiar odor in the air, Aaron quickly grasped the situation. It was August. There are people nearby, Asha exclaimed, gripping her spear with excitement, and they are bandits. Our opportunity for fortune has arrived. Aaron, Eleanor, let us deliver a message to these robbers. The ones who will put an end to their tyranny are here.